God Level Farm Chapter 676 to Chapter 721. The Taoyuan Company's auction was broadcast on national TV. This was even more unexpected to Xia Ruofei than Feng Jing becoming an internet celebrity. On the day of the auction, Xia Ruofei saw a photographer and a text reporter from national TV at the scene. However, he also knew that they were only the reporters from the national TV station in Hong Kong. These reporters might go to 3 locations a day and send back 5 or 6 reports, but the reports that were actually selected to be broadcast on TV were probably less than 1 report a day. Therefore, Xia Ruofei did not have much hope. After all, this auction was not important enough for national TV to report on it. However, this report was actually broadcast on national TV. Xia Ruofei could not help but be stunned when he accidentally saw it online at the hotel the night before he left Hong Kong. From the interview to the post-production, to the headquarters in Beijing, and after going through layers of review, the final report was broadcast on TV 3 days after the auction. This kind of news was not as timely as a leader's event, so it was already very good that it was broadcast. Moreover, what surprised Xia Ruofei was that this news was not broadcast on national TV's financial channel or news channel, but directly on TV's general channel. Even though it was not news simulcast at 7 p.m., but news 30 minutes at noon, and even though it was only 20 to 30 seconds long and there were only a few scenes, Xia Ruofei was still very excited. This was national TV. This was a TV station. Even in the age of the internet, national TV had its own halo and was extremely influential. After Xia Ruofei saw this video online, he could not help but open the official website of national TV. He found the original video and watched it several times. He grinned as he watched it, as if he had picked up gold. Although Huan was reluctant to leave, Xia Ruofei had already stayed in Hong Kong for 3 days, so she embarked on the journey home. Xia Ruofei promised Huan that he would play with her during the winter vacation. This year, the Tian Huilan might spend the Spring Festival in Beijing. Therefore, after discussing with Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin, they decided to spend the Spring Festival in Sanshan if there were no special circumstances. At that time, Xia Ruofei would not have to go to Hong Kong and could also play with Huan. Originally, Ma Xiong wanted to arrange a private jet to send Xia Ruofei back, but Xia Ruofei declined. When he came, it wasn't convenient to bring the abalones through customs, so he accepted Ma Xiong's kindness and took a private plane. Now that he had returned to the 3 mountains, he wouldn't have to waste it like this. Ma Jiming booked a first-class ticket for Xia Ruofei and sent Xia Ruofei to the airport with Tian Huixin and Huan. More than an hour later, Xia Ruofei's Airbus 320 landed smoothly at Sanshan International Airport. As soon as he left the airport, Xia Ruofei saw Yi Linyun. "Brother Xia. You must be tired from the journey." Yi Linyun greeted him and naturally took Xia Ruofei's luggage. "You are also a director. Why are you still picking me up personally?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Yi Linyun smiled and said, "In front of Brother Xia, there is no such thing as a director. I will always be the new recruit that you taught." Xia Ruofei smiled and reached out his hand to pat Yi Linyun's shoulder. Nothing needed to be said. Yi Linyun drove the company's Mercedes-Benz. The two of them picked up the car at the parking lot. Before Yi Linyun started the car, Xia Ruofei's phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. A smile appeared on his face. He quickly unlocked the screen and said with a smile, "Manager Feng, you are now a big star." Feng Jing said coquettishly, "Isn't it all your fault? How can you blame me? This is a good thing." Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Besides, I can't do this kind of public exposure." "Then you can push me to my death?" Feng Jing said, "These few days, I am so annoyed. All kinds of calls from relatives, friends, classmates, and those media. I don't know where they found my phone number. I don't even dare to turn on my phone at work. Otherwise, I can't work." Xia Ruofei couldn't help but laugh after hearing this. After complaining for a while, Feng Jing said, "Chairman, I only gave you a call because I guessed that your plane would have landed by now." "Oh? Is there something urgent?" Xia Ruofei quickly asked. Feng Jing smiled and said, "Our company's news was on China TV. You know about it, right?" "I only knew about it last night." It seems to be on yesterday's news 30 at noon? Xiao Ruofei said. What's wrong? Feng Jing smiled and said, I guess you haven't seen Weibo yet, right? Open it now and take a look. You will know after you see it. After saying that, Feng Jing smiled and hung up the phone. Still keeping me in suspense. Xiao Ruofei said to himself and asked, Ling Yun, is there any news on Weibo these 2 days? Yi Lingyun started the car and said, I'm not sure. There is quite a lot of news about our company on the internet. Then why did manager Feng ask me to look at Weibo? Xiao Ruofei was confused and opened the Weibo app on his phone. Once he opened Weibo, Xiao Ruofei's eyes immediately widened. That was because he saw the words sky-high price of abalone written on the 8th most searched topic. It was actually on Weibo's trending topic? Xiao Ruofei even felt that it was a bit unreal. He rubbed his eyes. His eyes were not playing tricks on him. This auction was really on the trending topic, and it was ranked 8th. There were a few trending topics in front of it. There were also a few celebrities, including a Korean group that was about to hold a concert in China. Weibo's trending topics had become an index for the past 2 years. Those that could be on the trending topics must be the hot topics of the entire society within a certain period of time. They must be the hot topics of the entire society. There were often rumors of certain celebrities spending millions to be on the trending topics. Also, there were all sorts of operating companies, which were the so-called water armies, that specialized in creating hype and helping people to be on the trending topics. Weibo's trending topics were too hot. There were more than 100 million daily active users on Weibo. Being on the trending topics was much better than spending millions to advertise on TV and newspapers. Xiao Ruofei still could not believe it. He clicked on the link for exorbitant abalone and saw that it was indeed related to the Taoyuan company's auction of abalone. The video on China TV was also frequently cited. Xiao Ruofei was relieved. It was really not a mistake. He really was on the trending topics. He then clicked on the Taoyuan company's official Weibo. After Feng Jing became the general manager, she had always been very concerned about the company's image. Therefore, the company's official Weibo and official WeChat public accounts were opened early on. Also, there were people in the company who were responsible for the operation of these media platforms. The marketing department was responsible for them. However, the Taoyuan company was not well known before. Therefore, most of the time, it was just for self-entertainment. There was no publicity effect. But today, Xiao Ruofei took a look. Good lord! The number of fans on the official Weibo account was close to 1 million. And every time it was refreshed, the number of fans could be seen increasing. Obviously, most of the 1 million fans had increased in the past 2 days. Xiao Ruofei also found that the number of Weibo posts on the official Weibo account had increased significantly. Obviously, the marketing department was focusing on this work. Trending topics could attract a large number of fans, but whether they could maintain these fans or continue to grow in the future depended on the usual operations and management. Feng Jing must have made special arrangements. It could be seen that the official Weibo account was not a cold announcement platform. After every Weibo post was posted, there would be people who would specifically monitor the comments. Moreover, the official Weibo account would be used to interact with fans. Some of the replies were quite interesting and very down-to-earth. For example, there were netizens who left comments saying that no matter how good the abalone was, it was useless because they could not afford it. The Taoyuan company's official Weibo quoted a sentence that was quite popular some time ago and replied, "People must still have dreams. What if they come true?" Also, in addition to abalone, the company also sells vegetables, fruits, liquor, iron maple bucket, and other products. The products of Taoyuan must be the best. In addition, Xiao Ruofei found that the official Weibo account was quite self-deprecating. They even made a set of anime-style abalone emoticons, accompanied by online catchphrases such as "Brother Taoyuan in society," "A ruthless person doesn't say much," "Brother, it hurts," "Your mother is calling you home to eat abalone," and so on. These were also widely shared on Weibo. After looking at it for a while, Xiao Ruofei was completely relieved. From the details of the official Weibo account management, Xiao Ruofei could see that Feng Jing had not been blinded by the sudden increase in popularity. She was still calmly arranging all the work, and the company's operations were still orderly. After calming down, Xia Ruofei quickly guessed the reason for the trending topic. The lethality of the Taoyuan company was really unparalleled. In the past few days, there had been a lot of discussion on the internet. After the news was broadcasted, it was equivalent to adding a ladle of hot oil to the fire. The topic's popularity suddenly skyrocketed. The auction this time was really a huge profit. Xia Ruofei thought excitedly. Compared to the huge reputation that the Taoyuan company had gained, the 70 to 80 million in profit from the auction was not worth mentioning. The car quickly drove to the entrance of Taoyuan Farm. Xia Ruofei found that there were a few more veterans on duty at the gate, and there were a few more barricades at the gate. Without waiting for Xia Ruofei to ask, Yi Linyan explained, "Brother Xia, there have been a lot of reporters coming here these past few days. Some even wanted to sneak in and secretly take photos, so I increased the security of the farm. There are 2 more people on duty at the gate, and the frequency of patrols has also increased." Xia Ruofei nodded. He guessed that these reporters were mostly here for Feng Jing. If they wanted to interview the company, they could make an appointment through normal channels. This kind of method of waiting and secretly taking photos was mostly done by entertainment paparazzi. Although there were barbed wire fences around the farm, if people really wanted to sneak in, the barbed wire fences could not stop them at all. Although there were alarm devices in key positions, the farm was too big. They had to strengthen the patrols and defenses. Xia Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "Brothers, remember to bring the dogs on our farm with you when you patrol. If a stranger sneaks in, they will be the first to find out." Lightning, Little Hay, and Mao had a keen sense of smell and were very human. If they were released, it was basically impossible for anyone to sneak in. "Okay, Brother Xia," Yi Linyan said, and then drove into the farm. When he passed the gate guard, he honked and greeted the veterans who saluted the car. These veterans at Taoyuan Farm largely maintained the practices of the army, including the standard military posture at the gate guard. When the farm vehicle entered and left the farm, they would raise their hands and salute. Xia Ruofei did not go home. He asked Yi Linyan to drive him to the company's office building, and then he ran up the stairs. "Manager Feng, come here." Xia Ruofei shouted in the corridor and then opened the door to his office. Soon, Feng Jing, who was dressed in professional attire, arrived at Xia Ruofei's office. "Chairman, did you see the Weibo trending list?" Feng Jing asked with a smile. Xia Ruofei nodded and said, "Manager Feng, this time we really made a big profit." Then, Xia Ruofei hesitated and asked, "Manager Feng, you didn't find someone to operate it, right? Why do I feel that it's not real? It's on national television, trending, and even the company's general manager has become an internet celebrity." Feng Jing could not help but feel embarrassed and said, "Chairman, you're touching the pot that doesn't boil." As she spoke, she sat down opposite Xia Ruofei's desk and said, "If I find someone to operate it, will I also get involved? You don't know how annoyed I am now." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "In order to become famous, those little stars will do everything they can to create hype. I guess there are many people who want to be an internet celebrity who are secretly envious of you. Whoever wants to be famous can go." Feng Jing said angrily, "I'm going to change my phone number, or else I won't be able to work." Xia Ruofei laughed and said, "I heard that there are many reporters waiting at the door." "Isn't that so? I'm so annoyed," Feng Jing said coquettishly. She did not expect that hosting an auction would make her famous on the internet. She was really caught off guard. After chatting for a while, Feng Jing reported to Xia Ruofei about the response to the auction. Xia Ruofei already had a basic understanding of the situation when she was in Hong Kong. But, Feng Jing's report was based on a summary of the information. There were also a lot of clicks, views, interactions and other statistics, so it was more straightforward. "Chairman, the basic situation is like this." Feng Jing closed her notebook and said, "In general, this auction was an unprecedented success, and it far exceeded our expectations. The company's brand awareness has increased rapidly, and the target audience has the impression that the Taoyuan company only manages high-quality goods. This has played a very important role in the future development of our company." Speaking of Yuji ointment, as Xia Ruofei expected, Feng Jing was immediately energized. She had forgotten all the trouble she had after becoming famous. Her eyes lit up and she said, "Chairman, I was just about to give you a suggestion. We need to speed up the progress of the Yuji ointment. These days, the popularity on the internet comes and goes quickly. The opportunity is fleeting." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "Yes. In the age of information explosion, it is hard for people to pay attention to things for long. Because every moment, there are new things that attract people's attention." Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Manager Feng, you are still very insightful. But since that is the case, why are you worrying about becoming famous? Maybe after 3 to 5 days, people will forget about it." Feng Jing said coquettishly, "I am talking to you about something serious. Why are you talking about me again? Can't we talk about work properly?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and sighed, "Every time I see you work so hard that you forget to eat and sleep, I think, success is not a coincidence. Those who don't work hard will have an endless supply of goods from street stalls and an endless supply of food in the market." Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Chairman, are you having a fever? You are feeding me chicken soup?" Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "I am not done yet. For someone as talented and hardworking as you. What do you think?" Feng Jing giggled. "Will you be successful and reach the pinnacle of your life?" Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and said, "You are thinking too much. Someone as talented and hardworking as you won't have time to shop at street stalls. So you can only work overtime to order takeout and shop on Taobao." The smile on Feng Jing's face froze. After a while, she rolled her eyes at Xiao Ruofei and said coquettishly, "I hate people who feed me poisonous chicken soup." Xiao Ruofei looked up and laughed and said, "I saw that you were too nervous these 2 days and wanted to ease the atmosphere." After that, Xiao Ruofei stood up and pointed to the sofa in the guest area and said, "Manager Feng, let's talk over here." Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing went to the sofa in the guest area of the office and sat down. He set up the tea set with ease and said without raising his head, "Manager Feng, you've been back for a few days. You should know about the situation at the pharmaceutical factory, right? What is the situation now?" Feng Jing thought and said, "Overall, the progress is very fast. We are not short of funds now, so according to our previous discussion, we ordered 6 production lines. The factory in Germany has already delivered the products, and the pharmaceutical factory is also building the factory according to the factory's standards." Xiao Ruofei gently pushed the brewed tea in front of Feng Jing. Feng Jing said, "Thank you, Chairman, including the transportation, installation, and testing time, it will take about 2 months for these 6 production lines to be put into production. Factory manager Shui has personally brought the materials to Beijing for approval. The approval process for skincare products is relatively simple, and now that we have connections, there shouldn't be any problems. I called Jin Shan and asked him. He said that if everything goes well, it will take about half a month to complete the process. Even if there are any delays in the middle, 1 month is enough." Xiao Ruofei nodded and asked, "What about the raw materials? After you gave the order last time, I gave 1 million yuan to the pharmaceutical factory to buy the herbs needed for the Yuji cream." Feng Jing said, "Now the pharmaceutical factory has stored a lot of herbs in the raw materials warehouse, and the purchase is still in progress. There shouldn't be any problems in the early stage of production. The follow-up will mainly rely on the cooperation with the villagers." Feng Jing continued, "By the way, Chairman, in the formula of the Yuji cream, the last herb needs to be provided by you personally." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry about that. I have already made arrangements. I can provide sufficient herbs at any time." After deciding on the production model and confidentiality of the Yuji cream, Xiao Ruofei had already instructed Xia Qing to open up a special area in the Mountain Sea territory and plant large amounts of green maple vines in batches. In order to prevent the green maple vines from not being able to be supplied in time when the cream was put into production, Xiao Ruofei also asked Xia Qing to find a place in the Archean realm where the flow of time was 30 times slower. He would plant some first, harvest some when they matured, and grind them into powder before continuing to plant them. By the time the pharmaceutical factory officially put the Yuji cream into production, Xiao Ruofei would definitely be able to provide sufficient green maple vines powder. As for the green maple vines in the Mountain Sea territory, they would be planted every half a month. Once they started harvesting, they would be able to harvest them endlessly. There were no 4 seasons in the spirit map, so they could be planted at any time. Hearing this, Feng Jing said happily, then, there's no problem. Following that, she pondered for a moment and said, Chairman, I have an idea. We have a sufficient stock of heart-nourishing soup now. Apart from the clinical trials, we still have a certain amount of stock. Can we set up a production line to produce the Yuji cream in advance? This is because the new production line will take at least 2 months to officially go into production. The approval for the Yuji cream will probably be completed within a month. There is a time difference. When the time comes, we will definitely face a situation where the approval will be given, but the production line will not be in place. Will early production violate the policy? Xiao Ruofei asked. That's not a big problem. Feng Jing said, as long as the quality of our product meets the standards, it's fine. It's considered skirting the boundaries. If we weren't in a hurry to launch the product, it wouldn't matter. Since we want to strike while the iron is hot, we definitely need to have a certain amount of advance. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment before saying, can the production of the heart-nourishing soup keep up? Feng Jing had clearly considered this problem. She said without hesitation, from the looks of it, the Yuji cream will be approved before the heart-nourishing soup officially goes into the market. If it's just to supply the medicine for the clinical trials, one production line will definitely not be a problem. At most, the workers will have to work 3 shifts to produce it. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, all right, you can discuss it with Jinshan. However, you have to give me at least a week to prepare the last ingredient. A week. Including the arrangements that Xiao Ruofei had made 4 to 5 days in advance, it was about 10 days. That meant that they would have less than a year in the Archean realm. Normally speaking, the azure maple vines planted in the Archean realm could be harvested by at least 1 or 2 batches. When the time came, there wouldn't be a problem with normal production. Feng Jing said excitedly, all right. Let me know after you decide. I'll prepare the ingredients in advance, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Feng Jing nodded and said, okay. I'll immediately contact Jinshan. If it really doesn't work, I'll get him to come back. He won't have to personally oversee the approval process. Following that, Feng Jing said somewhat impatiently, Chairman, I'll return to the office first. I have to contact Jinshan. In addition, there are still many things to arrange in the early stages of the market. Sales channels, publicity, etc. These all need to be done first. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. All right, thank you for your hard work. By the way, don't forget to inform me when you change your number. Feng Jing was stunned for a moment before she spat and said, got it. She still had some resentment towards being pushed to the front by Xiao Ruofei for no reason. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I've already specially instructed Ji Linyun to strengthen the security and patrol. You don't have to worry about paparazzi or passionate fans sneaking into the farm. However, if you leave the farm, you have to be careful. It's best if you bring 2 veterans with you to ensure your safety, Feng Jing said faintly. Now, I don't even have my personal freedom. Sigh. I can't care so much. In any case, I don't plan on going out anytime soon. With that said, Feng Jing could not help but glare at Xiao Ruofei again. Then, she left the office amidst Xiao Ruofei's laughter. After Feng Jing left, Xiao Ruofei tidied up a little and went straight back to the small villa. Huzi's mother and Lin Qiao were both at home. Lin Qiao would go to university on Heron Island in a few days. At the request of Huzi's mother, she also officially ended her internship and stayed at home to accompany her mother. After all, she would go on a long journey in a few days. When Xiao Ruofei returned home, the two were naturally very happy. Huzi's mother quickly prepared a few more dishes to welcome Xiao Ruofei back, while Lin Qiao pestered Xiao Ruofei for gifts. Fortunately, Xiao Ruofei was prepared. When he accompanied Huan Huan to Ocean Park and Disneyland, he bought a lot of small gifts, so it went smoothly. Xiao Ruofei's days returned to normal. However, he always felt that he seemed to have missed something, but he could not remember it at the moment. Late at night, in a luxurious villa on the top of Taiping Mountain in Hong Kong. In the large master bedroom, Tian Huixin, who was wearing silk pajamas, still had a flush on her face, but her expression was a little helpless. Ma Jiming was also very depressed, and at the same time, there was a trace of embarrassment. He whispered, "Wife, I'm sorry." Tian Huixin sighed secretly, hugged Ma Jiming from behind, and said softly, "It's okay. It's probably because you've been too tired from work recently. Maybe you'll be fine after resting for a while." "I hope so." Ma Jiming sighed and said. After Huan Huan fell asleep, the couple went back to their room to get intimate. However, no matter how hard he tried, Ma Jiming could not pull himself together. Tian Huixin was at the age where her needs were the strongest. It was impossible for her to not feel uncomfortable in her heart. Moreover, this was not the first time. It had been like this for more than a month. Ma Jiming even secretly went to see a doctor and took medicine back, but it was completely ineffective. Now, Ma Jiming was almost traumatized. He was not yet 40 years old. Logically speaking, it was impossible for this to happen, but the reality was so teasing. "Husband, rest early," Tian Huixin said faintly. The two of them lay side by side on the soft bed, covered with their own quilts, but neither of them was sleepy. After some time, Tian Huixin, who was in the dark, suddenly turned around and asked, "Jiming, that day, didn't Ruofei say that you should go and find him after the auction? You didn't go after that?" Ma Jiming patted his forehead and said, "I forgot about this. There were a lot of things to do in the company a few days ago." "Huixin, why did you suddenly ask about this? This matter is already in the past. Besides, Xiaoxing said that he wanted to give me a gift. I was too embarrassed to take the initiative to find him. Since you forgot about it, then forget it." Tian Huixin propped herself up and said, "That's not it. I was just thinking. Did Ruofei see that you have a small problem in that area?" Ma Jiming heard this and sat up all of a sudden, then said discouragingly, "It's not possible, right? Even Dad doesn't know about this, and Xiaoxing didn't do a checkup for me. Could it be that he knows how to calculate?" Tian Huixin said, "It's hard to say. You know Ruofei's medical skills. It can be said to be superb." Ma Jiming frowned and said, "This is not scientific at all. Huixin, even if Xiaoxing's medical skills are very good, he should at least check my pulse, right? That day, he just looked at me a few times. What problem could he find?" Ma Jiming lay down again, a little depressed, and said, "Huixin, don't think so much. Tomorrow, I'll go to Dr. He for a comprehensive urinary examination first, okay?" Tian Huixin said faintly. It was a quiet night. At noon the next day, Ma Jiming returned home dejectedly. After leaving Huan Huan to the servant, he took Tian Huixin back to the room. Tian Huixin asked nervously, "Jiming, how was the examination?" Ma Jiming scratched his head and said, "There was no problem." But there was obviously a problem. How could this be? Tian Huixin was disappointed. She and her husband were only in their 30s. If even the best urologist in Hong Kong couldn't detect Ma Jiming's disease, then she would be a widow at such a young age. And this disharmony would have a great impact on their relationship. Tian Huixin lowered her head and thought for a while, then said, "Jiming, why don't you contact Ruofei? I have a feeling that he should have noticed the problem with your body that day, but it was not convenient for him to say it in front of Dad and manager phone." Ma Jiming hesitated and said, "It can't be? Anyway, there's no good way now. Why don't we contact him and see?" Tian Huixin said, "Even if Ruofei is not because of this, you can still ask him for help. After all, his medical skills are so good." Tian Huixin's words made Ma Jiming finally make up his mind. Although Xiao Ruofei was their junior, and it would be embarrassing to ask Xiao Ruofei for help because of this problem, Ma Jiming decided to go all out for his own happiness. It was noon now. After hesitating for a while, Ma Jiming finally took out his phone and dialed Xiao Ruofei's number. When Xiao Ruofei received the call, he was helping Lin Xiao unpack her luggage at home. Tomorrow, Lin Xiao would be reporting to Heron Island. Xiao Ruofei and Huzi's mother would be accompanying her to Heron Island. "Hello, Mr. Ma." Xiao Ruofei greeted him with a smile. This auction brought great fame to the Taoyuan company. Xiao Ruofei was very grateful to Ma Xiong and his son, so he was very enthusiastic when he received Ma Jiming's call. However, just like Ma Jiming, he had also forgotten about the events of that day. After the great success of the auction, Xiao Ruofei accompanied Huan Huan to play around during the day. At night, when he returned to the hotel, he paid attention to the follow-up of the auction. He really forgot about Ma Jiming's matter. The main reason was that Ma Jiming's problem wasn't complicated in his opinion. There was a prescription in a large number of medical books stored in his mind, which was the energy-gathering pill. The work of making the energy-gathering pill was handed over to Xiaoqing by Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, with the impact of various things after the auction, he didn't have any impression of it. "Hello, Xiaosheng." Ma Jiming also felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was something that couldn't be said. He didn't know how to say it. After thinking about it, he asked, "That, when we were eating that day, you asked me to look for you after the auction." When Ma Jiming mentioned this, Xiao Ruofei immediately remembered. He couldn't help but reach out and pat his forehead, revealing a wry smile. Ma Jiming continued, "The company was busy those days, so I forgot, yeah. I also forgot about it." Xiao Ruofei said with some embarrassment. "That." Ma Jiming looked at Tian Huixin, who had been giving him a look. He didn't know what to say. On the other side, Xiao Ruofei also didn't know what to say. After all, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin were his elders. He couldn't directly ask Ma Jiming if there had been some disharmony in their marital life recently, right? The atmosphere was a little awkward. In the end, Tian Huixin pinched Ma Jiming hard. Ma Jiming then asked, "Xiaosheng, I don't know, why did you look for me that day?" Xiao Ruofei tactfully asked, "Mr. Ma, have you been feeling unwell recently?" Ma Jiming's phone was on speakerphone. Tian Huixin, who was beside him, immediately nodded her head. She kept winking at Ma Jiming. Although Ma Jiming felt a little embarrassed, he still said, "Xiaosheng, to tell you the truth, I have some problems with my body recently, mainly." In the bedroom, Xiao Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. Since the other party had taken the initiative to say so, things would be easier. He quickly said, "Mr. Ma, I observed your complexion that day and indeed found something. It seems that my judgment was right." After Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin heard this, their jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they even forgot their embarrassment. That day, Xiao Ruofei had only glanced at him a few times. How could he see through such a secret? Wasn't this medical skill too terrifying? Ma Jiming, who was at his wit's end, was only thinking about whether he could ask Xiao Ruofei to treat him. After all, Xiao Ruofei's medical skills had convinced them very much. Moreover, now that they were using Western medicine, they couldn't find any problems. This kind of difficult disease was often more effective to be treated with Chinese medicine. He didn't dare to imagine that Xiao Ruofei had actually seen through the problem that day. "Xiaosheng, do you have a way to help me?" Ma Jiming didn't care about the embarrassment and asked eagerly, "To tell you the truth, I have already found the best urologist in Hong Kong, but he couldn't find the cause." Xiao Ruofei could hear Ma Jiming's anxious mood. He immediately comforted him and said, "Mr. Ma, since I can find the problem, I naturally have a way to treat it. In fact, I had already prepared the treatment that day." Xiao Ruofei said with some embarrassment, "It's just that after the auction, you didn't come to me, and I forgot about it." "Xiaosheng, I'll fly over today." Ma Jiming said eagerly. Actually, I can send the medicine to you." Xiao Ruofei said, "There's no need to make a special trip, is there?" Xiao Ruofei had said half-jokingly that he had prepared a gift for Ma Jiming, but in fact, it was to treat his hidden disease. Although Ma Jiming had forgotten about it later, Xiao Ruofei felt a little guilty if he had to make a special trip. After all, he had forgotten about it, otherwise, he wouldn't have been delayed. Ma Jiming quickly said, "It's okay, it's okay. It's very convenient for me to come back." He didn't want to wait for a moment longer, and he would be more relieved if Xiao Ruofei could take a look at him face to face. Xiao Ruofei had to say, "Okay then. After you land at Sanshan, come directly to the farm. I'll check for you again. After all, I didn't feel your pulse that day." Okay. Ma Jiming said excitedly, "I'll arrange a plane." "Xiaosheng, let's talk when we meet." After hanging up the phone, Ma Jiming and Tian Huixin hugged each other excitedly. The haze that had been pressing on their hearts for the past few days had dissipated. At around 3 in the afternoon, Ma Jiming had already arrived at the farm. Calculating the time, he should have arranged for a private jet immediately after the phone call, and he might have used some of his connections when he booked the flight route. Basically, he came to the Three Mountains without stopping. This time, Ma Jiming came alone. After all, this kind of thing was difficult to talk about, and Tian Huixin felt a little embarrassed. Xia Ruofei warmly welcomed Ma Jiming into his small villa. After briefly introducing Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao, Xia Ruofei took Ma Jiming upstairs. "Mr. Ma, the problem isn't very big. It's about the same as my initial judgment." Xia Ruofei seriously felt Ma Jiming's pulse and said with a smile, "You don't have to feel any psychological pressure. Take the energy-gathering pill for 2 weeks and you should be able to recover." "Energy-gathering pill?" Ma Jiming asked. Xia Ruofei smiled and took out a porcelain bottle and handed it to Ma Jiming, saying, "This is my secret Chinese medicine honey pill. It's more suitable for your illness." Ma Jiming hurriedly and carefully put away the porcelain bottle. He didn't doubt Xia Ruofei's words at all. "Xia Sheng, is there anything I need to pay attention to when taking the energy-gathering pill?" Ma Jiming asked with concern. Xia Ruofei said, 3 pills a day. Take it with warm water after meals. Things to pay attention to. There's nothing else, but during the treatment, it's best to abstain from sex. I suggest that you and Aunt Huixin sleep in separate rooms for the next 2 weeks. Xia Ruofei was very clear that after taking the energy-gathering pill, there would be some stimulation to the physiological functions. The desire for sex would be stronger than usual. During the treatment, it was best not to have sex as a couple. Otherwise, it would affect the treatment. So, this was a side effect that wasn't too big nor too small. Although Ma Jiming was a little embarrassed after hearing it, he still remembered it firmly in his heart. He nodded and said, "Okay, I got it." To be honest, Xia Ruofei still felt weird about treating the elder's problems. After he finished explaining everything, he also felt a lot more relaxed. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "There's nothing else. Under normal circumstances, the body will be fully recovered after this treatment. If there are any problems at that time, you can call me again." "Thank you, Xia Sheng," Ma Jiming said sincerely. Then, he hurriedly took out a check and handed it to Xia Ruofei with both hands. He said, "Xia Sheng, this is the consultation fee that I prepared. It's also a little gift from Huixin and me." Xia Ruofei pushed the check back and said seriously, "Mr. Ma, I said that these pills are a gift from me to you. I can't take this money." Ma Jiming said anxiously, "How can that be? Even the most famous urologist in Hong Kong couldn't find a problem with this disease. If it wasn't for Xia Sheng's benevolence, Xia Ruofei said with a smile, "Mr. Ma, why are you treating me as an outsider again? If that's the case, then what about the auction last time? What about the presidential suite that Manager Feng and I stayed in during our stay in Hong Kong? This, Mr. Ma, this is a gift from me." Xia Ruofei waved his hand and said, "It's the same as the tea leaves that I gave to Mr. Ma, Aunt Huixin's Yuji ointment, and Huan's jade pendant. It's a gift from me. Do you think I can take the money?" Ma Jiming saw that Xia Ruofei had already said this, and he knew that if he insisted on giving the money, it would be a little hurtful. He put away the check helplessly and said emotionally, "Xia Sheng, since you said so, then I won't treat you as an outsider. If you need me or the Ma family in the future, please don't be shy with us." "Haha. Of course, of course." Xia Ruofei said, "There will be many areas where we can work together in the future." Xia Ruofei originally wanted to ask Ma Jiming to stay for dinner, but he was obviously in a hurry to go back to Hong Kong for his treatment, so he took the energy-gathering pill and left immediately. Ma Jiming didn't even go to the city to visit his father-in-law, Professor Tian. He went directly from Taoyuan Farm to the airport and then flew back to Hong Kong. He came and left in a hurry. He used his private jet and applied for a flight route at the last minute just to come to Sanshan to be examined by Xia Ruofei. In less than half a day, he flew back and forth between Hong Kong and Sanshan. Rich people can only be willful. The next day, Xia Ruofei drove Huzi's mother and Lin Xiao straight to Heron Island. The intercity high-speed rail between Sanshan and Heron Island was very convenient. Originally, Huzi's mother wanted to take the high-speed rail, but Xiao Ruofei thought that it would be more convenient to have a car on Heron Island. Moreover, Lin Xiao had a lot of luggage, and it would be troublesome to take the garter to get in and out of the station. Therefore, he decided to drive. Considering that Heron Island was a tourist city, and that there was a shortage of hotels during the school season, Xiao Ruofei had booked a room in a hotel near Heron Island University many days in advance. After arriving at Heron Island, Xiao Ruofei and the others first settled down in the hotel. Then, he took Lin Xiao to the university to register. They took a taxi, and the night 15 was left in the hotel parking lot. After all, if they drove this car on campus, it would be too eye-catching. As soon as the young and beautiful Lin Xiao arrived at the registration point of the advertising school, she was immediately surrounded by enthusiastic seniors. Soon, she completed the registration procedure smoothly. Then, someone took her to her dormitory. After settling down in the dormitory, Xiao Ruofei took Lin Xiao to the cafeteria to apply for a meal card. He even added a few thousand yuan to her card. He also told her not to be too thrifty since she was going to school alone on Heron Island. She had to spend what she needed to spend, and if she didn't have enough, she could ask him for more. Lin Xiao also enjoyed the feeling of being spoiled by Xiao Ruofei, so she nodded obediently. These 2 days, new students were registering. After Lin Xiao finished the registration procedures, she had nothing else to do. Therefore, she followed Xiao Ruofei back to the hotel. On the way, Lin Xiao's counselor called to inform her that there would be a class meeting the day after tomorrow. After that, she would officially start her university life. There was still more than a day left. Lin Xiao didn't want to go back to school, so Xiao Ruofei simply drove Huzi's mother around Heron Island with her. Huli Mountain Fort, Heron Island University Beach, Xianxia Island. In the end, they took a boat to Galangjiu and stayed on this beautiful island for more than half a day. Then, they took the last ferry back to Heron Island. On the 3rd day, Lin Xiao reluctantly said goodbye to her mother and Xiao Ruofei and returned to school. Xiao Ruofei deliberately didn't send her off. After all, Lin Xiao would be living in this city for at least the next 4 years. It was time for her to start cultivating her independence. Xiao Ruofei and Huzi's mother stood at the entrance of the hotel and watched as Lin Xiao's taxi drove away. Huzi's mother's eyes were a little red. This was the first time her daughter had left her side. Her heart was filled with reluctance and worry. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Godmother, don't worry. Xiao has already grown up. She can take good care of herself." Huzi's mother nodded and said, "Yes, this child has been sensible since she was young. Godmother, do you want to stay on Heron Island for a few more days or go back to the 3 mountains directly?" Xiao Ruofei asked. "Let's go back." Huzi's mother said, "The house in the Forestry Bureau's family compound hasn't been lived in for a long time. I have to clean it up. Elementary school will start in 2 days. I still have to help you pick up Nan Nan." Xiao Ruofei directly went to the city committee's secretary, Song Qiming, for Lin Yue's child, Nan Nan, to enroll in the school. In the end, he arranged for her to stay at the 2nd elementary school in the clock tower. Huzi's mother also took the initiative to take care of her child. "Okay," Xiao Ruofei said, "then you can rest in the lobby first. I'll go and check out." Soon, Xiao Ruofei finished the formalities and drove Huzi's mother out of Heron Island. When the car drove onto the sea bridge, Xiao Ruofei's phone vibrated. He glanced at the LCD screen in the car. The screen, which was connected to the phone via Bluetooth, showed that the caller was Tang Etienne, a retail tycoon in Australia. Tang Etienne's hearty laughter suddenly came from the expensive sound system in the car. "Ruofei, what are you busy with? It's been so long, and you haven't even thought of giving me a call." This tycoon, who could shake the Australian retail industry with a cough, didn't put on any airs in front of Xiao Ruofei. Tang Etienne was one of the few people in the world who vaguely knew about Xiao Ruofei's identity as a cultivator. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei was also Tang Heron's mentor. The identity of a billionaire might be very prominent in front of others, but in front of Xiao Ruofei, he didn't have any reservations. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile as he drove, "I'm just busy. My small business can't be compared to Brother Tang's. There are so many chores all day long." "Haha. Ruofei, you're too modest. Tang Etian said with a smile. Your company's abalone auction made such a big commotion that even I heard about it in Australia. Then, Tang Etian complained, I say, brother, you're a bit too much. Why didn't you invite me to such an interesting auction? If I can also participate in the long-distance auction, I will definitely help you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and explained, the specific things are handled by the people below, so I'm not too sure. Brother Tang, when I go back, I'll definitely criticize the people in charge. How could they neglect you? Come on. Tang Etian said, would you be willing to criticize your beautiful boss? Ha ha ha. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be speechless. He didn't expect Feng Jing to be so popular that even Tang Etian, who was far away in Australia, knew about it. Also, I'm on speaker now. Brother, can you be a little more tactful? Xiao Ruofei was a little embarrassed as he quickly glanced at Huzi's mother, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, and smiled bitterly in his heart. He quickly changed the topic and asked, Big brother Tang, you're not looking for me just to denounce me, right? Tang Etian chuckled and said, Ruofei, I'm going back to China to attend an entrepreneur summit in a few days. I'm going to bring Jennifer and Haran back with me. How about we find a time to meet up then? Haran talks about you all day long. Xiao Ruofei was also very happy when he heard this. He was also very happy that Tang Haran had found an extremely talented disciple. Moreover, Tang Haran had always been cultivating by himself. Xiao Ruofei was also worried that something might have happened to him. It was naturally good to meet and check on his cultivation progress. Big brother Tang, doesn't Haran need to go to school? Xiao Ruofei asked. It was September, and the children in Huaxia were about to start school. Tang Etian smiled and said, the school holidays in Australia are not the same as in China. It's generally divided into 4 semesters, and there are about 2 weeks of vacation between each semester. Haran's school starts the spring semester in early October. He'll still be on vacation when I return to China. Then, Tang Etian said with emotion, basically, as long as there's a chance, I'll bring Haran back for a walk. I want him to never forget that he's from Huaxia. Although he was born in Australia and his nationality is Australian, the blood flowing in his body is the blood of the Yanhuang people. People, no matter how far they go or how high they fly, they can never forget where they started. In fact, Tang Etian himself was born in Australia, but he had received a traditional education since he was young, so he had a very strong sense of identity with his motherland. He was unlike some people who went abroad to study and even forgot their ancestors. If they didn't mix 5 or 6 English words in a sentence, they would feel low class. As for their children, it wasn't surprising that they had become yellow-skinned and white-hearted banana people. When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was also in awe. He said seriously, Big brother Tang, you're absolutely right. You can't forget your roots. I support you. Xiao Ruofei had very high requirements for Tang Haran's character. Otherwise, if he mastered the cultivation method, if he harmed society and did whatever he wanted, the destructive power would be great. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't even hesitate to use his mental strength to leave a mark in Tang Haran's young heart to behave properly. Tang Etian and his wife also attached great importance to Tang Haran's character education, which Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied with. Xiao Ruofei then asked, Big brother Tang, when will you return to China? Tang Etian said, the specific itinerary hasn't been completely set yet. It'll be in about a week or so. Ruofei, the Entrepreneur Summit will be held in Beijing this time. I'm going to take Haran to visit the Forbidden City and the Great Wall after the summit. Then, we'll fly to Xianxia to meet you. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, okay. Let me know after you've set the itinerary. After returning to Xianxia, Xiao Ruofei resumed his leisurely life. However, Huzi's mother moved back to the rented Forestry Bureau dormitory the next day. The apartment in the Vista real estate that he had bought from Liang Weiman's Jianda Group had been completely renovated according to Lin Xiao's suggestions. However, even if environmentally friendly materials were used, the newly renovated apartment still needed to be ventilated for a period of time, especially during the hottest time of summer, when formaldehyde would spread the fastest. Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't let Huzi's mother move in at such a time. Besides, the apartment rented by the Forestry Bureau's family compound was relatively close to Tsunglo Primary School where Nan Nan was studying, so Huzi's mother was naturally in no hurry to cancel the lease. According to Xia Ruofei's idea, the new apartment with the attic would be ventilated for half a year. When Lin Xiao's winter vacation came, they would move in and let the mother and daughter pair spend the new year in the new apartment. Huzi's mother moved back, and Lin Xiao went to university on Heron Island. All of a sudden, Xia Ruofei's villa became deserted. Xia Ruofei lived alone and was too lazy to cook. He simply went to the company's cafeteria for every meal. Over the past few days, Feng Jing had been staying at the farm. Luckily, she had only become popular on the internet and wasn't considered a superstar. So, the paparazzi waiting at the entrance of the farm all left after a few days. The sneaky people around the farm were basically gone as well. Feng Jing stayed at the farm and commanded the pharmaceutical factory remotely. Xue Jinshan was also called back from the capital by Feng Jing to discuss the early start of the production of the Yuji ointment. The production of the Yuji ointment was no longer a technical problem. What needed to be studied was the first batch of Yuji ointment to go on the market, the pricing strategy, the publicity plan, and so on. In the end, through everyone's discussion, it was basically confirmed that the first batch of Yuji ointment would only be the mint-scented one. However, through different packaging and concentration ratios, it was divided into 3 grades. The most expensive Yuji ointment series was basically the same concentration as the hand-brewed Yuji ointment. The packaging was also the most exquisite plan, and the price was temporarily set at 3,888 yuan per bottle. The second-grade Yuji ointment series had been diluted to a certain extent, and the efficacy was slightly worse than the Yuji ointment series. The price was 1,888 yuan per bottle. The mass version was even more diluted, and the efficacy might not even be half of the Yuji ointment series. It was named Sai Shui, and it was mainly targeted at ordinary consumers. However, the price was still as high as 588 yuan per bottle. When Feng Jing's team discussed the pricing plan, Xia Ruofei was shocked. Even if the Yuji ointment was not diluted in any way, the cost per bottle would not exceed 30 yuan. If it was mass-produced, the cost would be even lower. If it was packaged and sold for 3,000 to 4,000 yuan per bottle, it was simply daylight robbery. However, Feng Jing casually gave Xia Ruofei a lesson. Do you think that those luxury brands of perfumes, skincare products, essences, and cosmetics that easily cost a few thousand yuan are very expensive? Now, those high-end cosmetics that were highly sought after by fans on the market might not even have 1/10 of the effect of the Yuji ointment, but the price was very high, and they were still sold well all over the world. The cost of these cosmetics was also very low, and the cost of publicity also accounted for a large proportion. In short, after Xia Ruofei heard this, he only had one thought: it is so easy to earn money from women these days. Regardless, Xia Ruofei still agreed to the pricing plan that Feng Jing and the team worked overtime to come up with. In just one day, Feng Jing's plan had a new adjustment. This time, Xia Ruofei's jaw almost dropped. Feng Jing proposed that in addition to the 3 grades of Yuji ointment that were normally sold, she suggested that a limited edition luxury version of the Yuji ointment be released. Feng Jing's suggestion was that this luxury version of the Yuji ointment would only be released 300 copies per year. Each copy would be personally brewed by Xia Ruofei and added expensive essential oils. She even designed a preliminary packaging that could be considered luxurious. The bottle body was made of 33 layers of natural crystals, and then supplemented by 3 platinum rings. In short, it was as luxurious as possible. This luxury version of the Yuji ointment, which Feng Jing named Skin Code, was sold in Huaxia for 100 bottles, priced at 880,000 yuan per bottle, and overseas for 200 bottles, priced at 150,000 euros per bottle. Although Xia Ruofei was somewhat immune to the previous high-price strategy, when he saw such an outrageous price, Xia Ruofei was still shocked. Feng Jing explained to him that this luxury version of the Skin Code would not be released immediately. She planned to release it after the 3 series of Yuji ointment went on the market. She predicted that when the Yuji ointment went on the market, it would immediately become popular all over the world, and even lead the industry to become a high-end brand that everyone would rush to buy. At this time, they could release the limited edition luxury version of the Skin Code. In Feng Jing's words, the 300 copies of the Skin Code every year was purely to improve the brand's style and make some money. After listening to Feng Jing's explanation, Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and nodded in agreement. This made Feng Jing a little surprised. She thought that with Xiao Ruofei's lazy personality, he would not agree so easily if she asked him to make 300 servings of Yuji ointment every year. Feng Jing did not know that in fact, it could be made in batches by hand. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei would personally make the medicine. Would he really make the medicine himself? Xia Qing was Xiao Ruofei's loyal soul puppet. His skills in making the Yuji ointment were even better than Xiao Ruofei's. Wouldn't it be equivalent to Xiao Ruofei personally making the ointment? No matter what, Xiao Ruofei agreed to this plan, which made Feng Jing very happy. She immediately began to arrange the work. Shui Jinshan would stop the production line of the heart-nourishing soup in a few days. After a thorough cleaning, they would be ready to officially produce the Yuji ointment. The approval in Beijing was still going through, so Shui Jinshan sent a deputy director who was recruited last time. Last time, the heart-nourishing soup project had already connected with the National Drug Administration. The Southeast Province had Yikun from the Provincial Food and Drug Administration, so Shui Jinshan did not need to personally oversee the approval of a skincare product. Feng Jing began to frequently call the employees of the marketing department for meetings to formulate a publicity plan for the Yuji ointment. At the same time, she also specifically found a famous Italian fashion designer, Simon, through her classmates' connections, to design a crystal bottle for the limited edition luxury version of the skin code. Therefore, before the Yuji ointment went on the market, a large sum of design fees was spent. However, Xiao Ruofei did not care. He was still quite confident in Feng Jing's ability. Once this limited edition Yuji ointment went on the market, the design fees would be recouped with just a few bottles of Yuji ointment. The company's focus shifted to the mass production of the Yuji ointment, and Xiao Ruofei began to openly slack off again. This time, his reason was quite sufficient. He had to prepare 300 servings of the Yuji ointment, and he had to personally make the ointment. The preparation work in the early stage was very heavy. Feng Jing was also very helpless about this, but she was also used to her chairman's lazy style, so she did not have the energy to complain. It was mid-September. The approval of the Yuji ointment had entered the final process. If there were no accidents, it would be approved soon. As for the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory, they had already used a production line and officially started producing the Yuji ointment. The green maple vines that Xia Qing planted in the Archean realm were harvested as scheduled. Xiao Ruofei provided the Taoyuan pharmaceutical factory with the first batch of green maple vines that had been ground into powder. In the prescription, the amount of green maple vines used was extremely small. A production line consumed about 10 to 15 kilograms a month. Xiao Ruofei could completely supply it. After the green maple vines in the Mountain Sea realm began to be harvested in batches, there would be even more ample. It would not be a problem to provide green maple vines to 10 production lines at the same time. Tang Yitian's family also returned from Australia on a private plane. They flew directly to Beijing. Before setting off, Tang Yitian called Xiao Ruofei and told him about their itinerary for the next few days. The entrepreneur summit that Tang Yitian attended lasted for 2 days. After the meeting ended, he planned to bring Tang Houran around Beijing for 2 days before the family of 3 flew to the 3 mountains. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei, who had been lazy for many days, personally cleaned the villa. His disciple was coming to visit, so it was not good for the house to be too messy. Just as Xiao Ruofei was busy cleaning, Feng Jing called and said that she had something to report to him. Xiao Ruofei had not been to the office for a few days, so he was too embarrassed to refuse. Therefore, he simply washed up and went to the office in the comprehensive building. "Chairman, we've finished the publicity plan for the Yuji ointment," Feng Jing immediately said when she saw Xiao Ruofei. "Please check it out." After saying that, Feng Jing handed a proposal that was at least 20 pages long to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei had a headache when he saw the densely packed words. He casually flipped through a few pages and said, "Director Feng, I won't look at the specific proposal. Just pick the main points and tell me." Feng Jing nodded helplessly and flipped open the exact same proposal in her hands. This proposal was personally worked overtime by Feng Jing and the backbone of the marketing department. After many discussions and revisions, the final draft was finalized. The plan was very detailed, from the production of publicity posters, video shooting, TV commercials, online commercials, outdoor commercials, and even the preliminary structure of the press conference PowerPoint was written. However, Xiao Ruofei was a little sleepy. In terms of these specific matters, he had absolute trust in Feng Jing and was very confident in Feng Jing's ability. Since it was something that the general manager under him could do well, he naturally lacked interest. However, Feng Jing reporting to him was out of respect for him, so Xiao Ruofei could only listen patiently. In fact, his mind had already wandered off. Just as Xiao Ruofei was nodding and thinking, he suddenly heard Feng Jing say, "Chairman, regarding the product endorsement, we have contacted the recently popular singer, Dong Xinyu. She has agreed to meet us in Beijing tomorrow. I hope you can go with me. On one hand, it shows that we value it. On the other hand, considering that the endorsement fee may be a relatively large expenditure, if you are there, you can make the decision." Xiao Ruofei had been a little absent-minded, so he nodded out of habit and said, "Okay." Then he immediately reacted, sat up straight, and said, "I'm going too? There's no need for that, right? You're the general manager personally going, isn't it enough? As for the decision, as long as you think the price is right, you can set it. I trust you." Feng Jing said with a wry smile, "Chairman, the endorsement fee is not a small amount. I can't make the decision." Feng Jing really didn't have the energy to complain about this lazy chairman. He actually wanted to wash his hands of such a big matter. Besides, who knows how many men want to get close to the female star, Dong Xinyu. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, avoided her like a snake or a scorpion. A man can be so lazy, it's really enough. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose and said with a smile, "If you really feel that you can't make the decision, you can ask me directly on WeChat. Manager Feng, I believe in you." "Chairman," Feng Jing said helplessly, "in the whole publicity plan, the spokesperson is very important. It directly determines the image of the product. I think you should check it out yourself." In fact, in the entire publicity plan, this was the only thing that required Xiao Ruofei to personally attend to. As for the other specific work, Feng Jing had already delegated the tasks to everyone. Who would have thought that Xiao Ruofei didn't even want to do his only job, which required him to meet a beautiful star? Xiao Ruofei rubbed his chin and muttered, "Manager Feng, I think you can be the spokesperson for the company. You have a lot of fans on the internet now. I think you're even more famous than that Jade Girl singer Dong Xinyu. At least I've never heard of her name, but I've heard of your name." Feng Jing was speechless and quickly said, "Chairman, I won't trouble you to talk to Dong Xinyu face to face. I'll settle it myself." After that, Feng Jing got up and ran out of the office. This chairman really touched the pot that didn't boil. The strange ideas in his head were simply driving people crazy. Feng Jing was already a little disturbed by her unexpected popularity. If she was to be the spokesperson, she might as well just stay in the entertainment industry in the future and not be a professional manager. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that this trick worked. When Feng Jing was about to walk out of Xiao Ruofei's office, Xiao Ruofei suddenly had an idea and shouted, "Manager Feng, wait a minute, Chairman, do you have any other instructions?" Feng Jing turned around helplessly, "Don't bring up the matter of me being your spokesperson. There's no room for discussion." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "You're meeting Dong Xinyu in Beijing tomorrow, right? Why don't I go with you?" Xiao Ruofei suddenly remembered that Tang Etienne's family was also in Beijing at this time. Tang Etienne should be done with his work tomorrow. If he went to Beijing, he could meet them. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't have to fly to Sanshan. As for discussing the endorsement contract with Feng Jing, it was just along the way. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei hesitantly. She didn't know what he was up to. Why did he change his mind in the blink of an eye? "Chairman, are you joking with me?" Feng Jing asked suspiciously. "When have I ever joked about work?" Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Feng Jing complained in her heart, "A minute ago, you were still joking with me about the endorsement." She couldn't help but ask, "No additional conditions? You don't want me to be a spokesperson, do you?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "If you agree, I naturally have no problem with it. The endorsement fee will be preferential." No. I don't want it." Feng Jing said, then asked again, Chairman, you really don't have any other requests? Xia Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, why don't you believe me? Didn't you insist that I go with you just now? Now that I've agreed, why are you asking this again? Do you want me to go or not? Hurry up and make a decision before I change my mind. Yes. Feng Jing said quickly, then it's settled. I'll get the administrative office to book the tickets right away. She decided that no matter what Xia Ruofei was up to, she would agree to it first. Anyway, if he wanted her to be the spokesperson, she would rather die than agree. After that, Feng Jing was afraid that Xia Ruofei would make other requests, so she quickly left his office. Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing somewhat embarrassed back and couldn't help but laugh. He took out his phone and sent a text message to Tang Etienne, telling him that he was going to Beijing for a business trip tomorrow and that they could meet directly in Beijing. Xia Ruofei mainly considered that Tang Etienne was attending the Entrepreneur Summit and was worried that it would be inconvenient for him to answer the phone, so he simply sent a text message to inform him. He didn't expect Tang Etienne to call back so quickly. Brother, why did you suddenly decide to come to Beijing? Xia Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Tang, there's something at the company that needs me to go there personally. Tang Etienne was originally worried that Xia Ruofei would make a special trip to Beijing for their family. Xia Ruofei was a godlike figure. Moreover, he was Haren's master. If he troubled Haren to make a trip personally, he would definitely feel a little apologetic and even a little fearful. After hearing Xia Ruofei say that he was going to Beijing for other matters, Tang Etienne was relieved and said happily, then I'll quickly tell Haren this good news. He'll definitely be very happy. Then Tang Etienne said, Ruofei, what time will you be arriving in Beijing tomorrow? Our family of 3 will treat you to a meal. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, the itinerary hasn't been confirmed yet. Brother Tang, I'll be busy with work when I arrive in Beijing. I'll contact you after I'm done. Okay. Then we'll meet in Beijing. Tang Etienne said straightforwardly. The next morning, Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing took the 9:30 a.m. flight and arrived at Beijing International Airport at noon. The administrative office had already booked the hotel in advance. Now that the company's business profits were very large and the cash flow was very abundant, the company's management's accommodation standards and travel subsidies were very high. This was also personally decided by Xia Ruofei. If you can make money, you can spend it. Only by doing a good job of employee benefits would everyone have a sense of ownership and work hard for the company. In addition, Xia Ruofei was also going on a business trip, so the administrative office booked a 5-star Hilton hotel for the 2 of them, each with a business suite. The Hilton hotel provided a pickup service. When the 2 of them walked out of the airport with their respective suitcases, they already saw a Mercedes-Benz car with the hotel's logo. Next to it stood a driver in a suit and leather shoes with white gloves, holding a sign with their names printed on it. Taking the Mercedes-Benz provided by the hotel, the 2 of them arrived at the Hilton Hotel in Wangfujing and smoothly checked in. After Feng Jing put away her simple luggage, she went to Xia Ruofei's room. Chairman, I'll contact Dong Xinyu's agent first to confirm the meeting place tonight, Feng Jing said. Xia Ruofei smiled and nodded. Feng Jing quickly found a number on her phone and dialed it. Hello, Sister Feng. I'm Feng Jing from the Taoyuan Company. We've contacted each other before. It's like this. Our company's chairman Xia and I have already arrived in Beijing. We want to confirm the meeting time and place with you. What? This? We've already agreed on it. I'm sorry, Sister Feng. I didn't mean it that way. I know. Then when will Miss Dong be free? Okay. We'll contact each other again. After Feng Jing finished the call, there was a hint of anger on her face, and her beautiful eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Xia Ruofei, who was standing at the side, heard everything. He asked calmly, Manager Feng, what's the situation? Did the other party stand us up? Feng Jing sighed and said, Dong Xinyu's agent said that she has to record a very important program tonight and cancelled the meeting. I asked her when she's free to meet again, but her attitude was very cold. When Xia Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but curl his lips and say, do these celebrities have any professional ethics? Didn't we already agree on it before? Feng Jing said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't expect the other party to suddenly stand us up and cause you to follow me to Beijing. In the end, we couldn't even meet her. Feng Jing was also worried. She nodded and said, yes. Without a spokesperson, we won't be able to push forward with the promotional posters, short commercials, and product launches. Also, time is tight now. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, if it really doesn't work. Manager Feng, you can do it yourself. Your image and temperament are very suitable for our company's product positioning. Also, you are very popular on the internet now. Feng Jing glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, what time is it now? Chairman is still joking, hee. I saw your worried face and wanted to ease the atmosphere. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, Manager Feng, if it really doesn't work, we can find another spokesperson. At most, we can delay the launch of the product a little. Feng Jing frowned and said, I want to take advantage of the popularity of the last auction to launch the jade skin ointment. If this popularity passes, the effect will be much worse. Also, Dong Xinyu's image is more suitable. Also, if we find someone at the last minute, those celebrities' schedules are tight. I'm afraid. At this point, Feng Jing couldn't help but sigh and say, Chairman, I'll get the marketing department to look for other candidates first. I'll try to contact Dong Xinyu again. I still think she's the most suitable candidate, but she'll have to stay in Beijing for the next 2 days. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said casually, anyway, I don't have anything important to do. I will stay and accompany you. Feng Jing showed a trace of gratitude and said, thank you. Chairman, it's my fault for not doing my job well. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said generously, this is the other party changing their mind at the last minute. What has it got to do with you? Don't think so much. Have a good rest in the afternoon. I will treat you to dinner tonight. If there's anything, we can talk about it tomorrow. Okay. Hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Feng Jing's depressed mood improved a lot as she nodded her head. Xiao Ruofei walked Feng Jing to the door of his room, then shook his head with a wry smile and returned to his room. He could see that Feng Jing was quite disappointed. This was also the first time that Feng Jing had encountered such a setback after joining the Taoyuan company. In fact, from Xiao Ruofei's point of view, it wouldn't be a big problem if the product went on sale a few days earlier or later. It would be best if they could make use of the popularity of the auction, but if they couldn't make it in time, it wouldn't be a big deal. He was very confident in his product. Of course, Feng Jing was a perfectionist. She pursued perfection in her work. This could be seen from how she had tried her best to persuade Xiao Ruofei to come to Beijing with her to discuss the endorsement contract. Everything had been planned, and this was the most important part. She did not expect that they would change their minds at the last minute when they came to Beijing. This was indeed a big blow to Feng Jing. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei decided to treat her to a good meal tonight, hoping to dispel her depressed mood. Xiao Ruofei wasn't familiar with Beijing. He used the computer in his room to check the high-end restaurants in Beijing, but in the end, he didn't have any good choices. The main reason was that it was difficult to distinguish the authenticity of the information on the internet. Reputation could be brushed up, so he really didn't have much confidence. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and prepared to give Song Rui a call. This guy grew up in the capital and later followed his father to live in another city. He was a standard rich playboy in the capital and should be very familiar with the capital's gourmet map. Just as Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and was about to call Song Rui, Tang Etian called first. Big brother Tang. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he answered the phone. Ruofei, you should have arrived in Beijing, right? Tang Etian asked. Yes. I just checked into the hotel. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Which hotel are you staying at? Howard knew that you were here, so he wanted to come and visit his master. Haha. Tang Etian said, if you have a job, then another day is fine too. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, it's okay. There's a temporary problem with work, so I don't have any plans today. Is that so? Tang Etian also felt a little surprised. What's the problem? Is there anything I can do? Hee, it's just a small problem. It's okay. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Big brother Tang, I'm staying at the Wangfujing Hilton. I'm free at any time today. Tang Yitian saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't want to elaborate, so he didn't continue to ask. He said, I have to attend a summit forum in the afternoon. How about this? Jennifer and I will treat you to dinner tonight. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He was still thinking about where to arrange dinner. Now, he had a plan. So, he said with a smile, okay. But big brother Tang, I have a colleague coming with me. It's not good to leave her alone, so I'll bring her along. Tang Yitian laughed heartily and said, no problem. You can bring as many people as you want. Then, it's a deal. I'll text you when I book a place later. Okay, see you tonight. Xiao Ruofei said. In the evening, the streets of Beijing were lit up. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing got out of the taxi at the entrance of Zola Western Restaurant near Tianmen's Gate. Originally, when she heard that Xiao Ruofei had an appointment with a friend, Feng Jing planned to order a meal at the hotel by herself. After all, other people's friends were eating together, so she wouldn't feel comfortable going there. Moreover, although the spokesperson's matter had temporarily encountered difficulties, there was still a lot of work to be done in the company. She felt that if she had time to go out for a meal, it would be better to stay in the hotel and read her email. However, she couldn't stand Xiao Ruofei's constant persuasion and finally reluctantly came out with him. Xiao Ruofei was also worried that she would be in a bad mood alone in the hotel, so he wanted to take her out to relax. Therefore, although he had an appointment with Tang Yitian at 6:30, he and Feng Jing came out at 5 o'clock. The two of them strolled around Tianmen Street for a while, then took a taxi to Zola Western Restaurant not far away. Although it wasn't the appointed time yet, the two of them were a little tired after strolling for a while, so they decided to wait at the restaurant first. This Western restaurant was still very stylish, and the decoration was very exquisite. All kinds of ambience lights and soothing piano music created a very warm atmosphere. After the two of them walked into the restaurant, a waiter immediately came up to greet them. Good evening, both of you. The waiter bowed slightly. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Tang Yitian has already made a reservation. Please wait a moment. The waiter immediately checked on the iPad he carried with him, and then his expression became much more respectful. So it's Mr. Tang's guest, this way please. After that, the waiter moved to the side, made an inviting gesture, and led the two of them into the restaurant. After taking a few steps, Xiao Ruofei found that Feng Jing suddenly stopped, and he turned his head to look at her in puzzlement. He saw Feng Jing staring at a booth in front of her, and her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Manager Feng, what's wrong? Xiao Ruofei asked softly. Feng Jing raised her chin and said, I saw Dong Xinyu, that little star? Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and said, didn't you say that she was recording a show tonight? Xiao Ruofei followed Feng Jing's gaze and saw three people sitting in the booth. A young woman in her 30s and a girl in a white sleeveless dress sat on one side, and opposite them was a fat man in a suit. The girl in the white dress and wearing a pair of big sunglasses in the dimly lit Western restaurant should be the Dong Xinyu that Feng Jing was talking about. Judging from her dressing, she should be a very pure girl, but Xiao Ruofei also knew that all this was just packaging by the entertainment company. Since Dong Xinyu's debut, she had been walking the path of a jade girl, so naturally, she had to create such an image. Feng Jing's beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled and said, I'll go over and say hello. Xiao Ruofei saw that Feng Jing seemed to be very resentful, so he quickly said something to the waiter who led the way, and then quickly followed. Feng Jing walked a few steps to the booth where Dong Xinyu was and asked, Are you Miss Dong Xinyu? Dong Xinyu was talking to the middle-aged fat man opposite her, and someone suddenly interrupted her, so she was very unhappy. She took off her sunglasses, glanced sideways at Feng Jing, and said, Zola is one of the top 10 French restaurants in Beijing. How can you even let a groupie in? Feng Jing was stunned for a moment and said, Miss Dong, you've misunderstood. Dong Xinyu said impatiently, okay, no need to explain. You want an autograph, right? Give it to me. I'll sign it for you. But forget about taking a photo. We're eating now. Feng Jing also didn't expect that Dong Xinyu, who had the image of an obedient girl in front of the public, was actually like this in private. She smiled bitterly at Xiao Ruofei, and then said, Miss Dong, I'm Feng Jing, the general manager of the Taoyuan company. We spoke on the phone. When Dong Xinyu heard this, an unnatural look flashed in her eyes, and then she said lightly, "Oh. So it's Manager Feng. What can I do for you?" Feng Jing suppressed the unhappiness in her heart and said calmly, "Miss Dong, I specially came to Beijing this time to talk about. If you have something to say, come to the company tomorrow." Dong Xinyu interrupted Feng Jing rudely and said, "I'm off work now." Feng Jing couldn't help but be stunned. It was clearly Dong Xinyu who stood her up and said that she had an important program to record at the last minute. Now she found out that she wasn't recording a program at all, but was eating with someone at a Western restaurant. This Dong Xinyu didn't feel guilty at all, and instead looked arrogant. What kind of person was this? Feng Jing was a very strict person. In fact, before she came to Beijing, she had basically reached an agreement with Dong Xinyu. The two sides had communicated on the phone many times. Not only Dong Xinyu's agent, but even Dong Xinyu herself had spoken to Feng Jing. After several negotiations over the phone, they had basically finalized the details of the cooperation. Even Dong Xinyu's agent had received 200,000 yuan from the Taoyuan company in the name of sincerity payment. It could be said that although the two sides hadn't signed a written agreement, the cooperation had basically been negotiated. That was why Feng Jing had asked Xiao Ruofei to accompany her this time. She thought that coming to Beijing was just a formality, and that the chairman would personally come to show that the company valued Dong Xinyu more. She didn't expect that something unexpected would happen. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but secretly frown. He took a step forward and asked, "Miss Dong, didn't you say that you had an important program to record tonight? Because of this, you even cancelled the meeting with Manager Feng. Why did you appear at a Western restaurant?" Then, Dong Xinyu looked at Feng Jing with an unfriendly expression and said, "Manager Feng, is this the quality of your company's employees? If this is your attitude, then there's nothing to talk about." Xiao Ruofei was relatively young, and his skin had become very fair after cultivation. Just now, he had been standing behind Feng Jing, so Dong Xinyu had preconceived of him as Feng Jing's subordinate. Feng Jing frowned slightly and said, "Miss Dong, this is Mr. Xiao Ruofei, the chairman of our company. He is my boss." Dong Xinyu was stunned for a moment. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei with some surprise, then curled her lips and said, "So it's the chairman? No wonder you're so arrogant." Xiao Ruofei was so angry that he almost laughed out loud. He said, "Miss Dong, Mr. Feng and I flew all the way from the Three Mountains to the capital just to talk about the cooperation. We agreed to meet tonight, but you stood us up for no reason. I just wanted to ask. Can't I do that?" At this time, the middle-aged fat man sitting opposite Dong Xinyu looked at Feng Jing and Xiao Ruofei playfully. His eyes lingered on Feng Jing's beautiful face for a moment, and then he asked with a smile, "Miss Dong, I'm Li Yao, the general manager of the Yaf Group in Huaxia. What business does your company run? Are you also interested in cooperating with Miss Dong?" Just now, Feng Jing had introduced Xiao Ruofei as the chairman of their company, but Li Yao acted as if Xiao Ruofei didn't exist and had a cheeky look on his face. Obviously, he didn't take them seriously. When Feng Jing heard the words Yaf Group, her face couldn't help but change slightly. This was a famous beauty brand in Japan, and it was definitely a well-deserved giant in the cosmetics industry. Dong Xinyu stood them up and sat with the people of Yaf Group to eat. Obviously, Yaf Group also had their eyes on Dong Xinyu, who was obviously on the rise to stardom. Feng Jing's mind raced, but she still said calmly, "So it's Mr. Li, nice to meet you. Miss Feng, this is my business card." Li Yao elegantly handed over a business card and said, "If your company is also interested in cooperating with Miss Dong, I may be able to help." As he spoke, his burning eyes kept looking at Feng Jing's face, which made Feng Jing feel very uncomfortable. Feng Jing didn't take the business card, but said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Li, but I'm afraid you can't help. Our company is looking for Miss Dong to endorse the product, Manager Feng." The young woman with heavy makeup sitting next to Dong Xinyu quickly interrupted Feng Jing's words, "Let's make an appointment tomorrow to discuss the collaboration, okay? Right now, Xinyu and Director Li have something important to discuss. Please go back first." Feng Li, Miss Dong, Miss Dong, Feng, Miss Li, Miss, Mississippi. The young woman with heavy makeup was Dong Xinyu's agent, Feng Hongli. After hearing Feng Jing's words, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, but she pretended to be calm and said, "What are you talking about?" In fact, Feng Hongli was indeed a little worried. Because Li Yao was also looking for Dong Xinyu to talk about the endorsement. And the same star naturally couldn't endorse similar products of different brands. Yaf Group was also a cosmetics company. If Li Yao knew that Dong Xinyu had the intention to cooperate with another cosmetics company, he would most likely be unhappy. Dong Xinyu said impatiently, "Miss Feng, why are you talking nonsense with them?" Then Dong Xinyu glanced at Feng Jing and said casually, "Manager Feng, you can go back first. If there's anything, wait until I'm free." Dong Xinyu debuted through a talent show. Although her fame had risen quickly recently, her foundation was still not enough. Feng Jing had personally communicated with her on the phone several times before, and the two sides had basically finalized a one-year endorsement contract with a total value of 3 million Huaxia dollars, but the payment had to be paid in 3 installments. This was already a considerable income for Dong Xinyu, and her agent, Feng Hongli, was also on the side, so she had basically agreed. But she didn't expect that just yesterday, Yaf Group had come to her and intended to invite her to be their brand ambassador. Moreover, Li Yao, the general manager of Huaxia, had come in person. Li Yao also promised to sign a 3-year contract with her. The first year was 3 million, and there would be a certain percentage increase every year. This made Dong Xinyu suddenly change her position. No one would say no to money. What's more, Yaf Group was much stronger than the unknown Taoyuan company. When a star chose an endorsement contract, it also depended on the strength of the partner. The endorsement contracts of international luxury brands such as Cauchy and LV were all sought after by stars, because being able to endorse such a big brand represented the star's influence. This had little to do with economic benefits. Of course, the endorsement fees of these international brands were naturally not low. Similarly, between Yaf Group and the Taoyuan company, Dong Xinyu almost chose Yaf Group without any hesitation. As for reaching an agreement with the Taoyuan company, and even receiving a sincerity payment of 100,000 yuan from the Taoyuan company, Dong Xinyu didn't take it to heart at all. Therefore, her attitude towards Feng Jing and Xiao Ruofei was very cold, and could even be said to be very rude. She didn't consider the feelings of Feng Jing and Xiao Ruofei at all. They had flown thousands of miles from the 3 mountains, but she had stood them up. Even though she had been caught contacting other cosmetics companies, she didn't feel the slightest bit guilty at all. Instead, she felt justified, as if it was a matter of course. This made Xiao Ruofei, who was watching coldly from the side, frown secretly. His impression of this little star, who was poles apart from the well-behaved image, became even worse. However, except for the first few words that he couldn't stand watching Dong Xinyu, Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything afterward. He believed that Feng Jing could handle this matter well. Li Yao had just handed his business card to Feng Jing and was ignored, so he was a little unhappy in his heart. Seeing this, he said, "No hurry, no hurry. Miss Feng, you haven't finished what you wanted to say just now. What business do you want your company to focus on? Maybe we will have a chance to cooperate." Feng Jing glanced at the somewhat exasperated Feng Hongli indifferently and said, "President Li, our Taoyuan company is about to launch a skincare product. We have already discussed the endorsement cooperation with Miss Dong's agent." Hearing this, Li Yao's face changed slightly. He glanced at Feng Hongli indifferently with a trace of displeasure in his eyes. However, he was also very shrewd. Soon, he put on a smiling face, clapped his hands and said, "Haha. I didn't expect you to be in the same industry. Then I'm really sorry. Our Yafa Group is also very optimistic about Miss Dong. We intend to invite her to be the brand ambassador of our upcoming product." Feng Jing slightly frowned and said, "President Li, our company has already reached an agreement with Miss Dong." "Haha. Is that so?" Li Yao looked at Dong Xinyu's agent, Feng Hongli. Feng Hongli flashed a look of panic and quickly said, "President Feng, you can't talk nonsense. We only agreed to discuss with your company." Dong Xinyu raised her face and sneered, "That's right. What do you mean by reaching an agreement? That's just your wishful thinking. Did I sign an agreement with you?" Feng Jing said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "We have already paid the intention fee of 100,000 yuan in full. I even brought the bank statement with me." Feng Hongli immediately said, it's just an intention fee. Any company that wants to cooperate with Xinyu has to pay an intention fee. This doesn't mean that Xinyu has to cooperate with your company. In fact, Li Yao didn't pay any intention fee. Even if Feng Hongli had a few guts, she wouldn't dare to ask Li Yao for an intention fee. Yafa Group was such a big company. Being willing to use a newcomer like Dong Xinyu was already an opportunity that she didn't even dare to dream of. Originally, they could have signed the contract when they met tonight. Although Li Yao looked at Dong Xinyu with a burning gaze and hinted that if Dong Xinyu could accompany him, the endorsement contract would definitely not be a problem. However, Dong Xinyu herself didn't care about this kind of thing. Her agency packaged her as a pure and innocent girl, and she also had the image of an obedient girl on the screen. But in the entertainment industry, how many people were really pure? At least, Dong Xinyu wasn't. As long as Li Yao was willing to pay, Dong Xinyu didn't mind accompanying him for a night. Seeing that the matter was about to be settled, Feng Jing actually came to the restaurant and exposed everything. Feng Hongli was also very angry. Dong Xinyu also sneered and said, you have the nerve to take out 100,000 yuan? Don't you know the rules of the industry? We just want to confirm the sincerity of your company. If you can't even take out 100,000 yuan, do you think I'll waste my saliva talking about cooperation? Li Yao leaned on the chair calmly and watched with interest as Feng Hongli and Dong Xinyu directly shed all pretense of cordiality with Feng Jing. He laughed and shrugged his shoulders at Feng Jing and said, Miss Feng, it seems that Miss Dong has already made her choice. In fact, Feng Jing had already made a decision in her heart, so her mood didn't fluctuate. She didn't pay attention to Li Yao, but calmly looked at Feng Hongli and said, in that case, please return the 100,000 yuan to us. Feng Hongli said coldly, don't worry. We won't be greedy for the 100,000 yuan. However, our company's finance also needs to go through the process of approval. You can go back and wait. How long will it take? Can you give a time limit? Feng Jing asked. Feng Hongli said impatiently, at least 30 working days. Isn't it just 100,000 yuan? Do you think we can be greedy? A small company is a small company. You're so petty. Dong Xinyu said with disdain. Xiao Ruofei was so angry that he laughed out loud. The one who was in the wrong was Dong Xinyu. She was the one who went back on her words, but in the end, she was still so righteous. When she wanted the 100,000 yuan, she wanted the Taoyuan company to send it over within a day. Now, because of her, the cooperation had fallen through, and it would take at least 30 working days to return the money. Furthermore, Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli looked at her as if she was a country bumpkin. It was really not easy for her character to be so bad. Feng Jing also felt a burst of shame in her heart. She had inspected so many celebrities, but in the end, she had actually chosen such a quality goods. Furthermore, she had also dragged Xiao Ruofei to the capital. She felt even more sorry in her heart. Without waiting for Feng Jing to speak, Xiao Ruofei directly said, I'll give you 3 days to return the money. If you don't return it within the time limit. What? Bite me. Dong Xinyu sneered and interrupted Xiao Ruofei's words. Xiao Ruofei looked at Dong Xinyu calmly and said, I'm afraid of dirtying my mouth if I bite you. Don't worry, if we don't return the money within 3 days, you will soon beg to send the money to our company. Oh. You're talking big. Li Yao said jokingly, if I didn't know, I would have thought that your company was in a brothel. Xiao Ruofei did not even look at Li Yao. He directly took Feng Jing's hand and said, Manager Feng, let's go. Dong Xinyu was stunned after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words. It was not until he left with Feng Jing that Dong Xinyu came back to her senses. She was so angry that she spat and said, Bah! What kind of people are they? 2 country bumpkins from other provinces. They act as if they're so arrogant. Then Dong Xinyu said to Feng Hongli, Sister Feng, don't pay attention to this kind of small, messy company in the future. If we want to cooperate, we have to find a multinational group like YAF. Li Yao laughed and said, Miss Dong has made a wise decision. Dong Xinyu hurriedly winked at Li Yao and said, President Li, this company came to us many days ago. At that time, we didn't know that there was a chance to cooperate with YAF, so we reluctantly contacted them. You won't blame me, will you? Li Yao laughed and said, how can I blame you? But tonight, you have to make it up to me. Dong Xinyu said shyly, Manager Li, you're so bad. How do you want me to make it up to you? Li Yao's scorching eyes swept over Dong Xinyu unscrupulously. He stuck out his tongue and licked his upper lip. He said with a smile, you'll know when the time comes. Feng Hongli's face was a little embarrassed, but she was secretly relieved. Fortunately, Dong Xinyu took full advantage of her advantage and explained in a coquettish and soft voice, which also removed the grudge in Li Yao's heart. Li Yao picked up the red wine glass and said with a smile, Miss Dong, Miss Feng, I wish us a happy cooperation in advance. After the three of them clinked their glasses and drank a mouthful of wine, Li Yao said, by the way, I heard that Miss Dong is going to play the second female lead of Angel of the End soon. I still have a lot of friends in the circle. When the time comes, I'll help you say hello and ask the crew to take care of you. Dong Xinyu was overjoyed. She quickly said, then I'll thank Brother Li in advance. After a while, Manager Li had become Brother Li, and the change was very natural. Li Yao laughed and said, you have to seize this opportunity yourself. Playing an important role like the second female lead in a blockbuster produced by an international company, it's easy to become popular. The more famous you are, the better the effect of being the spokesperson for our company. Sure. Dong Xinyu said quickly. Feng Jing was quickly pulled away from Dong Xinyu's table by Xiao Ruofei until she heard Xiao Ruofei say to the waiter, please bring us there. At this moment, Feng Jing came back to her senses and realized that Xiao Ruofei had been holding her hand the whole time. She blushed slightly and gently pulled her hand away. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little awkward. In all honesty, he didn't have any bad intentions just now. He just didn't want to be entangled with that small celebrity and wanted to pull Feng Jing away. Xiao Ruofei wanted to resolve the awkward atmosphere and said with a dry laugh, Manager Feng, there's nothing to talk about with them. Let's find a new brand ambassador. Feng Jing sighed softly and said, I'm just a little angry. This is the first time I've seen such shameless people. They were the ones who went back on their words, but they still acted so self-righteous. It was as if we were the ones who were in the wrong. Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing with a smile and said, actually, you've already made a decision in your heart, haven't you? Feng Jing was stunned for a moment and nodded lightly. Yes. When I chose Dong Xinyu, it was because of her pure and obedient image. I didn't expect the contrast in reality to be so big. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, that's why. There's nothing to be depressed about. We should be glad that we discovered it early. Otherwise, if we really signed her, with her character, she would create a lot of negative news sooner or later. When that happens, our brand image will be damaged as well. Feng Jing nodded. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, her mood was indeed a lot better. Feng Jing then said with some annoyance, our funds are still being held down by 100,000 yuan. This Dong Xinyu is too unscrupulous. Xiao Ruofei said lightly, it's only 3 to 4 days. They will pay it back very soon, Chairman, you gave them a deadline of 3 days. Can they really repay on time? Feng Jing asked without confidence. Although 100,000 yuan was not a lot, Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli were too disgusting. Feng Jing was very unhappy at the thought that the company's funds would be held back for more than a month. Of course, regarding Xiao Ruofei's 3-day time limit, Feng Jing thought that Xiao Ruofei said it out of anger, or maybe he just wanted to regain some face. She didn't take it seriously at all. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, you'll know in a few days. Xiao Ruofei was no longer the ignorant person he used to be. He would not take the initiative to provoke others, but if others provoked him, he would not be polite either. A small star like Dong Xinyu might be very glorious in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of people with real power, she was just an actress. With Xiao Ruofei's strong connections, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with her. It depended on whether they were tactful or not. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei was unwilling to say more, Feng Jing did not ask any more. She took a deep breath and then exhaled, as if she wanted to expel the depression of the day. While talking, the two of them were led by the waiter to a booth. This was the seat that Tang Etienne had personally reserved. This area was quieter than Dong Xinyu's, and the layout of the booth was also well arranged. There were some green plants in the middle that formed an ingenious barrier, so the privacy was quite good. Would you two like to order now? The waiter pulled out a chair for Feng Jing and asked respectfully. Xiao Ruofei said, let's wait for our friends to arrive before we order. Please give us 2 glasses of lemonade. Okay, please wait a moment. The waiter bowed slightly and retreated. This booth was in the shape of a U and could sit 5 people very loosely. Considering that Tang Yitian and Jennifer would come together in a while, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing sat on the same side of the booth. The waiter quickly brought 2 glasses of lemonade and then retreated quietly. The environment of Zola Western Restaurant was very good. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing chatted softly while listening to the soothing and pleasant piano music. From time to time, they would take a sip of their lemonade and feel very relaxed. After a while, Xiao Ruofei heard a hearty voice. Ruofei, so you've arrived early. Sorry. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were sitting with their backs facing the direction of the person. After hearing Tang Yitian's voice, a smile appeared on his face and he stood up with Feng Jing. Big brother Tang. Sister-in-law. Xiao Ruofei greeted with a smile. Tang Yitian and Jennifer both greeted Xiao Ruofei with warm smiles. Tang Haoran stood next to them. The little guy looked very calm, but the deep admiration in his eyes warmed Xiao Ruofei's heart. Tang Haoran cried with a hint of excitement, Master. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. He reached out and touched his head and said, Haoran, did you miss your master? Tang Haoran nodded solemnly. This time, Xiao Ruofei noticed that Feng Jing next to him was staring blankly at Tang Yitian and Jennifer with a shocked expression. Feng Jing knew that Xiao Ruofei should have a good relationship with Australia's Maya Group. After all, Maya had invested $10 million to set up the Taoyuan Charity Fund, which was already in the process of application. Lin Xiao was quite tight-lipped. Although she had a good relationship with Feng Jing, she didn't spread the news that Xiao Ruofei was in Australia, so Feng Jing didn't know much about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Tang Yitian's family. She didn't expect Tang Yitian and his wife to be so familiar with Xiao Ruofei that they even took the initiative to invite him to dinner. Moreover, Tang Yitian and Jennifer's child actually called Xiao Ruofei master. Who was Tang Yitian? He was the retail giant of Australia, a world-class tycoon with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars. Moreover, Jennifer's status in the entertainment industry was the same as Tang Yitian's status in the business world. If she hadn't retired, she would still be a big sister. As a professional in the field of finance and business management, Feng Jing was naturally familiar with those world-class business leaders. She was also very familiar with Tang Yitian's situation. As a Chinese, he was able to establish such a huge business empire in Australia, which made Feng Jing admire him very much. She didn't expect her idol to appear in front of her. Feng Jing felt like she was dreaming. Xiao Ruofei gently touched Feng Jing and said with a smile, Brother Tang, let me introduce you. This is the general manager of our Taoyuan company, Feng Jing. Manager Feng, this is Australia's Maya Group. Chairman, there's no need to introduce them. Feng Jing came back to her senses and said with a smile, the famous founder of Maya Group, Mr. Tang Yitian, and the world-class celebrity, Ms. Jennifer. How can I not know you? Hello, Manager Feng. Tang Yitian took the initiative to extend his hand and said, Manager Feng, you're young and promising. Ruofei's company is full of vitality. I'm envious. Feng Jing shook hands with Tang Yitian gently and said with a smile, Mr. Tang, you're too kind. You're a legend in the business world. When I was studying in MBA, my teacher used the Maya Group's 2001 merger as a classic case to teach us. In 2001, Maya Group successfully merged with another huge retail company in Australia through a series of dazzling operations, completing the absolute controlling stake, and establishing the status of the Australian retail giant in one fell swoop. This was a case that Tang Yitian was proud of to this day. So, after hearing Feng Jing's words, Tang Yitian laughed heartily and said, that was a long time ago. When I was young, I was brave and dared to fight. Now, I'm not as aggressive as I was back then. Mr. Tang, you're still very young. Your career is also at its peak. You're too modest. Feng Jing pursed her lips and smiled. Then, she also greeted Jennifer politely. She even pinched Tang Haoran's cheek very intimately and praised him a few times. Unlike Lin Xiao, who was Jennifer's hardcore fan, Feng Jing, who was an excellent professional manager with a professional background, naturally admired Tang Etienne more. So, when facing the world-class star Jennifer, she would not lose her composure like Lin Xiao. After a few words of greeting, everyone sat down separately. Soon, the waiter came over with the menu. "Ruofei, Miss Feng, what would you like to eat?" Tang Etienne asked with a smile. "Guests will follow the host's order." Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "We don't know much about this restaurant." "Big brother Tang, you decide. But let me say this first. I didn't bring my wallet today." Tang Etienne laughed and said, "Then I'll help you order. Zola Western Restaurant's foie gras is very good. You can try it later." After that, Tang Etienne began to order skillfully. Zola Western Restaurant was a global chain. Tang Etienne had obviously visited it more than once. He was also very familiar with Jennifer and Tang Haoren's tastes, so he quickly ordered the dishes. In addition to a few of Zola Restaurant's signature dishes, Tang Etienne also asked for a bottle of red wine. "I have a few bottles of good wine in Sydney's Zola," Tang Etienne said with a smile. Tang Etienne chuckled. "But this is a shop in Beijing, so I can only make do with one bottle." Xiao Ruofei deliberately exaggerated and said, "A bottle of Pétal Sauvignon that costs more than 80,000 yuan is only making do? Big brother Tang, don't scare me." Tang Etienne laughed and said, "Ruofei, don't pretend to be poor in front of me." Everyone sat and chatted for a while, and then the dishes were served. The waiter took out the bottle of Pétal Sauvignon that cost more than 80,000 yuan and asked Tang Etienne to check it. After getting Tang Etienne's permission, he opened the bottle. "Come. Let's drink first." Tang Etienne raised his goblet and said with a smile, "To our reunion in Beijing." Ding, everyone clinked their glasses, took a sip of the red wine, and then began to enjoy the exquisite French meal. Tang Etienne and Jennifer were both people with very high EQ, so the atmosphere of the meal was very good. Moreover, they were very considerate of Feng Jing's feelings. From time to time, they would find topics that both of them were interested in, so Feng Jing quickly dispelled her nervousness. Xiao Ruofei, on the other hand, was not reserved. In addition to chatting with Tang Etienne and his wife, he also talked to Tang Haoren from time to time. However, because Feng Jing was present, Xiao Ruofei did not mention anything about cultivation. Tang Haoren seemed to have matured a lot. His attitude toward Xiao Ruofei was very respectful, and at the same time, there was a strong intimacy. Tang Etienne asked, "By the way, Ruofei, why did you come to Beijing on a business trip this time? You said on the phone this morning that something unexpected happened. Is there anything I can help you with?" When Feng Jing heard this, she subconsciously looked at Jennifer, and her mind suddenly became active. However, Xiao Ruofei secretly shook his head at Feng Jing, and then said with a smile, "It's nothing, brother Tang. I can handle it myself." Xiao Ruofei could naturally guess Feng Jing's thoughts. Jennifer was a world-class celebrity. Compared to Jennifer, a small-time celebrity like Dong Xinyu was like an ordinary working class compared to a billionaire. In other words, there was no comparison at all. Feng Jing's mind was filled with the matter of the spokesperson these days. When she saw that Xiao Ruofei and the Tang couple were so familiar with each other, she naturally came up with the idea of asking Jennifer to be the spokesperson. If she could get a superstar like Jennifer to be the spokesperson, even if she had to spend 10 times the endorsement fee of Dong Xinyu, it would be very worth it. It was understandable that Feng Jing would have such an idea, but Xiao Ruofei couldn't and didn't want to do so. He believed that if he asked, Jennifer would definitely agree. However, Xiao Ruofei also knew very well that Jennifer had already retired from the entertainment industry. Moreover, she was Tang Etienne's wife and had already successfully changed her career. How could he let her do such a thing? Even if Tang Etienne didn't mind, Xiao Ruofei couldn't do it. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei directly said that it was just a small problem before Feng Jing. Tang Etienne saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't want to talk about this topic in depth, so he naturally wouldn't keep asking. Moreover, he vaguely knew about Xiao Ruofei's magical ability, so he felt that there was nothing that could be difficult for Xiao Ruofei. As for Feng Jing, she naturally followed Xiao Ruofei's lead. Although she didn't understand a little, she believed that Xiao Ruofei must have a reason for doing so, so she obediently shut her mouth. Tang Etienne smiled and nodded. Okay, if you need any help, don't hesitate to ask me. Of course not. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, by the way, brother Tang, sister-in-law, I should have nothing to do for the next 2 days. Why don't we visit the scenic spots in the capital of Huaxia together? Okay. Before Tang Etian and his wife could speak, Tang Houran said happily, Master, I've wanted to go to the Great Wall for a long time. Dad said that if you can't go to the Great Wall, then you're not a real man. Xia Ruofei laughed and said, Houran, if you want to be a real man, it's very easy. Master will take you to the Great Wall tomorrow. Okay. Tang Houran nodded heavily. Xia Ruofei casually brought up the matter of the failure to find a brand ambassador for the Yuji cream brand. Everyone tacitly stopped talking about this topic. Tang Etienne was also very happy to see Xia Ruofei and unknowingly drank a lot of red wine. On Dong Xinyu's side, the three of them also drank a lot of wine. After a few glasses of wine, Dong Xinyu's face was flushed red, making her look even more charming and charming. Li Yao's heart was also shaken when he saw her, and his eyes were burning. Fang Hongli said sweetly, President Li, about the endorsement contract. Li Yao laughed and said, Don't worry. I've been eyeing Miss Dong for a long time. I brought the contract. You can sign it if there's no problem. After that, Li Yao took out 2 copies of the contract from his handbag and handed them over. Fang Hongli and Dong Xinyu hurriedly took a copy each. At first glance, they found that the terms in the contract were indeed the same as what Li Yao had said before. It was a 3-year contract with an annual endorsement fee of 3 million yuan, and the annual endorsement fee would increase proportionally every year. At the end of the contract, there was Li Yao's signature and the seal of Huaxia. Dong Xinyu smiled and rolled her eyes at Li Yao and said, President Li, you're so bad. You've already prepared the contract, but you refuse to take it out. You're making me feel uneasy. Li Yao laughed and grabbed Dong Xinyu's white and tender hand. He squinted and said, I admire Miss Dong, don't I? I'm afraid that Miss Dong won't want to talk to me after signing the contract. Dong Xinyu let Li Yao rub her hand and said sweetly, How can that be? After signing the contract, I'm yours. How can I dare to ignore you? Li Yao couldn't help but laugh. He was just joking and didn't worry about that at all. He was also not afraid that Dong Xinyu would go back on her words after signing the contract. A small star like Dong Xinyu definitely wouldn't dare to play tricks in front of Li Yao. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to survive. Miss Dong, is there any problem with the contract? Li Yao said, Sign it if there's no problem. Dong Xinyu quickly said, No problem, no problem. After that, she exchanged a look with Fang Hongli. Then, she took out a pen and signed her name at the end of the contract. Then, she pressed the ink pad that Li Yao had already prepared and stamped the name that she had just signed with a bright red fingerprint. Li Yao smiled and said, Miss Dong, Miss Fang, happy cooperation. I look forward to working with you. Dong Xinyu said happily. Li Yao smiled and said, Miss Dong, I have already booked a room at the Sheraton. Can we talk about the specific arrangements for the endorsement tonight? Dong Xinyu glanced at Li Yao coquettishly and said, Okay. Boss Li, you have to give me some pointers. I'm afraid I won't do well. Haha. Well said, well said. Li Yao said happily. Both parties received a contract and sat and chatted for a while before Li Yao got up and went to the bathroom. At this moment, his heart was burning with passion. He wanted to quickly pay the bill and then take Dong Xinyu to Sheraton to enjoy this young and beautiful star. Tang Etienne came out of the bathroom and was washing his hands in front of the tap when he suddenly heard a surprised voice. Mr. Tang. He straightened up and looked back. He was stunned for a second or two before he smiled and said, You are President Li from Yaf, right? Yes, Mr. Tang, you have a good memory. Li Yao said, feeling flattered. So, Mr. Tang is also having dinner at Zola today. We are really fated to meet. Tang Etienne and Li Yao were not familiar with each other. However, the executives of the Yaf Group's Japanese headquarters did not attend the Entrepreneur Summit this time. Li Yao was representing the Yaf Group. At the banquet organized by the summit, Li Yao took the initiative to toast Tang Etienne a few glasses of wine and politely handed over his business card. Therefore, Tang Etienne had some impression of him. This was because the banquet was held last night. If it had been longer, Tang Etienne would have forgotten about Li Yao. He was a super-rich man with a net worth of more than 10 billion yuan and one of the giants in the Australian retail industry. Although Li Yao's position was not bad, he was only a senior employee of the YAF Group. Although Li Yao could be the general manager of the Xianxia region, he definitely had shares, dividends, and a generous annual salary. However, compared to Tang Etienne, it was naturally a world of difference. Therefore, the fact that Tang Etienne still remembered his name already made Li Yao feel honored and flattered. Tang Etienne smiled and said, "Hello, President Li." "Hello, Mr. Tang." Li Yao asked humbly, "Where is Mr. Tang?" "I'll go over and propose a toast later." Tang Etienne smiled faintly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, President Li. We are just a small family gathering." "President Li, you don't have to be so polite." No, it's my pleasure. It's fate that brought us together." Li Yao hastily said. Tang Etienne said, "There's really no need, President Li. I still have something to do. Please excuse me." Okay. "Goodbye, Mr. Tang." Li Yao said. Tang Etienne walked away. Li Yao was not even in the mood to go to the bathroom. He directly walked back to Dong Xinyu and Fang Hongli. He picked up the red wine glass and said, "Miss Dong, Miss Fang, I just met a noble. Come with me to propose a toast." Although Tang Etienne had declined, Li Yao felt that at least he would not be offended if he went over to propose a toast. After all, one does not slap a smiling face. In Xianxia, it was all about reciprocity. Many relationships were slowly established in this way. What's more, there was an important reason that made Li Yao want to get close to him no matter what. Dong Xinyu was about to star in Angel of the End, and the biggest investor was the entertainment company under the Maya Group. It was said that this entertainment company was also personally managed by Tang Etienne's wife, the international superstar Jennifer. The producer of was naturally appointed by the Maya Entertainment Company. Li Yao naturally wanted to bring Dong Xinyu over to propose a toast and show his face to Tang Etienne unexpectedly at Zola Western Restaurant. On one hand, he could show his strength and maybe let Dong Xinyu unlock more positions. On the other hand, Li Yao was looking forward to befriending a super-rich man like Tang Etienne. Dong Xinyu and Fang Hongli also quickly picked up their wine glasses and stood up. Dong Xinyu was almost glued to Li Yao. She asked sweetly, "President Li, who is this big shot?" Li Yao endured the scorching flames in his heart and moved to the side. He said, "When we get there, don't be like this. You are a pure and innocent star." Li Yao was afraid that Dong Xinyu would not take it seriously and spoil the matter. He immediately said, "The person I'm taking you to see is the founder of Australia's Maya Group, Mr. Tang Etienne." Dong Xinyu was a half-famous star. How could she know Tang Etienne's identity? However, seeing Li Yao take it seriously, she did not dare to neglect and quickly said, "Understood, President Li." Li Yao looked at Dong Xinyu and knew that she did not know Tang Etienne's identity, so he continued, "You should know Maya Entertainment, right?" Dong Xinyu immediately said, "Of course. President Li, among the co-investors of Maya Entertainment's investment is the largest. Could it be that this Maya Group?" Li Yao said proudly, "Maya Entertainment is just a subsidiary of Maya Group. And Mr. Tang Etienne's wife is the real person in charge of Maya Entertainment. You will definitely be shocked if I tell you. President Li, don't keep me in suspense. Quickly give me some pointers." Dong Xinyu said sweetly, "Lest I offend a noble person without knowing." Li Yao slightly raised his chin and said, "Mr. Tang's wife is the famous international superstar, Jennifer, who was once the movie queen of 3 major film festivals. She is also the head of Maya Entertainment." After saying this, a reserved look appeared on Li Yao's face, as if he was proud of Tang Etienne and Jennifer's achievements. Dong Xinyu was suddenly stunned. Her mouth was so wide open that an egg could be put in it. After a long while, she came back to her senses and quickly asked, "President Li, is Jennifer also here?" Li Yao said, "Of course. So you have to perform well in a while. If Jennifer is optimistic about you, your future will be limitless. Even adding more scenes in won't be a problem at all." Dong Xinyu and Fang Hongli looked at each other. Both of them showed ecstasy. Dong Xinyu quickly said, yes. Thank you for your guidance, President Li." Li Yao said with a smile, well said, well said. Miss Dong, as long as you work hard, I guarantee that your future will be very smooth. I still have some connections in the entertainment industry. Li Yao emphasized the word attentively. Dong Xinyu understood what he meant. She immediately winked at Li Yao coquettishly and said, rest assured, President Li. I know what I should do. Haha. Let's go. Li Yao said, remember to pay attention to the image of a fair maiden. Although Tang Etienne did not tell Li Yao where his seat was, Zola Western Restaurant was only so big. Moreover, Li Yao had paid special attention to the direction Tang Etienne was walking in when he was at the bathroom door, so it was easy to find him. Tang Etienne didn't take the coincidence just now to heart. After returning to his seat, he was still in a good mood chatting with Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Jennifer's Chinese was not bad, but her spoken Chinese was slightly worse. However, it was no problem for her to communicate normally. She also liked to use idioms. Although sometimes she didn't use them accurately, it often produced a very funny effect. Feng Jing also took the opportunity to ask Tang Etienne about business matters. Naturally, Tang Etienne told her everything he knew. Therefore, the atmosphere at the table was quite relaxed and cheerful. Tang Etienne was talking to Xiao Ruofei about the Taoyuan Company's abalone auction. When he saw Li Yao and the other two coming from the opposite side, he couldn't help but secretly frown. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing had their backs facing Li Yao and the other two. In order to ensure privacy, the back of this kind of booth was very high. Therefore, the two of them didn't know that Li Yao, Dong Xinyu, and Feng Hongli were coming over. Of course, Li Yao and the other two naturally couldn't see Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. Mr. Tang, Mrs. Tang. Li Yao didn't have the faint sense of superiority that he had in front of Dong Xinyu. He said with a warm smile, we came over to propose a toast. Although Tang Etienne didn't like Li Yao's behavior, he didn't hit a smiling person. He smiled faintly and said, President Li is too polite. After speaking, Tang Etienne reached out and picked up the wine glass. Li Yao suddenly frowned and fiercely glared at Dong Xinyu. What kind of occasion is this? In front of us is a world-class tycoon, Tang Etienne. This woman was too rude to be so flustered. This kind of small star is really not presentable. Li Yao secretly said in his heart. He had begun to regret bringing Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli here. However, when he saw Dong Xinyu's dumbstruck appearance and followed her gaze, he suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't help but stare with his mouth wide open. Naturally, the three of them saw Xiao Ruofei with a playful look on his face and Feng Jing with a slight frown on her face. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing had their backs to the direction they came from. The back of the booth was also very high. In addition, Li Yao also knew that Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were from a small company in the southeast province. He simply didn't think that these two people were actually qualified to eat at the same table with Tang Etienne. Therefore, when they saw Xiao Ruofei and Dong Xinyu, Li Yao, Dong Xinyu, and Feng Hongli seemed to have been immobilized. Dong Xinyu's mood at this moment was extremely frightened. She was about to play the role of the second female lead in Angel of the End, which happened to be funded by Tang Etienne's Maya Entertainment. Just now, in the booth over there, Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli didn't put Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing in their eyes at all. They thought that offending such a small company would not affect them at all. But they didn't expect that these two small bosses in their eyes were actually drinking and chatting with the world-class tycoon, Tang Etienne, while they foolishly bumped into the muzzle of the gun. Dong Xinyu's throat moved up and down a few times, but she didn't make any sound. Her body trembled slightly as she looked at Xiao Ruofei with a trace of pleading in her eyes. If he hadn't seen her arrogant and rude appearance before, Xiao Ruofei might have really been deceived by such an illusion and then have a trace of compassion. But now, Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't have any sympathy. Feng Hongli was also frightened, standing there in a daze, not knowing what to do. How sharp was Tang Etienne's gaze? As soon as he saw the expressions of the three people opposite him, he immediately raised his eyebrows and asked, Ruofei, do you know Director Li and the others? Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, we just met once. We don't know each other. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei did not complain in front of Tang Etienne, the three of them felt slightly relieved. It wasn't that Xiao Ruofei was magnanimous, but that he couldn't be bothered to do so. At the same time, he didn't know what relationship Tang Etienne had with these three people. Furthermore, Tang Etienne's base camp was in Australia after all. He didn't want to make things difficult for Tang Etienne because of his own matters. However, even though Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, Feng Jing couldn't help but feel indignant. Just now, it was Xiao Ruofei who persuaded her for a long time that she slowly calmed down. Now that she saw Dong Xinyu and Feng Hongli, all the previous unhappiness welled up in her heart again. Feng Jing curled her lips and said, "Mr. Tang, Miss Dong is such a big star. We're not worthy of her." Dong Xinyu almost slumped down when she heard this. She was at a loss. No matter how slow Tang Etienne was, he could also see that Xiao Ruofei and Dong Xinyu were not on good terms with each other. Not to mention, Tang Etienne was not slow at all. He immediately frowned slightly and asked, "Ruofei, what's going on?" Xiao Ruofei smiled lightly and said, "It's nothing, big brother Tang. You don't have to worry about this matter. I can handle it myself." Tang Etienne's face sank when he heard this. He pretended to be angry and said, "Ruofei, you don't treat me as a brother. Am I, Tang Etienne, a person who's afraid of trouble? Do you think that since we're not in Australia, my words don't matter?" When the trio heard this, they were so scared that their faces turned pale, especially Dong Xinyu. Her body couldn't help but tremble. If it weren't for Feng Hongli supporting her, she would have collapsed directly to the ground. This small boss of a company in the countryside actually called Mr. Tang a brother. What kind of person did I provoke? Dong Xinyu wailed in her heart. At this time, her intestines were green with regret. If she hadn't courted disaster by agreeing to be the spokesperson of the Taoyuan company but was tempted by Li Yao's conditions and directly changed her mind before signing the contract, she would have been the brand ambassador of the Taoyuan company by now. If that had been the case, she would have been able to establish a relationship with the boss of Maya Entertainment. Looking at how familiar Xiao Ruofei was with the Tang couple, if he had said something, it might have been possible for her to directly play the female lead. But now, not only had all of this come to naught, but she had also offended Xiao Ruofei. It was hard to say whether the movie Angel of the End would be a success or not. The difference between heaven and hell could be the difference between heaven and hell. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Big brother Tang, I didn't mean that, then tell me what's going on." Tang Etienne said flatly. Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing with some blame and said helplessly, "Big brother Tang, we came to Beijing on a business trip this time to find a brand ambassador for the company's new product." Previously, Manager Feng had investigated and negotiated remotely and basically finalized the candidate. Tang Etienne glanced at the absent-minded Dong Xinyu and asked, "Did you decide on this, Miss Dong?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "But in the end, due to some reasons, we didn't sign the contract." Tang Etienne looked at Li Yao meaningfully. Although Xiao Ruofei did not explain it clearly, with his wisdom, he had already guessed what had happened. Li Yao suddenly felt as if there was a knife on his back and hurriedly said, "Mr. Xia, I didn't know that your company had reached a verbal agreement with Miss Dong. I was rash about this matter. Please forgive me. We will terminate the contract with Miss Dong immediately." Dong Xinyu also came to her senses at this time and quickly said, "Mr. Xia, Miss Feng, I am willing to endorse the products of the Taoyuan company. Please give me a chance. I don't want the endorsement fee. I will endorse for free." Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly, but before he could speak, Jennifer, who had been silent all this time, suddenly said, "This Miss Dong, why does she look a little familiar?" Dong Xinyu suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. If it weren't for today's incident, she would have been recognized by the head of Maya Entertainment and the world-class superstar Jennifer. It would probably be enough for her to brag about for several years. But in this case, she would rather Jennifer not recognize her at all. Under Jennifer's burning gaze, Dong Xinyu showed a smile that was uglier than crying and said in fear, "Ms. Jennifer, I am Dong Xinyu, the actress of Lu Yao in Angel of the End." Jennifer suddenly remembered. No wonder she felt that she had seen Dong Xinyu somewhere before. Angel of the End was the first time that the Maya company had tried to cooperate with the domestic distributor of Huaxia. They had invited a Hollywood gold medal screenwriter to personally direct the movie. Many characters in the movie were from Huaxia, and the story was also set in Huaxia. During the casting, although Jennifer didn't do it herself, The information of the selected actors had to be reported to her in the end, so she had seen Dong Sinyu's makeup photos. Dong Sinyu was still looking at Jennifer eagerly, hoping that this matter wouldn't be too bad. After all, Xia Ruofei didn't mention the details of the conflict just now, and although Feng Jing looked very indignant, she didn't speak again, so Tang Etian and Jennifer didn't know her ugly face when facing Xia Ruofei and Feng Jing just now. And she felt that her attitude of admitting her mistake just now was very good, so there was still a trace of luck in her heart. What Dong Sinyu didn't expect was that after Jennifer nodded slightly, she immediately looked serious and said flatly, "Miss Dong Sinyu, on behalf of Maya Entertainment, I officially inform you that you have been fired from the cast of Angel of the End. We will be reselecting the second female lead." Dong Sinyu was suddenly dumbfounded, and her agent, Fang Hongli, next to her, was also stunned with a pale face. This Jennifer is really too decisive. The movie Angel of the End was too important for Dong Sinyu, who had just started to become a star. It could be said that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a talent show star like her to get such an opportunity. When it was confirmed that she could star in Angel of the End, Dong Sinyu was almost floating, as if she could see the scene of herself on the star-studded red carpet in the not-too-distant future. She didn't expect that all of this would turn into a bubble just because of a small conflict. After Dong Sinyu came back to her senses, she quickly begged, "Miss Jennifer, It's just a misunderstanding between Mr. Xia and me. I already know that I was wrong. Please. Don't fire me." Then Dong Sinyu grabbed Xia Ruofei's hand and said, "Mr. Xia, I didn't recognize you just now. Please forgive me and help me say something. I can't lose this opportunity. I'm willing to be your company's spokesperson for free, and I can sign for as many years as I want." Xia Ruofei broke away from Dong Sinyu's hand with some disgust and said lightly, "Miss Dong, it's impossible for our company to hire a dishonest and immoral person to be our spokesperson." Dong Sinyu's heart sank to the bottom, and her tears flowed down. She cried and said, "Miss Jennifer, I already know that I was wrong. Please give me another chance." Fang Hongli, who was on the side, held Dong Sinyu tightly and kept begging for mercy. Li Yao, the initiator, had already stepped back a few steps with a pale face. He didn't even dare to plead for mercy. Jennifer frowned slightly and said, "Miss Dong, you are also a public figure. Please pay attention to your image. You can go back first. The crew will send you an official notice soon." "Dong Sinyu, what are you talking about?" Li Yao was both shocked and angry as he hurriedly shouted. "Am I wrong? Isn't it my freedom to choose which company I want to endorse?" Dong Sinyu also threw caution to the wind. Anyway, she had already lost the role. Could it be worse than this? Jennifer shrugged and said, "Of course. Then whoever Angel of the End chooses to be the second female lead is also our freedom." Dong Sinyu was suddenly stunned. The words she had just said in exasperation had been used by Jennifer to slap her face in the blink of an eye. Her chest was heaving up and down as she said angrily, I was officially selected through the selection of the crew. How can you go back on your words?" Jennifer still had an indifferent expression as she asked, "Have we signed a contract?" I have signed an actor's contract." Dong Sinyu suddenly became spirited. "So?" Jennifer curled her lips and asked, "Did you get the contract signed and sealed by our company?" All the actors' contracts were still at the headquarters of Maya Entertainment. Jennifer had not signed it herself, nor did she use the company's seal. How could Dong Sinyu have gotten it? Dong Sinyu choked all of a sudden. She held it in for a long time before she said resentfully, "Even if I didn't officially sign the contract, I participated in several rounds of the selection of the crew. It was you who informed me that I was officially hired. You are going back on your words." Jennifer shrugged and said, "Yes, just like what you did to Mr. Xia and the Taoyuan company, we will follow the contract." Dong Sinyu was suddenly rendered completely speechless by this sentence. Yes. If she could do it, why couldn't others do it? The cycle of justice and retribution were exactly what people like her were talking about. Only now did Dong Sinyu realize that the reason why Jennifer was willing to tell her so much was because she had been playing with her. The purpose was to give her a taste of her own medicine. Although except for the sudden outburst at the end, Dong Sinyu had always looked pitiful, like a little wife who had been wronged, but Jennifer was not moved at all. Jennifer was very clear that a mysterious person like Xiao Ruofei would not deliberately target Dong Xinyu. Moreover, seeing Feng Jing's angry expression, she also knew that Dong Xinyu must have made Xiao Ruofei very angry. It was just that Xiao Ruofei did not want to trouble the couple, so he had always maintained an indifferent attitude. But Xiao Ruofei did not want to trouble them. Jennifer could not do nothing. The life of her beloved son, Tang Haoran, was saved by Xiao Ruofei, and now Xiao Ruofei was Tang Haoran's master. How could she not do anything when this artist had offended Xiao Ruofei? Dong Xinyu was just the second female lead. This kind of half-famous little star was everywhere on the street. With Maya Entertainment's golden signboard and the luxurious lineup of Angel of the End, as long as the news was released, they could find a more suitable role than Dong Xinyu in minutes. Therefore, Jennifer did not hesitate at all and directly fired Dong Xinyu from the crew. Dong Xinyu's chest rose and fell violently. Her fingers were tightly twisted together, and her pale face reflected the strong fluctuations in her heart at the moment. Dong Xinyu understood that the film Angel of the End had no fate with her. Her biggest opportunity since her debut, the opportunity to make her soar, had completely disappeared. Extreme disappointment and regret were intertwined. Suddenly, Dong Xinyu showed a crazy expression and said bitterly, "Isn't it just a lousy film? If you don't let me act in it, I'll just break up with you. I'll go to the media now to expose the dark secrets of the crew." Haha. Dong Xinyu was still very young, and she had not encountered any setbacks since her debut. The incident this time had caused her to be mentally distorted. Feng Hongli and Li Yao's faces suddenly changed. Dong Xinyu actually dared to talk nonsense in front of Tang Yitian and his wife. This was completely a broken jar. "Xinyu." Feng Hongli hurriedly pulled Dong Xinyu's clothes and shouted. Li Yao also said loudly, "Dong Xinyu, are you crazy? Hurry up and apologize to Mr. and Mrs. Tang." "Apologize? Ha ha ha. Why should I apologize?" Dong Xinyu glared at Li Yao with red eyes and said, "I don't want to act in their film anymore." "What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it just some stinky money? This is Huaxia. Do you think 2 Australians can shut me out?" Jennifer's face immediately darkened, while Tang Yitian frowned slightly and shot a sharp look at Dong Xinyu. In Dong Xinyu's opinion, no matter how rich Tang Yitian and Jennifer were, they were just local tycoons in Australia. This film was funded by their company, so they could decide whether to stay or leave with a single word. But in the end, their power was not in Huaxia. She had already lost the role in Angel of the End, and the situation could not be worse. That was why she was so unscrupulous. Of course, at the same time, she threw away all her disguises and exposed all the bad things in her nature. In fact, a small star like her could be easily suppressed even by Li Yao, who had a certain amount of connections in the business and entertainment circles, let alone a world-class tycoon like Tang Yitian. Even if Tang Yitian's company was based in Australia, as long as he said a word, a lot of people in China would be willing to listen to him. Dong Xinyu was too naive. Li Yao knew the severity of the matter. He thought that Dong Xinyu had gone crazy and would not listen to him at all, so after giving Dong Xinyu a fierce look, he immediately bowed to Tang Yitian and said, "Mr. Tang, our company will immediately terminate the contract with Dong Xinyu. On behalf of the Yafa Group, I would like to express my sincerest apologies for what happened." "Terminate the contract?" Dong Xinyu said crazily, "Do you think you can terminate the contract just because you say so? We just signed a 3-year contract. You can terminate the contract if you want. Pay me 5 million yuan as stipulated in the contract." "Dong Xinyu. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you," Li Yao said with a ferocious look. His intestines were about to turn green with regret. If he hadn't brought a lunatic like Dong Xinyu to see Tang Yitian, none of this would have happened. The current situation was completely out of his control. "Haha. Didn't Maya Entertainment say that I don't have a contract?" Dong Xinyu said with a carefree smile, "I just signed the contract with Yafu. The contract is still in my bag. Boss Li, you can't be so forgetful, right? Enough." Xiao Ruofei, who had been silent all this time, suddenly slammed the table and shouted. The slap was so loud that it startled Dong Xinyu. Her crazy smile couldn't help but freeze. Xiao Ruofei said coldly, "Don't talk about your stupid business with the Yafa Group here. We're going to eat now." Get the hell away from me. Dong Xinyu's series of actions today made Xia Ruofei extremely disgusted with her. The most important thing was that Xia Ruofei could see that Tang Etienne and Jennifer were also angry. Xia Ruofei had never wanted to trouble the Tang couple. Jennifer had just fired Dong Xinyu from the cast, so Xia Ruofei could still accept it. If the Tang couple were to use their connections to deal with Dong Xinyu, Xia Ruofei would feel that it would be a bit too troublesome for them. It was something that he could solve himself, so there was no need to involve the Tang couple. In addition, Dong Xinyu had just said that she would expose it to the media. The entertainment media now had no integrity at all. As long as it was news that could attract attention, they would rush like a flock of ducks. If Dong Xinyu was allowed to go out and talk nonsense, it might have a negative impact on the film Angel of the End. Although this possibility was slim, after all, the Maya group was very powerful. It was not difficult to deal with such a public relations incident. However, Xia Ruofei did not want to affect Tang Etienne because of this. Otherwise, he would feel even more guilty. Therefore, when Dong Xinyu said those words, Xia Ruofei had already sentenced Dong Xinyu's path to stardom to death in her heart. Dong Xinyu glanced at Xia Ruofei disdainfully and said, "Tsk. I like to say it here. It's none of your business." Just now, she was begging Xia Ruofei for forgiveness and was even willing to endorse the Taoyuan company for free. But when she confirmed that she had no hope of acting in Angel of the End, she completely changed her face and spoke unscrupulously. Xia Ruofei said indifferently, "Dong Xinyu, you can't blame others for your own death. Just wait to be banned." Dong Xinyu sneered and said disdainfully, "Ban me? Just based on you, a small country boss?" I'm dying of laughter. If you didn't know Tang Etienne, you would be nothing. Do you really think that you are a great person? Come on. Ban me. I'm so scared. Ha ha ha. Xia Ruofei was too lazy to pay attention to this lunatic. It was just a matter of asking Song Rui to do this kind of thing, and his relationship with Song Rui was like that of a brother. There was no psychological pressure to ask him to do something. So, Xia Ruofei directly took out his mobile phone and dialed Song Rui's cell phone in front of everyone. The phone rang twice, and Song Rui picked it up. Before Xia Ruofei could speak, Song Rui said in surprise, "Ruofei, I was just about to call you." "You called me, kid. Do you have to be so tacit?" "Let me tell you, the day after tomorrow." Xia Ruofei directly interrupted Song Rui and said, "We'll talk about your matter later. There is a small star called Dong Xinyu, who seems to be from a talent show." "Which company is she from?" Xia Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and asked the last sentence. Feng Jing personally followed up on the endorsement matters in the early stages, so she was naturally quite familiar with Dong Xinyu's situation. Feng Jing said without hesitation, "Xinkan Media." When Xia Ruofei used the word very twice, Song Rui couldn't help but laugh. "Oh. What did this unlucky kid do to make you angry?" In Song Rui's impression, Xia Ruofei had always been a very peaceful person. He didn't put on airs with his subordinates and was very loyal to his friends. As long as others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't be too calculative. Today, Xia Ruofei's tone was so harsh. Obviously, this little star named Dong Xinyu had greatly offended Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei said, "You don't have to worry about that. Just tell me if you can do it or not." "Nonsense. It's not a big deal." Song Rui said indifferently. "It's a matter of a phone call. Leave it to me." "Okay. I'll wait for your news." Xia Ruofei said. "Thanks." "Hey. You don't have to be so polite with me." Song Rui said. "Okay. I'll make the call first. And the sooner the better." Xia Ruofei said, and then he hung up the phone. In a big house in Beijing, Song Rui began to look for a number in his phone's address book after hanging up the phone. As he was looking, he suddenly stopped and said to himself, "F***ck. I haven't said anything yet." That kid hung up the phone. But he quickly waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I'll just help him first. This guy is really hard to please." Zola Western Restaurant. After Xia Ruofei hung up the phone, Dong Xinyu immediately sneered and said, "What are you pretending to be? You think you can scare me with a phone call? Childish. Dong Xinyu heard Xiao Ruofei say that he wanted to completely ban her over the phone. She didn't believe it from the bottom of her heart. She thought that if Xiao Ruofei really had the ability to do so, would it be so difficult for him to find an image spokesperson? If he had such a strong network in the entertainment industry, he could easily find a star 10 times more popular than her to endorse him. Dong Xinyu didn't know that in fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't have any connections in the entertainment industry, but his connections were all in charge of the entertainment industry. Xiao Ruofei did have a way to find a star more popular than her to endorse him, but Xiao Ruofei didn't want to do that. Most of the time, he still wanted to run his company through normal business operations. Xiao Ruofei's SS didn't respond. He didn't even glance at Dong Xinyu and said directly to Tang Yitian, "Big brother Tang, it's too noisy here. Why don't we go?" Tang Yitian chuckled and said, "Okay. We're all done eating." After saying that, Tang Yitian gestured to the waiter who had been paying attention to them. The waiter quickly came over with a tray with today's bill on it. Tang Yitian took out a credit card with a smile and put it on the tray. Then, he took out a $100 bill from his wallet and put it on the tray. "Thank you for your hard work." The $100 bill was for the waiter. The waiter quickly bowed slightly and said, "Thank you, sir." Although the Zola Western restaurant was very high class and the waiter received a lot of tips every day, there weren't many generous customers who gave him $100 at once, which surprised him very much. The waiter took Tang Yitian's credit card to the cashier to pay the bill, while Xiao Ruofei and the others ignored Dong Xinyu and the others. They just chatted and waited. No one cared about Dong Xinyu's unreasonable behavior, so she felt a little bored. She snorted and said, "I'm going to find the media to expose this. The Australians are suppressing Huaxia's actors. This news should be interesting to many media outlets. When the time comes, Huaxia will boycott this movie. I'll see how much your box office sales will be." Tang Yitian and Jennifer didn't even lift their eyelids. They were still smiling and chatting with Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing about the taste of tonight's main dishes. Dong Xinyu's threat didn't affect Tang Yitian and Jennifer at all, not to mention that they had absolute confidence in Xiao Ruofei. They weren't stupid enough to think that Xiao Ruofei's call just now was just a bluff to regain some face or scare Dong Xinyu. Tang Yitian and Jennifer had witnessed Xiao Ruofei's magical ability with their own eyes. How could such a strange person do such a boring thing? Dong Xinyu gritted her teeth and walked out of the room. Feng Hongli also anxiously stamped her feet and quickly chased after her. Li Yao was the most embarrassed one. He was in a difficult position today. He awkwardly said some words of apology to Tang Yitian and the others. Xiao Ruofei also had a very bad impression of Li Yao, not to mention that Li Yao worked in a Japanese company. This made Xiao Ruofei even more disgusted, so his attitude towards Li Yao was also very cold. Tang Yitian was too lazy to pretend to be polite with Li Yao, so he just responded with a few words. Li Yao knew that today's grudge had been formed. If he wanted to remedy it, he could only wait until later. So he helplessly bowed slightly to Tang Yitian and quickly left Zola Western restaurant. Dong Xinyu walked out of the restaurant and quickly walked towards the parking lot. Feng Hongli trotted after her and said with some worry, "Xinyu, you were too impulsive today. A rich man like Tang Yitian isn't someone we can afford to offend." Dong Xinyu stopped and said with her eyes wide open, "Sister Feng, why are you blaming me too? Do you think I want to offend them? They're the ones who took things too far and didn't give me any chance at all. What's the difference between offending them or not? There was a kind of person in the world who would always look for the reason from others when something happened, but never see their own problems. Dong Xinyu was obviously such a person." Feng Hongli shook her head helplessly. Unlike some powerful agents, Feng Hongli's qualifications were not deep. Among the artists under her, only Dong Xinyu was slightly better, so she had always been very accommodating to Dong Xinyu. Dong Xinyu was also the one who took the lead in the work. At this moment, Feng Hongli's cell phone rang. She took it out and looked at the caller ID, then looked up and said to Dong Xinyu, "Xianxia Satellite TV's producer Lu, pick it up." Dong Xinyu said, "He must want me to record some program." Feng Hongli nodded and pressed the answer button. She greeted very warmly, "Hello, Producer Lu." "What?" She didn't know what Producer Lu said on the other end of the phone, but Feng Hongli's face changed greatly. Producer Lou, isn't this the job arranged last month? Well, I see. After hanging up the phone, Fang Hongli looked at Dong Xinyu and said in a low voice, Xinyu, the award-winning singer of Xianxia Satellite TV can't go to the concert tour. Dong Xinyu stood out in a singing talent show of Xianxia Satellite TV, and the TV station had specially arranged 9 concert tours for the top 8 award-winning singers this year. This was also to continue to promote these stars while the popularity of these talent shows was still there. These 9 concert tours were also the focus of Dong Xinyu's work in the second half of this year. Dong Xinyu's face suddenly changed and she said, "What's the matter? The concert is cancelled? How can they do this? The promotional video has already been shot. They can't do it just like that." Fang Hongli looked a little strange and said, "Xinyu, the concert will still be held, but you can't go, what?" Dong Xinyu was stunned this time as if she had been struck by lightning. Fang Hongli sighed and said, "Producer Liu said it was an urgent notice from above." "Xinyu, do you think it's that Mr. Xia? Impossible." Dong Xinyu's face became very ugly. He's just a small boss from the countryside. How can he have so much power? It must be a coincidence. Before Dong Xinyu's voice fell, Fang Hongli's cell phone rang again. A minute later, Fang Hongli said with a dignified expression, "Xinyu, the TV interview program we agreed on last week has been cancelled." Before Fang Hongli could finish her sentence, another call came in. Then Fang Hongli's cell phone almost didn't stop ringing. In just a few minutes, she received at least 8 or 9 calls, and every call brought bad news without exception. The MV was taken down from the website, the half-shot commercial was indefinitely delayed, and the organizers of the reality show withdrew the invitation. It was as if the whole world had abandoned Dong Xinyu. Dong Xinyu felt that she was going crazy, and at the same time, there was a kind of fear from the bottom of her heart. Was it really him? This idea began to grow uncontrollably. Soon, the cell phone rang again. Dong Xinyu couldn't help but tremble, she was now a little afraid of cell phone ringtones. This time, it was her own cell phone. It's Chairman Su. Dong Xinyu looked at the caller ID and couldn't help but say in a trembling voice. The caller was the chairman of Xingkan Media, who was also Dong Xinyu's big boss. "Hurry up and answer it." Fang Hongli already had an ominous premonition, but she still urged in a low voice. Dong Xinyu picked up the phone with trembling hands. Before she could say anything, Chairman Su's roar came through the phone. "Dong Xinyu. Who the hell did you offend? Even the head of the headquarters personally called to warn me." Dong Xinyu's mind went blank. She was already dizzy from the bad news that came one after another. She just said subconsciously, "Su. President Su. I don't know anything. I don't know anything." Chairman Su said impatiently, "B*TCH. Even if you want to die, don't drag the company down with you. I'm telling you, from now on, you're completely banned. Your contract with the company still has 5 years. If you appear on screen for even a second in these 5 years, I'll King change my surname to yours." After that, Chairman Su angrily hung up the phone. How could this be? How could this be? Dong Xinyu muttered to herself, looking like she had lost her soul. "Xinyu," Fang Hongli said with a pale face. "Did the higher-ups really ban you?" Dong Xinyu suddenly came to her senses. Her face was even a little ferocious as she said crazily, "Humph. Since they're so ruthless, don't blame me for not following the rules. I'll find the media to expose them. Xinyu. Be careful." Fang Hongli's face changed drastically. It was a double-edged sword to find the media to expose her dark secrets. She might be able to disgust the other party, but her own future would be ruined. Everyone in the circle would reject her, who would trust a big-mouthed lunatic. Dong Xinyu gritted her teeth and said, "I've already been banned. What's there to worry about? If they don't give me a way out, then they won't have it easy either." After that, Dong Xinyu ignored Fang Hongli's dissuasion and took out her mobile phone. She searched for the phone numbers of her friends in the media and called them. Fang Hongli opened her mouth, but in the end, she sighed and didn't continue to persuade her. However, in her heart, she had basically given up on Dong Xinyu. She knew very well that Dong Xinyu's future in the entertainment industry was completely ruined. Looking at the crazy Dong Xinyu, Fang Hongli even felt a little pity for her. Dong Xinyu was an actress, so when the phone was connected, she quickly changed her expression and said sweetly, "Hello, Chief Editor Chen." Chief Editor Chen's voice on the other end of the phone was very cold. "Miss Dong. What's the matter?" Dong Xinyu was unhappy. When she participated in the talent show finals and was at the peak of her popularity, these media reporters were all eager to curry favor with her. She didn't expect that Chief Editor Chen would start to act like this after such a short time. However, Dong Xinyu was still thinking about the exposure, so she didn't care too much. She said directly, "Chief Editor Chen, I have some hot news to provide you. It's about the movie Angel of the End." Every time she finished speaking, Chief Editor Chen directly interrupted her and said, "Miss Dong, I have a business meeting here. In addition, we are a serious media. We don't have much demand for entertainment news. I think you'd better find another media company." After that, Chief Editor Chen hung up the phone without waiting for Dong Xinyu to speak. Dong Xinyu couldn't help but be stunned. When had a reporter ever hung up on her? It was always these people who wanted to interview her with a smile. "Damn it, I don't believe that I can't contact the media without you, Chen Xiaoming," Dong Xinyu said coldly. She cursed under her breath as she searched for the phone numbers of her friends in the media. However, Dong Xinyu's face became more and more unsightly as she continued to make calls. These reporters and editors, who were usually very enthusiastic towards her, became very cold when they received her call. Some of them gave her a lukewarm reply, and some didn't even pick up the phone and directly hung up. Dong Xinyu was unwilling to give up and made more than 10 calls in a row. Finally, she gave up like a deflated balloon. She looked at Fang Hongli with an ashen face and said, "Sister Fang, the media, this is a complete ban." Fang Hongli murmured in horror. All her work, including concerts, interviews, reality shows, advertisements, and so on, had been cancelled. Even the media avoided her like snakes and scorpions. This kind of ban was really thorough. It was conceivable that from this moment on, Dong Xinyu, who was still a little famous, would suddenly disappear from the public eye. Any news about her would be blocked. Even if the media was so developed today, in the face of such a strong ban, Dong Xinyu would have no room to resist at all. Dong Xinyu opened the Weibo app on her phone with trembling hands. Sure enough, she could no longer log into her account. After entering the account password on the login screen, a prompt box appeared. "Your account has been temporarily suspended because it violated the relevant laws and regulations of the country. If you have any questions, please contact Weibo's customer service." Dong Xinyu felt as if her bones had been pulled out and she was completely limp. The funny thing was that she had just been talking nonsense and wanted to fight to the death. She wanted to use the media to smear the crew of Angel of the End and Taoyuan. She did not expect that with a casual phone call, she would not be able to say anything. Even if she said something, it would not be able to spread it. She was completely sealed. Xia Ruofei's young face appeared in Dong Xinyu's mind. Even if she had been mocking and ridiculing him, Xia Ruofei still looked indifferent. Dong Xinyu had thought that Xia Ruofei was fierce in appearance but weak in reality and had no confidence. Now it seemed that he didn't even bother to talk nonsense with her. In his eyes, she was not even a small shrimp. With a phone call, he controlled the future and fate of a star. It was simply a life and death situation. Dong Xinyu suddenly felt that she had behaved like a clown at Zola Western restaurant just now. Her lips trembled slightly and she murmured, "It's him. It must be him. Sister Fang, let's go apologize to Mr. Xia. Otherwise, it's really over." After that, Dong Xinyu stumbled and ran in the direction of Zola Western restaurant. Fang Hongli's mouth moved. She wanted to say that it was too late. But in the end, she didn't say it. She sighed deeply and quickly chased after her. Dong Xinyu had only run a few steps when she saw Li Yao walking in her direction angrily. When Li Yao saw Dong Xinyu, he immediately said loudly, "Dong Xinyu. Are you King crazy?" Dong Xinyu, who was in a daze, didn't even look at Li Yao. She wanted to beg Xia Ruofei for forgiveness, so she directly ran past Li Yao. "You!" Li Yao shouted angrily. "President Li, I'm sorry. Xinyu has just been completely banned." She is in a hurry to apologize to Mr. Xia. Feng Hongli hurriedly explained, we will apologize to you later. After saying that, Feng Hongli quickly chased after Dong Xinyu. Li Yao couldn't help but be stunned. How many minutes had it been since Mr. Xia made the phone call? Dong Xinyu had already been completely banned. It turned out that he had misjudged him. That Mr. Xia was also an awesome person. Li Yao thought about it again. How could a person who could call a big shot like Tang Yitian be just an ordinary small boss? Thinking of this, Li Yao couldn't help but smile bitterly. He really forgot to look at the almanac when he went out today. All kinds of unexpected disasters had happened. He helplessly shook his head and stepped toward the parking lot. The water was too muddy. Li Yao wanted to get out of it as soon as possible. He didn't want to sink deeper and deeper. In Zola Western Restaurant, the waiter swiped the card and gave the receipt to Tang Yitian to sign. Then, Tang Yitian, Xiao Ruofei, and the others got up and walked out. Just as they were walking out, Xiao Ruofei's phone rang. It was Song Ruwei calling. Hello, Song Ruwei. Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone and asked, is it done? Song Ruwei said casually, yeah, I talked to the General Administration of Press, Publication, Radio, Film and Television and emphasized that this person should be banned as thoroughly as possible. They should have already taken action. At this time, Xiao Ruofei also walked to the entrance of Zola Western Restaurant. As soon as he looked up, he saw Dong Xinyu, who was running back in a daze. He couldn't help but smile and said calmly, I think I can see the effect. I owe you one. Hey. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Song Ruwei said, Ruofei, Song Ruwei, I have something to take care of here, Xiao Ruofei said, when I'm done, I'll call you back. After that, Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone. Song Ruwei, who was in a big house in Beijing, heard the busy tone on the phone and couldn't help but laugh and scold, F***ck. This guy hangs up on me twice a day. I've just finished helping him with his business. Is he burning the bridge after crossing it? Really? However, Song Ruwei and Xiao Ruofei had such a close relationship, so naturally, he wouldn't get angry over this kind of thing. He also knew that Xiao Ruofei must have something to do, otherwise, he wouldn't have hung up in such a hurry. Besides, he wasn't in a hurry to find Xiao Ruofei, and it wasn't like he couldn't wait. Therefore, he was just saying it, but he didn't really blame Xiao Ruofei. At the entrance of Zola Western Restaurant, Xiao Ruofei had just put the phone in his pocket when Dong Xinyu ran in front of him with a frightened face. Mr. Xia, it was all my fault. Dong Xinyu said anxiously. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I beg you to forgive me. Don't ban me. Xiao Ruofei said faintly, every adult has to be responsible for their own actions. It's too late for you to say anything now. Dong Xinyu said with a sad face, no. Mr. Xia, I've worked so hard for so many years. If I'm banned, it'll all be over. Please let me go. I'll do anything you ask. I just beg you not to ban me. Dong Xinyu said as she tried to straighten her chest. Now, not to mention being the spokesperson for the Taoyuan company, as long as Xiao Ruofei said a word, she would do anything. As long as he didn't ban her, even if he asked her to give herself to him immediately, she wouldn't hesitate. It was a pity that Xiao Ruofei had no interest in such a woman. Dong Xinyu's coquettish behavior only made Xiao Ruofei feel even more disgusted. Xiao Ruofei didn't even lift his eyelids as he said faintly, it's not that I didn't give you a chance. You just didn't know how to grasp it. Go. No. Don't. Dong Xinyu grabbed Xiao Ruofei's clothes and said, Mr. Xia, please give me another chance. I really know that I'm wrong. Tang Yitian frowned slightly and raised his chin at the bodyguards who had been waiting at the entrance of Zola Western Restaurant. The men in black suits immediately understood and came forward, pulling Dong Xinyu away without any explanation. Dong Xinyu cried and struggled with all her might, but Tang Yitian, Xiao Ruofei, and the others had already gotten into the Mercedes-Benz RV. Soon, the door was closed and they left. The bodyguards then let go of Dong Xinyu and quickly got into another Mercedes-Benz car and followed them steadily. Dong Xinyu slumped to the ground. Her heart was like dead ashes, filled with despair. She knew very well that she was done for. From the moment Xiao Ruofei made that phone call, she was destined to never be in the entertainment industry. All her previous efforts were all in vain. Fang Hongli sighed and came over to help Dong Xinyu up. She said, "Xinyu, let's go back first." "Sister Fang, what should we do?" Dong Xinyu grabbed Fang Hongli's hand and said, "How about, we go and ask Mr. Su again? He has a lot of connections in the entertainment industry. Maybe he has a way." Fang Hongli said, "Let's go back first. Mr. Su is also angry now. We have to wait for him to cool down before we go to him." In fact, Fang Hongli was very clear that to complete such a thorough ban in such a short period of time, that Mr. Xiao's power was absolutely terrifying to the point that people like them could not imagine. Perhaps even their company's chairman Su would not be able to contend against him. What's more, even if he had the power, why would Mr. Su help Dong Xinyu? She was just a small star. It wouldn't be a big loss for him to ban her. Why would he take the risk of offending a big shot to help Dong Xinyu? Therefore, Fang Hongli knew that Dong Xinyu was done for. It was impossible for her to make a comeback. Since Dong Xinyu became famous, her personality had become more and more eccentric. She only had herself to blame for everything that had happened today. In the RV, Xiao Ruofei and the others didn't care about the episode at the door of the Western restaurant at all. In their eyes, a small star like Dong Xinyu was not important at all. If she hadn't made such a big fuss, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have been so heavy-handed. However, it was okay to ban her. She was just a small figure. A pitiful person must be hateful. Xiao Ruofei was not at the level of sympathy. Tang Etienne's family sent Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing back to the hotel first. Jennifer asked with a smile, "Xia, is your company looking for a spokesperson for the product? What do you think of me being the spokesperson? It just so happens that Angel of the End is going to start filming in Huaxia. I should be working in Huaxia. It won't be a problem for me to cooperate with your promotion." After hearing Jennifer's words, Feng Jing's face lit up with surprise and joy. However, she was disappointed. Because Xiao Ruofei quickly replied, "Sister-in-law, you have already left the entertainment industry. Now, you are the boss of an entertainment company. How could I trouble you to be the spokesperson? It's not suitable for you to show your face in public now." Tang Etienne said with a smile, "Ruofei, if your sister-in-law is willing, I have no problem with it. I have always been very supportive of Jennifer's career. I know. Brother Tang even opened an entertainment company for her." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he said seriously, "But it's really not necessary. I don't want her to make an exception for me." Xiao Ruofei knew that ever since Jennifer left the entertainment industry, she had completely stopped accepting endorsements and advertising jobs. Now that she had successfully changed her career, Xiao Ruofei would feel bad if he asked her to make a comeback under such circumstances. Even if Jennifer took the initiative to ask, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be able to get over it. Tang Etienne and Jennifer looked at each other. They could tell that Xiao Ruofei wasn't being polite. His attitude was very firm. So, after pondering for a moment, Jennifer said with a smile, "Okay, then forget it." Then, Jennifer asked with a smile, "But I want to see the relevant information about your new product." "That shouldn't be a problem, right?" "Of course," Xiao Ruofei said, then motioned to Feng Jing. Feng Jing immediately took out the introduction information about the jade skin ointment from her bag and handed it to Jennifer. Xiao Ruofei also smiled and took out a small porcelain bottle from his bag. He said, "Sister-in-law, this is the new product that our company is about to launch. I personally designed and developed it myself. Today, I brought it for you to try, but I was interrupted by Dong Xinyu just now, so I didn't have time to take it out." Jennifer looked pleasantly surprised. She took the jade skin ointment from Xiao Ruofei's hand and said, "Thank you, Xia." "You're welcome," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "I hope you can give us more valuable advice." Of course, of course." Jennifer carefully put away the small porcelain bottle. The car soon arrived at the Wangfujing Hilton Hotel where Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing were staying. To Feng Jing's surprise, the Tang family didn't go back after sending them off. Instead, they got out of the car and walked into the hotel. A world-class tycoon with a net worth of tens of billions of dollars actually attached so much importance to Xiao Ruofei. Feng Jing was even more surprised when she saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to be surprised at all. He didn't even say anything polite and just walked into the hotel naturally. She felt that she still didn't know much about the boss. The more she interacted with him, the more mysterious Xiao Ruofei seemed to be. In fact, Xiao Ruofei wanted to check on the progress of Tang Haoren's cultivation. The Tang couple had never treated Xiao Ruofei as an ordinary person. Instead, they treated him as a friend of equal status. They even treated him with some respect during their interactions. Sending Xiao Ruofei to his room was the most basic etiquette in their eyes. The group of people walked into the hotel while talking and laughing and got on the elevator. Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing's rooms were on the same floor, but because they had booked a business suite, the two rooms were at the corners of the corridor. After getting out of the elevator, the two of them had to walk to the left and right respectively. Feng Jing stopped and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Chairman, the choice of spokesperson this time was my mistake. After I go back, I will reflect on myself at the company's regular meeting. At the same time, I will ask the company to deduct my salary and benefits as a punishment." Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand. "This matter has nothing to do with you. If you want to blame someone, blame the media. You're obviously a woman with a bad character and a perverse character, but you were promoted as a pure and innocent girl." Feng Jing said with some shame, "The main thing is that time was a little tight. In addition, my contacts in the entertainment industry are limited. I didn't get the real news. It's my fault." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I've already said that this matter has nothing to do with you. Don't feel burdened. Go back to your room and have a good night's rest. Even if there's an important matter, we can talk about it tomorrow." Feng Jing saw the Tang family waiting next to her and knew that they might have something to say to Xiao Ruofei, so she nodded and said, "I understand, Chairman." "Oh, right, the work here can't continue for the time being. I'm preparing to return to Sanshan tomorrow. I'll hurry up and find another spokesperson." "There's no hurry." Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "Manager Feng, you're giving yourself too much pressure. We don't have to rush to promote the Yuji ointment. We have to know when to relax. Otherwise, your body won't be able to take it." I can. Is a bit worried about the company. It. At this moment, Jennifer suddenly said, "Feng, I think Xia is right. You can only work better if you learn to relax. We're going to tour around Beijing these 2 days. Why don't you come with us?" Feng Jing said awkwardly, "Jennifer, thank you very much for your invitation. But, our new product spokesperson is urgent." Jennifer smiled and said, "Even if it's urgent, it won't be in a day or two. Xia is a good boss. I'm sure he'll be willing to give you 2 days of paid leave." After saying that, Jennifer smiled and winked at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei immediately said, "Yes. The company will pay for everything. Manager Feng, you stay here and relax for 2 days. After that, you'll return to Sanshan with me." "But," Feng Jing said hesitantly. "Feng, you don't have to be too anxious about the spokesperson." Jennifer smiled and said, "There's a saying in Huaxia that goes, mountains and rivers, there's no way out, but there's always light at the end of the tunnel. Who knows, maybe there'll be a turning point soon." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Jennifer's Chinese was only barely passable. However, she liked to use idioms, but the words often didn't convey the meaning. Today, she actually used such a long saying. What was rare was that this sentence was used very accurately. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei and Jennifer both said so, Feng Jing could only nod helplessly and say, "All right then." Although Xiao Ruofei was her chairman, and sometimes she could argue with him and even use her advantage as a girl to act coquettishly, Jennifer was a guest after all. Moreover, her status was also there. She was indeed embarrassed to reject Jennifer's warm invitation. Seeing that Feng Jing had agreed, Xiao Ruofei also smiled and said, "Manager Feng, then go back to your room and have a good rest. Don't think about anything else." Feng Jing nodded and said, "Okay, Chairman." Then, "Mr. Tang, Jennifer, I'll go back first." Tang Yitian and Jennifer both smiled and nodded. Feng Jing patted Tang Haoren's head and said with a smile, "Goodbye, Haoren." See you tomorrow, Auntie Feng. Tang Howren said sensibly. Feng Jing was rarely called auntie. Hearing that, her smile couldn't help but freeze for a moment. However, when she remembered that Tang Howren was Xiao Ruofei's student, she immediately felt relieved. She waved at Tang Howren with a strange expression and then walked toward her room. Xiao Ruofei led Tang Etian and his family to another corridor and returned to his room. Big brother Tang, sister-in-law, please sit for a while. Xiao Ruofei said as he picked up the kettle to get water and prepare to make tea. Tang Etian smiled and said, Ruofei, don't be busy. We'll sit for a while and then leave. Xiao Ruofei still took a kettle of water and put it on the pedestal to boil. Then, he smiled and walked to the small reception area of the suite and sat down across from Tang Etian and his family. Howren, how's your cultivation going recently? Xiao Ruofei asked directly. Feng Jing had been present during the meal, so Xiao Ruofei didn't ask about it. In fact, he was still very concerned. Tang Howren immediately replied respectfully, Master, my cultivation is going very smoothly. It's just that my progress is a little slow. I haven't felt the threshold of the second level of qi cultivation yet. If only my daily cultivation could be as fast as the first time I absorbed the innate pure yang qi. Tang Howren had already begun to explore the path of cultivation. Before Xiao Ruofei left Australia, he had also taught him a lot of common knowledge about cultivation, including the innate pure yang qi that had been entrenched in his body for many years. Therefore, he naturally wouldn't call the innate pure yang qi a flame monster anymore. Compared to the time when he absorbed the innate pure yang qi, although his cultivation had been improving, the speed was as slow as a snail. In fact, Xiao Ruofei also had this feeling, so he immediately said with a smile, you can't eat it all in one go. The innate pure yang qi that Master left you is already the limit your body can bear. Any more and it will cause harm to your body. Tang Etian and Jennifer didn't know anything about cultivation, so after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words, Tang Etian quickly said, Howren, it's definitely right to listen to your master. You can't be careless about cultivation, Tang Howren said, Dad, I know. Master definitely won't harm me. Hearing Tang Howren, a child, say such old-fashioned words, Xiao Ruofei and the other two couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Ruofei continued, Howren, don't be anxious at the stage of laying the foundation. Everything is done step by step. Only by laying a solid foundation can you go further in the future, understand? Yes, Master. Tang Howren said. Xiao Ruofei already had a basic judgment when he was in Australia. Even if Tang Howren's talent was amazing, it would take at least a few months for him to break through to the second level of qi refinement under the circumstances where the Earth's spiritual qi was so poor. Therefore, he wasn't disappointed with Tang Howren's current cultivation progress. Everything was within his expectations. When your foundation is solid, Master will find a way to increase your cultivation speed, Xiao Ruofei said. Tang Howren's eyes immediately lit up and he said, Thank you, Master. Xiao Ruofei touched Tang Howren's head a little dotingly and said, Come in with me. I want to check your cultivation progress and see if you've been lazy during this period. Then Xiao Ruofei said to Tang Etian and his wife, Brother Tang, sister-in-law, sit here for a while. Tang Etian quickly said, It's okay, we don't have anything else to do tonight. You can give Howren more pointers. This was related to his son's cultivation, so Tang Etian was naturally very concerned about it. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, then led Tang Howren into the bedroom. After Tang Howren sat down cross-legged, Xiao Ruofei immediately released his mental power to check on Tang Howren's cultivation progress. Xiao Ruofei's cultivation was much higher than Tang Howren's, especially his mental power cultivation. Therefore, after a quick check, Tang Howren's situation was clear at a glance. The true qi in his meridians had indeed become more condensed, and the total amount had also increased by a lot. It was obvious that he had persevered in his cultivation during the period when the two of them were separated. Otherwise, it would be like rowing a boat against the current. If he didn't advance, he would fall back. Even if he only slacked off for a few days, his cultivation progress would obviously fall back. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied and let Tang Howren get up. He said pleasantly, Not bad, not bad. Howren, you really didn't disappoint Master. As long as you persevere in your cultivation, it shouldn't be a problem for you to break through to the second level of qi refinement within 3 months. Originally, Xiao Ruofei had estimated that Tang Haoren would need at least 6 to 7 months or even a year. Now, it seemed that he had underestimated Tang Haoren's talent. This kid's cultivation speed was still beyond Xiao Ruofei's imagination. Tang Haoren said in surprise, "Really? Would master lie to you?" Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "But the premise is that you have to persevere every day. You can't relax for even a moment." "I definitely will," Tang Haoren said firmly. Through this period of cultivation, Tang Haoren had clearly felt the benefits. His body was much stronger than before, and his strength was very great. If he used true qi, even Tang Etien's strength couldn't compare to his. For a child, this kind of change naturally surprised and delighted him. At the same time, his thirst for power was even stronger. When he heard Xiao Ruofei say that he could break through if he persevered for 3 months, Tang Haoren was immediately filled with motivation. Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "When the time comes, you should be able to feel the bottleneck between the first level of qi refinement and the second level of qi refinement. When you're about to break through, you'd better come to Huaxia. I have to be by your side to be at ease." Tang Haoren revealed a trace of emotion and said, "I understand, master." Xiao Ruofei patted Tang Haoren's head, then began to answer his questions about cultivation. Tang Haoren was still a child after all, and most of the time, he was cultivating alone. It wasn't easy for his master to have time to guide him, so he immediately threw out all the questions he had accumulated during this period of time. Although Xiao Ruofei hadn't cultivated the Fiery Sun scripture, the Dao formula he cultivated pointed directly to the origin. Moreover, he had learned the contents of the Fiery Sun scripture before passing it on to Tang Haoren. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei began to answer Tang Haoren's questions after thinking for a while. Cultivation was like this. If a person worked hard alone, the efficiency would often not be very high. However, once a master gave a few words of guidance, it would immediately clear the fog and make the heart feel blessed. Tang Haoren was like this now. He was beaming with joy as he listened. Some of the questions that had troubled him for many days were all easily answered. By the time Xiao Ruofei finished explaining to Tang Haoren, more than an hour had passed unknowingly. When he brought Tang Haoren out, Tang Etienne and Jennifer were watching TV on the sofa without the slightest impatience. Seeing Xiao Ruofei come out, Tang Etienne hurriedly asked, "Ruofei, how's Haoren's cultivation?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Haoren is a talented child, and he's very hardworking. His cultivation progress is faster than I thought." That's good, that's good," Tang Etienne said happily. "Don't worry, big brother Tang," Xiao Ruofei said, "I just checked. There's no problem. His foundation is very solid. I've also answered some of his questions about cultivation. As long as he perseveres in cultivation every day, he'll be fine." Tang Etienne hurriedly nodded and said, Okay. We'll supervise him well." Tang Haoren pouted and said, "I'm very conscious, okay? I got up in the morning to cultivate by myself. You and Mom are still sleeping." Tang Etienne couldn't help but blush and say, "You child." Jennifer, on the other hand, couldn't stop giggling. It was getting late. Xiao Ruofei chatted with Tang Etienne's family for a while before they said goodbye. At the same time, they also made an appointment to pick up Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing at the hotel early in the morning. Tang Haoren originally wanted to stay with Xiao Ruofei, but Tang Etienne was afraid that he would disturb Xiao Ruofei's rest, so he didn't say anything and took him away. After sending Tang Etienne's family off, Xiao Ruofei returned to his room. Only then did he have time to take out his phone, find Song Rui's number, and call it. "Master Xiao. You finally have time to call me back," Song Rui said exaggeratedly after answering the call. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. This guy seemed to have a lot of resentment. He also knew that Song Rui should have something to do with him, but he was interrupted twice. So Xiao Ruofei explained, "I'm on a business trip in Beijing. I've been busy today, so I quickly came back to you as soon as I was done." Xiao Ruofei was leaning against the bed as he made the call. After hearing Song Rui's words, he sat up and smiled. "Why did you say also? Are you also in Beijing? It can't be such a coincidence." "I'm really in Beijing," Song Rui said. "I just arrived yesterday. F***ck. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but swear. I also arrived yesterday. The two of them matched the time and realized that they arrived in Beijing almost at the same time. The two of them took two adjacent flights and landed less than an hour apart. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, F***ck. You're like a ghost that won't go away. I just arrived in Beijing and you actually came over. Song Rui didn't back down and said, what do you mean by I'm like a ghost that won't go away? This is part of my planned itinerary, okay? But I thought you didn't care much about the company's matters? Why did you come here personally? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, it's a long story, then don't tell me. Song Rui said immediately. But I guess it has something to do with that little celebrity? You're right. Xiao Ruofei said. Hey. You're quite capable this time. You didn't drop the ball at the crucial moment. That little celebrity hasn't gone far yet. She came back crying and begging for mercy in the blink of an eye. Hee hee. I wouldn't dare to neglect your matters. Song Rui said. Then, he asked a little wretchedly, she wouldn't be on your bed right now, right? Do you want me to remove the ban tomorrow? F***ck. You think everyone is as dirty as you. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded him. Let me tell you. This person wants to ban her. If I see any news about her being in the entertainment industry in the future, I'll get angry with you. Oh. Big Boss Xia is really angry this time. Song Rui laughed and said, okay. I'll pass on a message later. I guarantee that no one will be so blind as to let her out. Song Rui said it casually. Dong Xinyu, a half-famous star, was indeed insignificant in his eyes. Whatever he wanted to do with her, he would definitely do as Xiao Ruofei said. Xiao Ruofei said, thanks. Oh right. You said you wanted to talk to me about something. Now that I'm free, hurry up and say it. Song Rui said, originally, I called to ask you to come to Beijing, but now that you're in Beijing, it's even easier. What's wrong? Xiao Ruofei frowned and asked, what happened? Can't you hope for me to be better? Song Rui complained, then said, nothing happened. However, it's my grandfather's birthday the day after tomorrow. He personally instructed me to invite you over to celebrate his birthday. Xiao Ruofei suddenly stood up and said, Master Song's birthday? Why didn't you say so earlier? He quickly calculated in his heart. This year, Master Song should be 84 years old. However, the older generation mostly celebrated their fake birthdays, which was 85 years old. Although it wasn't a birthday celebration on the 10th, it was still quite important on the 5th. After all, Master Song was already so old. To put it bluntly, it was hard to say if he could celebrate his next birthday on the 10th. Song Rui couldn't help but twitch his mouth and say, I already took the initiative to call you twice to talk about this. You didn't even give me a chance to speak before hanging up the phone. Xiao Ruofei laughed embarrassedly and said, I just happen to have something to do. You see. Master Song's birthday is in 2 days. I didn't prepare at all. Song Rui quickly said, my grandfather specifically instructed that you don't have to bring any gifts. How can that be? Xiao Ruofei said subconsciously, it's rude to come empty-handed. Song Rui said with a smile, actually, my grandfather's birthday wasn't prepared at all. The leaders of the central office proposed to prepare a birthday banquet for him at the Diaoyutai State Guest House, but they were all rejected. The banquet will be held the day after tomorrow at our old house. Those who will attend will be some of our family members. You are one of the few guests that my grandfather has personally invited. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel touched. It was only a small family banquet, but Master Song wanted to specially invite him to attend. It could be seen how much Master Song valued him. He pondered for a moment and said, okay. I got it. I'll be there on time the day after tomorrow. Okay. Send me your hotel's location. I'll pick you up the day after tomorrow. Song Rui said, the old house is heavily guarded. If you don't have someone to bring you in, you can't get in. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. After hanging up the phone, he directly used WeChat to send the hotel's location to Song Rui. Then, Xiao Ruofei lay on the bed and thought about what gift to prepare. Although Song Rui said that his grandfather had specifically emphasized not to bring a gift, Xiao Ruofei certainly couldn't go empty-handed. But what to prepare for this gift was a bit particular. If it was just old ginseng, iron maple bucket, etc., Xiao Ruofei could take it out at any time. Although these expensive Chinese medicinal herbs weren't too bad, especially the old ginseng with good quality and age, Xiao Ruofei still felt that it wasn't very suitable as a birthday gift. The main reason was that Xiao Ruofei had already given Master Song a similar gift before. If he still took old ginseng, it wouldn't seem sincere enough. Xiao Ruofei leaned on the bed and thought carefully. The main direction of his thoughts was naturally the specialties in his space. But after thinking about it, he couldn't think of a suitable gift. Just when he was troubled, his mind suddenly flashed and he came up with an idea. Xiao Ruofei thought of the jade leaf he had given to Huan Huan and Hauran, and he suddenly had an idea. He felt that he could give Master Song a similar gift. This was much better than old ginseng, iron maple bucket, and other medicinal herbs. Of course, the gift for Master Song couldn't be in the shape of a jade leaf. At the same time, the array engraved inside couldn't be a protective rune. After all, with Master Song's status, no matter where he went, there would be extremely tight security. An amulet might not be of much use to him. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Xiao Ruofei. Recently, he had been honing his spiritual power whenever he had time. He could already engrave the protective rune as he wished, so he used another rune to practice. This rune was similar to the array that Xia Qing had set up around the spirit heart tree. It could play the role of gathering spiritual energy. In this day and age where spiritual energy was scarce, if Master Song could wear a jade pendant engraved with the spirit-gathering rune, then his body would always gather traces of spiritual energy. It would definitely be beneficial to the old man's body and would definitely prolong his life. Xiao Ruofei was very familiar with the spirit-gathering rune. He was confident that he could successfully engrave it into the jade pendant. The only problem now was that he didn't have any good jade materials in his hands. Naturally, the best gift for Master Song was a jade pendant personally carved by himself. Moreover, the effect of the spirit-gathering rune would be the best. Xiao Ruofei certainly wouldn't be willing to buy a ready-made jade pendant casually. He pondered for a while and took out his phone to call Ma Jiming, who was far away in Hong Kong. Xiao Sheng. Good evening. Ma Jiming's voice was very enthusiastic. Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, Mr. Ma, you took the energy-gathering pill on time last time, right? How do you feel? Ma Jiming immediately said, Xiao Sheng, I can feel that my body is gradually getting better, but didn't you say that it's best not to sleep with Hu Weixin during the period of taking the pill? So I'm not sure about the specific effect. Ma Jiming was a little embarrassed when he said this. After all, Xiao Ruofei was his junior. It really felt unnatural to talk about this topic in front of Xiao Ruofei. In fact, not only was Ma Jiming embarrassed, but even Xiao Ruofei wasn't any better. However, he had to at least show some concern by calling at night. Otherwise, it would be a little impolite to ask for help right away. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, It's good that you feel better. The energy-gathering pill is a prescription that has been passed down for hundreds of years. There's no doubt about its efficacy. You just need to follow the doctor's instructions and take it on time. Okay. Ma Jiming said quickly. In fact, even if he didn't test it with Tian Huixin, Ma Jiming was well aware of the efficacy of the pill. Since the problem in that area, he hadn't experienced the feeling of waking up in the morning in a tent for a long time. However, after eating the energy-gathering pill provided by Xiao Ruofei for a few days, he found a familiar feeling. If it weren't for Xiao Ruofei specifically telling him to abstain during the period of taking the pill, Ma Jiming would definitely be eager to have an in-depth medical discussion and exchange with Tian Huixin. Ma Jiming naturally knew that Xiao Ruofei wouldn't call so late just to care about his body, so he quickly asked, Xiao Sheng, you called. Is there anything I can help you with? Xiao Ruofei smiled and asked, Mr. Ma, I want to ask if Hengfeng Jewelry has a branch in Beijing? Of course. Ma Jiming said with a smile, and our Beijing branch is one of the largest flagship stores in the country. Xiao Ruofei said, That's great. Mr. Ma, I'm in Beijing now because I have to attend an elder's birthday banquet in 2 days. I didn't prepare a gift. Ma Jiming immediately said, I understand. Xiaxia, I'll call the Beijing branch right away and ask them to prepare the best jade suitable for the birthday gift. You can go and choose at any time. Xia Ruofei quickly said, No, I don't need a finished product. Mr. Ma, I hope that this birthday gift is processed by myself. It's unique and shows my sincerity at the same time. So, I hope to buy the best jade from your Beijing branch. Ma Jiming understood as soon as he heard it. The jade leaf that Xia Ruofei gave to Huan last time was obviously the work of a master. He thought that Xia Ruofei should know a jade carving master, so he wanted to buy the best jade to process it himself. After all, Ma Jiming had personally appraised the jade leaf. He and Ma Xiong both thought that even the best jade carving master in Hengfeng jewelry couldn't make such a natural work with a natural charm. If Xia Ruofei knew such a master, then it was normal for him to look down on the finished products in his store. However, Ma Jiming thought about it and said with some doubts, Xiaxia, you just said that the elder's birthday is in 2 days? If you buy the jade and go back to process it, there won't be enough time. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, I have my ways. Mr. Ma, please help me check what good jade the Beijing branch has. The higher the quality, the better. The price isn't a problem. No problem. Ma Jiming agreed immediately. After Xia Ruofei thanked Ma Jiming, he hung up the phone. Then he stood up and opened the window. He lit a cigarette and took a puff. He looked at the traffic outside the window and pondered. In fact, Xia Ruofei was checking the massive amount of information in his mind. These were the various ancient books and cultivation methods contained in the jade talisman. He remembered that when he was sorting out these precious information, there was a visualization diagram that left an impression on him. Xia Ruofei was preparing to use the image in this visualization diagram as a blueprint to carve the jade. Although he could also find some pictures on the internet, with his spiritual power cultivation, he could carve the jade even by looking at pictures. However, the pictures that could be found on the internet were relatively rigid and not the most suitable choice. But that visualization diagram was different. Anything that could be stored in the human word jade talisman was definitely something good. This information was already in Xia Ruofei's mind, and he had a little impression of it, so he quickly found it. This was a visualization diagram of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Compared to the image of Guanyin that could be found everywhere on the internet, the Guanyin Bodhisattva in this visualization diagram was quite charming. Xia Ruofei's face showed a hint of joy. With the strength of his spiritual power, with a little practice, he should be able to perfectly display the Guanyin Bodhisattva in this visualization diagram on the jade pendant. Moreover, men wear Guanyin and women wear Buddha. It was very appropriate to give Elder Song a jade Guanyin. Xia Ruofei immediately strengthened his memory and deeply imprinted this visualization diagram in his mind. At this time, his phone rang. It was Ma Jiming who called the manager of the Beijing branch overnight. After understanding the situation, he immediately called Xia Ruofei back. Mr. Ma. Xia Ruofei picked up the phone and said with a smile, Have you found out? Ma Jiming said happily, Yes, the flagship store in Beijing just received a piece of glass-type jade 2 days ago. The quality is quite high. They were going to make it into an ornament and take out a few jade bracelets, but the sculptor didn't have time to do it. I asked the flagship store in Beijing to keep this jade. There are also a few pieces of ice-type jade. You can go and choose by yourself tomorrow. If you like one, just take it away. That's great. Xia Ruofei was very happy. Mr. Ma, thank you very much. Ma Jiming quickly said, Xiaxia, don't be polite with me. It's just a small matter. It's my honor to be able to help you. Okay. Then I won't be polite with you. Xia Ruofei said with a smile, When you go back to the mainland, I'll treat you to a drink. Haha. Okay. I've heard that you have a lot of good wine. Ma Jiming said with a smile. Are you still thinking about my private collection of good wine? Xia Ruofei joked. No problem. When the time comes, you can come to my Taoyuan farm. There's plenty of good wine and food. Then it's a deal. Ma Jiming laughed and said, Xiaxia, I'll send you the contact of the general manager of the Beijing branch later. You can go and find him at any time tomorrow. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing woke up very early because they had promised Tang Yitian and his family that they would tour Beijing together. Xiao Ruofei even got up at dawn to cultivate for a while, then washed up and called Feng Jing to have breakfast together at the hotel buffet restaurant. After breakfast, the two of them went back to their rooms to tidy up. Soon, Xiao Ruofei received a call from Tang Yitian. Knowing that they had arrived at the hotel, Xiao Ruofei immediately called Feng Jing and the two of them took the elevator downstairs. When they got out of the elevator and arrived at the hotel lobby, Xiao Ruofei immediately saw Tang Yitian and his family sitting on the guest sofa at the side of the lobby. Tang Haoran was also sitting obediently next to his parents. On the sofa opposite Tang Yitian and Jennifer, there was a tall foreign girl who was whispering to Jennifer. This Caucasian girl was wearing a pair of super black sunglasses that almost covered half of her face. Her soft blonde hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Her figure was curvaceous and her pair of super long legs attracted the gazes of many men passing by the lobby. Tang Yitian also quickly saw Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. He smiled and waved at them. Big brother Tang. Sister-in-law. Good morning. Xiao Ruofei came in front of them and greeted them with a smile. Good morning. Tang Yitian asked with a smile, have you eaten breakfast? I just finished eating. Xiao Ruofei said. At this time, Feng Jing also came forward to greet Tang Yitian and Jennifer. Jennifer smiled and said to Feng Jing, Miss Feng, yesterday I invited you to tour Beijing with us, but today I might have to go back on my word. Feng Jing was stunned for a moment and asked, do you have anything to do today? It's okay, I can arrange whatever I want. I'll listen to our chairman. Jennifer chuckled and said, no. The plan to tour the capital is still the same, but maybe you have other things to do, so you can't come with us. When Jennifer said that, Feng Jing was even more confused. Even she herself did not know what she had to do today. How could Jennifer know? At this moment, Jennifer smiled and said, Miss Feng, let me introduce you. After that, Jennifer pointed to the foreign girl sitting next to her and said, this is Da Fu, an artist under our Maya Entertainment. Da Fu, this is the chairman of the Huaxia Taoyuan Company, Mr. Xiao Ruofei. The beautiful lady beside him is the general manager of the Taoyuan Company, Ms. Feng Jing. Jennifer said to the foreign girl. Da Fu stood up, took off her sunglasses, and revealed a charming smile as she said, Mr. Xia, Ms. Feng, nice to meet you. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded at Da Fu, while Feng Jing slowly widened her eyes and said in surprise, you are Da Fu, the female commander in Interstellar Killer ? Da Fu smiled and nodded. Nice to meet you, Ms. Feng. It's an honor to meet you. Nice to meet you. Feng Jing was also a little stunned and quickly said. Xiao Ruofei did not know much about the entertainment industry, but from Feng Jing's expression, he could guess that Da Fu should be very famous. Otherwise, even Feng Jing would not be so surprised. In fact, although Feng Jing was a top student, she was not above the common populace. She also had celebrities that she liked and also liked to be beautiful. It was just that most of the time, she was fully invested in her work and gave people the image of a strong career woman. Also, Feng Jing had the experience of studying overseas, so she was not completely ignorant about Western celebrities. Of course, Da Fu was very famous and also had a large number of fans in Huaxia, so she wore a large pair of sunglasses today to avoid trouble. Feng Jing saw that Xiao Ruofei did not seem to be familiar with Da Fu, so she opened her mouth to introduce, Chairman, Da Fu is a very popular Hollywood actress in recent years. She used to be a supermodel, then changed her career to become an actress. In the past few years, she has acted in a few movies that broke the 100 million box office and won countless awards. I didn't expect her to be an artist under Maya Entertainment. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose awkwardly and said, I really don't know much about the entertainment industry. Feng Jing looked at Xiao Ruofei with amusement, then looked at Jennifer and asked, Jennifer, you brought Ms. Da Fu here today for? Actually, Feng Jing had already vaguely guessed Jennifer's intentions in her heart. She was already starting to feel uncontrollably excited, but Jennifer did not confirm it personally, so she had been forcefully holding it in. Jennifer said with a smile, Feng, after I went back last night, I carefully looked at your company's product introduction and felt that Dafu should be quite suitable for your brand's positioning. Aren't you worried about the brand ambassador? Dafu happened to be coming with us to Huaxia to attend the launch of Angel of the End, so I brought her here. If you are willing, Dafu can be the ambassador for your brand. Feng Jing felt a little dizzy. This huge surprise made her suspect that she was dreaming. Jennifer actually introduced Dafu to be the ambassador for Yuji Cream? Oh my god, a superstar like Dafu was something Feng Jing did not even dare to think about in the past. Even a rich person would not be willing to be the ambassador for a small brand like the Taoyuan company. If Dafu was said to be the daughter of a rich family, then that Dong Xinyu from yesterday could not even be compared to a maid at home. The difference in influence between the two of them in the entertainment industry was like heaven and earth. In her excitement, Feng Jing actually forgot that Jennifer was still waiting for her answer. She just stood there in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Xiao Ruofei could not help but lightly touch Feng Jing's shoulder and say, "Manager Feng, why are you in a daze? Jennifer is asking you a question." Feng Jing then regained her senses and quickly said, "I'm willing." "Of course I'm willing. Jennifer. You're not joking with me, right?" Jennifer pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Feng, why would I joke with you for no reason? Xia is our best friend. If his company needs it, of course we have to support it." Tang Yitian also smiled and said, "That's right." Originally, Jennifer wanted to endorse Xu personally, but Ruofei firmly rejected her. Coincidentally, Dafu also came to Huaxia with us this time, so Jennifer recommended her to you. Xiao Ruofei was touched. He looked at Tang Yitian and Jennifer and said, "Brother Tang, sister-in-law, thank you." Tang Yitian pretended to be angry and said, "Ruofei, are you treating me like an outsider?" No. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "But this time I really have to thank you properly. Manager Feng has been so anxious that she can't sleep these 2 days. Tang Yitian suddenly laughed and said, "How do you know that Manager Feng can't sleep?" "Ruofei, could it be that last night you—" Xiao Ruofei could not help but be speechless. Feng Jing also did not expect that Tang Yitian, a super-rich man, would actually make such a joke about not respecting his elders. She could not help but blush. She quickly changed the topic and asked, "Jennifer, you just said that Miss Dafu is here to attend the press conference of Angel of the End? Does that mean that she's going to act in this movie?" Jennifer smiled and nodded. Dafu is the female lead of this movie. In fact, this movie was tailored according to Dafu's temperament and characteristics by a Hollywood gold medal screenwriter we hired. Xiao Ruofei and the others were communicating in Chinese, so Dafu could not understand at all. She just stood at the side with a smile on her face. Last night, Jennifer had told her about the endorsement. According to her own thinking, this kind of unknown small company was definitely not within her scope of consideration. No amount of money would be able to move her. However, Jennifer was her boss, and in order to make her famous, she was not stingy with the company's resources. Last night, Jennifer did not hide anything from her and told her that the boss of the Taoyuan company and Tang Yitian were very good friends. Therefore, Dafu agreed readily. Although she did not understand what everyone was talking about just now, when she saw Xiao Ruofei and Tang Yitian chatting happily, and their attitudes were very casual and natural, she did not dare to have any thoughts of looking down on this small company. After hearing Jennifer's words, Feng Jing could not help but ask, "Since Miss Dafu is going to act in Angel of the End, will there be any conflicts in terms of time?" Jennifer smiled and said, "The crew of Angel of the End is not fully prepared yet. It might take some time for all the staff and equipment to be in place. The tentative plan is to start filming in Beijing in 5 days, so the time is a little tight." When Feng Jing heard this, she quickly said, "That's enough. We only need Miss Dafu to cooperate with us to shoot a short commercial and a few posters. We have already prepared the script and everything. I will gather the staff immediately. It should be no problem to finish it within 5 days." Jennifer nodded and said, "Feng, if your short commercial is not complicated, I will ask the crew of Angel of the End to send a few people over to assist you. Their staff and equipment are more professional." "Ah? This? How can I accept this?" Feng Jing said hesitantly. Actually, according to Feng Jing's plan, she wanted to find a small studio to shoot the commercial. This kind of commercial was mainly about creativity. The shooting techniques and special effects did not need to be too high-end. Of course, when Jennifer suggested to let the crew of Angel of the End come over to help, Feng Jing was also very tempted. One must know that this was a Hollywood team. Their camera might be worth more than a small studio. Moreover, this group of people were all experts in post-production and special effects. If they could help, they could definitely perfectly realize the concept in the commercial script. Jennifer smiled and said, "It's okay. They're all resting for the next few days. It's not a problem for them to help you with a small task after this." "Feng, leave it to me to arrange." Feng Jing said gratefully, "Thank you, Jennifer. This was really good service." Not only did they find a star-studded celebrity to be the spokesperson, they even found a photography team and a post-production team. All of them were top-notch. Feng Jing had a very direct understanding of Xia Ruofei's position in the hearts of the Tang couple. "You're welcome. We are very happy to be able to do something for Xia's company," Jennifer said. Feng Jing was so happy that she could not find her bearings. Meanwhile, Dafu stood at the side with a confused look. She did not know what Jennifer and Feng Jing were talking about. Seeing this, Xia Ruofei smiled and said to Dafu in English, "Miss Dafu, thank you very much for being willing to be our company's brand ambassador. Our company's products will definitely not disappoint you. In the future, you will realize that this endorsement is definitely a win-win choice." Dafu did not think much of it. A company that she had never even heard of, how good could its products be? She would be thankful if it did not ruin her reputation. However, since Xia Ruofei and Tang Etienne were so close, Dafu did not dare to be negligent. She quickly smiled elegantly and said, "Mr. Xia, it's my honor." "Then, let's talk about the endorsement fee," Xia Ruofei said with a smile. Dafu was stunned for a moment and subconsciously repeated, "Endorsement fee?" Could it be that there was still money to be earned? Wasn't this helping boss's friend out of friendship? When Tang Etienne heard that, he immediately said with a straight face, "Ruofei, what endorsement fee? I'm helping you out. Can I still ask you for money? Aren't you slapping me in the face?" Jennifer also immediately said, "Xia, Dafu's endorsement this time is free. We can't take your money." Feng Jing was dumbfounded. Being able to invite a superstar like Dafu to endorse was something she did not dare to imagine. They actually did not intend to take her money. Feng Jing was already mentally prepared to double or even multiply her budget for the endorsement fee. She was still worried that Xia Ruofei did not know Dafu's value and was thinking about how to get as much money as possible from Xia Ruofei. She did not expect Tang Etienne and the rest to not take any money at all. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Big brother Tang, sister-in-law, this is business. We still have to pay the fees that should be paid. Besides, if Miss Dafu endorses for other companies, she will also benefit from it. While she's endorsing for us, she won't be able to take on similar advertisements. This will be a huge loss for her." Tang Etienne snorted and said, "Of course I can think of this. Our company will compensate Dafu for her loss. You don't have to worry about it." "How can that be?" "Ruofei, if you insist on paying, I won't acknowledge you as my brother anymore. Just pretend I didn't say anything about the endorsement. We'll take Dafu away now." Tang Etienne pretended to be angry. Xia Ruofei quickly said, Don't. If you don't want to pay, then don't pay. Big brother Tang, don't be angry." He was very touched. On second thought, Yuji ointment was destined to become a phenomenal product. It would be popular all over the world in the future. It would not be a problem for it to compete with a few big luxury brands. From this perspective, Dafu endorsing Yuji ointment was also very beneficial for herself. Plus, Tang Etienne had already said that, so Xia Ruofei did not insist on paying. Seeing that Xia Ruofei no longer insisted on paying the endorsement fee, Jennifer smiled and said, "Xia, in the next 5 days, Daf can cooperate with you at any time. The crew of Angel of the End can come over today to help. I wish you all the best." Xia Ruofei grinned and said, "Thanks, sister-in-law. I hope that Miss Duff can take the time to attend our product launch." If they had signed Dong Xinyu according to the original plan, the contract would definitely have stated the rights and obligations of the spokesperson, including cooperating with the filming of the advertisement, the right to use the portrait, and the number of promotional activities they had to participate in every year. However, Duff was invited by Tang Etienne to help out of friendship, so there was no way they could ask her to attend promotional activities. At least, it couldn't be written into the contract. Jennifer smiled and asked, "When will your product be released?" Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, "Within a month. The preparatory work is almost done, and the approval process is almost done. We're preparing the goods now." Jennifer immediately said without hesitation, "Then Duff should still be filming in Xianxia. Angel of the End has a lot of scenes that need to be filmed in Xianxia. It definitely won't be finished in a month. I'll get Duff to apply for leave from the crew to participate." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said happily, "Then there's no problem." Jennifer smiled and said to Feng Jing, "Feng, I'm right? You probably don't have time to tour the capital with us today." Feng Jing said gratefully, "Jennifer, thank you so much this time. You've helped us a lot." "Timely help?" Jennifer blinked and asked, her idiom addiction was acting up again. Yes. It's really timely help," Feng Jing said with a smile. At this time, Tang Etienne also stood up and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, you should have a lot of details to coordinate with Duff. You don't have to accompany us today." Although Tang Houran really wanted to play with his master, he was very sensible and did not say anything. However, he looked a little disappointed. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and then said, "Big brother Tang, I've handed over the company's affairs to manager Feng, so I don't need to be here. But I do have some other things to deal with today. How about this? I'll finish it as soon as possible and meet up with you in the afternoon." Tang Etienne said straightforwardly, "Okay. We'll take our leave first." Jennifer said a few words to Da Fu, then called the person in charge of the production team and asked them to send a few capable staff members with equipment to the hotel to look for Feng Jing. Then, she left the hotel with Tang Houran and Tang Etienne. Feng Jing was also very excited now that the problem of the spokesperson had been solved. She was very enthusiastic about her work. As she only had 5 days left, she was racing against time. She brought Daphne back to her room and discussed the details of the advertisement and poster with her. Daphne was a popular superstar. The idea of the advertisement and the script had to be discussed with her. Xiao Ruofei handed this matter over to Feng Jing. He left the hotel directly and took a taxi to Hengfeng Jewelry's flagship store in Beijing. Ma Jiming had already given instructions overnight, and Xiao Ruofei also had the contact of Xiao Xiaohong, the general manager of the flagship store in Beijing. He called Manager Xiao in the taxi. "Manager Xiao? I'm Xiao Ruofei said. "Your boss Ma should have contacted you, right?" Xiao Xiaohong heard Xiao Ruofei introduce himself and her attitude immediately became very enthusiastic. "Hello, Mr. Xia. Boss Ma has already instructed us to prepare a few pieces of high-quality jade. You can come over and choose at any time." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "I'm already on my way." "Sorry to trouble you, Manager Xiao." You're welcome. Xiao Xiaohong said. "Mr. Xia, we'll see you later." "Okay." When the taxi drove to the entrance of Hengfeng Jewelry near Jiangwo Road, Xiao Ruofei saw a young woman in a black business suit standing at the entrance of the store with a mobile phone in her hand. The Beijing branch was indeed the largest flagship store in the country. From the outside, it could be seen that the scale of the store was very large. It was at least as big as a dozen normal stores in the vicinity. Xiao Ruofei paid the fare and got out of the taxi. The young woman in the black business suit looked up and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, are you Mr. Xiao Ruofei?" The young woman asked with a trace of respect on her face. She was also a little surprised that Xiao Ruofei actually came by taxi. She thought to herself that she didn't expect Mr. Xia to be so low-key. Fortunately, Boss Ma sent a photo of Mr. Xia to her yesterday. Otherwise, she might not have recognized him. When Xiao Ruofei heard this voice, he knew that this charming young woman was Manager Xiao Xiaohong, whom he had just contacted on the phone. He nodded with a smile and said, "You must be Manager Xiao. How could I let you wait for me outside? I'll go in and find you myself." Of course. Xiao Xiaohong said quickly, Mr. Xia, please come in. Xiao Xiaohong's heart was also slightly relieved. Mr. Xia seemed to be quite approachable. Last night, when she received the call from Ma Jiming, she was a little nervous. The matter that young Master Ma from the headquarters personally called to instruct must be very important, and Ma Jiming also specifically said on the phone that this Mr. Xia was an important guest of their family, and she must receive him well, which made her pay even more attention to him. Xiao Xiaohong even informed the employees to come to work half an hour earlier today. She cleaned up the store inside and out, and then repeatedly emphasized that they should pay attention to their image and service attitude. She was worried that Mr. Xia would have a bad impression of the Beijing branch. If he casually mentioned it to Ma Jiming, then she, as the manager, would be in trouble. In fact, Xiao Ruofei didn't have the time to do that. His only purpose for coming here today was to choose a good piece of jade. Xiao Xiaohong personally led Xiao Ruofei into the store. The decoration of the store was very high-end. 2 rows of glass counters were filled with various kinds of jewelry and jade of different grades. There were also display cabinets set up against the wall. Some of the high-end jade articles were placed inside, which looked magnificent under the illumination of the spotlights. The employees all said hello to Xiao Xiaohong and Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Xiaohong led Xiao Ruofei directly through the store, and went up to the office area on the 2nd floor from the back stairs. In Xiao Xiaohong's huge office, she took out all 4 pieces of jade that she had prepared beforehand from the safe. Then she smiled and said, Mr. Xia, all the high-quality jade in our store are here. The others have either been cut and carved by the master craftsman, or the quality is not very good. Let me introduce these pieces of jade to you first. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, Manager Xiao, I'll take a look first. Okay, please go ahead. Xiao Xiaohong said. She slightly disagreed in her heart. She felt that Xiao Ruofei was too young to be able to distinguish the quality of jade. However, Xiao Ruofei was a guest that Ma Jiming personally asked her to treat well, so she didn't dare to neglect him. Xiao Xiaohong didn't know that Xiao Ruofei didn't distinguish jade by experience. When the Ring-2 scroll was close to the jade, it would naturally sense it. Xiao Ruofei had bought a lot of good jade in the early days using this method, and he had never failed. Although Xiao Ruofei rarely used jade to upgrade the Ring-2 space now, the function of distinguishing jade was still very useful. Xiao Ruofei approached the pieces of jade and looked left and right. He even reached out his hand to touch them from time to time. Xiao Xiaohong looked at Xiao Ruofei's appearance and was even more certain that he was a layman. She didn't expect that after a while, Xiao Ruofei pointed at a piece of jade that was the size of an adult's fist and said, Manager Xiao, I'll take this one. This piece of jade looked very transparent and pure, but compared with the other 3 pieces of green ice jade, the one Xiao Ruofei chose was colorless. If a layman looked at it, it wouldn't look the best. Xiao Xiaohong's beautiful eyes showed a trace of surprise and said, Mr. Xia, you have a good eye. This is the only piece of glass jade in our store at the moment. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, in fact, I don't know much about it. It's just my feeling. Xiao Xiaohong smiled and said, you can choose so accurately based on your feeling. You can go stone gambling. Xiao Ruofei laughed and asked, Manager Xiao, how much is this jade? I'll take it. Xiao Xiaohong said, Mr. Xia, the waterhead of this glass-type jade is quite good. The only drawback is that it is a colorless jade. If it had color, or even reached the standard of imperial green, the price would be different. After a brief introduction, Xiao Xiaohong said, the purchase price of this jade is 2.8 million Huaxia dollars. Mr. Ma said that if you want it, we should give it to you directly according to the purchase price. Ma Jiming was also very clear that if he gave it to Xiao Ruofei for free, he would definitely not accept it. So he simply told Xiao Xiaohong to give it to Xiao Ruofei directly according to the purchase price no matter which piece of jade Xiao Ruofei liked. He was not allowed to earn a penny. Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, no problem. Let's go to the bank and transfer the money now. He also knew that if the purchase price of this piece of jade was 2.8 million, plus some other costs such as transportation, security, taxes, and so on, it would definitely be more than that. However, he couldn't calculate it so clearly. Otherwise, he would be regarded as an outsider. Okay. Xiao Xiaohong said. Then she quickly called the finance staff, and the two of them accompanied Xia Ruofei to the bank to transfer the money. Before leaving, Xia Ruofei said, "Manager Xiao, help me put this piece of jade in a bag and take it away. I won't be coming back later." Ah? Xiao Xiaohong was stunned. "Mr. Xia, this. I'm afraid it's not safe. This was a piece of jade worth 2 or 3 million. If it was carved into jade, its value would even be multiplied several times. What if it was robbed when he took it away in a bag?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. If it's really unlucky and gets robbed, I'll pay for it." Xiao Xiaohong still wanted to persuade him, but Xiao Ruofei had already stepped out. This was the guest that Ma Jiming personally ordered to receive, so Xiao Xiaohong didn't dare to say anything. She quickly found a bag and put the jade in it. Then, she quickly followed Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei looked back at Xiao Xiaohong, smiled and reached out to take the jade. Then, the three of them went downstairs together. Xiao Xiaohong had already asked the shop's driver to wait downstairs in advance. The three of them went straight to the bank after getting in the car. Xiao Ruofei quickly transferred the money. He declined Xiao Xiaohong's kindness to drive him. He took the jade worth millions and stopped a taxi at the door to return to the hotel. Until then, Xiao Xiaohong's heart was relieved. Her heart was hanging in the air just now. She was afraid that something would happen and the jade would be robbed. Xiao Xiaohong said in her heart, "Boss Ma's friend is really not an ordinary person. He is so calm with jade worth millions. This money is probably nothing in his eyes." After Xiao Ruofei returned to the hotel, he locked himself in the room, locked the door, and pressed the Do Not Disturb light. He went straight to the bedroom of the suite and locked all the doors and windows. Then, he carefully checked the room again. Xiao Ruofei was experienced in anti-reconnaissance. Now that he had the help of his powerful mental strength, he quickly checked the entire room. After confirming that there were no monitoring devices, he summoned the spiritual map scroll with a thought. He carefully lifted the blanket and stuffed the spiritual map scroll under the blanket. Then, with a thought, he flashed into the space. This way, even if someone broke into the room, they wouldn't notice anything unusual for a while. At the same time, as the owner of the Ring 2 space, Xiao Ruofei could also send out a trace of mental strength to guard the outside world at any time. After all, he wasn't at home. In terms of protecting the secrets of the Ring 2 space, he couldn't be too careful. After Xiao Ruofei arrived at the Archean realm, he waved his hand at Xia Qing, indicating that he was busy and didn't need to worry about him. Xiao Ruofei walked to the spatial spirit pool with ease and sat down cross-legged. Then, with a wave of his hand, a small toolbox on a shelf not far away immediately floated over slowly and landed steadily in front of him. It contained a full set of tools for carving jade. Xiao Ruofei held this piece of extremely transparent jade and looked at it for a while. Perhaps in the eyes of an expert, this piece of glass-type jade wasn't of the highest quality at all because it was colorless. However, that was only the value of jewelry. Xiao Ruofei paid more attention to the quality of the jade. The color of the jade was only for decoration and had nothing to do with the quality of the jade. This piece of jade was exquisite, pure, and flawless. In terms of quality, it was definitely of the highest quality. The better the quality of the jade, the stronger the ability to carry runes and the longer it could be used. From this perspective, this piece of jade was undoubtedly the most suitable. Xiao Ruofei cut very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the expensive glass-type jade had been cut into 3 or 4 pieces. The largest piece was reserved for carving the jade guanyin. This was the best plan Xiao Ruofei came up with after repeated calculations. He tried to keep the jade guanyin as big as possible, and at the same time not to waste the remaining scraps. Xiao Ruofei could still make a few jade leaves out of the 2 or 3 pieces of jade. Now that his success rate of carving protective talismans was very high, it was time to prepare some protective talismans for Ling Qingxue, Lin Qiao, Huzi's mother, and the people closest to him. Xiao Ruofei changed his carving knife, and then picked up the largest piece of jade. After taking a deep breath, he cut without hesitation. Just now, he had already done a precise calculation, and the guanyin visualization diagram had been firmly imprinted in his mind. Therefore, he already had an absolute grasp of which angle to cut and how to carve. With the help of his strong spiritual power, Xia Ruofei's every cut was very precise, as if it had been measured with a precision instrument. Soon, the shape of a jade guanyin gradually appeared amidst the flying jade shavings. During the carving process, he kept changing carving knives of different sizes, but every cut was full of confidence and without any hesitation. The carving speed was very fast. If other jade carving masters saw this scene, their jaws would definitely drop. The traditional craftsmanship of jade carving was a slow and meticulous process. Before starting, they had to calculate for a long time, and sometimes they had to use a pen to draw some auxiliary lines. After they started carving, they had to be very, very, very careful. Every cut had to be considered for a long time. It would be better to cut a little less than a little more. This was because if the carving was not in place, it could be modified. Once a little more was shaved off, it could not be repaired. Especially for this kind of expensive high-quality jade, they had to be very careful when carving. But it was precisely because of this that these sculpted works often had a strong sense of craftsmanship. An expert could tell the difference between repeated modifications and completed in one go. Xia Ruofei's carving method required the assistance of a very strong spiritual force to ensure accuracy. Even if ordinary people knew about it, they wouldn't be able to learn it. This was also an important reason why Xia Ruofei's works had a natural charm. Of course, there was another reason that couldn't be ignored. The jade leaf he had carved before was actually based on the leaves of the spiritual heart tree that he had observed countless times in the early days. The entire spiritual heart tree had a trace of the charm of the Great Way, and every leaf was overflowing with the Great Way. The jade leaf carved using this as a template naturally did not have a trace of mortal qi. This time, Xia Ruofei used the template of the jade guanyin, which was a precious visualization diagram stored in the jade amulet of the human character. It was also not an ordinary object. As Xia Ruofei's carving knife danced in the air, the jade guanyin gradually took shape in his hands. After the last carving, Xia Ruofei left the state of extreme concentration. He showed a tired smile on his face, picked up the completed jade guanyin, and blew heavily on it. After the remaining jade fragments on the jade guanyin were blown away, its true appearance was finally revealed. The jade guanyin had a graceful bearing, with a compassionate expression on its face. One of its hands was holding a pure vase, and there was a willow branch in the vase. The entire jade guanyin was vivid and lifelike. Even the dress and other details were very lifelike. At the same time, it also emitted a faint charm of the Great Way. Xia Ruofei admired it for a while, and put down the jade guanyin with great satisfaction. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and drank a few mouthfuls of the spiritual heart flower petal solution to recover his spiritual force. This kind of carving consumed a lot of his spiritual force. In the Ring 2 space, which was rich in spiritual energy, Xia Ruofei quickly recovered. He returned to the spirit pool and sat down cross-legged. With a serious expression, he picked up the jade guanyin. The next step was to carve the spirit-gathering talisman. During this period of time, Xia Ruofei had practiced the spirit-gathering talisman very well. He had also tried to use jade as a carrier to carve the talisman, and the success rate was quite good. This was the first time he used such a precious glass-type jade guanyin to carve the talisman. However, Xia Ruofei did not feel nervous. On one hand, the success rate of his previous practice was quite high. On the other hand, with his current spiritual force cultivation, even if he failed, he could control it very well. At worst, this jade guanyin could no longer carry the talisman, and it would not shatter. Even if there was no way to carve the talisman, this jade guanyin itself was very valuable. The millions he spent would not go to waste. Moreover, he still had a few spare pieces of jade, which were more than enough to carve the jade leaves. If the carving of the jade guanyin failed, the bigger pieces of spare jade could still be used to carve the jade guanyin, but the size would not be so big. It was because of this relaxed attitude that Xia Ruofei's process of carving the spirit-gathering talisman went quite smoothly. He even felt that it was better than when he practiced before. He did not deliberately think about whether he would succeed or fail. Unknowingly, he finished carving the talisman in one go. It was only when the last talisman was successfully carved into the jade guanyin that Xia Ruofei suddenly realized. He could not help but show a relaxed smile on his face. This jade guanyin did not look any different from before. However, if there was a spiritual force expert here, they would immediately notice that there were countless complicated lines that could not be seen by the naked eye. There was a faint flow of spiritual energy inside. The spiritual energy in the Ring 2 space was very rich to begin with. Therefore, the Jade Guanyin quickly absorbed a lot of spiritual energy, making it look even more lively. This was under the condition that he had not dripped his blood on it to claim ownership. Once it absorbed a drop of Master Song's blood, the Jade Guanyin he wore would constantly absorb spiritual energy, nourishing his body unknowingly. The benefits were incomparable to 5 or 10-100-year-old wild ginseng. The bodies of the elderly were weak. In traditional Chinese medicine, there was a saying that a weak body could not withstand nourishment. A tonic like wild ginseng was naturally the best choice for prolonging one's life, but using it to nourish one's body was too potent. However, the Jade Guanyin did not have such a drawback. It nourished the body unknowingly. The entire process was very gentle. Even the person receiving the nourishment would not easily notice it. Xiao Ruofei played with the Jade Guanyin for a while before putting it away in satisfaction. He felt that he was in a very good state today. He decided to carve the few pieces of jade he had in reserve. After all, time flowed 30 times faster in the primordial realm. He had plenty of time. Since the Jade Guanyin had been successfully carved, Xiao Ruofei decided to use the remaining jade to carve jade leaves. He had already made up his mind, so he picked up a carving knife and did not hesitate to cut the remaining pieces of jade into small pieces. If Ma Jiming saw Xiao Ruofei cut the glass-type jade worth millions into small pieces, his heart would definitely ache. Such precious jade was naturally more valuable the larger it was. Under normal circumstances, a single piece of jade could be made into several bracelets. The remaining scraps could also be made into rings. In short, the utilization of the jade had to be maximized. 11 However, Xiao Ruofei naturally did not consider so much. He did not care about spending millions. The carving of jade leaves was much simpler than the Jade Guanyin. In a short while, Xiao Ruofei had carved all the jade into lifelike jade leaves. There were a total of 7. Then, Xiao Ruofei rested for a while before continuing to carve protective talismans into the 7 jade leaves. The jade leaves were much smaller than the Jade Guanyin. It was not enough to carve more complicated talismans like the spirit-gathering talisman. Furthermore, Xiao Ruofei felt that the safety of his family was the most important. Therefore, relatively simple protective talismans were the most suitable. Carving protective talismans was already a walk in the park for Xiao Ruofei. He did not stop at all. Soon, he carved protective talismans into the 7 jade leaves. He did not fail at all. His success rate was 100%. After doing all of this, Xiao Ruofei heaved a long sigh of relief. Even though his mental strength was extremely powerful, he could not help but feel a little exhausted after completing such high-intensity work. However, after finding a few boxes to store the jade leaves and Jade Guanyin, he quickly left the space with a thought and returned to the outside world. After all, he was in the hotel. Xiao Ruofei was also worried that someone would accidentally break in. Therefore, after finishing his work, he did not delay for a moment and left the Ring 2 space. After returning to the room, Xiao Ruofei immediately kept the spiritual map scroll in his palm. Then, he sat down, lit a cigarette, and rested for a while. Because the flow of time in the Ring 2 space was 30 times faster, only a short while had passed in the outside world. Xiao Ruofei rested for a while. Seeing that it was still early for lunch, he called Tang Etian. After learning that his family was visiting the Forbidden City, he left the hotel and took a taxi to the Forbidden City Museum. The Forbidden City was very vast. If they visited all of it, it might not be enough for an entire day. Tang Etian and his family had originally planned to visit the Forbidden City today. Tomorrow, they would go to the Great Wall of Badaling. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei quickly bought the tickets and met up with Tang Etian and his family in the Forbidden City. Tang Haoran originally thought that his master was busy this morning and was a little unhappy. However, when he saw that Xiao Ruofei rushed over after finishing his work, he was very happy. His mood suddenly rose a lot. Now that the matter of the company's brand ambassador had been settled, Feng Jing was in charge of the follow-up work. Xiao Ruofei was also very relieved. Tomorrow, Master Song's birthday gift was also prepared, so Xiao Ruofei was now very relaxed. He accompanied Tang Yitian and his family to visit the Forbidden City for a day. The next day, he went to the Great Wall of Badaling with them. Little Hauran finally became a hero for once. Because they had to go to Master Song's house for dinner, Xiao Ruofei and his family had a simple lunch at the Great Wall of Badaling at noon and returned to the hotel. He went back to his room to take a shower and lay down to sleep for a while. At 4 o'clock, Song Rui arrived at the hotel. After receiving the call, Xiao Ruofei immediately changed into the clothes that he had already prepared. Then, he put the jade guanyin into a paper box and stuffed it into his bag. As soon as he got out of the elevator, Xiao Ruofei saw Song Rui. This guy was sitting on the guest sofa with a pair of sneaky eyes looking around. Especially when a girl with a good figure came in and out, he didn't even blink. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little funny. He waved at Song Rui and called out, "Song Rui." "Ruofei." Song Rui immediately stood up and said with a smile, "Now you really have the style of a boss. You're even staying at the Hilton Hotel when you're on a business trip." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but roll his eyes and say, "If I had a big house in Beijing, I wouldn't stay in a hotel." Song Rui said with a bitter face, "That's not my house. Let me tell you, I'd rather stay in a hotel. Living at home is too restrictive. And you know my old man, he always has a straight face, as if I owe him tens of millions." "Who said that?" "Master Song is very kind," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "That's because he's kind to you," Song Rui said. "There's no one in the younger generation who isn't afraid of Grandpa. Every day at home feels like a year. We can't even go out and have fun. Let's not talk about it anymore, I'm crying. Let's go. Grandpa is already waiting for you at home." Song Rui walked out of the hotel with Xiao Ruofei. The Hongqi car he brought with him was parked at the entrance of the hotel. A dark-skinned, cold-faced major stood upright beside the car. Song Rui introduced, "Ruofei, this is the new security staff officer assigned to Grandpa by the organization, Chen Gang. Brother Chen, this is the guest Grandpa wants to meet today, Xiao Ruofei." Chen Gang nodded slightly at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Hello, Mr. Xia. Please get in the car." "Sorry to trouble you, Brother Chen," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei had a natural closeness to soldiers. Although Chen Gang didn't smile much, his strong military temperament made Xiao Ruofei have a good impression of him. He also knew that this was a habit that people who worked in security had developed over the years, so he didn't feel neglected. Xiao Ruofei noticed that the Hongqi car had a white military license plate. After getting in the car, he couldn't help but ask, "Song Rui, this isn't Master Song's private car, is it?" Song Rui said with a smile, "Strictly speaking, it's not. This is a spare car, but the specifications are the same as a private car. It's a specially made explosion-proof version. It's just to pick you up. Normally, when we wanted to move this car, Grandpa would get angry and glare at us." In fact, when Xiao Ruofei got in the car, he noticed the heavy door of the Hongqi car. The experienced Xiao Ruofei knew that this car was equipped with the best bulletproof armor. He couldn't help but feel touched. Master Song really treated him differently. Then Xiao Ruofei's heart skipped a beat, and he asked, "By the way, where's Master Song's former security advisor, Su Wu?" When Master Song was seriously ill, Xiao Ruofei stayed in the mountains for a while to treat him. He was very familiar with Su Wu, the security advisor, so when he saw that Master Song's personal guard was replaced by Chen Gang, he couldn't help but care. Song Rui said with a smile, "Brother Su has been promoted. He's the chief of staff of the 2nd Security Regiment. The 2nd Regiment is stationed in Daxing. You can go and play with him when you have time." "Sure," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The trees on this hill were lush and green, and the environment looked very peaceful. However, Xiao Ruofei was keenly aware of the strict security under this tranquility. He didn't even need to use his mental strength. Just by relying on his professional sixth sense, he could find that there were many hidden sentries arranged in many hidden positions. The car drove directly to the road up the mountain. After driving on the flat asphalt road for a few hundred meters, they came across the first sentry post after a turn. The sentry post was guarded by soldiers with live ammunition. Chen Gang slowly slowed down the car and pressed down the window. Song Rui explained, there are many retired comrades living here, so a regiment of soldiers is stationed here all year round to guard. The entry and exit checks are very strict. If no one picks you up, you won't be able to get in. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded without saying anything. In fact, he could see that although these soldiers were all elites in the army, with his current cultivation, it wouldn't be difficult to sneak in by avoiding the open sentry posts and hidden sentries. Of course, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't be stupid enough to expose them. After checking and registering, the car continued to move forward. There were at least 5 sentry posts along the way, and countless hidden sentries. Finally, the car turned a corner, and a spacious yard under the shade of green trees appeared in front of everyone's eyes. There were 2 soldiers with live ammunition standing at the gate of the yard, looking ahead vigilantly. Chen Gang poked his head out and waved his hand. The 2 soldiers immediately opened the gate, and the car drove directly into the yard. "We're here," Song Rui said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei and the other 2 got out of the car. Song Rui said, "Grandpa is in the backyard. I'll take you in." Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded, then said to Chen Gang, "Staff Officer Chen, thank you." Chen Gang was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Xiao Ruofei to specifically thank him. However, he immediately recovered and said, "You're welcome. This is my job." Xiao Ruofei nodded at Chen Gang, then followed Song Rui inside. This was a traditional old house with 3 entrances. There was a spacious parking lot in the front yard, where guards, cooks, and other staff lived. The middle yard was where Master Song usually worked and met with guests. Some of his followers could also stay here. The backyard was where Master Song rested. The environment was the most secluded. Without permission, even the descendants of the family Song couldn't enter at will. Song Rui brought Xiao Ruofei through the middle yard. Standing at the door of the backyard, he said, "I can only bring you here. Go in and see the old man." Calm. Once Xiao Ruofei entered the backyard, he felt as if he had come to a paradise. The style here was completely different from the front yard. There was a long vegetable field in the yard. There were many vegetables growing on it. On the other side, there was a grape trellis covered with grapevines. Under the grape trellis, there was a stone table and stone benches. Some planting tools were placed in an orderly manner against the courtyard wall. It looked like an ordinary farmyard. Director Liu had obviously received the news from the front yard and was already waiting in the yard. When he saw Xiao Ruofei, he smiled and greeted him. "Xiaoxia, the chief has been waiting for you for a long time." Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Oh. Then I must have sinned. How could I let the old man wait for me?" Director Liu laughed and said, "Xiaoxia. The chief has been talking about you a lot during this period of time. The chief has been back in the capital for so long, but you haven't thought of coming to see him." Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly and said, "I've been busy with mundane affairs. Besides, Master Song's identity is special. If I came often, it would be inconvenient. His identity is special to others." Director Liu smiled and said, "The chief treats you like his own descendant. If you want to see the chief, you can come anytime." "I know, Director Liu," Xiao Ruofei said with warmth in his heart. The backyard wasn't big. As the 2 of them spoke, they had already passed through the courtyard and arrived at the central room. "Chief, Xiaoxia is here," Director Liu said at the door. Master Song was sitting in the middle of the central room. There were many people sitting on both sides of the room. They all looked over at the source of the sound. Xiao Ruofei quickly took a few steps forward and walked into the central room. He respectfully said to Master Song, "Chief, today is your birthday. I wish you happiness as great as the East Sea and eternal as the South Mountain." Master Song's hair and beard were all white, but he was in good spirits. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with a warm gaze. After laughing, he said, "Thank you for your blessings. Xiaoxia, come and sit." Xiao Ruofei walked forward. He had already seen the people in the room. Besides Master Song's children, there were also a few leaders who were close to Master Song. Among them were Tian Huilan, who had been transferred to the capital, and Lieutenant General Zhao Cheng, whom Xiao Ruofei had helped treat for diabetes. It seemed that although Master Song's birthday was a family banquet, leaders who were close to him of a certain level were invited. Of course, Master Song still remembered Xiao Ruofei and asked Song Rui to personally call and invite him. This made him very touched. Tian Huilan, Zhao Cheng, Song Rui's father, Song Jingping, and Master Song's other children, who had interacted with Master Song a few times during Master Song's treatment, all smiled and nodded at Xiao Ruofei. The others looked at Xiao Ruofei curiously. Those who could sit with Master Song in the backyard were definitely high-ranking leaders or children of high status in the family Song family. Xiao Ruofei didn't seem to be either of those. At the same time, he was so young. Yet, Master Song, who had always been very serious, was so kind to him. Naturally, everyone was filled with curiosity. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, Master Song smiled and asked, Xiaoxia, I heard from Xiao Rui that you happened to be in the capital on a business trip this time? Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Yes, Chief. Our company has recently developed a new line of skincare products. This time, I'm mainly here to be the brand ambassador. Master Song asked curiously, Your company actually produces skincare products? Aren't you mainly in agricultural products? Xiao Ruofei scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, This is a natural skincare product made from pure Chinese medicine. It's also a prescription that I accidentally got. Later, I tried to make some for my relatives and friends to use. The effect was very good, so I thought of a way to mass produce it. Oh, pure Chinese medicine. With an expert like you making it, the effect will definitely be very good. Master Song said with a smile. Some of the people present didn't know much about Xiao Ruofei. When they saw that Master Song was actually concerned about such a small matter and even asked a few questions with interest, they were even more surprised. They couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei a few more times. After Tian Huilan heard this, his eyes lit up and he couldn't help but ask, Ruofei, this skincare product you're talking about, it can't be jade skin ointment, right? After Xiao Ruofei made the jade skin ointment, he also gave a lot to Tian Huilan and Lu Yu, so she was very clear about the magical effect of the jade skin ointment. But after all, she was an elder. After the jade skin ointment was used up, she was too embarrassed to ask Xiao Ruofei for more. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie Tian, this is the jade skin ointment. We have now found a way to mass produce it. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be on the market soon. Master Song's daughter, Song Jilan, had also used the jade skin ointment. Of course, she only got one, and it was also given to her by Tian Huilan. After hearing this, Song Jilan's eyes suddenly lit up and said, The jade skin ointment is finally going to be mass-produced. That's great. Little Xia, when can we buy it? Seeing this, Master Song couldn't help but laugh and said, Little Xia, it seems that the effect of your company's jade skin ointment is really good. Lian Huilan and Jilan can't hold it in anymore. Tian Huilan was a ministerial leader, and although Song Jilan didn't participate in politics, she was responsible for the management of the family Song industry. The flow of funds under her hands was easily in the hundreds of millions. The two of them were actually so concerned about the news of the jade skin ointment. It could be seen how attractive this product was. Xiao Ruofei touched his nose a little embarrassedly and said, I still have confidence in the product's effect. But as for how the sales will be after it is released, it still depends on the market test. Then Xiao Ruofei said to Song Jilan, Auntie Song, the approval process for the jade skin ointment has been completed. Now, all the preparations are going smoothly. It should be on the market within a month at the latest. But our initial production is limited, and there may not be a lot of stock in Beijing. So it's like this. Song Jilan said, It's okay, then I'll ask Xiao Rui to help me buy more in the southeast province. Although Tian Huilan didn't say anything, his expression was eager to try. Obviously, he was also very tempted. Xiao Ruofei's heart moved slightly, and he said with a smile, Auntie Tian, Auntie Song, I also brought some products with me when I came to Beijing this time. Tomorrow, I'll ask Song Rui to get some for you. You can share it with your friends and relatives. If it's useful, help us advertise it. Although Xiao Ruofei had given Tian Huilan a lot of jade skin ointment before, and it had been popular in the small circle for a while, he didn't want to immediately mass-produce it, so the amount he brewed was very small. Now that he was ready to go on the market on a large scale, he also had a lot of hand-brewed jade skin ointment in the Ring 2 space. In Feng Jing's sales plan, there was a limited edition hand-brewed jade skin ointment, so Xiao Ruofei had already asked Xia Qing to start brewing it in the space, so that he had enough stock. Xiao Ruofei suddenly realized that upper-class ladies like Tian Huilan and Song Jilan would be very good promoters for the jade skin ointment. He was very confident in the efficacy of the jade skin ointment. As long as he took out a small amount of jade skin ointment, this magical product would first become popular in the upper-class circle. After a period of time, when it went on the market, he would receive very good results. Even these upper-class people were rushing like ducks. This was simply the best advertisement. Master Song laughed and said, "Xiaoxia, you have a good business mind." None of the people present were simple people. After a little thinking, they naturally understood Xiao Ruofei's intention, and they all showed kind smiles. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "To forge iron, one needs to be strong. The main thing is that I have confidence in my product." Master Song said seriously, "Yes. If the product is not good, even if it is advertised well, the users won't buy it. This is the case in business, and isn't it the same in politics?" Elder Song's sons and daughters, as well as the military and political officials, were all deep in thought. Master Song just sighed and didn't preach so much. Soon, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "By the way, I remember that you also developed a special drug to treat autism. How is the project now?" Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "It's still in the clinical trial stage. The approval process of the drug is relatively complicated, but everything is going very smoothly. It's not far from the official market," Master Song said with relief. "Very good. This is a great thing that benefits the country and the people. Every year, a large number of children with autism are born in our country. So far, there is no special drug for autism in the world. Your company can develop this drug, which is tantamount to filling the gap in the world's medical field. You must do this well. If you have any difficulties, you can directly report to me." Xiao Ruofei's expression turned solemn as he respectfully said, "Yes, Chief." Tian Huilan also looked at Xiao Ruofei with some emotion. She could empathize with the pain of an autistic family, because her sister Tian Huixin had encountered such misfortune. It was also because of Xiao Ruofei that Huan Huan could walk out of her lonely world and become a cheerful and lively normal child. Master Song then asked about Xiao Ruofei's company. The more they listened, the more they felt that Xiao Ruofei was not simple. It was not because Xiao Ruofei had such a big business at such a young age. In fact, Xiao Ruofei's business was very small in the eyes of everyone in this room. However, it was the first time that they saw Master Song actually care about such trivial matters of Xiao Ruofei's business. They were more and more shocked. Master Song usually dealt with national affairs. It was no exaggeration to say that the personnel appointment of a department or even a deputy department leader was not a big deal to Master Song. Even though he had retired, his influence was still huge. Perhaps a sentence from him could decide the direction of a policy. Now, he was actually so concerned about a small company in Southeast Province. This young man's future was limitless. Master Song chatted with Xiao Ruofei very kindly for a while, then said with a smile, "Ruofei, go ahead and find Song Rui and the others. It's time to eat in a while. I guess you'll feel uncomfortable accompanying us old men." Xiao Ruofei said with some embarrassment, "Okay, Chief, then I'll go down first." Master Song waved his hand and said, "Go ahead. When it's time to eat, drink with me a few more times." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said, then he said goodbye to the big shots in the room and stepped out of the central room. In fact, Xiao Ruofei did not have stage fright at all. Ever since he had the Ring 2 space and stepped on the road of cultivation, Xiao Ruofei's mentality had unknowingly changed a lot. In this room, there were feudal officials and leaders of ministries. Perhaps ordinary people could not help but feel uncomfortable in front of their power and influence, but Xiao Ruofei was always very indifferent. Of course, rather than facing these elders, Xiao Ruofei would definitely prefer to be with Song Rui. After all, they were of the same age and had more in common. Xiao Ruofei walked into the courtyard and heard Song Jilan remind him, "Little Xia, don't forget about the jade skin ointment." Everyone's kind laughter came from the room. Xiao Ruofei stopped, turned around and said with a smile, "Don't worry. Auntie Song, I'll ask Song Rui to go with me to the hotel to get it later. After leaving the backyard, Xiao Ruofei called Song Rui. I'm out, where are you? In the south room. Song Rui said, come directly. We'll eat here in a while. So Xiao Ruofei walked to the south room. He opened the door and found that the room was very big. Several rooms in the south must have been connected. There were 5 big round tables in the south room. Behind the table in the middle, there was a table with a big show character hanging behind it. The table closest to the door was already filled with 8 or 9 people. Song Rui waved at Xiao Ruofei and shouted, Ruofei, over here. Song Rui's table was closest to the door, and the people sitting with him were all young people. Some of them looked similar to Song Rui, so they should be his uncles and siblings. Some of them were probably the nephews of the leaders that Xiao Ruofei saw just now. These young people naturally didn't surprise Xiao Ruofei. The reason why he was stunned was because he saw Luyu sitting next to Song Rui. Xiao Ruofei didn't expect to meet Luyu here, but he understood after thinking about it. Tian Huilan wanted to become relatives with Song Rui. Although they didn't force Luyu to date Song Rui anymore, on an occasion like Master Song's birthday, Tian Huilan would definitely call Luyu over. It would at least allow Luyu and Song Rui to get to know each other better. Song Rui felt uncomfortable sitting next to Luyu. When he saw Xiao Ruofei come in, his eyes rolled a few times. He stood up and waved his hand, saying, Ruofei, come sit here. Then he gently pushed the young man next to him and said, Song Wei, move to the side. There was an empty seat next to the young man named Song Rui. He thought that Song Rui wanted to sit with Xiao Ruofei, so he quickly got up and moved to the side. Song Rui was the eldest brother of the eldest branch, and he still had a lot of prestige among the younger generation. What Song Wei didn't expect was that after he moved away, Song Rui also moved to the side and sat in the seat that he had just sat in. In this way, there was an empty seat between Song Rui and Luyu. Song Rui smiled and pointed to the seat, saying, Ruofei, what are you doing? Come and sit down. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui speechlessly. He naturally knew what Song Rui was thinking, but he didn't hesitate or refuse. He directly strode over and sat down. The young people at the table were suddenly stunned. What was going on? Everyone in their circle knew that Song Rui wanted to marry Tian Huilan. In their opinion, as long as the elders had this intention, then Song Rui and Luyu would eventually become husband and wife. Whether the two were willing or not, the result wouldn't change. In fact, they were the same. Marriage was to serve the family and politics. It had nothing to do with feelings. They could have 8 or 10 lovers outside, or they could indulge in debauchery all day long. Even their wives might have gigolos outside, but on the surface, they had to maintain a relationship. Therefore, it was normal for Song Rui and Luyu to sit together. Now, Song Rui gave his seat to this unfamiliar Ruofei, and this young man actually didn't decline modestly and really sat down. He was forcefully sandwiched between Song Rui and Luyu. The combination of these 3 people felt strange no matter how one looked at it. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he turned to Luyu and smiled, saying, Long time no see. How have you been? Luyu picked up the wine glass and took a sip of red wine, saying lightly, I'm just an ordinary student. Every day, I go to class, do experiments, and write papers. How can it be more exciting than a big boss like you? The young people at the table couldn't help but widen their eyes, and their faces were full of disbelief. After Xiao Ruofei sat down, he didn't talk to Song Rui, but went to chat with Luyu first. In everyone's eyes, this was simply an act of blatant poaching. However, Song Rui didn't feel offended. He sat there with a smile on his face and seemed to be very happy. In fact, these young people didn't know that the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui was so close. Why would they need to exchange pleasantries? On the contrary, Luyu had indeed not contacted for a long time. Before Tian Huilan went to Beijing to take office, he asked him to help take care of Luyu. However, the mischievous Xiao Ruofei almost never contacted Luyu, so he was somewhat uneasy. In addition, he and Luyu were also good friends. It was normal for them to exchange pleasantries after not seeing each other for so long. If it was said that Xiao Ruofei's blatant act of poaching made these young people's jaws drop, then Lu Yufei's reaction shocked them even more. Everyone in the circle knew that Lu Yu's temperament was very cold. She always spoke bluntly to the opposite sex. However, although Lu Yu's tone of speaking to Xiao Ruofei was relatively cold, she said so much. Moreover, it seemed that the two of them were very familiar with each other. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. Xiao Ruofei ignored the strange gazes of the young people and said to Lu Yu with a smile, "My small business is not a big boss. Don't make fun of me." Lu Yu's beautiful eyes revealed a faint smile. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Anyway, you are much richer than me." Lu Yu's cold exterior seemed to melt a lot in front of Xiao Ruofei. In fact, after being rescued by Xiao Ruofei in the bar, Lu Yu's feelings for Xiao Ruofei were very different from before. That time, after Lu Yu was rescued by Xiao Ruofei, she vomited all over and was very drunk. Even her undergarments were changed by Xiao Ruofei. Every time she thought that this man had seen her body, Lu Yu's heart would always have a strange feeling. Today, Lu Yu didn't know that Xiao Ruofei would also come to the birthday banquet, so when she saw Xiao Ruofei walk into the south room, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of surprise. However, everyone's attention was on Xiao Ruofei, so no one noticed. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei didn't greet everyone after sitting down, but instead chatted very enthusiastically with Song Rui's arranged marriage partner, Lu Yu, as if there was no one else around, several young people at the table suddenly felt a little sick of it. One of the young men, who was wearing an Armani shirt and had glossy hair, glanced at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Brother, you look a little unfamiliar. Let's make our names known." Xiao Ruofei looked at him indifferently and said with a smile, "My name is Xiao Ruofei." "Surname Xia?" The young man said to himself, "Recently, there doesn't seem to be any leader with the surname Xia transferred to work in Beijing. Could it be a local leader? Which province has a leader with the surname Xia? Brothers, let's think about it together. This guy is quite mysterious." Song Rui couldn't help laughing when he saw this. He said, "Lu Jian, don't think blindly. You won't be able to guess it even if you guess for a lifetime. Ruofei's parents are no longer around." The young man named Lu Jian couldn't help but change his expression slightly when he heard this. He said, "Could it be that brother Ruofei's grandfather is?" Song Rui's words made Lu Jian misunderstand. Since his parents were no longer around, and he was so familiar with Song Rui, it was most likely that his grandfather's status was very prominent. Coincidentally, there was an old chief surnamed Xia. Before he retired, his position was slightly lower than Master Song's, but he was definitely a heavyweight leader. Moreover, this chief Xia really had a son who died of illness when he was in his 40s. Therefore, when Song Rui said that, Lu Jian immediately thought of this chief Xia. Not only did Lu Jian misunderstand, but many of the young people at the table also thought that Xiao Ruofei was Chief Xia's grandson. Instantly, they stopped looking down on him. Song Rui couldn't help but laugh and say, "You guys. I'll tell you. Ruofei has nothing to do with Xiao Mingjuan's grandfather, so don't make wild guesses. Ruofei isn't in our circle." "Ah?" Lu Jian couldn't help but cry out. Song Rui made it very clear that Xiao Ruofei wasn't in their circle. Moreover, he just said that Xiao Ruofei's parents were no longer around, so the possibility of him sitting at the same table as them based on his parents' status didn't exist. In other words, Xiao Ruofei could be purely from the grassroots. However, he could attend Master Song's birthday banquet, and even the eldest grandson of the family Song's third generation, Song Rui, was so familiar with him. All of this seemed so unbelievable, but it really happened in front of him. Lu Jian laughed dryly, looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Brother, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us what you do for a living. Everyone is very curious." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Young Master Lu, I was in the army for a few years. After I retired, I opened a small company in the southeast province." Lu Jian was still listening attentively, but he found that Xiao Ruofei had closed her mouth after saying this. Lu Jian was stunned and asked, "That's all?" Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, "That's all, okay." Lu Jian nodded helplessly, then exchanged glances with the other young people around him. They stopped pestering Xiao Ruofei. However, they couldn't help but feel a little disapproving of Xiao Ruofei. Although Xiao Ruofei looked a little mysterious, through Lu Jian's probing just now, they also knew that Xiao Ruofei shouldn't have any background. Maybe he had a good relationship with Song Rue, so he just happened to be here. Although it seemed a little unreasonable for Song Rue's good friend to attend Master Song's birthday banquet, these people didn't think too much about it. These young people had formed a habit when interacting with people, and that was to compare the status of the other party's family elders. Basically, their status in the circle was also proportional to the status of their parents. Therefore, after confirming that Xiao Ruofei wasn't the child of some big leader, they lost interest in Xiao Ruofei. However, after hearing Xiao Ruofei's introduction, the eyes of a young man wearing a tang suit sitting next to Xiao Ruofei lit up. Although he said that he was a young man, his skin was dark and his face was full of stubble. He still looked a little old. He grinned at Xiao Ruofei and said straightforwardly, "Brother, you were also a soldier. Then let's drink a few more cups later." Song Rue said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, this is Zhao Yongjun, brother Zhao. His father is Uncle Zhaoqing of the Beijing military region. He was also a soldier before." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "My father wanted me to take over his business. Unfortunately, I'm not cut out for that. I retired after 5 years of being a soldier." Xiao Ruofei already had a natural good impression of soldiers. In addition, he had treated Zhao Qing's diabetes before. Moreover, he had received an unexpected surprise from Zhao Yongjun's family, a world stone. Therefore, he naturally felt closer to Zhao Yongjun than other young people. Xiao Ruofei smiled at Zhao Yongjun and said, "Then I have to call brother Zhao old squad leader. I'll definitely toast you a few more cups later." "Haha. No problem," Zhao Yongjun said straightforwardly. Xiao Ruofei had a close relationship with Family Song, but most of the third generation of Family Song's children hadn't been involved in the core decision-making of the family. The only one who knew about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Master Song was Song Rue. As for the younger generation of Family Song's leaders, it was naturally impossible for them to know about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Family Song. Even Zhao Yongjun didn't know that it was Xiao Ruofei who cured his father's diabetes and saved his father's career. Therefore, the young people at the table, including some of Family Song's children, didn't think much of it when they saw Zhao Yongjun chatting so enthusiastically with a small grassroots boss. They chatted on their own, and their attitude towards Xiao Ruofei was neither hot nor cold. The topics of these rich playboys were nothing more than luxury cars, women, and so on. Xiao Ruofei wasn't interested, so he took a sip of red wine from time to time and chatted with Song Rue and Lu Yu. Not long after, there was a sound of footsteps. Everyone looked up and saw a group of people escorting Master Song into the small banquet hall. Everyone who came in was an elder of the young people at the table, and among them was Master Song, who had an extremely high status. Therefore, everyone immediately stopped chatting, and so did the other tables. The banquet hall suddenly quieted down. The birthday boy, Master Song, was in a good mood. He was usually serious, but today he had a smile on his face. After he walked to the main seat, he said, "Thank you for your concern and blessings, central government leader. Also, thank you, Director Zhang, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come here in person." A slightly balding leader at the main table hurriedly said, "Chief, you are too polite. Originally, the central government leaders wanted to come in person, but you gave them a heads up 2 months in advance, so they sent me here as a representative. I wish the old chief good fortune as the East Sea and a long life as long as the South Mountain." Director Zhang was the director of the central government office, a real deputy national leader. Moreover, he was the chief steward of the central government. His appearance naturally represented the attitude of the current leadership. Family Song's people were very excited and proud. As long as Master Song was healthy and alive, Family Song would definitely prosper. Those leaders who were close to Family Song who were present to congratulate him were naturally more determined in their positions. Master Song said with a smile, "Director Zhang, you're too polite. Please take a seat." Then he looked around and said, "Thank you all for coming to celebrate my birthday with this old man. Everyone here today is my family, so don't be shy. Just eat and drink to your heart's content." Speaking of this, Master Song's gaze stopped on Xiao Ruofei. He said with a smile, "Xiaoxia, why are you at Xiao Rue's table? Come here, come sit with us." Other than Song Rue and Lu Yu, who knew about the relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Master Song, who looked normal, the young people at the table looked as if they had seen a ghost. The other members of family Song who were sitting at the other tables, including some side branches of the family and some leaders in Beijing who were very close to the family Song, didn't notice Xia Ruofei sitting at the table of the younger generation. Now that Master Song said this, they all looked in the direction of the voice. Although many people didn't know Xia Ruofei, they were very familiar with the younger generation at the table. The only person who looked unfamiliar was naturally Xia Ruofei. In an instant, Xia Ruofei became the focus of the whole scene. At this time, a dignified middle-aged leader next to Master Song smiled and said, "Little Xia, why are you in a daze? The chief asked you to come and sit." Lu Jian, who was sitting opposite Xia Ruofei, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Because the leader who spoke was none other than Lu Jian's father, Lu Xiangbin. He was the executive deputy minister of a ministry and a leader at the ministerial level. Just now, he was qualified to talk to Master Song in the hall in the backyard. Lu Xiangbin had already seen Xia Ruofei's position in Master Song's heart in the backyard, so he naturally invited Xia Ruofei. But his intimate words to Xia Ruofei made Lu Jian's heart tremble. And the foppish young masters at Xia Ruofei's table looked at Lu Jian with strange expressions. Although Xia Ruofei was very calm, he couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable under the gaze of so many people. He secretly smiled bitterly, stood up and said, "Chief, I'm fine here. I don't want to go to your place to join in the fun." After everyone heard Xia Ruofei's words, they felt that it was unreal. Master Song personally invited a young man, but he actually rejected it. What was even more unbelievable was that Master Song was not offended at all. He just casually waved his hand and said, "Haha. Do as you please. Xiao Rui, drink a few more cups for me and Xiao Xia." Song Rui said respectfully, "Yes, Grandpa." In front of Master Song, the unruly Song Rui was a pure and innocent child. At this time, Song Jingping and Tian Huilan naturally noticed the strange seating arrangement of Xia Ruofei and the others. They looked at each other and saw a trace of helplessness in each other's eyes. It seemed that the wishful thinking of both sides' parents didn't seem to be able to make Song Rui and Lu Yu have feelings for each other. They also secretly smiled bitterly at this. However, the two ministerial leaders didn't blame Xia Ruofei. First of all, Xia Ruofei's relationship with Song Rui and Lu Yu was very good. Second of all, Song Rui and Lu Yu didn't like each other. This was the main reason. Whether Xia Ruofei sat in that seat or not, it didn't matter much. If it was an ordinary rich family, the wishes of the younger generation wouldn't have much effect on this kind of political marriage. However, it was a little special in this case. Lu Yu's father passed away very early. Tian Huilan was busy most of the time with work. He always felt that he owed his daughter. Although she wanted to marry family Song, if Lu Yu's opposition was strong, she couldn't force her too much. On Song Rui's side, Master Song's arrangement for his children's marriage was relatively strong. However, for his grandchildren, Song Rui, perhaps because of the generational gap, he was relatively democratic. If Song Rui firmly disagreed with this marriage, Master Song would probably make other considerations. There were many girls of the right age from other families. In the end, they would find Song Rui who was pleasing to the eye. Of course, now they didn't know that Song Rui was interested in Song Wei's classmate, Shui, who came from an ordinary family. Otherwise, they would definitely obstruct it. Democracy was always relative. In general, rich and powerful marriages still paid attention to the social status. Tian Huilan also smiled and said, "Yu, please respect Ruofei for me." Lu Yu looked indifferent. She nodded gently and said, "I know." Tian Huilan's words made the young people at the table dumbfounded. They originally wanted to see how Tian Huilan and Song Jingping would react when they found out about the three people's strange seating arrangement. However, they never thought that there would be such a possibility. Tian Huilan wasn't angry at all, and Song Jingping, who was next to her, wasn't surprised either. Instead, he smiled and nodded. The playboys felt that their brains weren't enough to understand. They felt more and more confused about Xia Ruofei, a young man who suddenly appeared among them. As they got to know him better, the mysterious fog around Xia Ruofei became thicker and thicker. However, there was no doubt that Xia Ruofei wasn't on the same level as them. Previously, they felt that Xia Ruofei was on the same level as them, but now it was completely reversed. It turned out that Xiao Ruofei wasn't on the same level as them. He was directly on the same level as their parents. Director Zhang of the central office naturally saw this scene. Although he didn't know Xiao Ruofei's identity, Master Song's obvious attitude made him pay attention to Xiao Ruofei. At the same time, he decided to go back and find out more about Xiao Ruofei's situation. After all, a young man who could be valued by Master Song was definitely not simple. Xiao Ruofei's matter was just a small interlude. After Master Song and the other leaders arrived and took their seats, the birthday banquet began very quickly. The staff served up steaming hot and delicious dishes, and the people at each table began to exchange toasts and toasts. However, there were many leaders present today, and there was also the mysterious Xiao Ruofei. Therefore, the atmosphere at the younger generation's table was more or less dull. Everyone was a little cautious. However, General Zhao's son, Zhao Yongjun, had a forthright personality. Previously, he didn't look down on Xiao Ruofei because of his low birth. Later on, he didn't have a trace of fear towards Xiao Ruofei because of Master Song like the others. Zhao Yongjun saw that everyone was a little restrained, so he laughed and raised his cup towards Xiao Ruofei. He said, "Brother Xia, let's toast." Song Ruwei said lazily, "Brother Zhao, you should really toast Ruofei on behalf of Uncle Zhao." Zhao Yongjun asked curiously, "Xiao Ruwei, what do you mean? Could it be that Brother Xia has had dealings with my father before?" The young people at the table also pricked up their ears. They were now very curious about Xiao Ruofei. Even Lu Yu couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Ruofei. Song Ruwei, however, smiled mischievously and said, "Big Brother Zhao, in any case, I definitely won't lie to you. You just need to toast me. As for why, you'll know when you go back and ask Uncle Zhao." Everyone was disappointed when they heard this. Zhao Yongjun also smiled and said, "You brat, you're still keeping me in suspense. But even if you don't say it, I still want to toast Brother Xia." Xiao Ruofei raised his wine cup and stood up. He said, "Brother Zhao, don't listen to Song Rui's nonsense. Come, let's drink this cup of wine together. It doesn't matter who toasts who, let's just say we're toasting each other." Yes. Toasting each other. Toasting each other. Zhao Yongjun said with a hearty laugh. Separated by Song Ruwei and Song Wei, the two leaned forward and clinked their cups. Then, they very straightforwardly raised their heads and downed the white wine in their cups. Zhao Yongjun wiped his mouth and said, "Those who have been in the military drink so straightforwardly. Brother Xia, I'll be friends with you. Don't forget to contact me when you come to Beijing in the future." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "As long as Brother Zhao has wine, I'll definitely harass you every time I come to Beijing." "Ha ha ha. Enough Maotai." Zhao Yongjun said with a hearty laugh. After Zhao Yongjun started, the young people at the table gradually loosened up. Lu Jian, who was a little disrespectful to Xiao Ruofei before, took the initiative to walk over with a wine cup and said, "Brother Xia, I'm sorry for offending you just now. I'll toast to you. I'll finish it as you please." Xiao Ruofei's personality was originally more easygoing, and Lu Jian and the others just gave him the cold shoulder just now. They didn't use their power to bully him, and now that they took the initiative to lower their posture, he naturally wouldn't put on airs. Xiao Ruofei also picked up his wine cup and stood up. After clinking glasses with Lu Jian, he said, "Young Master Lu, you're too serious. We're all young people. If we talk and act like old men, it'll be boring." Lu Jian quickly said, "Brother Xia, don't call me young Master Lu. I don't deserve it. You can just call me Xiao Jian. Brother Ruwei and the others all call me that." "Alright, Xiao Jian, let's have a toast," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Then, he tilted his head back and drank a small glass of white wine. Young people valued face the most. Although Lu Jian lowered his posture and said something to let Xiao Ruofei do whatever he wanted, Xiao Ruofei still made him feel very proud. After all, Xiao Ruofei was someone that even Master Song valued so much. He was one of a kind among the younger generation, so, Lu Jian quickly said, "Brother Xia, I should be the one to drink first." After that, he hurriedly drank the glass of wine, then immediately poured another glass and said, "I'll add another glass." Then, as if he was afraid that Xiao Ruofei would stop him, he drank another glass without saying anything. Xiao Ruofei smiled, patted Lu Jian's shoulder and said, "Don't drink too fast. Eat some food to calm down." The Maotai wine with more than 50% alcohol was still relatively strong. Lu Jian drank 2 glasses in a row and felt a wave of alcohol rush up. He smiled at Xiao Ruofei gratefully, then returned to his seat and ate a few mouthfuls of food. When the other young people at the table saw that Xiao Ruofei was so approachable, they all became lively and came to toast him one by one. Xiao Ruofei's alcohol tolerance was already amazing, and after cultivating, it was even more amazing. He probably wouldn't have a problem drinking a few liters of this kind of white wine. Naturally, he didn't mind drinking in a small glass of 2 cents. So, no matter who came to toast him, he drank it all in one gulp. In the eyes of these foppish young men, one's alcohol tolerance represented one's character. Xiao Ruofei's forthright drinking style also won their favor. Originally, Song Rui should have been the main character at this table, but now the limelight was all stolen by Xiao Ruofei. However, he didn't care at all. Instead, he happily watched Xiao Ruofei deal with one foppish young man after another. After Xiao Ruofei dealt with this group of people with great difficulty, he was about to take a breath. Lu Yu, who was next to him, also raised her glass to Xiao Ruofei and said, "I'll also toast to you." Xiao Ruofei put down the chopsticks that he had just picked up. He picked up the glass without hesitation and said, "A beauty is toasting to me. I have to drink this glass." Song Rui jeered, "Ruofei, change to a bigger glass. This small glass is too insincere." The foppish young men still didn't understand the situation between the 3 of them, so they didn't join in the fun. However, they all turned their attention to this side with great interest. Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, "No problem, a bigger glass it is." There were also glasses for drinking red wine on the table. A glass was about 2 ounces. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate to take the wine bottle and fill a glass. Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't drink so fiercely, a small glass is fine." The foppish young men's eyes suddenly became strange. Miss Lu actually cared about someone, and in front of young Master Song. This scene was really strange. Xiao Ruofei smiled lightly and said, "It's okay. I can still drink a glass of wine. Lu Yu, a toast to you." After that, Xiao Ruofei took the initiative to clink glasses with Lu Yu. Then, he gulped down the big glass of white wine and showed the bottom of the glass to Lu Yu. When Lu Yu saw that Xiao Ruofei didn't listen to her advice, she couldn't help but gently glare at Xiao Ruofei with a hint of coquettishness in her eyes. Seeing this, the foppish young men were even more surprised, and the fire of gossip in their hearts burned brighter and brighter. However, since Xiao Ruofei had already drunk, Lu Yu had nothing to persuade him anymore. She could only drink the wine in her glass. She drank red wine. After drinking half a glass, a trace of redness appeared on her pink face, which made her look even more delicate and charming. Lu Yu picked up a small towel and elegantly wiped her mouth. Then, she leaned over to Xiao Ruofei's side and asked softly, "Have you helped Uncle Xiaoqun with anything?" Lu Yu was also quite curious about what Song Rui had just said. Although she could feel that the foppish young men at the table were looking at her and Xiao Ruofei with a somewhat ambiguous gaze, she couldn't help but ask this question. Xiao Ruofei also leaned over and whispered with a smile, "Take a guess." Lu Yu couldn't help but glance at Xiao Ruofei with some coquettishness and said, "Do you think that I can't guess if you don't say it? Although you are a little bad, your medical skills are still good. You most likely treated Uncle Zhao's illness, right?" Lu Yu saw that Xiao Ruofei was smiling but didn't say anything. She couldn't help but whisper again, "You can only show off your medical skills and your company's Taoyuan vegetables. It can't be that you gave Uncle Zhao a basket of vegetables, right?" Speaking of this, Lu Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Miss Lu, who had always been as cold as ice, had such a charming smile on her face, which made the foppish young men at the table widen their eyes. Even if they had already witnessed too many incredible things from Xiao Ruofei today and their minds were a little numb, when they saw this scene, they still couldn't help but say in their hearts, F***ck, Lu Jian and the others also spontaneously felt a sense of admiration for Xiao Ruofei. This brother Xiao was really super awesome. In front of so many family Song's 3rd generation, he openly poached Song Rui. Fierce. It was really fierce. Lu Yu also felt the ambiguous gaze in everyone's eyes. She couldn't help but blush slightly and ask in a low voice, "Is it true or not? Say something." Xia Ruofei nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "You're smart. The last time you came to Beijing, it just so happened that you helped General Xiaoqing treat his diabetes. But don't make this matter public. I'm afraid of trouble. I'm not a child. Do you think I don't know what's important?" Lu Yu said. After getting the answer, Lu Yu sat up straight in satisfaction. However, the way she and Xia Ruofei leaned close to whisper just now had already been seen by these young foppish young men. Even the people at the other tables had already seen it. Everyone ate and chatted. After a while, the family Song children at the other tables began to go to the main table to propose a toast to Master Song. Seeing this, Song Rui smiled and said to Xia Ruofei, "Ruofei, bring everyone to propose a toast. The atmosphere at the main table is too strong. Even if we go there alone, we won't be able to handle it." Hearing this, Lu Jian and the others nodded like chickens pecking at rice. The people at the main table were all from their father's generation, as well as Master Song, who was at the level of a mythical beast, as well as Director Zhang of the central office. These usually fearless playboys didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. Therefore, in the past, on such occasions, they would group up to propose a toast. Originally, Song Rui was the best choice to be the leader, but now that Song Rui proposed to let Xia Ruofei lead them, they didn't feel that it was unreasonable at all. Instead, they felt that it was very appropriate. Xia Ruofei pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "It's good to propose a toast." Everyone waited for a while, and when they saw an opening, Xia Ruofei got up and led them to the main table. Even the cold-tempered Lu Yu was no exception. She held a glass of wine and followed Xia Ruofei. This group of people was very eye-catching, and they immediately attracted everyone's attention. Xia Ruofei walked over quickly and said with a smile, "Chief, we are here to propose a toast to you. We wish you good health and a long life." Master Song laughed and joked, "Xiaoxia, you are quite qualified to be the table leader. You should be praised." The leaders at the main table also laughed kindly. With Xia Ruofei taking the lead, the other young people also came over to say a few auspicious words. Master Song was in a good mood. He nodded and thanked them with a smile, then drank a glass of wine with them. Then, Xia Ruofei led everyone to toast the other leaders at the main table. Normally, with the status of these leaders, it was only natural for them to toast to each of them one by one. But since they were the elders of these young people, and since the main character of today's event, Master Song, had already toasted them individually, other than Director Zhang, who was representing the central government to celebrate Master Song's birthday, who also toasted him individually, the rest of the leaders toasted him together. In the face of their own juniors, and the leader was Xia Ruofei, a miraculous young man, these leaders naturally didn't put on airs. Everyone drank together. General Xiaoqing chuckled and said to Xia Ruofei, "Xiaoxia, don't be in a hurry to go back this time. Let Yongjun take you around the capital." When Zhao Yongjun heard this, he knew that Song Rui wasn't talking nonsense. Xia Ruofei and his father really did have a deep relationship. He was even more curious, but it wasn't good to ask in front of so many people. He could only keep it in his heart and wait until he got home to ask his father. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "General Zhao, I came to the capital this time for the company's business. After that, I'll have to rush back. Our new product will be launched soon, so there are a lot of chores." Zhao Qing smiled and said, "Xiaoxia, you call Director Tian auntie and Secretary Song uncle. Do you have to treat me like an outsider and call me General Zhao?" In fact, when Xia Ruofei treated Zhao Qing last time, he called him General Zhao. Zhao Qing also thought that Xia Ruofei was just a Chinese medicine doctor with better medical skills, so he called him Dr. Xia. Today, he found out that Xia Ruofei had a close relationship with family Song, so naturally, he became closer to Xia Ruofei. Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then I'll call you Uncle Zhao." Zhao Qing laughed and said, "That's right. Ruofei. The company's business can be done by the subordinates. You're the boss, so what's wrong with going back a few days later? It's rare for you to come to the capital, so let Yongjun accompany you for a few days." Zhao Qin was so enthusiastic that Xiao Ruofei could only nod slightly and say, "Okay, thank you Uncle Zhao." Zhao Qing then said, "That's right, your company's new jade. Jade, what is it again?" Tian Huilan smiled and reminded him, "Jade skin ointment." "Yes, jade skin ointment." Zhao Qing slapped his thigh and said, "When you go back, give me a few too. My wife needs to take care of her health. Also, the 8 Drunken Immortals wine you sent me last time, after drinking it, it really doesn't taste like Maotai anymore. When you have time, send me some more." Xiao Ruofei's heart warmed and immediately said, "No problem, Uncle Zhao, I'll give the jade skin ointment to Brother Zhao tomorrow. As for the wine, I'll send it to you after I return to the 3 mountains." With Zhao Cheng's status, how could he not have any skincare products or liquor? Moreover, the 8 Drunken Immortals wine was now sold all over the country. Even if there weren't many stores in the capital, where could Zhao Cheng not buy it if he really wanted to drink it? Xiao Ruofei knew that Zhao Cheng was helping him advertise, and at the same time expressing a kind of attitude, so he was naturally very grateful. Sure enough, after the other leaders at the table heard Zhao Cheng's words, they couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei a few more times. Zhao Cheng was a high-ranking military officer, and his position among the leaders close to the family song was also relatively high. Even he treated Xiao Ruofei differently, which made Xiao Ruofei's importance in the eyes of the other leaders increase by a lot. After the toast and returning to their seats, Lu Jian and the other rich kids admired Xiao Ruofei even more. When they came to the main table to toast just now, they were all like obedient babies, not daring to even breathe loudly. Only Xiao Ruofei was still very indifferent, and he even talked with General Zhao, who was like the god of death. The group of young people was almost worshipping him. After returning to their seats, Lu Yu leaned over and whispered, "Is the jade skin ointment ready to be mass-produced?" "Yes." Xiao Ruofei took a sip of juice and said, "Everyone said that the effect is good, so we're preparing to release it to the market." Lu Yu said, "I also want a few servings of jade skin ointment. Even General Zhao's wife has some." Xiao Ruofei said with some amusement, "I'll get some for Auntie Tian tomorrow. Why don't you ask your mother for some?" Lu Yu wrinkled her nose cutely and said, "That's different. That's for my mother, not for me." Okay. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "As long as you don't find it troublesome, I'll contact you tomorrow. It's a deal." Lu Yu's mouth slightly curved into a beautiful arc. Lu Jian and the others were already used to the whispering between Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu, so they didn't make a fuss, but their eyes were still a little ambiguous. After 3 rounds of drinking, the birthday banquet was coming to an end. After all, Master Song was 85 years old, and his work and rest schedule was very regular. In the end, Master Song said a few simple words, and the birthday banquet was officially over. The guests left one after another. Some of the children of the Song family who lived outside also respectfully said goodbye to Elder Song. In fact, many of the children of the Song family who worked in the capital had bought houses outside. After all, living in the old house was not free. To Xiao Ruofei's surprise, Song Rui's father, Song Jingping, also said goodbye to Master Song and went directly to the airport by car. Song Jingping was now the leader of Shannan province, and his work was much busier than before. This time, he came and went on the same day, and he was in a hurry to celebrate his father's birthday. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he saw the scene. Xiao Ruofei also noticed that no one really sent a birthday gift. Maybe this was Master Song's rule. Before the birthday banquet started, Xiao Ruofei didn't have a chance to take out the gift he prepared in the backyard. If he gave it now, it would be more conspicuous, so Xiao Ruofei could only wait. Even Lu Yu went home with Tian Huilan, but Xiao Ruofei still didn't leave. Song Rui originally lived here, so he was not in a hurry. He sat in his seat and chatted with Xiao Ruofei. After a while, almost all the guests left. Xiao Ruofei saw Master Song coming over and quickly stood up. Master Song said with a smile, "Xiaoxia, there are a lot of guests today. I didn't take good care of you." Although it was a family banquet, when it came to Master Song's level, it was difficult to control the birthday banquet to the extent that only family members attended. Moreover, even if only people from the family Song family attended, if those collateral relatives also came, there would be more people than tonight. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "Chief, you are too polite. I have a good time with Song Rue and the others. We are all young people and have common topics. Master Song nodded with a smile and said, stay here tonight. I'll ask the staff to arrange a guest room for you. Xiao Ruofei said, no, chief, I'll go back to the hotel later. I stayed because I thought that since I'm here today, I'd better give you a physical examination. Master Song patted Xiao Ruofei on the shoulder and said, good, child, you are so considerate. Let's go. Let's go to the backyard. Master Song brought Xiao Ruofei back to the backyard, along with Master Song's daughter Song Jilan and Song Rue. Song Jilan was in charge of managing the family Song's family business. She spent most of her time in Beijing and had her own villa outside. However, today was her father's birthday, so she decided to stay at the old mansion for the night. Song Rue made a guest appearance as a waiter, busily pouring tea for everyone. Xiao Ruofei sat beside Master Song and took Master Song's pulse very seriously. Now that Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were not the same as before, and with the help of his spiritual power, taking the pulse was naturally not just for show like before. After checking for a while, Xiao Ruofei revealed a gratified expression and said, Chief, your body has been maintained very well. The circulation of your qi and blood is very vigorous, and some of the common chronic diseases of the elderly are also almost non-existent. When Master Song heard this, he laughed in relief and said, this is all thanks to you, divine Dr. Xia. Now, every day I live is worth it. Back then, Master Song had terminal cancer and was almost on the verge of death. It was Xiao Ruofei who saved him from the gates of hell by himself. After getting such a serious illness, the old man's body naturally suffered a lot of damage. Later, he went to the Guling courtyard to rest and recuperate for a long time. It was also Xiao Ruofei who regularly sent him the diluted spirit heart flower petal solution that slowly adjusted his body to its best state. Although Master Song was now 85 years old, his physical condition was very good. It was equivalent to a 60 or 70 years old under normal circumstances. For an old man who had terminal cancer, this was already a great miracle. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Chief, as long as you take care of yourself properly, it won't be a problem for you to live to 100 years old. Ha ha ha. Then I'll borrow your auspicious words. When Song Jilan heard Xiao Ruofei's words, she was also overjoyed. Master Song was the pillar of the family. As long as Master Song was alive, the family Song would prosper. The longer Master Song lived, the longer the family Song would prosper. If Master Song's life could really reach 100 years old, Song Jingping and the others would also become the new pillars of the family Song. Of course, if it were someone else who said this, Master Song and Song Jilan would at most take it as auspicious words. However, Xiao Ruofei was different. His medical skills had already convinced Master Song and Song Jilan. In terms of Chinese medicine and health, they naturally believed in Xiao Ruofei's words without a doubt. Xiao Ruofei then told Master Song some things to pay attention to in terms of health. Chief, I saw that you planted a lot of vegetables in your backyard during the day, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Proper exercise is still very beneficial to the body. Master Song laughed and asked, Xia, what do you think of my skills in planting vegetables? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said, the vegetable field is very well taken care of. I can see that you are also an expert. Master Song said with some pride, when I was young, I herded cows, chopped firewood, and farmed. I did all kinds of work. Although I haven't planted vegetables for many years, I still have the skills. That's right. Old but strong. Xiao Ruofei said jokingly. Then, he said, oh right, Chief, when I go back, I will send you some Taoyuan vegetable seeds. You can improve the varieties. Master Song had eaten Taoyuan vegetables before. When he heard this, he couldn't help but feel energized. He immediately asked, Xia, can your seeds grow into such beautiful and delicious vegetables here? Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. In theory, there should be no problem. Our seeds have also been successfully planted in Australia. Master Song was overjoyed when he heard this. He said, good. Prepare more seeds for me. I will plant some Taoyuan vegetables to improve everyone's diet. Song Jilan had been opposed to her father planting vegetables in the backyard. She thought that it was somewhat undignified for a former national leader to roll up his sleeves and become an old farmer. However, now that even Xiao Ruofei said that it was good for the old man's health, Song Jilan couldn't say anything more. However, when she saw that the old man and the young man couldn't stop talking about planting vegetables, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. However, when Master Song was recuperating in Guling courtyard, Song Jilan had also eaten Taoyuan vegetables when she visited him. Even Song Jilan, who had lived like a princess, had a very deep impression of the Taoyuan vegetables, which were superb in appearance and taste. Therefore, when she heard that her father was going to try planting Taoyuan vegetables in the backyard, Song Jilan was secretly looking forward to it. No problem. When the time comes, I will give the seeds to Song Rui. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui accompanied them after serving the tea. When he saw Xiao Ruofei take out the birthday gift, he was shocked. Master Song didn't accept gifts on his birthday. Even the Song siblings came empty-handed today. Song Rui quickly said, Ruofei, didn't I tell you? Grandpa doesn't accept gifts. Song Rui was also a little nervous. He was afraid that Master Song would be angry or even blame him for not telling Xiao Ruofei clearly, so his tone was a little hurried. Master Song still had a smile on his face. He looked at the gift box in Xiao Ruofei's hand, then said to Song Rui, Xiao Rui, little Song Rui's gift is a token of his sincerity. Even if we don't accept it, you can't be so hurried. Song Rui showed a trace of embarrassment. He scratched his head and laughed dryly, Grandpa, Hee, Ruofei didn't know the rules you set. Don't be angry. Song Rui indeed didn't emphasize Master Song's rules to Xiao Ruofei. He only said that the old man didn't accept gifts, so Xiao Ruofei didn't expect Song Rui's reaction to be so big. He was also a little confused. Master Song's eyes had a trace of a smile. He explained to Xiao Ruofei, Little Xia, I set a rule many years ago. That is, I won't accept gifts on my birthday. At that time I was also worried about the prevalence of improper practices. Even Jingping and Jilan didn't give gifts. After so many years, this rule has been kept. Xiao Ruofei suddenly understood. He couldn't help but have a trace of respect for Master Song. So that's how it is. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Officer, you're overcompensating. For example, I sincerely wish to express my blessings today, and I don't have any utilitarian intentions. Song Rui and Song Jilan couldn't help but be secretly speechless. Daring to say that the old man was overcompensating in front of him, no one else had such guts. Even though Master Song had retired, he was still very powerful. Even a high-ranking official like Song Jingping would not dare to act so boldly in front of his father. What made Song Rui and Song Jilan jealous was that Master Song didn't get angry after hearing Xiao Ruofei's words. Instead, he laughed. Little Xia, rules are rules. Don't tell me that Jingping, Jilan, and the others will be mixed with utilitarianism when they give me birthday gifts? That's impossible. But I have to be fair and square. Otherwise, if the rules are flexible, then they won't be called rules. Master Song said with a smile. Xiao Ruofei rolled his eyes and smiled slyly. Officer, if you say so, then what I'm giving you today isn't a birthday gift. It's just a small token of my appreciation for visiting the elders in the capital. Of course, today is your birthday, so it's hard to avoid any misunderstandings. I'll send it over tomorrow. Master Song froze for a moment, then laughed and pointed at Xiao Ruofei. You little sly. Alright, I'll make an exception for you today. But if the gift isn't good, I won't accept it. Haha. Song Jilan and Song Rui, the aunt and niece pair, couldn't help but open their mouths wide in shock. They didn't think that Master Song would really make an exception. Originally, they thought that although Master Song valued Xiao Ruofei, at most, he wouldn't be angry at Xiao Ruofei's gift. They never thought that Master Song would actually break the rules he set himself and accept a birthday gift for the first time in over 10 years. Master Song looked at Song Jilan and Song Rui and said, Today is an exception. Don't spread it around, understand? Song Jilan and Song Rui couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei with jealousy, then quickly nodded in agreement. Little Xia, open the birthday gift you brought. Master Song said with a smile. I'm also very curious about what a little godly doctor like you would prepare for me. Yes, Chief. Xiao Ruofei said as he opened the gift box and put it aside. The spirit-gathering jade guanyin in the box appeared in front of everyone. Song Jilan and Song Rui stretched their necks and looked over. After seeing the jade guanyin, Song Jilan couldn't help but feel slightly disappointed. She originally thought that Xiao Ruofei would give Master Song expensive Chinese medicine or supplements. After all, Xiao Ruofei's medical skills were so amazing. Of course, the most suitable gift for the old man's birthday was from his health. She didn't expect that Xiao Ruofei would actually give a jade guanyin. Although this jade guanyin looked expensive, it wasn't much in the eyes of a rich lady like Song Jilan. Her eyesight wasn't bad. She could almost tell that this jade guanyin was made of glass-type material. However, the colorless jade grade was far from the top. In fact, even the highest grade imperial green jade could only enter her eyes. Master Song revealed a hint of fondness. Master Song's level of vision was naturally different from Song Jilan and Song Rui. Song Jilan was used to judging the value from a businessman's point of view, but Master Song valued Xiao Ruofei's intentions more. And Master Song could tell at a glance that this jade guanyin's carving was extraordinary. He said with a smile, "Little Xia, this jade pendant's carving is very good. It gives people a natural feeling." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Chief, you flatter me, en?" Master Song raised his eyebrows. He was praising the jade guanyin's carving skills. Could it be? Sure enough, Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "This jade guanyin was personally carved by me. I feel that only handmade things can express sincerity." Master Song couldn't help but be stunned. After a while, he pointed at Xiao Ruofei with a bitter smile and said, "You, little Xia, are really multi-talented. I think even if you don't open a company, with this unique skill of carving jade, I'm afraid you can live a very comfortable life." Song Jilan and Song Rui also felt that it was a little unbelievable, especially Song Jilan. After she heard the conversation between Master Song and Xiao Ruofei, she noticed the jade guanyin's carving skills and couldn't help but take a few more glances. She was also a well-informed lady from a wealthy family. Naturally, she had a lot of precious jewelry at home. But the more she looked at this jade guanyin, the more she felt that it wasn't simple. It was as if there wasn't the slightest bit of smoke and fire. As Elder Song spoke, she took out the jade guanyin from the box and played with it in her hands with great interest. Once the jade guanyin was in his hand, Master Song couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and say, "En?" After all, Master Song was an old man. Today was his birthday, and he said a lot and drank a few glasses of white wine. Actually, his body was a little tired now. But when he picked up the jade guanyin, he suddenly felt a trace of coolness. Then, his whole body became a lot more energetic. "Little Xia, this jade guanyin." Even though Master Song was well informed, he couldn't help but show a surprised expression. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Chief, this jade pendant can clear the mind and concentrate. Wearing it for a long time is very good for the body. Also." When Xiao Ruofei said this, he hesitated for a moment. In the end, he continued, "If you drip a drop of your blood on it, the effect will be even more obvious." This spirit-gathering jade guanyin was the same as the protective jade amulet. It also needed a drop of blood to recognize the owner before it could be used to its greatest effect. With Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation, he could actually secretly take a drop of Master Song's blood and drip it on it. Moreover, he was very confident that he wouldn't be noticed by Master Song. But after hesitating for a moment, he still decided to tell the truth. After all, Master Song's position was extraordinary. This was also the most basic form of respect. Of course, Xiao Ruofei also had a trace of selfishness. Since he had already given Master Song such a big gift, how could he be sneaky? In any case, he should at least let him know. Only then would he accept this favor, right? After Master Song heard Xiao Ruofei's words, his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He almost lost his grip on the spirit-gathering jade guanyin. His eyes revealed a look of shock. Even his voice was slightly trembling. "Little Xia, could it be that this jade guanyin is a magical item?" Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment. In his understanding of cultivation, there was no such thing as a magical item. However, he could roughly understand that Master Song's so-called magical item should be something with special effects that science couldn't explain. From this point of view, it wasn't impossible to say that the spirit-gathering jade guanyin was a magical item. Without waiting for Xiao Ruofei to speak, Song Jilan couldn't help but say, "Dad. What magical item? You don't really believe in those feudal superstitions, do you?" And little Xia, dripping blood to recognize a master is a little too ridiculous. Although Song Jilan had a good impression of Xiao Ruofei, her tone carried a trace of blame. This was because Xiao Ruofei was bewitching Master Song just now. He even wanted Master Song to drip blood on the jade guanyin. In her opinion, this was simply too crazy. Master Song was a person of great wealth. And how honorable was his identity? How could he do such a childish thing? If this were to spread, wouldn't he be laughed at? Master Song's face immediately sank. He lightly snorted and said, "Jilan, don't judge things that you don't understand. Just because you don't understand doesn't mean that it doesn't exist." Master Song was once a high-ranking boss in the central government. Naturally, he had access to some secret information that ordinary people could not access. He knew that there were some hidden experts in this world, and there were also some special magical items. These were all things that science could not explain, but they really existed. As for the artifacts that Elder Song knew, they were very magical. Some had great attacking power, some could nourish the body, change one's aura, and some could even protect one's body from evil spirits. There were many different kinds of artifacts. Master Song had even seen a magical item with his own eyes. It was a simple bracelet. The owner of this bracelet had a higher status than Master Song at that time. During one of his inspections, he met with an accident and the car he was in was completely unrecognizable. At that time, Master Song was accompanying him in the car behind. He saw the tragic crash with his own eyes and thought that the leader would definitely die. He didn't expect that he was safe and sound. Not even a hair was hurt, and the guards and driver in the car were all killed. Later on, when Master Song was promoted to the central government, he found out that the bracelet that the leader was wearing was a protective magical item. That personal experience made Master Song have a deep impression of magical items. So when he heard Xiao Ruofei say that he needed to drip blood, the first thing that came to his mind was a magical item. Song Jilan didn't expect her father to criticize her so harshly. She felt very wronged and didn't dare to say anything more. However, her gaze towards Xiao Ruofei had a trace of blame. Song Ruofei saw that his grandfather was angry and was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe. He stood quietly at the side and didn't dare to make a sound. After Master Song reprimanded Song Jilan, he looked at Xiao Ruofei with a trace of fervent anticipation. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Chief, I don't know what magical item you're talking about, but this jade pendant does indeed need to be dripped blood to recognize its owner to bring out its greatest effect. Its main function is to change the aura and condense the aura that is beneficial to the body. If it's worn for a long time, the body will be nourished unknowingly. It's especially suitable for the elderly." Master Song said excitedly, "Then it must be a magical item." "Xiaoxia, you said that it needs to be dripped blood to recognize its owner? How do I do it?" Master Song's chi cultivation was already at the peak of perfection, but he still couldn't suppress his excitement. This was a magical item. He was about to have a magical item. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's very simple. You just need to drip blood on the jade pendant. 1 drop is enough, okay? I'll try it now," Master Song said eagerly. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but find it funny when he saw this. He said, "Let me do it. After all, I'm a doctor." After saying that, Xiao Ruofei took out a small box from his bag. After opening it, he took out a silver needle used for acupuncture and motioned for Master Song to reach out his hand. He pricked Master Song's finger gently, then injected a small amount of vital energy into it. He pressed it gently, and a drop of blood suddenly appeared on Master Song's fingertip. When the drop of blood dripped down, Xiao Ruofei took the jade guanyin and accurately caught it. Song Jilan and Song Ruofei couldn't help but stare at the jade guanyin. Song Jilan had the intention of watching Xiao Ruofei make a fool of himself. When the blood dripped on the smooth jade, it would definitely flow away. Could it really make the jade pendant recognize its owner? Song Jilan didn't believe in this kind of thing that violated the laws of science from the bottom of her heart. However, the reality made Song Jilan's brain almost stop working. After the drop of blood dripped on the jade guanine, it was immediately absorbed by it. The blood couldn't be seen from the outside. Moreover, the material of this jade guanine was very transparent glass-type colorless jade. Logically speaking, even if the blood seeped in, it could still be seen. After all, this jade was almost transparent. However, that drop of blood seemed to have evaporated. The entire jade was still transparent and colorless. There was no trace of blood inside. Xiao Ruofei saw Song Jilan's expression as if she had seen a ghost and couldn't help but find it funny. He handed the jade guanine to Master Song and said with a smile, "Chief, hold it in your hand and feel it again." After Master Song took the jade guanine, Xiao Ruofei took 2 steps back and watched with a confident smile on his face. Master Song once again felt that familiar comfortable feeling, and this feeling was many times stronger than before he dripped his blood on it. That comfortable feeling lifted his spirits, and the surprise and joy in his heart was indescribable. For an old man in his 80s, what could be more attractive than having a healthy body and having a longer life? Even though he had just received this jade guanine, Master Song was almost certain that as long as he wore this jade pendant for a long time, the benefits to his body would be obvious. Xiao Ruofei's words about living to 100 years old, after this jade guanine, was no longer a simple blessing, but something that could be seen clearly. After Song Jilan saw the miraculous scene of the drop of blood being completely absorbed, she didn't dare to speak nonsense about the unknown anymore. But when she saw her father's shocked expression, she couldn't help but walk over and ask, "Dad, what's?" Song Jilan suddenly stopped halfway through her sentence, and her mouth unconsciously opened wide. Because when she walked to about 1 meter away from Master Song, she immediately felt a cool feeling, as if she was bathing in a spiritual spring, and her whole body seemed to be more energetic. Could it be that there really was such a miraculous thing? Song Jilan's shocked gaze was fixated on the jade guanine in Master Song's hands. Master Song tightly gripped the jade guanine, his lips slightly trembling. "Magic tool, this must be a magic tool, it's really too miraculous." After Song Jilan personally experienced the effects of the spirit-gathering jade guanine, she suddenly felt that she was like a frog at the bottom of a well. There were too many things in this world that science couldn't explain. Of course, as a successful businesswoman, Song Jilan immediately realized the significance of this jade guanine to the family Song. Master Song obtaining this jade guanine, the most obvious benefit was that his body could be continuously nourished, and his lifespan might be greatly extended. And Master Song, the pillar of the family Song, having a healthy body was even more important than the family Song's business earning a few billion, or the promotion of one of the family Song's children. If she could use a few billion in exchange for Master Song to live another year, Song Jilan would definitely not hesitate to take out money to exchange. With this jade guanine, Master Song's life expectancy would be extended by more than a year. What's more, Xiao Ruofei had amazing medical skills. If something were to happen to Master Song's body in the future, his medical skills would be extremely precious. Thinking of this, Song Jilan looked at Xiao Ruofei with some shame and said, "Little Xia, I misunderstood you just now, don't take it to heart." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Auntie Song, you're being too serious. You're just concerned about the chief." Song Ruei, who had been standing far away, saw that his aunt, who had been skeptical all this time, suddenly seemed like a different person. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Aunt, what's going on?" Song Jilan looked at the jade guanine in Master Song's hands with a fiery gaze. Then, she smiled at Song Ruei and said, "Xiao Ruei, come over and feel it for yourself." Song Ruei walked over, half believing and half doubting. As soon as he came to Master Song's side, Song Ruei immediately trembled. His eyes revealed a look of disbelief as he cried out, "Damn, this jade pendant is too amazing." For people like Song Ruei and Song Jilan who had never been in contact with spiritual energy, the feeling of the spiritual energy around them suddenly becoming many times richer was indeed very magical. It was just like when Xiao Ruofei first entered the Ring 2 space. At that time, the spiritual energy in the space was far from as rich as it was now, but Xiao Ruofei still couldn't help but have the illusion that he had entered a fairyland. He felt relaxed and happy. After feeling the spiritual energy around Master Song, Song Ruei even forgot that his most respected grandfather was beside him. He even accidentally cursed. Master Song couldn't help but frown. His face darkened as he said, "Xiao Rui, why are you making such a fuss? Are you afraid that others won't know?" Song Rui quickly lowered his head and secretly stuck out his tongue. He said, "Grandpa, I was wrong. I was just too surprised." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Chief, if you wear this jade guanine all year round, it will gradually become more compatible with you. Soon, the aura will converge to a very small range. In this way, people won't be able to find anything strange when they walk by your side." Master Song said with some excitement, "Xiaoxia, this jade pendant is really amazing. From what I know of some magical weapons, I'm afraid that there's no such magical effect." Xiao Ruofei laughed in his heart. The spiritual energy on Earth was extremely poor. Even if there were rare cultivators, their achievements would be very limited in such an environment. How could the so-called magical weapons that they refined be compared with the precious spirit gathering array recorded in the Jade Talisman? Master Song then said with emotion, "This gift of yours is really too precious." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's Chief's birthday. As a junior, this is just a token of my appreciation. It's good that you like it. If I don't like a gift like this, then my vision is really too high." Master Song said jokingly. Today, after receiving this magical spirit-gathering jade guanine, Master Song's mood was surprisingly good. At this time, Song Rui suddenly asked, "Ruofei, I remember you just said that this jade guanine was personally carved by you. Could it be that you can make this magical weapon?" As soon as Song Rui finished speaking, Master Song and Song Jilan immediately realized this problem. Their faces suddenly showed an extremely shocked expression. Just now, Master Song and his daughter were excited by the magical jade guanine. They didn't realize that this special gift was personally made by Xiao Ruofei. However, Song Rui, who was usually carefree, suddenly realized the key to the problem. Xiao Ruofei saw that Master Song and his granddaughter were looking at him eagerly. He didn't hide anything and said with a smile, "I did have some special encounters. This jade guanine magical weapon was personally made by me. However, making this kind of magical weapon is quite tiring, so I can only make one or two occasionally." Since Master Song and the rest called the jade guanine a magical weapon, Xiao Ruofei might as well call it that. If he were to say something about the spirit-gathering talisman, Master Song and the rest would definitely be confused. Although they had already guessed it, when Master Song and his granddaughter heard Xiao Ruofei's confirmation, they still couldn't help but take a deep breath. Song Rui subconsciously shouted, "Ruofei, you actually have this ability. No, you have to give me one too." As soon as Song Rui's voice fell, Master Song's face darkened and said, "Nonsense. Do you think magical weapons are cabbages? Didn't you hear what Ruofei said just now? Making magical weapons is very tiring." Song Rui shrunk his neck and said, "Hee. I was just excited." Seeing this, Xiao Ruofei smiled and reached into his pocket to take out a piece of jade leaf. Of course, in reality, he took the jade leaf out from the space. "I definitely don't have the jade guanine that I gave to the chief," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Take this little toy and play with it." "Xiaoxia, you can't." Master Song hurriedly shouted, "Magical weapons are too precious. I really need this jade guanine, so I'll be thick-skinned and accept it." "We definitely can't accept the rest." Master Song was naturally very clear about the scarcity and preciousness of magical weapons. He already felt that Xiao Ruofei's jade guanine was too much of a gift, so how could he accept this piece of jade leaf? Song Rui looked at the jade leaf in Xiao Ruofei's hand with a fervent look in his eyes. He couldn't wait to take it immediately. However, old Master Song's power at home had been cultivated over the years. Old Master Song was absolutely a man of his word. Since he had said so, even if Song Rui wanted it, he wouldn't dare to reach out his hand. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Chief, Song Rui and I are close friends. It's nothing to give him a little toy." This time, Xiao Ruofei used the leftovers of the glass-type jade to carve 7 pieces of jade leaves. He originally planned to give them to his close elders and friends. Song Rui was naturally on the list of gifts. Moreover, Song Rui was the eldest son and grandson of a wealthy family Song. His identity was very sensitive. Although the family Song would certainly have his own security measures, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any mistakes. As the saying goes, 100 secrets have a careless mistake. If there was an accident, this protective jade talisman could protect Song Rui's safety. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he stuffed the protective jade talisman into Song Rui's hand and said with a smile, "Weren't you shouting so loudly just now? Why don't you dare to take it? Take it quickly." Song Rui said with a smile, "Isn't this? Grandpa didn't allow me to take it?" Master Song said with some annoyance, "Since Xiaoxia gave it to you, you should take it." Although Master Song's tone was a bit stiff, the joy in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Although the jade leaf wasn't as precious as the jade guanyin, it was still a magical weapon. For Song Rui to be able to obtain a magical weapon, that was a great fortune. After all, many of the big bosses in the central government didn't even have magical weapons. Song Rui was overjoyed. He hurriedly held the jade leaf tightly in his hand and then asked impatiently, "Ruofei, this? Do I also need to drip blood on it to recognize its owner?" Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly and said, "After dripping blood on it, just wear it close to your body." However, the effect of this jade leaf is different from the chief's jade guanyin. This is a protective jade talisman that can protect your safety. When Song Rui heard that it was a protective talisman, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He thought that it was something drawn on talisman paper by Taoist priests on TV. He felt that it was a little too idealistic. After all, the effect of Master Song's jade guanyin was so obvious. How can it protect my safety?" Song Rui asked. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, "When it comes into effect, you will naturally know. However, I hope that this protective jade talisman will never be used." When Xiao Ruofei said that this was a protective jade talisman that could protect one's safety, Master Song's eyes couldn't help but shine. He suddenly thought of the incident that he had personally experienced in his early years. Under such a tragic car accident, the leader who wore a magical bracelet was actually unharmed. Although the magical bracelet lost its brilliance and lost its effect after the accident, even if it was a one-time use item, it was still incomparably precious. Master Song saw that Song Rui was still in a daze, so he couldn't help but pat the back of Song Rui's head and say, "Hurry up and thank Xiaoxia. To be able to obtain such a precious protective magic weapon, that's a great opportunity." Xiao Ruofei chuckled and said, No need. Song Rui and I are like brothers. There's no need to be so polite. Song Rui, hurry up and drip blood on it to recognize it as the owner. Remember to wear it at all times. No matter what, don't take it off." Master Song glared at Song Rui and said, "You must remember what Ruofei said, understand?" Yes. Song Rui quickly responded. With the help of Xiao Ruofei, Song Rui quickly dripped blood on the jade leaf to recognize it as the owner. After recognizing it as the owner, he immediately felt that he seemed to have a trace of connection with this jade leaf. At the same time, he felt very close to it. Song Rui knew that this was definitely a good item. He grinned at Xiao Ruofei and said, "Good brother, you're very kind." "Thank you." Song Jilan found 2 red headbands and helped Master Song and Song Rui hang the 2 jade pendants, one big and one small, close to their bodies. When Song Jilan hung the jade leaf for Song Rui, her eyes were filled with envy. Naturally, she also wanted such a magic item, but her relationship with Xiao Ruofei wasn't that good. Moreover, she had doubts about Xiao Ruofei before. How could she ask for it now? Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had already given the family Song 2 magic items today. Song Jilan knew that if she really asked for it, she was afraid that before Xiao Ruofei could say anything, her father would severely reprimand her. Of course, Xiao Ruofei saw Song Jilan's eager eyes, but he pretended not to see it. He wasn't the child of wealth. Such a good item like the protective jade talisman would definitely only be given to the few people closest to him. After Master Song reached out and touched the jade guanyin, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and said meaningfully, "Little Xia, it seems that you have an extraordinary encounter." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "I won't hide it from you, Chief. The legacy of making magic items and my medical skills are all from the same origin." At this point, Xiao Ruofei said seriously, "Chief, no matter how great my abilities are, I am still Xiao Ruofei who was trained by the Huaxia army. I won't do anything that will harm the country and society." Master Song looked into Xiao Ruofei's eyes, and Xiao Ruofei's gaze didn't evade at all. His clear eyes looked straight at Master Song. After a few seconds, Master Song's face slowly revealed a trace of a smile. He nodded and said, "Very good, I'm relieved to hear that." Then, Master Song's gaze turned to Song Jilan and Song Rui. With a serious expression, he said, "Jilan, Xiao Rui, you have to keep what happened tonight a secret. You can't even reveal a single word to the people closest to you. If I hear the slightest bit of news, I'll hold you responsible. Do you understand?" Xiao Ruofei felt a slight warmth in his heart. He knew that Master Song was thinking for him. If this matter were to spread, it would bring a lot of trouble, and even some of the country's special departments would be alarmed. Of course, the reason why Xiao Ruofei dared to reveal a bit of his situation to Master Song was because he had a certain amount of confidence. Now, not only did he have the Ring 2 space, but he was also a cultivator who had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Moreover, he was a powerful cultivator who cultivated both true qi and spiritual power. He had grasped many resources, and his strength would steadily increase in the future. It could be said that Xiao Ruofei already had a certain amount of strength. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei trusted Master Song quite a bit. In addition, he had saved Master Song's life, and had always had a very close relationship with the family Song. Therefore, he dared to reveal to Master Song that he had some means that ordinary people couldn't have. "Thank you, Chief," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Master Song waved his hand and asked, "Little Xia, if I remember correctly, your parents and elders are no longer alive?" Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Yes. My relatives are no longer around, but I have a godmother now. She is the mother of one of my comrades who sacrificed himself. Now, I'm taking care of him." Master Song's eyes showed a trace of approval and said, "What a good child." Then, Master Song said with a kind smile, "Little Xia, I've always treated you as my own junior. In the future, don't call me Chief. Call me Grandpa Song. I'll call you Ruofei, okay?" Song Jilan and Song Rui couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Master Song was going to acknowledge him as his godfather. In the past, although Master Song was very fond of Xiao Ruofei, he was still an outsider. Tonight, the old man's tone completely treated Xiao Ruofei as his own grandson. Xiao Ruofei's heart was slightly warmed. He nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, Grandpa Song." Master Song showed a gratified smile and said, "Hey. Good child, in the future, we're all your family. Xiao Rui is like your brother." Song Rui was also a little excited. He gently patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder. Xiao Ruofei knew that Master Song had always admired him. This time, the relationship between the two families was closer, and it had to do with the new strength that he had revealed. It wasn't that Master Song was a snob. The old man was thinking very far ahead. Xiao Ruofei's extraordinary strength was naturally beneficial to the development of the family Song. However, Master Song was more concerned about the country and society. Xiao Ruofei was an orphan. Although he had been educated by the party and the military for many years, he was now someone who drifted away from the system. He obviously had great strength that surpassed everyone's understanding. If his temperament was slightly worse, it was very likely that he would become a great disaster to the country and society. Acknowledging him as his godfather would be beneficial to the development of the family. At the same time, it would give Xiao Ruofei familial affection and warmth. Even if Xiao Ruofei really walked on the opposite side of the country in the future, with Master Song's relationship, he might still be restrained. Xiao Ruofei wasn't a stupid person. He understood Master Song's plan with just a little thought. However, he had a quiet temperament and wasn't an extreme person. It was impossible for him to bring disaster to society just because he had great power. Moreover, Master Song didn't know that he could refine magic items in the past. Master Song also cared for him a lot, so Xiao Ruofei didn't have any feelings of rejection. On the contrary, he even felt a trace of admiration for Master Song's national sentiments. "Grandpa Song, don't worry. No matter how great my abilities are, I'm still a descendant of the Yellow Emperor. I was also once a soldier of Huaxia. I'll never forget that," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Master Song happily patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said, "Good, good, good. Ruofei, I know you're a good boy." Master Song was very happy that night. Moreover, he was nourished by the spiritual energy gathered by the Jade Guanyin, so he was in good spirits. However, Xiao Ruofei considered that he was an old man in his 80s after all. He should rest early at night, so after chatting with the old man for a while, he said goodbye. Master Song wanted to ask Xiao Ruofei to stay the night at the family Song mansion, but Xiao Ruofei politely declined. Song Ruwei took the opportunity to say, "Grandpa, I haven't seen Ruofei in a long time. How about I stay at his hotel tonight? I still want to have a good chat with him." If it was in the past, Master Song might have scolded Song Ruwei if he wanted to stay outside, but today he agreed very readily. Master Song nodded and said, "Okay, you two brothers should get to know each other better. Xiao Ruwei, accompany Ruofei around the capital these 2 days. Don't you have a lot of friends in the capital? Introduce a few of them to Ruofei." Master Song wanted to build up connections for Xiao Ruofei. Song Ruwei was overjoyed and quickly said, "Okay, Grandpa, don't worry. I'll definitely treat Ruofei well." Master Song snorted and said, "Introduce more reliable friends to Ruofei. Don't introduce those good-for-nothings from the Jing family to Ruofei." The Jing family that Master Song was talking about was also a powerful family in the capital. However, the eldest grandson of the Jing family, Jing Tianbing, was a devil incarnate. He spent all his time indulging in wine and women and had harmed many good girls. In the past 2 days, he had even been infected with heroin. He was basically flying away. When people in the circle talked about him, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Song Ruwei quickly said, "Grandpa, don't worry. Jing Tianbing and I aren't the same kind of people. Besides, Ruofei is more capable than me. You're afraid that I'll lead him astray." This kid saw that the old man was in a good mood today, so his tone was more relaxed than usual. He even dared to joke with the old man. Master Song said lightly, "It's good that you know what you're doing. In the future, learn more from Ruofei. Don't mess around outside and do more proper things." "Yes." Song Ruwei said obediently. Then, he gave Xiao Ruofei a look. Xiao Ruofei smiled and stood up. "Grandpa Song, Auntie Song, then I'll go back first." Okay. Master Song said with a smile. "In the next few days in the capital, if you have time, come and see this old man, okay? Ruofei, take care." Song Jilan also said with a smile, "Xiao Ruwei, drive slowly." "Got it." Song Ruwei replied and left Master Song's backyard with Xiao Ruofei. Considering that they could stay out all night and that they needed a car to go out, Song Ruwei did not use Elder Song's spare car. Instead, he took Xiao Ruofei straight to the garage in the front yard and drove a low-key phaeton. They could not wait to leave the Song family's old house. In the backyard, Song Jilan was also preparing to say goodbye to the old man and go back to her room to rest. Master Song said lightly, "Jilan, wait a moment." Song Jilan quickly asked, "Dad, do you have any other orders?" "Sit down." Master Song pointed to the chair and said, "Ruofei is a strange person. Don't be fooled by his gentle temperament. People with abilities are usually proud. In the future, when you interact with him, don't be arrogant and rude." Song Jilan smiled bitterly and said, "Dad, what are you thinking? Even if today's incident didn't happen, Ruofei saved your life. We've always been grateful to him, and we definitely don't have the mentality of being superior to others." Song Jilan said in her heart, "You've already acknowledged him as your godfather. How can we still be superior?" Song Jilan had seen Xiao Ruofei's magical ability with her own eyes today. Even if she used to have a little sense of superiority as a child of a rich family, it was gone after today. Master Song nodded and said, "That's good. Also, Ruofei's company isn't big, but its development potential is huge. In the future, you have to help and support him more in business." Song Jilan said, "I know, Dad." Master Song waved his hand and said, "Okay, you should go and rest early. Remember, don't tell anyone what happened today. Even Jinwu must keep it a secret." The Jinwu Master Song was talking about was Song Jilan's husband, He Jinwu, who was also the leader of a ministerial state-owned enterprise. "Dad, don't worry. I know what's important." Song Jilan got up and said, "Then you should rest early. I'll go first." Master Song nodded, and Song Jilan left respectfully. After Song Jilan left, Master Song thought for a while, then got up and walked to the study. He picked up the red phone on the desk and dialed a number. Soon, the Southeast Province Deputy Party Secretary, Sancheon City Party Secretary, Song Chiming's respectful voice came from the phone. "Hello, Chief. Do you have any instructions for calling so late at night?" Master Song said with a smile. "Chiming. How's work recently?" "Reporting to Chief, everything is going well." Song Chiming said quickly. "Secretary Lin of the Provincial Party Committee is very concerned about my work. Comrade Huilan also left a good situation for me in Sancheon City. Currently, all work is progressing in an orderly manner." "That's good," Master Song said. "Chiming. Southeast Province is at the forefront of reform and opening up. The economy is more developed, and the people are more active. Sancheon City is also the capital of Southeast Province. As the leader, you have a heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Rest assured, Chief. I'll definitely do my best to develop and live up to the trust of the central government and Chief." Song Chiming said immediately. Good, Master Song said. Then, he asked casually, "Is Ruofei doing well in Sancheon City? He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?" Song Chiming was shocked. Although Master Song's tone was casual, it revealed an important message. He was asking as an elder in Xiao Ruofei's family. Song Chiming even lost his composure for a moment. However, he was still a high-ranking official, and his psychological quality was very strong. He quickly calmed down and replied, "Chief, Ruofei has never done anything special. The only time he came to me was for the child of one of his comrades who sacrificed himself to go to school." Master Song was very pleased after hearing this. He thought to himself, Ruofei has a good character. Well, that's good. Master Song said calmly, "Ruofei's career is mainly in Southeast Province. Chiming, take care of him. If there are any difficulties that even you can't solve, you can report to me directly." Song Chiming was shocked. This time, Master Song didn't even say that it was not against the rules. He directly asked him to take care of Xiao Ruofei. He even specifically said that if he couldn't solve the problem, he could report to him directly. Even his own grandson, Song Ruei, didn't care so much about him. Song Chiming didn't dare to neglect. He quickly said respectfully, "Chief, don't worry. Even if you didn't ask me, I would still take care of him. He saved my Weiwei's life." Master Song nodded satisfactorily and said, "Well, that's it then. Chief, you should rest early." Song Chiming said respectfully. After Song Ruei drove out of the family Song mansion, he was like a bird that had left its cage. As soon as he drove out of the heavily guarded area, he immediately took out his phone to call his friends. "Brother Zhao, where are you?" "No way. You're home so early? Are you kidding me?" "Okay. When you go back, you have to come out. Ruofei is also participating. Hurry up and come out." "Haha. I knew that you would agree if I mentioned Ruofei. Wang Fu's private kitchen, see you there." "Lu Jian, where the hell are you fooling around? Changing places. Nonsense, I'm an adult. What's there to be afraid of at night? Hey. Don't provoke me. How about staying up all night? Don't talk nonsense. Wang Fu's private kitchen, Ruofei is also here. Hurry up and come over." After a while, Song Ruei called all the young people at their table. Of course, he definitely wouldn't call Lu Yu, he would rather hide. These playboys' fathers were very close to family Song. Naturally, Song Ruei's relationship with them was also very close. In addition to these people, Song Ruei made a few more calls. Soon, he called a large group of people. Song Ruei threw his phone in front of the dashboard. He turned to Xiao Ruofei and said with a smile, "Ruofei, I'll introduce you to a few good friends tonight. Although these guys are ignorant and incompetent, they have strong connections in all aspects. They will be useful to you in the future." Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, "Isn't it enough that I know you, young Master Song?" Song Ruei smiled proudly and said, "It's never wrong to make more friends." As the two chatted, the car quickly drove to Wang Fu's private kitchen. Master Song's birthday banquet ended very early. When Xiao Ruofei came out of family Song's old house, it was around 9:30 p.m. However, for a restaurant, this time was actually quite late. If the restaurant didn't serve supper, it was almost closing time. However, Song Rui's face was definitely useful. On the way, he called and booked the largest private room. When he arrived at the restaurant, from the manager to the chef, everyone was still in the restaurant waiting for Song Rui. They had already eaten dinner. Today's main purpose was to introduce some friends to Xiao Ruofei, so Song Rui casually ordered a few signature dishes and a few bottles of Maotai wine. The rest of the dishes were left to the manager. Xiao Ruofei also had a good impression of Zhao Yongjun. He stood up and greeted him with a smile. "Big brother Zhao, I heard that you've already returned home. I'm really sorry for calling you out again." Zhao Yongjun patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder heavily and pretended to be unhappy. "What are you talking about? If it weren't for your miraculous hand, my dad might have retired by now. On the way back, my dad even told me to thank you properly." "Haha. It's just a small matter. Uncle Zhao is too polite." Xiao Ruofei said. "Big brother Zhao, have a seat inside." After a while, the people invited by Song Rui arrived one after another. Many of them had already met Xiao Ruofei at Master Song's birthday banquet. When they saw Xiao Ruofei, they naturally didn't have any sense of superiority as a son of a rich family. They were all very polite. Even if there were a few people who weren't qualified to attend the birthday banquet, they saw that Xiao Ruofei was the focus of everyone's attention. Even rich young masters like Zhao Yongjun and Lu Jian were polite to him. These people didn't dare to neglect him and quickly came over to greet him enthusiastically. Everyone arrived quickly. Song Rui arranged for everyone to sit at the table. Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun insisted that Xiao Ruofei sit at the main seat. Xiao Ruofei also knew that he was the main character tonight. After a few words of refusal, he sat down. After everyone was seated, Song Rui raised his wine glass and said, "Everyone who can come today is Song Rui's good brothers. Everyone knows the person next to me. My grandfather admires Ruofei very much. Ruofei and I are like brothers. Today, I'll formally introduce everyone to each other." Xiao Ruofei also smiled and stood up with his wine glass. He said, "Everyone is Song Rui's good friends. That means you are Xiao Ruofei's good friends. I won't say anything more. First, I'll toast everyone." The rich young masters who attended the birthday banquet naturally knew the importance of Xiao Ruofei in Master Song's heart. The others were also smart people. Naturally, they understood the meaning of the song. They all raised their wine glasses and spoke very politely. Then, Song Rui raised 2 more glasses of wine. After 3 glasses, everyone began to toast each other. Today, Xiao Ruofei was the main character, so naturally, the people who toasted to him were the most. Song Rui introduced Xiao Ruofei to the side. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly speechless. The people who came today were all rich young masters from prominent families. They covered almost all walks of life. Their fathers all held important positions in major ministries, large state-owned enterprises, and people's organizations. Song Rui's intention today was very obvious. He wanted to bring Xiao Ruofei into their circle and accumulate a huge network for Xiao Ruofei. Among them, there was a lean young man. Song Rui specially mentioned Ruofei. "His name is Ho Liang. He's the son of the director of the radio, film and television. He helped you with the matter of that little artist a few days ago. He's pretty awesome." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Thank you, young Master Ho." Ho Liang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Brother Xia, you're too kind. It's just a small matter. It's my honor to be able to help Brother Xia. Young Master Song and the others all call me Monkey. If you don't mind, you can call me that too." Ho Liang's father was the executive deputy director of the radio, film and television. In the eyes of ordinary people, he was naturally a high-ranking official with great power. However, in the eyes of Song Rui and the others, he wasn't enough. To be invited by Song Rui tonight, which one of them wasn't from an important ministry, Ho Liang's father didn't even have the qualifications to attend Master Song's birthday banquet. A large part of the reason why Ho Liang was invited by Song Rui today was because he helped Xiao Ruofei with something 2 days ago. So when he heard Xiao Ruofei call him young Master Ho, Ho Liang's heart was filled with fear. Xiao Ruofei gently smiled and said, "Okay. Monkey, let's have a drink. Ho Liang suddenly felt flattered. He hurriedly bowed slightly and lowered his cup. After clinking his cup with Xiao Ruofei's, he immediately raised his head and downed the Maotai in his cup. Brother Xia, I'll drink first as a toast. Please help yourself. Ho Liang said to Xiao Ruofei as he waved the bottom of his cup. Xiao Ruofei smiled and downed the wine in his cup. He could be said to be able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Naturally, he wouldn't drink a small cup of wine casually. These rich playboys loved face the most. In a situation where their status was equal or even slightly higher than theirs, the more you gave them face, the more they felt that you were worthy of being friends with. Sure enough, Ho Liang immediately felt his face light up. He quickly said, "Thank you, Brother Xia, for giving me face." Then, Ho Liang whispered, "Brother Xia, that little artist called Dong Xiu doesn't know what's good for her. Do you want me to get someone to pass a message to her? Let her obediently serve Brother Xia well?" Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but smile bitterly. These rich playboys were indeed jackals of the same tribe. Ho Liang's idea could be said to be the same as Song Rui's. Why did it have to be because he didn't like that little star and banned her because he liked her beauty? Song Rui couldn't help but laugh at the side. Xiao Ruofei glared at him and said, "Monkey, don't worry about this matter. I have no interest in Dong Xiu. Just ban her and make sure she can't stay in the entertainment circle in the future. Consider it a lesson for her. There's no need to do anything else." Ho Liang realized that he had misunderstood. He smiled awkwardly and said, "I understand, Brother Xia." The foppish young masters came to toast Xiao Ruofei, and Xiao Ruofei did not refuse any of them. He downed all the wine as if he would never get drunk, which made the foppish young masters admire him. Zhao Yongjun, Lu Jian, and the other rich playboys who already knew Xiao Ruofei at the birthday banquet in the evening, frequently toasted Xiao Ruofei. Their attitudes were quite enthusiastic. Compared to Ho Liang and the others, Zhao Yongjun and the others had a more intuitive understanding of Xiao Ruofei's special status. What's more, General Zhao Qin could retain his military position and even go further because of Xiao Ruofei's blessing. Therefore, Zhao Yongjun's attitude towards Xiao Ruofei was very close. This drinking session lasted for more than 2 hours. It was almost midnight. Under Xiao Ruofei's suggestion, everyone drank the last cup of reunion wine. Originally, Song Rui proposed to find a club to sing, but Xiao Ruofei refused. The main reason was that it was too late. In addition, Song Rui wasn't going back to the family Song mansion tonight. If they went too crazy outside, it wouldn't be good if Master Song heard about it. Although Song Rui wanted to continue, he still respected Xiao Ruofei's opinion. Therefore, the group of people said goodbye to each other at the entrance of the Wang mansion's private kitchen and left separately. Xiao Ruofei didn't know if Zhao Yongjun and the others had another activity. Anyway, he definitely wouldn't participate. Moreover, he didn't let Song Rui go. Although alcohol didn't have any effect on Xiao Ruofei, he still drank more than half a liter. Therefore, he didn't drive. The Wang mansion's private kitchen had already called a few designated drivers in advance. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei let the designated drivers drive the two of them directly back to the Hilton Hotel near Wangfujing. Xiao Ruofei booked a single room for Song Rui at the front desk. However, this guy didn't go back to his room. He shamelessly followed Xiao Ruofei back to his room. After entering the room, Song Rui didn't treat himself as an outsider. First, he picked up an unopened pack of specially supplied cigarettes from the bedside table. He quickly opened the package and flicked out a cigarette. Then, he put the pack of cigarettes into his pocket without blushing. Xiao Ruofei saw Song Rui's shameless look and couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. "It's almost 12 o'clock. Why did you follow me here?" Xiao Ruofei said helplessly. "Hurry up and go back to your room to rest." Song Rui took a puff of the cigarette and said, "Ruofei, this brother is here to ask you for advice, yo. What advice can I give you for something that even you, young Master Song, are having trouble with?" Xiao Ruofei asked half-jokingly. Song Rui waved his hand and said, "It has nothing to do with that. It's about chasing girls. I think you're better than me at it. Go away. I've only been in a relationship once. I'm still in one. How can I be more experienced than you, young Master Casanova? Xiao Ruofei laughed as he scolded. Song Rui glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said, let's not beat around the bush. You only have one girlfriend, but you've messed around with a lot of other girls. Let's not talk about other things. Even Aunt Tion's daughter looks at you differently. Also, your company's beautiful boss, your girlfriend's heart is big. Xiao Ruofei's mind suddenly flashed with the images of Lu Yu and Feng Jing. He couldn't help but feel guilty. But he quickly smiled and said, there's nothing between me and Lu Yu. Don't tell me you're jealous? Go to hell. It's not like you don't know that I'm not interested in that girl. Why would I be jealous? Song Rui said gloomily. Ruofei, seriously. You have to help me come up with an idea. Xiao Ruofei stopped joking and asked, is it still that shui? Nonsense. Do I look like someone who's half-hearted? Once I've made up my mind, I won't change my mind. Song Rui said unhappily. Last time, at Sanshan, Song Rui had fallen in love with Shui at first sight. Xiao Ruofei had seen through it. Later, Xiao Ruofei often teased Song Rui about it. So, he didn't shy away in front of Xiao Ruofei and directly admitted it. Aren't you usually very resourceful? Xiao Ruofei asked curiously. Shui should be working in Beijing, right? You'll be in Beijing for a while. Take the opportunity to get her. Song Rui said bitterly, it's not that easy. I've been going to Beijing every few days, but I haven't made any progress. Then, Song Rui began to pour out his grievances. Last time, it was thanks to Song Rui's help that Shui was able to avoid being squeezed out and successfully get a job at the Yanjing Museum. Song Rui also took the opportunity to get Shui's contact information. During this time, Song Rui often used various opportunities to go to Beijing. He also often went to find Shui, treating her to meals and giving her gifts. However, Shui seemed to be a little insensitive when it came to relationships. After this period of time, Shui and Song Rui's relationship had gotten a lot closer, but she seemed to be very slow. She didn't know Song Rui's feelings and even treated Song Rui as a brother. This made Song Rui quite depressed. He wanted to make their relationship clear several times and directly confess to Shui, but he was afraid that it would scare Shui and make it impossible for them to be friends. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and say, you're usually quite smart. Why is it so hard to chase a girl? Song Rui said gloomily, this girl is different from other people. The tricks that I used before didn't work on her at all, Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, then she probably doesn't know your identity, right? Nonsense. Song Rui said, I hope you can fall in love with me for who I am, not because of my family background. I didn't expect our master Song to be a pure young man with a beautiful vision of love. Xiao Ruofei laughed. Song Rui was a little angry and said, hey. I'm asking you for advice. Can't you have some sympathy? I'm already like this, and you're still making fun of me. You're too inhumane. Xiao Ruofei held back his laughter and said, okay. This is indeed a difficult problem. I have to think about it. But I drank too much just now, and it's already so late. My brain is already a mess. I really can't think of anything. After Song Rui heard this, he quickly said, Then you should rest early. Tomorrow, help me think of a good idea. Xiao Ruofei said, maybe after I rest well, I'll suddenly have a flash of inspiration. Okay. I won't disturb you. Song Rui said hurriedly, let's make a deal. Tomorrow, give me a good idea. If you don't leave now, my brain might still be a mess tomorrow. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I'll go. Song Rui said, I'll go now. After that, he walked outside. After 2 steps, he stopped and picked up the tea box that Xiao Ruofei had placed on the coffee table. He smiled and said, I'll take it back and try it. Xiao Ruofei was so angry that he waved his hand and said, Go away. You're a bandit, aren't you? Every time, it's like a swarm of locusts passing through. Song Rui laughed mischievously and left. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up on time. He sat cross-legged in front of the window and started cultivating. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the city was slowly waking up. Breakfast sellers, vegetable sellers, and people rushing to the morning shift all appeared on the streets. However, Xiao Ruofei's room was on the top floor, so it was still very quiet. He silently circulated the Tao technique, and the spirit qi of heaven and earth, which was much denser than usual, quickly gathered and entered his meridians through the Baihui acupoint on the top of his head. After one cycle of circulation, the true qi in his body also increased slightly. The Tao technique was already a top-notch technique. If there were other cultivators on Earth, they would definitely be very envious of Xiao Ruofei's current cultivation speed. However, in Xiao Ruofei's opinion, this rate of improvement was really too slow. However, he had no choice. If he cultivated in the Ring 2 space and absorbed a large amount of spirit qi for a long time, it would be very easy to damage the foundation of the Ring 2 space. Xiao Ruofei definitely wouldn't do something like this that didn't make up for the losses. He could only work hard to find more boundary stones. Only when the Ring 2 space evolved further and the spirit qi became denser, would the spirit qi he needed at this stage not damage the foundation of the space. This way, he could cultivate in the space for a longer period of time. It seems like I have to find time to contact Song Wei, Xiao Ruofei thought to himself. He was still thinking about the ancient tomb that Song Wei and the others had excavated last time. If nothing went wrong, there should be boundary stones in there. This thought only flashed in his mind. Soon, Xiao Ruofei immersed himself in cultivation without any distractions. However, after cultivating for about an hour, Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and woke up from his meditative state. This was because he had sensed that someone was knocking on the door outside with a trace of his divine sense. Xiao Ruofei sent out his divine sense and found that it was Song Rui. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and this guy was knocking on the door outside with two panda eyes. Didn't he need to sleep? Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and got up to open the door. He deliberately walked over slowly and opened the door. He rubbed his eyes and said with a look of dissatisfaction, "Kid, can't you let me sleep?" Song Rui said with a smile, "Ruofei, I couldn't sleep all night." That. Have you thought of a solution? Xiao Ruofei's day. But I'm TSS. And TS is SSSSS. Xiao Ruofei raised her eyebrows. No. Song Rui quickly smiled and said, "You're my brother, okay?" E.g. Xiao Ruofei yawned and said, "It depends on whether I can sleep well or not." Song Rui said with a bitter face, Okay. You continue to rest. I'm going back to my room." Xiao Ruofei immediately took a step back and closed the door. Song Rui stood outside the door and shouted, "Hey! You're really..." "Forget it, I'll bear with it." "Who told me to ask you for help?" Song Rui muttered to himself as he walked back with a face full of hidden bitterness. After Xiao Ruofei was interrupted by Song Rui, he saw that there was less than an hour left. He stopped cultivating and threw himself on the bed to catch up on his sleep. A cultivator like Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't suffer from neurasthenia. Moreover, he had developed a habit in the army over the years. No matter what the environment was, he could fall asleep as fast as he could. Only this way could he maintain the best state in the harsh battlefield environment. So, Xiao Ruofei fell into a deep sleep after a while. But this morning was destined to be a messy one. Xiao Ruofei felt that he had just fallen asleep for a while before he was woken up by a knock on the door. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and glanced at the clock on the wall. He found that it was around 7 o'clock. He had only slept for about an hour. Who is it? Xiao Ruofei was too lazy to use his mental power to check. He complained to himself as he shuffled his slippers to the door. As soon as he opened the door, Xiao Ruofei saw Song Rui's face. He couldn't help but stare. Before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Song Rui waved his hand and said, "Ruofei, don't be agitated. I'm not the one looking for you this time." Xiao Ruofei raised his eyebrows and was puzzled. He saw a person flash behind Song Rui and look at him with a faint smile. "Lu Yu?" Xiao Ruofei's mouth was wide open. "Why are you here so early in the morning? It's not easy to find where Chairman Xiao lives." Lu Yu said with a faint smile on her face. Song Rui smiled and said, "Lu Yu called me and asked where you lived, so I brought her here." It turned out that Lu Yu didn't know which hotel Xia Ruofei lived in, but she knew that Song Rui was most likely with Xia Ruofei, so she called Song Rui directly. Then Song Rui brought Lu Yu directly to Xia Ruofei's room. "What's the matter?" Xia Ruofei asked with a smile. Lu Yu glanced at Xia Ruofei and said, "Are we going to talk in the corridor? Aren't you going to invite me in?" "Oh. Please come in." Xia Ruofei came back to his senses. He quickly stepped aside and made an inviting gesture. Song Rui said with a smile, "Ruofei, I won't disturb you. Don't forget about my matter." After saying that, Song Rui very unkindly wiped his hair and left. Seeing that Song Rui left, Lu Yu felt a little shy. There was a faint blush on her face. After all, they were a single man and a single woman. It was indeed a little embarrassing to go to someone's room early in the morning. However, when Lu Yu saw Xia Ruofei looking at her with a smile, she immediately raised her chin and secretly gritted her teeth. She stepped into Xia Ruofei's room. "Miss Lu, it's only 7 o'clock and you came to the hotel. What's the hurry?" Xia Ruofei picked up the kettle and asked with a smile. Lu Yu's watery eyes glanced at Xia Ruofei and asked, "You promised yesterday. Did you forget it in the blink of an eye?" Xia Ruofei was stunned for a moment. After the kettle was filled, the water overflowed and flowed onto his hands. He came back to his senses and quickly reached out to turn off the tap. He pulled an unused towel and wiped his hands. Then, he put the kettle on the pedestal and turned on the switch. Lu Yu was still looking at Xia Ruofei. Her mind was spinning quickly. Then, she reached out and patted her forehead. She said, "Oh. You're here to get the Yuji ointment? Damn. You're too enthusiastic. Don't tell me you came out of the house before dawn?" Lu Yu's face was hot. She stamped her feet shyly and angrily and said, "Why do you care? Do you have the Yuji ointment or not? I don't want to come here for nothing." In fact, she could use the jade skin ointment at any time. No matter how much Lu Yu loved to look beautiful, her creamy skin was not really in a hurry to use skincare products. However, she got up early for some reason. After contacting Song Rui, she went out. The sky outside was really just beginning to brighten. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Wait a moment." After that, Xia Ruofei stepped into the bedroom. He pondered for a moment and took out 20 portions of Yuji ointment from the ring 2 space. He put them in a paper bag. The Yuji ointment was about to be mass-produced. During this time, Xia Qing had also boiled a lot of Yuji ointment in the space. Therefore, Xia Ruofei was more generous than before. Xia Ruofei walked out of the bedroom with the paper bag. He put the paper bag on the coffee table and said with a smile, "There are 20 portions inside. You and Auntie Tian each take half. Is that enough?" Lu Yu nodded and said, "That's more like it." Xia Ruofei saw that Lu Yu had no intention of leaving. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. The atmosphere in the room was a little awkward and a little ambiguous. At this time, the switch of the kettle flicked. Xia Ruofei quickly said, "Well. Do you want to sit for a while? I'll make some tea for you." "Okay." Lu Yu replied quickly and then sat down on the sofa. Xia Ruofei said in his heart, "Hey. Sister, you are really not polite." He walked over and took the boiled water. Then, he went back to the bedroom and took a box of tea leaves. The box that had been opened yesterday had been stolen by Song Rui. The tea leaves were naturally the best Dahongpo tea produced in the space. The tea set in the hotel was a little simple, but it was enough. Xia Ruofei skillfully made the tea. Soon, the room was filled with a tempting tea fragrance. He poured a cup of tea and pushed it in front of Lu Yu. He said with a smile, "Try it. This is my homemade Dahongpo tea." Lu Yu was also attracted by the rich tea fragrance. She reached out and picked up the teacup. She brought it to her mouth and gently blew on it. Her delicate red lips were faintly discernible in the dense steam. It was a seductive style. Xia Ruofei's heart couldn't help but sway when he saw it. He quickly looked away and poured a cup of tea to cover up his embarrassment. Lu Yu took a small sip and slowly tasted it. Then, she smiled and said, "It's delicious." Then Lu Yu immediately said, "This tea is good. Give me a few boxes too. Everyone who sees it has a share. Xiao Ruofei had a smug smile on his face, but after hearing Lu Yu's words, his smile suddenly froze. He felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running through his heart. Everyone who sees it has a share? It's taking advantage of every opportunity. Why is this girl the same as Song Rue? No wonder their parents want to set them up. Xiao Ruofei complained in his heart. Seeing Xiao Ruofei's stunned expression, Lu Yu couldn't help but say with a smile, "You won't be so stingy, will you?" Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, "Can I not give it to you? What do you think?" Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile, but there was a hint of threat in her eyes. Only in front of Xiao Ruofei would Lu Yu smile more. To be honest, Lu Yu's smile was really beautiful. However, Xiao Ruofei was now full of grief and anger, so he was in no mood to appreciate it. He sighed and said, "Okay. I'll give it to you. But the production of this tea is very low. I can only give you 1 box at most." 1 box it is. Lu Yu spread out her palm and said to Xiao Ruofei, "Give it to me. Are you afraid that I won't admit it?" Xiao Ruofei muttered as he stood up. After walking to the bedroom, he thought of something and took out a box of tea leaves from the dimension. Then, he turned around and walked back to the small guest room. "Here. Take it." Xiao Ruofei put the tea leaves in Lu Yu's hand. "Only 1 box, I don't have any more." "So stingy." Lu Yu pouted slightly and reluctantly took the box of tea leaves. "Hey, when are you going to go back to the 3 mountains?" Lu Yu put the tea leaves into the paper bag that contained the jade skin ointment and asked. Xiao Ruofei said casually, "Not necessarily. Maybe I'll stay for another day or 2. I've already finished my business in Beijing." "Oh. Let me know when the time is set. I'll go back with you." Lu Yu said casually. "You're going back to the 3 mountains too?" Xiao Ruofei asked subconsciously. "Nonsense. I still have to go to school." Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, "This time I'm here to apply for leave. Don't tell me you think that I have to settle down in Beijing just because my mother is transferred to Beijing? That's not true." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said. At this time, there was another knock on the door. Xiao Ruofei stood up and said, "Song Rue, is this kid done yet?" Knocking on his door 3 times in one morning, Xiao Ruofei was speechless. He walked over and opened the door. But when he saw the person who came, Xiao Ruofei held back all his complaints. "Oh, it's Director Feng." Xiao Ruofei immediately put on a smile and said. Feng Jing saw Xiao Ruofei open the door with an unhappy face and was shocked. Until she saw Xiao Ruofei's smile, she said carefully, "Chairman, we chose a place with good scenery in the suburbs of Beijing. We're going to shoot an outdoor scene, so we came to meet you." Feng Jing was halfway through her words when she saw a slim figure in Xiao Ruofei's room through the half-open door. She was stunned. Thinking about Xiao Ruofei's unhappy face just now, Feng Jing suddenly had endless thoughts. Her heart was filled with a faint resentment and an indescribable emotion. No wonder the chairman was so angry just now. Could it be that they were here early in the morning? Feng Jing said in her heart. Feng Jing couldn't help but feel aggrieved when she thought about how she had been so busy these 2 days for the promotional video and posters, but Xiao Ruofei didn't care about it and even had a beautiful woman to spend the night with him in Beijing. If the person accompanying Xiao Ruofei was Ling Qingxue, Feng Jing might not think too much. But the woman in the room was obviously not Ling Qingxue. The chairman doesn't have any self-respect. Feng Jing said in her heart. She looked behind Xiao Ruofei with a complicated expression, squeezed out a smile and said, "Chairman, I'm sorry. I didn't know you." "Haha, sorry to disturb you." After that, she turned around and was about to leave. Xiao Ruofei watched as Feng Jing suddenly became depressed halfway through her speech. She then turned around and tried to leave. Xiao Ruofei was completely confused. However, he subconsciously turned around and immediately understood what was going on. He quickly grabbed onto Feng Jing's hand and said, "Director Feng, you've misunderstood." Feng Jing was caught off guard when Xiao Ruofei grabbed her hand. She couldn't help blushing. She tried to break free, but Xiao Ruofei held her hand tightly. She couldn't break free. Xiao Ruofei didn't notice Feng Jing's embarrassment and hurriedly explained, "Manager Feng, it's a friend of mine who came to visit me this morning." It's not what you think, it was only 7 o'clock. Who would visit a friend at a hotel so early? Feng Jing didn't believe it. At this time, a voice came from behind Xiao Ruofei. Ruofei, there's a guest? Then Lu Yu's figure appeared beside Xiao Ruofei. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei's hand with a faint smile. Xiao Ruofei realized that he had been holding Feng Jing's hand. He quickly let go and said to Feng Jing, Manager Feng, did you see that? This is Lu Yu, the daughter of Secretary Tian of Sanshan. You've seen her before. She really came this morning. Then Xiao Ruofei turned his head and said, Lu Yu, help me prove it. Lu Yu looked at Feng Jing meaningfully and said with a smile, Manager Feng, you're here early in the morning to check on me? Feng Jing also recognized Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu were both neatly dressed. She also knew that she might have misunderstood. Now that Lu Yu was implying something, she felt even more embarrassed. Feng Jing said embarrassedly, so it's Miss Lu. I don't dare to check on the chairman's post. I just saw that the chairman had a guest, so I didn't want to disturb you. Lu Yu smiled and didn't say anything. Xiao Ruofei secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, Manager Feng, since you're here, let's go in and have a seat. Didn't you just say that you have something to report? This? Feng Jing looked at Lu Yu with some embarrassment. Lu Yu shrugged and said, just pretend that I don't exist. When Xiao Ruofei saw that Lu Yu had no intention of leaving, he could only smile and say, it doesn't matter. Lu Yu is one of us. If you have anything to report, just say it. When Lu Yu heard Xiao Ruofei say that she was on his side, she couldn't help muttering in her heart, who is on your side? However, there was still a trace of joy in her heart. Sometimes, women were creatures who didn't mean what they said. Even if it was a monologue in her heart, it might not be in line with her true intentions. Since Xiao Ruofei said so, Feng Jing had to follow him into the room. After sitting down in the guest room, Xiao Ruofei poured a cup of tea for Feng Jing and then said pleasantly, Manager Feng, you've worked hard these 2 days. Tell me about the progress. Originally, Feng Jing felt a little wronged in her heart. However, after Xiao Ruofei said this, it seemed that the little bit of grievance disappeared. She immediately said, Chairman, because time is tight, our original plan to shoot the promotional video and poster in Southeast Province has been changed. We're going to find a place near Beijing to shoot. Xiao Ruofei nodded slightly. If Dafu and the crew were to be dragged to Southeast Province, not only would it involve a lot of people, but it would also waste a lot of time. It wasn't a bad idea to shoot here. Feng Jing continued to report, I've discussed with Miss Dafu and the director a few times. Now, the shooting plan and script are basically set. We found a place with good scenery in the suburbs of Beijing. We're going to start shooting the commercial today. This place was recommended by an assistant director of the crew. It was also the filming location for a recently popular Xianxia themed series. The scenery was beautiful, with mountains and rivers. Feng Jing and Dafu personally went to take a look. Everyone was quite satisfied, so it was settled. Lu Yu sat at the side and listened quietly. She didn't disturb Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing. However, when she heard the name of the big star, Dafu, her eyes couldn't help but flash with a curious light. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, sure. Is there enough time? Feng Jing said, if we're shooting in Beijing, there's still plenty of time. We're only shooting a commercial, not a movie. The preliminary estimate is that we should be able to finish it in 3 days. The post-production also has the help of their professional team. We'll definitely be able to finish it before Dafu's movie starts filming. Feng Jing paused for a while before saying, after shooting the commercial, we can let Dafu start shooting the poster while we're doing the post-production. The packaging design for the Yuji ointment has basically been finalized. I've asked the factory to rush out a few sets and send them over. Xiao Ruofei was very satisfied after hearing this. He praised, Director Feng, you've managed to coordinate everything so well in just 2 to 3 days. I really didn't misjudge you. Feng Jing glanced at Xiao Ruofei with some resentment. If it weren't for you, the chairman, who was always leaving everything to me, would I be so tired, she said, Chairman, I can do these specific things, but there's something I still need you to decide. Oh? What's the matter? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile. Although we don't need any endorsement fees this time, the entire team is staying at Hilton Hotel. There's also the rental of the location, the rental of the studio for the poster shoot, transportation, accommodation, and other expenses. Feng Jing said, so you have to give me a sum of money first. Otherwise, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, you're the general manager. If you need money, can't you just ask Xiaopeng to transfer it to you? Lu Yu couldn't help but secretly curl her lips when she heard this. She thought to herself, this guy is really carefree. Even if he doesn't want to interfere with the company's affairs, how can he be so casual about the financial affairs? If everyone manages the company like him, then wouldn't everyone below be earning enough money? I have to scold him when I have time. Actually, what Lu Yu didn't know was that although Xiao Ruofei's management was lax, Feng Jing had always been very strict. Especially in terms of financial affairs, she was the one who took the lead and insisted on it. She also followed the advanced management of foreign companies and was very strict in terms of financial affairs. The general manager took the lead and set an example, and the system was so strict that there was no loophole for the subordinates to take advantage of. Sure enough, after listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Feng Jing immediately said with a wry smile, Chairman, I need at least 500,000 yuan in advance. According to the regulations, such a large sum of money needs to be approved by you personally. As the general manager, how can I take the lead to violate the regulations? Xiao Ruofei rubbed his nose and said, all right, then let's follow the procedure. Feng Jing immediately took out an advance fund approval form from her bag and said, Chairman, here you are. Xiao Ruofei looked at it and found that there was no problem. He took out a signature pen and signed his name. Then he handed it to Feng Jing and said with a smile, fax it back. Ask Xiaopeng to transfer the money quickly. Don't delay the progress here. By the way, if it's too late, I'll give you an advance. You can return it to me after you receive the company's advance loan. Feng Jing said with a smile, that's not necessary. I still have some money in my card. I paid for it myself these days. Thank you, Chairman. Then I'll go and arrange for the outdoor shooting. I won't disturb you. After that, Feng Jing smiled and nodded at Lu Yu. Then she took the approval form and left Xiao Ruofei's room. After Feng Jing left, Lu Yu immediately showed a strange smile and said to Xiao Ruofei, your general manager is quite beautiful. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Yu and asked, what do you want to say? Lu Yu curled her lips and said, nothing. I'm just curious. Isn't your girlfriend worried? Thank you. I have a good relationship with Xianxia. Xiao Ruofei said. TSK, I think she's stupid. Lu Yu whispered. Xiao Ruofei's hearing was amazing, but he pretended not to hear and asked, what did you say? Nothing. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei in annoyance and asked, the spokesperson you were talking about, is it the Hollywood movie star Duff? Yes. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I didn't expect Miss Lu to be a fan of celebrities too. Can you bring me to the set to take a look? Lu Yu suddenly asked. Xiao Ruofei thought for a while and said, if you want to go, I'll tell manager Feng to bring you along. You're not going yourself? Lu Yu asked with disappointment. Xiao Ruofei shrugged and said, I still have things to do. Also, I don't usually care about these details. With manager Feng around, I'm assured. You're so carefree. Lu Yu couldn't help but complain softly. Xiao Ruofei asked, do you want to go? If you want to go, I'll call manager Feng now. They're going to the suburbs for a shoot. I think they'll leave early. Of course. Make the call. Although Lu Yu was a little disappointed, she was still looking forward to meeting Dafu in person. Xiao Ruofei called Feng Jing and asked her to bring Lu Yu along when she went to the location. Feng Jing naturally wouldn't reject the chairman's order and agreed immediately. After Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone, he smiled and said to Lu Yu, they'll leave the hotel at 8:30. You can go downstairs and look for manager Feng. Now you still have time to go down for breakfast. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, you want me to leave so badly? Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, how can I? You can stay as long as you want. As long as you're not afraid of people gossiping. TSK, a straight foot is not afraid of a crooked shadow. Why would I be afraid of gossip? Lu Yu said with disdain. Then she said, but there's no point in doing this. I'm leaving. Xiao Ruofei also felt that he couldn't keep up with Lu Yu's jumping thoughts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Lu Yu walked to the door with the paper bag and turned back. She said with a smile, I'll leave this with you first. I'll get it from you when I come back from the location. With that, Lu Yu placed the paper bag on the coffee table, waved at Xiao Ruofei in a carefree manner, and turned to walk outside. Lu Yu stopped and turned around. She looked at Xiao Ruofei with her watery eyes. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, wait a minute. With that, Xiao Ruofei walked into the bedroom, took out a jade leaf from the spirit map space, held it in his hand, and returned to the guest room. This is for you. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. It's so beautiful. Lu Yu's eyes showed a look of incomparable love. She asked happily, is this for me? Yes. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I carved this jade leaf myself. Do you like it? This time, Xiao Ruofei made a total of 7 jade leaves. He originally planned to give them to his close friends and family members. Lu Yu could be considered one of his close friends, and Tian Huilan had entrusted him to take care of Lu Yu before she took up her new position. However, he had almost never contacted her, so he felt a little guilty. Thus, after thinking about it, he decided to give Lu Yu a protective jade leaf. Lu Yu was such a beautiful girl, and her mother was a high-ranking official. It was hard to guarantee that there would not be people with ulterior motives who had evil thoughts about her. With the protection of the jade leaf, her safety would be greatly guaranteed. When Lu Yu heard Xiao Ruofei say that the jade leaf was carved by him, the joy in her eyes grew stronger, and her face flushed. When Xiao Ruofei saw her shy and happy look, he knew that his words seemed to be easily misunderstood. He quickly explained, well, I carved several jade leaves for my friends. The smile on Lu Yu's face froze slightly. She thought to herself, idiot. Will you die if you don't explain? However, this was a gift from Xiao Ruofei, and it was so delicate and beautiful. Lu Yu was still very happy. She took the jade leaf from Xiao Ruofei's hand and said quickly, thank you. I like it very much. After that, she felt a little hot on her face. She quickly turned around and walked out. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly shouted again, Lu Yu, wait a minute, is there anything else? There was a hint of shyness in Lu Yu's eyes. She did not dare to look into Xiao Ruofei's eyes. That. Xiao Ruofei organized his words and said, this jade leaf is a little special. You must wear it closely and never take it off at any time. Hearing this, Lu Yu's beautiful face turned even redder, as if blood was about to drip out. Her eyes moved about, carrying an indescribable seductive charm. Lu Yu lowered her head and intertwined her hands. She softly said, I will always wear it. After saying this, Lu Yu was so shy that she didn't dare to raise her head. She didn't have the usual aura of an icy beauty. She was just like a shy little girl. Xiao Ruofei was even more dumbfounded. He seemed to have said something ambiguous again. The problem was that Lu Yu didn't seem to be angry. Instead, she acted like a little girl. No matter how slow Xiao Ruofei was, he could sense the throbbing of Lu Yu's heart. He didn't know how to explain it. The more he explained, the messier it would be. If his tone was stiff, it would be easy to hurt her. However, Xiao Ruofei's mind worked quickly. He decided to make the whole story clear. If he didn't make it clear, how could he make Lu Yu drip blood on it? This jade leaf must be dripped with blood to make it recognize its owner before it could exert its greatest effect. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei also had to explain about confidentiality. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, Lu Yu, my jade leaf is different from ordinary jewelry. It has some special functions, so it must be worn closely. After hearing this, Lu Yu realized that she had misunderstood Xiao Ruofei's meaning. She was even more shy. Her pretty face was hot, and she said in a mosquito-like voice, oh. I know. Xiao Ruofei's heart calmed down a little, and then he said, also, you need to drip a drop of blood on this jade leaf to exert its effect. Xiao Ruofei's words made Lu Yu forget her shyness. She opened her mouth in surprise because Xiao Ruofei's words were too mysterious. Did this guy deliberately find such a lousy reason to make me wear this jade pendant every day? Lu Yu thought to herself shyly. Xiao Ruofei then asked, this. Do you need my help? Lu Yu was a little absent-minded and asked subconsciously, what? Drip a drop of blood on it. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Yu strangely and said. This guy is serious. Lu Yu said in her heart. She gently bit her lower lip and said, okay. At the same time, Lu Yu said coquettishly in her heart, I want to see what this guy wants to do. Xiao Ruofei said happily, okay. Wait a minute. He was also worried that if he didn't help Lu Yu drip a drop of blood on the spot, what if Lu Yu didn't take his advice to heart and didn't do it after going back? The jade leaf wouldn't have the effect it should have, and then his efforts would be in vain. Moreover, after dripping a drop of blood, Lu Yu would naturally be able to feel the connection between her and the jade leaf. She would definitely believe his words. At that time, he would emphasize to her that it was confidential, and she would pay more attention to it. Xiao Ruofei quickly walked back to the bedroom and took out a silver needle in his hand. After returning to the reception room, Xiao Ruofei said, give me your hand. Lu Yu saw Xiao Ruofei take out such a long silver needle, and she was a little scared. She asked, which hand? The right hand? Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Yu with some amusement and said, anything is fine. It's not a fortune teller. There's no need to divide it into male left and female right. Lu Yu's pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly stretched out a hand. Xiao Ruofei reached out and grabbed her soft hand, saying, it'll be quick. It'll only hurt a little. Don't be nervous. Lu Yu was indeed very nervous, but it wasn't because she was afraid of pain, but because her soft hand was being held by Xiao Ruofei's warm big hand. Her heart couldn't help but beat wildly, and she didn't dare to look at Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu's girlish behavior, and his heart couldn't help but tremble. He took a deep breath, knowing that this situation was too ambiguous, and he had to end it quickly. The silver needle in his hand quickly pierced Lu Yu's index finger, and then he quickly withdrew it. Then, he separated a small wisp of genuine qi and squeezed the blood in the direction of the finger. Soon, a drop of blood appeared on Lu Yu's index finger. Lu Yu didn't even feel any pain. She felt Xiao Ruofei let go of her small hand and say, it's done. She looked up and saw a drop of blood dripping on the lifelike jade leaf, and it was quickly being absorbed. The almost transparent glass-type jade leaf had completely absorbed the blood, and there was no trace of blood inside. This magical scene made Lu Yu completely forget her shyness, and her eyes slowly widened. What made Lu Yu feel even more incredulous was that she clearly felt that she had a flesh and blood connection with this jade talisman, as if the jade leaf was one with her. This kind of feeling was hard to describe with words, but it was real. Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim. She took the lifelike jade leaf from Xiao Ruofei's hand and gently rubbed it in her hand. Xiao Ruofei, this is blood recognition? Lu Yu felt a little incredulous, because all of this could no longer be explained by science. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, well, you can wear this jade leaf close to your body in the future. Remember, don't take it off at any time. Xiao Ruofei emphasized this again, and Lu Yu wouldn't have any misunderstandings. She nodded solemnly. Lu Yu could see that this jade leaf was precious and magical, and it was also a gift that Xiao Ruofei had personally made for her. Even if Xiao Ruofei didn't say it, she would definitely wear it every day. Lu Yu took off a thin platinum necklace she was wearing, removed the pendant on it, and then strung the jade leaf in. Then, Lu Yu said with a hint of shyness, can you help me put it on? Xiao Ruofei's heart trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but say, okay. When he reached out to take the platinum necklace, he couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, he had already said it, and Lu Yu's beautiful eyes swept over from time to time with shyness. Obviously, she was waiting for him. Xiao Ruofei sighed secretly, made up his mind, and came behind Lu Yu. He wrapped the platinum necklace around Lu Yu's neck, and then he was about to put the lock on the back of her neck. The platinum necklace was a little short, and Xiao Ruofei had to be very close to it. Lu Yu could feel that Xiao Ruofei's body was almost attached to her back, and she could even feel the heat of Xiao Ruofei's breath on the back of her neck. Her heart was beating wildly, and she felt that her body was a little weak. She almost couldn't stand. Xiao Ruofei wasn't any better. A faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. A simple action of fastening the lock failed several times. In the end, he took a deep breath and calmed his mind before fastening the lock. Xiao Ruofei took a step back as if he had been granted amnesty, and Lu Yu quickly reached out and stuffed the jade leaf into her clothes. Then, she tidied up her hair to hide the panic in her heart. Lu Yu blushed and said softly, "I'll go first, oh. Be careful on the road." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and said. Lu Yu left Xiao Ruofei's room as if she was escaping, and Xiao Ruofei stood there in a daze for a long time before revealing a wry smile. There was still a trace of Lu Yu's fragrance in the room, and an indescribable feeling seemed to be quietly growing, which made Xiao Ruofei feel very conflicted. He shook his head with a wry smile. He really didn't have the experience to deal with this kind of messy matter. Now, he could only take one step at a time. Xiao Ruofei remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to emphasize the confidentiality to Lu Yu, but he was a little afraid to call Lu Yu. Anyway, when he came back in the evening, Lu Yu would ask him for the Yuji ointment. He would tell her then. Xiao Ruofei looked at the time. He wanted to go downstairs to have breakfast, but he was afraid that Lu Yu would be in the buffet restaurant, so he called the waiter to send up breakfast. Just after the phone call, Xiao Ruofei heard a knock on the door. He thought to himself, could it be that Lu Yu has returned? As soon as the door opened, Song Ruwei looked inside and asked, "Ruofei, did Lu Yu leave?" Xiao Ruofei leaned on the doorframe and said with a smile, "Are you so afraid of her? Even if you don't have any feelings for her, you don't have to be so afraid, right?" Song Ruwei laughed and said, "I'm not afraid. I just don't want to see her." Xiao Ruofei smirked and said, "Lu Yu, Song Ruwei said he doesn't want to see you." Song Ruwei was so scared that he almost ran away. But he only turned around and ran 2 steps before he realized that Xiao Ruofei was deliberately teasing him. He stopped and looked back. Sure enough, he didn't see Lu Yu. Song Ruwei glared at Xiao Ruofei angrily and said, "You can't be like this." Xiao Ruofei said, "Hee hee. You are so timid. She left long ago. Come in." Song Ruwei was relieved and followed Xiao Ruofei into the room. As soon as they entered the door, Song Ruwei couldn't wait to ask, "Ruofei, you should have rested well, right? Then my matter." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Ruwei and said, "Are you really so dead set on Zhuai?" "Of course. Aren't you just fooling around? She is a good girl." Xiao Ruofei was a little worried and asked again. Song Ruwei seemed to be insulted and immediately said loudly, "Am I that kind of person? Ruofei, let me tell you. I fell in love with Shuai at first sight. I am serious about pursuing her. I want to marry her." Okay. I believe you, okay?" Xiao Ruofei said. He took out a pack of cigarettes and threw one to Song Ruwei. Then, he took out one for himself and lit it up. After taking a deep breath, he said, "Actually, I don't have much experience in chasing girls, but I can give you a few suggestions." Song Ruwei hurriedly said, "You're too modest. In this aspect, you're simply an expert who has no tricks. Tell me. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "It's useless for you to keep pestering her. Once Shui gets used to this way of getting along, she will subconsciously treat you as a good brother. So, you have to give her some hints when necessary." Song Ruwei said gloomily, "I gave her hints." "Don't even talk about hinting, I think he basically made it clear. But that girl seems to be naturally slow in this aspect, she didn't react at all." "Then just make it clear." Xiao Ruofei said casually. "No way. If she refuses, it will be difficult to ask her out in the future." Song Ruwei said, "I can't fight a battle that I'm not sure of." "You are quite meticulous." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "It seems that you really care." "Nonsense." Song Ruwei said, "What other good ideas do you have? Since you can't give her hints, you might as well reveal your identity to her." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "With your family background, there are few girls who won't be tempted. Didn't I say it yesterday? I don't want the girl to be with me because of my family background." Song Ruwei said gloomily, "This time, I want to have a serious relationship." "If that's the case, why don't you create some difficulties for her at work and in her life, and then you can help her solve them?" Xiao Ruofei said. "With your ability, this should be effortless, right? She might fall in love with you after a few times." Song Ruwei scratched his head and said, "Isn't this just playing tricks?" No, what kind of bad ideas are these? Can they work?" Xiao Ruofei leaned on the sofa and said, "This won't work, that won't work. You are quite hard to please. The main thing is that these ideas are a bit unreliable." Song Rui said with a smile, "Help me think about it again." Xiao Ruofei took a puff of the cigarette, then put it out in the ashtray and said, "In that case, I only have one last suggestion. Whether you agree with it or not, or whether it will work or not, this is the only one." "Say it, say it." Song Rui said quickly. "Since a direct attack doesn't work, then a roundabout way will work." Xiao Ruofei said slowly, "War is all about strategy and tactics. You can't blindly rush into a girl, right?" Song Rui showed a thoughtful look and asked, "Tell me specifically, how will you do that?" Xiao Ruofei said, "Just do the work of the people around her. Her close friends, colleagues, friends, and so on. Start with these people and have a good relationship with them. Let these people say good things about you around Shui, or deliberately make fun of the two of you. After a long time, Shui will be unconsciously affected." After Song Rui heard this, his eyes slowly lit up. "That's a good idea." Song Rui said with some excitement, "You don't say, it's quite feasible. During this period of time, when I asked Shui out for dinner or to play, she often brought some colleagues and friends. After a while, I got to know a few of them. It's just that I didn't deliberately interact with them." Xiao Ruofei giggled and said, "Then let's start now. Give them a small gift, treat them to a meal, help them out a little, and so on. They should be easily bought over by you." "How can it be called buying over?" Song Rui said with a smile, "I'm doing it in a roundabout way." "That's what you said." Okay, let's do it in a roundabout way," Xiao Ruofei said with a shrug. Song Rui rolled his eyes and reached out to grab Xiao Ruofei's shoulder. This scared Xiao Ruofei, and he quickly shook off Song Rui. Xiao Ruofei said, "If you have something to say, say it. Don't touch me. If I didn't know, I would think that you have a problem with your sexual orientation." "Bah." Song Rui said, "I'm very normal." Then Song Rui put on a smiling face and said, "Ruofei, do me another favor." Xiao Ruofei said with a look of vigilance, "Tell me what it is first." Song Rui said with a smile, "Shui's best friend is Song Wei. If Song Wei is willing to help, the success rate will be greatly increased." "Stop." Xiao Ruofei interrupted Song Rui and said, "Don't look for me for this. Song Wei is your little niece. You can just ask her directly. Will she not help you?" Song Rui said with a smile, "How can my words be more effective than yours? This girl will definitely listen to you. Besides, in terms of seniority, I'm her uncle. How can I ask for this kind of thing?" Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui and suddenly laughed. "In other words, you want to be that, but also want to establish a chastity?" Song Rui said with a gloomy look, "This mouth of yours, can't you say something nicer?" "Fine. As long as you help me with this, you can insult me however you want." Song Rui's logic was quite strange. He and Xiao Ruofei were good friends. No matter how Xiao Ruofei ridiculed him, it wasn't considered losing face. But if he personally asked for help from Song Wei, let alone the effect, this matter itself would make him feel very embarrassed. Xiao Ruofei shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay. I'll help you. But only this time. Don't look for me for this in the future. I've never heard of a guy needing his brother's help to chase a girl." Okay. Song Rui quickly nodded and said, "Ruofei, help me talk to Song Wei. I'll take care of the other things myself." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei agreed readily. After Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, he saw that Song Rui was still looking at him eagerly. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "Is there anything else you want?" Song Rui said, "You. Aren't you going to help me talk to Song Wei?" Xiao Ruofei suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "I said that I'll help you talk to Song Wei after I go back. Not now." Song Rui felt that he couldn't wait for a moment. He said, "Just call her directly." Xiao Ruofei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Song Rui, I'll make a special call for this matter. No matter how slow Song Wei is, he'll know that you asked him to do this. What's the difference between this and you directly looking for him? When I go back, I'll find a chance to mention it. This way, it won't seem abrupt. This matter can't be settled in a day or two. You don't have to be so anxious. Song Rui thought about it and felt that Xiao Ruofei's words were quite reasonable, so he said, okay. Originally, with his EQ, he wouldn't be unable to understand such a simple logic. However, he was confused when he was concerned. Not only would a woman's IQ be low in the face of love, but sometimes men wouldn't be that smart either. Looking at Song Rui's embarrassed smile, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Song Rui thought about it and said, Ruofei, when are you going back to the Three Mountains? I see that you've finished your business in Beijing. It's about time you go back. Xiao Ruofei deliberately said, Brother Zhao said that he wanted to treat me to a drink. Also, didn't your father ask you to accompany me to play in Beijing for a few more days? There's no hurry to go back to the Three Mountains. Anyway, my company is running very well now. I don't need to keep an eye on it every day. Song Rui said, You're not in a hurry, but I am. I'm still working in the southeast branch. I can't stay in Beijing forever. Zhuyi is also working in Beijing. I have to get this done quickly. You really put your lover before your friends. Alright. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. I'll go back in 1 or 2 days. Then hurry up and find Song Wei. Song Rui was still worried, so he reminded him again. If you continue to be so long-winded, do you believe that I'll leave you alone? Xiao Ruofei said. No, I won't say any more. Song Rui quickly waved his hands and said, Ruofei, since you're not leaving today, I'll ask Brother Zhao to come out and accompany you around Beijing. Okay. I'm not familiar with this place. You guys can arrange it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui smiled and said, Then. I'll take you to the Yanjing Museum? It's a modern comprehensive museum. Recently, there's a 1,000 Treasures exhibition. *CK off. Xiao Ruofei rudely interrupted Song Rui and scolded him. Are you accompanying me to play or to pick up girls? Hee, it's not a problem. Song Rui laughed shamelessly. I'm not going. Xiao Ruofei said. If you want to go, you go by yourself. I don't want to be a third wheel. Alright. If you don't want to go, then I won't go. Song Rui said bitterly. I'll call Brother Zhao first. Let's see what's going on today. Song Rui called Zhao Yongjun. After the two of them chatted for a while, Song Rui hung up the phone and turned to Xiao Ruofei. Brother Zhao said that he has plans for today. We'll go to Summer Palace in the morning and he'll treat you to lunch. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, I'm fine with anything. Then let's go. Song Rui said. We'll meet up with Brother Zhao at Summer Palace. Xiao Ruofei said, I haven't had breakfast yet. What's so good about the hotel's buffet breakfast? Song Rui said. We'll treat you to an authentic Beijing breakfast. After that, Song Rui pulled Xiao Ruofei and left the room. They took the phaeton from the hotel's parking lot. Song Rui drove Xiao Ruofei straight to Summer Palace. After meeting up with Zhao Yongjun, the two of them brought Xiao Ruofei to eat breakfast together. It wasn't a high-end hotel or clubhouse. It was just a simple roadside stall. However, according to Song Rui, it was the most authentic Beijing breakfast. Stir-fried liver, steamed buns, fried rings, soy milk. They were all Beijing snacks. The other things were fine, but the taste of the soy milk made Xiao Ruofei a little uncomfortable. He frowned after taking a sip. Looking at Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun drinking with relish, Xiao Ruofei couldn't understand how the sour taste of soy milk could be so good. Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun also knew that most foreigners couldn't get used to the taste of soy milk, so they didn't make fun of Xiao Ruofei. After everyone finished eating breakfast, they lined up to buy tickets to enter Summer Palace. Xiao Ruofei had more free time, so the three of them chatted and strolled around the garden. This Manchurian Imperial Garden was built according to the design of Jiangnan Gardens. It covered an area of nearly 300 hectares. The scenery in the garden was also excellent, especially the rippling waves in Kunming Lake. Looking from afar, they could see groups of pavilions and buildings. The breeze blew and wrinkled the surface of the lake. The weeping willows by the embankment swayed their branches slightly, making people feel carefree. The three of them strolled around for a while, then Zhao Yongjun received a phone call. After he answered the phone, he walked over to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Ruofei, I have a friend who wants to ask me to help look at some antiques. Are you interested in joining the fun? If you don't want to go, I'll turn it down." Zhao Yongjin's main task today was to accompany Xiao Ruofei. Although he was itching to go and take a look after receiving the phone call from his friend, he still followed Xiao Ruofei's opinion. Song Ruwei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao has a keen eye for antiques. Many people ask him to look at them." They had already drunk together twice, so Xiao Ruofei also knew a little about Zhao Yongjin. He knew that after being a soldier for a few years, he didn't become an excellent officer like his father had hoped. After retiring, he began to deal with antiques, calligraphy, and painting. He had been immersed in this industry for more than 10 years and had made a name for himself. Especially in the circle of rich playboys, Zhao Yongjin was already an antique expert. When many people couldn't make up their minds, or when they thought that they had received something good, they would ask him to take a look together. Zhao Yongjin was also obsessed with this industry, so generally, as long as someone told him that there was something good, he couldn't help but want to take a look. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Okay. I have nothing to do anyway. I'll go with Brother Zhao to join the fun." "Brother Zhao, where is your friend?" Song Ruwei asked. "Panjiayuan." Zhao Yongjin said happily, "It's not too far to drive there." "Ruofei, Song Ruwei, let's go there now." Panjiayuan Old Goods Market was one of the largest antique distribution centers in the capital. Every day, countless people would go there to search for treasures, dreaming of getting rich overnight. Of course, this place was also filled with a large number of fakes. Even experienced collectors would often be fooled. Xiao Ruofei had been in the capital for a few days and had been thinking of going there when he had the time. Of course, he wasn't trying to get rich, but he was wondering if he would be lucky enough to find a boundary stone here. The boundary stone, which was extremely precious to him, was just an ordinary black stone in the eyes of ordinary people. Every day, Panjiayuan had all sorts of strange things. Perhaps some peddlers would find a boundary stone outside and put it up for sale at their stalls without knowing what it was for. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei was still looking forward to it. The three of them took 2 separate cars and headed straight for Panjiayuan Old Goods Market. Panjiayuan Old Goods Market was located near the East Third Ring Road in the capital. It occupied a very large area and was said to have a few thousand merchants. There was also a large area of stalls. After coming out of the parking lot, Xiao Ruofei felt a little disappointed because the jade talisman he was wearing didn't sense the existence of a boundary stone. It didn't even show any signs of heat. However, Panjiayuan occupied a very large area and the jade talisman's sensing range might not cover the entire area. Moreover, he had come here with the mentality of trying his luck. It would be best if he could find something. Even if he didn't, he wouldn't be too disappointed and would just treat it as a pastime. Today was the weekend and the entire market was open. There were many people shopping here and it was bustling like a temple fair. After entering, the three of them walked all the way in. Xiao Ruofei had a direct understanding of Panjiayuan's mix of good and bad people. In a short 1 to 200 meters, Xiao Ruofei was lucky enough to see a few Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain, as well as Xuanda burners, chicken cups, etc., as well as a large number of authentic works of Jing Banqiao and Qi Baishe. As for the authenticity of these items, it went without saying. Along the way, she often heard the vendors telling all kinds of bizarre stories to Taba customers, such as how Zixi personal eunuch secretly brought them out of the palace, or how their relatives in the countryside happened to dig up an ancient tomb and found them. Moreover, these vendors deliberately lowered their voices and looked mysterious. If an antique didn't have a few twists and turns in its story, it would be embarrassing to sell it. There were also some rather crude conspiracies, such as pretending to be a buyer who wanted to buy it at a high price, or purposely arguing with the customer and accidentally revealing information about the treasure, and so on. Zhao Yongjin was obviously a frequent visitor to Panjiayuan. He was very familiar with these tricks to fool tourists. As they walked, he explained to Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei didn't have the intention to take advantage of the situation, so he just laughed it off and treated it as a show. Soon, the three of them passed through the messy street area and came to the commercial area. There were shops on both sides of the street, most of which were decorated in an antique style, and their names were quite ancient. These shops also sold a variety of goods, such as the four treasures of the study, ancient books and paintings, old books and periodicals, antique jade, bamboo and wood carvings, religious tokens, and so on. Xiao Ruofei walked all the way. Although he didn't enter the shops, he felt that it was an eye-opener when he saw the dazzling variety of goods. After a while, Zhao Yongjin led Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui to the door of an antique shop called Boyajai. Zhao Yongjin should be very familiar with this place. He greeted a young man at the door who was soliciting customers and walked straight in with Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui. Zhao Yongjin didn't stop at the shop. Instead, he went straight through the hall and went up to the second floor of the shop from the back stairs. The decoration of the second floor was very ancient. There were all kinds of calligraphy and paintings, plaques, hanging screens, bonsai, porcelain, antiques, screens, antique shelves, and so on. The style was very elegant. A lot of the decoration was made of mahogany materials, and the color was also very noble. Zhao Yongjun was very familiar with this place. As soon as he went upstairs, he shouted, "Xianxia! What's the good stuff again?" On the second floor, there were two big windows facing the street. There were several people sitting around the root-carved tea table next to the windows. When they heard Zhao Yongjin's voice, they immediately turned to look. One of the men in his early 30s saw Zhao Yongjin and immediately showed a warm smile. He stood up and said respectfully, "Brother Jun, you're here." The others also said hello to Zhao Yongjin. Zhao Yongjin nodded casually and said, "Xianxia, I brought two good brothers to see the fun. This is Xiao Ruofei, and this is Song Rui." Then Zhao Yongjin said to Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui, "This is the boss of Boyajai, Su Chang. You can call him Xianxia." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said to Su Chang, "Boss Su, nice to meet you." Song Rui also nodded lightly. Su Chang hurriedly said, "You flatter me. Xia Xiao, Master Song, you can call me Xianxia." Su Chang was in his early 30s. He was older than Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui, but in front of them, Su Chang didn't dare to be negligent. Although Zhao Yongjin was forthright and had many friends in the antique circle, almost none of them could be called good brothers by him. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui looked extraordinary, so Su Chang also knew that they were most likely the same as Zhao Yongjin, young masters in the upper circle of Beijing. Then Zhao Yongjin introduced several people to Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui. One of them was an old man in a tang suit. He had white hair and a beard, and he looked like an immortal. His name was Guo Rukan, and he was the vice president of the Beijing Antique Association. He was also quite famous in the antique circle. There was also a stout man in his 40s. He was wearing a linen short-sleeved shirt, with a gold string bracelet on his hand and a pipe in his mouth. He squinted his small eyes and seemed to have a smile on his face all the time, just like the Maitreya Buddha. According to Zhao Yongjin's introduction, this stout man was Deming, an antique dealer in Jinggang City. He had done business with Zhao Yongjin and Su Chang several times. In the industry, he was known as Fadian. The last person was dressed in a rustic way, and he looked very reserved. He didn't even know where to put his hands. According to Su Chang's introduction, this rustic middle-aged man was called Wang Xingshui. He was a distant relative of Fadian in the countryside. This time, the item was found by Wang Xingshui in his old house in the countryside. When Su Chang introduced him, Xiao Ruofei's eyes stayed on Wang Xingshui for 2 seconds. Wang Xingshui looked like a farmer. In the magnificent hall, he looked quite restrained and a little timid. However, Xiao Ruofei always felt that his evasive gaze didn't seem to be entirely due to restraint. Moreover, the rustic clothes on him always gave a sense of incongruity. However, Xiao Ruofei was purely here to watch the fun, so he didn't say anything. After a simple introduction, Zhao Yongjin casually asked, "Xianxia, where is the item?" Without waiting for Su Chang to speak, Fadian said with a smile, "Brother Jun, this is the incense cabinet. My relative found it in his old house in the countryside. Can you take a look at it for Brother Chang?" Fadian's age was much older than Su Chang and Zhao Yongjin. However, when he called them Brother Jun and Brother Chang, it was very smooth. There wasn't the slightest bit of hesitation. Zhao Yongjin's eyes fell on a small wooden cabinet placed on top of the root-carved tea table. Xiao Ruofei also looked over. This cabinet was about 80 centimeters tall. It looked dignified and simple, revealing a sense of antiquity. Zhao Yongjun made a sound of surprise. He walked closer to take a look. He even took out a small flashlight that he carried with him and carefully examined it. Oh. This is an old Galwood item? Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise. Fadian said with a smile, "Brother Jun, you really have a good eye. This was passed down from my distant cousin's family." "Cousin, tell Brother Jun about the origin of this item." The rustic Wang Xingshui stuttered a little and said, "This item was passed down from my ancestors. I heard my grandfather say that it has been passed down for 7 or 8 generations. There used to be a matching Buddhist shrine, but I don't know when it was lost when we moved." Fadian also said, "Brother Jun, Brother Chong, I saw that Buddhist shrine when I was young. I still have an impression of it. It should be red sandalwood. If it was kept until now, it would be worth a lot of money." Xiao Ruofei's eyesight was better. Although he didn't look closer, he had already seen the small incense cabinet more clearly. He saw that there were some patterns on the wood of the incense cabinet. It was a bit like the big wavy patterns on the gold-rimmed Jinan wood that he sold to Tang He last time. When he heard Zhao Yongjun say gall wood, Xiao Ruofei roughly guessed that, in fact, the various patterns on the gold-rimmed Jinan wood were also formed by the galls produced by the disease of the tree trunk. He guessed that the gall wood that Zhao Yongjun mentioned was the same. At this time, Su Chong smiled and asked, "Brother Jun, can you take a look at it?" Zhao Yongjun curled his lips and said, "I'm not very good at appraising wood objects. I can only make a rough guess." "Xianxia, you found the wrong person to look for me. By the way, what's Mr. Guo's opinion?" Guorukan, who looked like an immortal, smiled and said, "President Zhao, my research on wood objects is not very deep, but this item looks like an old item." Zhao Yongjun nodded and said, "Well, on the surface, it looks like an object from the Ming dynasty. If it has been passed down for 7 or 8 generations, then it should be about the same time." Su Chong showed a trace of joy and asked, "Brother Jun, so this cabinet is reliable?" Xiao Ruofei noticed that Fadian and Wang Xingshui's eyes quickly met, revealing a trace of hidden joy. Although it was only for a short moment, Xiao Ruofei was keenly aware that Wang Xingshui's eyes did not have a trace of ignorance at that moment. Instead, there was a sly light in them. Xiao Ruofei was even more suspicious, but he did not change his expression. He secretly used his spiritual thoughts to contact Xia Qing in the space. Xiao Ruofei did not know much about antiques. He wanted to ask Xia Qing if he knew about this. Xiao Ruofei and Xia Qing communicated with each other through their spiritual thoughts, so no one in the room could detect it. Soon, Xiao Ruofei released the restrictions of the space, allowing Xia Qing to see the situation of the small cabinet through the space. As the owner of the space, Xiao Ruofei had absolute control over it. It was naturally easy for him to let Xia Qing receive the situation outside. Xia Qing checked it while communicating with Xiao Ruofei through his spiritual thoughts. A meaningful smile gradually appeared on Xiao Ruofei's face. When Zhao Yongjun heard Su Chong's words, he couldn't help but look at the small cabinet again. Then, he said cautiously, "Xianxia. It looks like an antique from the Ming dynasty. This kind of thing is made of gall wood. It's quite rare. However, I don't have much contact with wood, so I can't judge it accurately." Su Chong listened to Zhao Yongjun's words, and his heart was very tangled. On the one hand, his heart was itching, and he was afraid that he would miss a good thing. On the other hand, he was worried that he would make a mistake. Fadian had offered 2 million yuan for this thing. Although Su Chong could afford it, if it was eye-catching, it would not be good for his reputation. When Zhao Yongjun saw Su Chong's expression, he couldn't help but laugh and say, "Xianxia, since you can't judge it accurately, you should find an expert to take a look. You can ask Mr. Guo and me to come over. We don't specialize in wood. What advice can we give you?" In fact, Su Chong also knew this. However, he was just looking for psychological comfort. In fact, he was already very inclined to buy it. He just wanted to hear Zhao Yongjun and Guorukan's opinions. If Zhao Yongjun and Guorukan also thought highly of it, then Su Chong wouldn't hesitate. Su Chong smiled bitterly and said, "I originally wanted to ask President Chen to help me judge it, but he happened to not be in Beijing. I heard that an antique made of Jinan appeared in Yubei province. When Zhao Yongjun heard this, he curled his lips and said to Fadian, "Bosun, why don't you wait a little longer? Xianxia definitely wants to buy it, but he still wants President Chen to help him take a look." Fadian smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Jun, it's not that I don't want to give face to Brother Chang, but my distant cousin is also in trouble at home. He urgently needs money, so he has no choice but to sell the family heirloom." Wang Xingxue also said nervously, "My youngest son has leukemia. The medical expenses are hundreds of thousands. I'm just waiting for the money to save my life." Fadian then said, "Brother Chang, if you can't make up your mind, why don't you just let it go? Mr. Shui in the north of the city is also very interested in this incense cabinet. My cousin and I will go and talk to Mr. Shui again." When Su Chang heard this, he quickly said, "Bosun, don't say that. I didn't say that I don't want it. Everything has to be first come, first served. I haven't even checked it yet. Why are you going to Shuematzi?" Shuematzi in the north of the city was also a famous figure in the antique circle, and he had some conflicts with Su Chang. The two of them had always been at odds. Su Chang was originally very interested in this Gall-wood incense cabinet. In addition, Fadian said that he wanted to sell the incense cabinet to Shuematzi. Naturally, Su Chang became anxious all of a sudden. Fadian said with a smile, "Brother Chang, I know the rules. To tell you the truth, Mr. Shui has already offered 1 million yuan, but I have already promised you in advance. Didn't I come here to show it to you first? But if you don't want it, you can't stop me from selling it to Mr. Shui." Su Chang said, "That's for sure. Olden, wait a little longer." Okay. Brother Chang, take a good look." Fadian smiled and said, "But Mr. Shui is also urging you. You'd better make a decision as soon as possible." Fine beads of sweat appeared on Su Chang's forehead. Obviously, he was also having a fierce psychological struggle. However, in fact, he had already wanted to buy this incense cabinet. Under Fadian's urging, Su Chang quickly made up his mind. He gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Bosun, this incense cabinet, Su Chang finally made up his mind, but he was interrupted by Xiao Ruofei all of a sudden. His anger dissipated all of a sudden. He looked at Xiao Ruofei with some confusion and asked, "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" Xiao Ruofei said firmly, "I advise you not to buy this incense cabinet, because it's a fake." As soon as Xiao Ruofei said that, Su Chang was stunned. Zhao Yongjin's face changed slightly, because there was an unwritten rule in the antique industry. For example, even if you made a mistake, you could only blame yourself for not having good eyesight. You couldn't look for trouble later. Also, even if you saw that there was something wrong with the item, you couldn't say that it was a fake directly. Under normal circumstances, they would say vague words like "I can't see clearly" or "it's not easy to say." Those who really understood would naturally understand when they heard it. Xiao Ruofei wasn't a person in the antique industry, so it was somewhat against the rules for him to say that the cabinet was a fake. Zhao Yongjun didn't have a deep understanding of woodwork, but after all, he had been in the antique industry for so many years, so he still had a basic vision. He didn't find any obvious problems. In his opinion, Xiao Ruofei, who had never been in contact with antiques, couldn't find anything wrong. So, Zhao Yongjin cleared his throat and was ready to remind Xiao Ruofei tactfully. However, before Zhao Yongjin could speak, Fadian, who was sitting opposite him, said with a serious face, "Little brother, you can't say things carelessly. The antique industry is very complicated, and people who are not in the circle should stay away from it." Originally, Zhao Yongjin was going to remind Xiao Ruofei to pay attention to his words, but after Fadian said that, Zhao Yongjin immediately stopped. Who was Xiao Ruofei? Even Master Song thought highly of him. Yesterday, Song Rui had even specially set up a venue for him. It was obvious that Song Rui had the intention of bringing him into the upper-class circle of the capital. Moreover, Xiao Ruofei had also cured Zhao Yongjin's father of diabetes, allowing this middle-aged general to continue his military career and even go one step further. Xiao Ruofei was the great benefactor of the Zhao family. In the face of such a relationship, the rules of the antique circle were nothing. Fadian, an antique dealer, dared to be sarcastic and disrespectful to Xiao Ruofei. Zhao Yongjin immediately snorted and said in a cold voice, "Fadian, what do you mean by that? If my brother says that this cabinet is fake, then it's fake. Zhao Yongjun had always been known for his forthrightness in the antique circle, but he was still a rich man. Once he was really angry, his momentum would not lose to anyone at all. Fadian was stunned. Xiao Ruofei was not in the circle, so he did not know the rules. Did Zhao Yongjun not know the rules? After all, Fadian was from Tianjin and Hong Kong. Although he had a few contacts with Zhao Yongjun and vaguely knew that Zhao Yongjun's background was quite big, he was not like Su Chong who knew Zhao Yongjun's background very well. If he knew Zhao Yongjun's family background, he would not even dare to fart at this moment. Unfortunately, he did not know. Therefore, although he was a bit afraid of Zhao Yongjun, he still forced himself to say, "President Zhao, this is a bit unreasonable. This little brother. I'm being unreasonable." Zhao Yongjun narrowed his eyes and said in an unfriendly tone, "Also, Ruofei is my brother, Zhao Yongjun. What right do you have to call him little brother? You." Fadian was choked by Zhao Yongjun's strong attitude and could not say anything. Su Chong was the host, and he knew Zhao Yongjun's strong background, so he quickly gave Fadian a look, and then came out to mediate, "Brother Jun, calm down. Bosson did not mean anything else. It's just that Xiao, Xianxia, do you think my brother is talking too much?" Zhao Yongjun said in a cold voice. "Then don't talk so much nonsense. Let's go." After saying that, Zhao Yongjun immediately called Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui to leave. Song Rui was just watching the fun. He smiled and glanced at Su Chong and Fadian, and said, "You two really have guts." Su Chong's expression changed greatly. He quickly grabbed Zhao Yongjun's hand and begged, Brother Jun, don't be angry." As he said that, he gently slapped his own mouth and said, "I definitely did not mean that. Xiao reminded me for my own good, right? Am I, Chongzi, someone who does not know what is good for me?" How could Su Chong dare to let Zhao Yongjun leave? If Zhao Yongjun left in anger, then not only would the friendship that he had built up over the years be destroyed, he might even be hated by Zhao Yongjun. This was a person that very few people in the capital dared to provoke. In comparison, what was a Gallwood incense cabinet? Even if it was real, he wouldn't lose anything if he didn't buy it. Zhao Yongjun's expression changed slightly and said, "Chongzi, since Ruofei said that there is a problem with this cabinet, then don't buy it." Okay, I won't buy it. Su Chong hurriedly agreed. Fadian's expression changed slightly when he heard that. Xiao Ruofei glanced at the seemingly honest Wang Xingshui and saw a flash of resentment in his eyes. He couldn't help but secretly curl his lips. "Boss Su, this isn't very good, right?" Fadian frowned and said, "It was you who said that you were interested in my cousin's incense cabinet, so we came all the way here. You don't like this item, so you have to give us an explanation, right? Otherwise, if word gets out, no one will dare to do business with me, Fadian." Su Chong's eyes widened. He thought that this Fadian was too blind. He kept pestering him on this matter. What good would it be if he offended Brother Jun? "Bosson, it should be my freedom to buy it or not." Su Chong said in a muffled voice, "I only asked you to bring it over for me to inspect the goods. I never said that I had to buy it." Fadian and Wang Xingshui looked at each other. They didn't know what medicine Su Chong ate wrong. He was so afraid of Zhao Yongjun and Xiao Ruofei. Just a few words from them made him decide not to buy it. It should be known that Su Chong was very tempted just now. He almost bought it without hesitation. Fadian and Wang Xingshui were naturally full of resentment towards Xiao Ruofei, the initiator of all this. Fadian looked kind and amiable, but Wang Xingshui's concealment skills were much worse. Although he was dressed like an honest farmer, he revealed a viciousness that was completely inconsistent with his identity. Xiao Ruofei saw Wang Xingshui's expression and just smiled disdainfully. At this time, Guorukan, who had been silent all this time, said with a smile, "Why don't you all calm down? Since little brother Xia made such a judgment with such confidence, he should be confident. Why don't we let him say it?" Zhao Yongjun frowned slightly and said, "Old Gua." He knew that Xiao Ruofei didn't have much contact with the antique industry. There were too many tricks in this industry. Even he himself wasn't sure that he wouldn't attract attention. What could a layman like Xiao Ruofei say? Xiao Ruofei also didn't want to embarrass Zhao Yongjun. He smiled and walked to the side of the gall-wood incense cabinet. He said confidently, since old Gua said so, then I'll tell you my judgment. Ruofei. Zhao Yongjun gently pulled Xiao Ruofei's sleeve. He was worried that Xiao Ruofei was young and impetuous. If he didn't say anything ugly, it would be a joke. After all, everyone in this room was an expert. Of course, Song Rue and that silly Wang Xingshui were exceptions. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand at Zhao Yongjun and said, Brother Zhao, don't worry. Since I dared to say it, I naturally have my reasons. Okay. Zhao Yongjun said helplessly. Xiao Ruofei pointed at the gall wood incense cabinet and said without any doubt, this incense cabinet is indeed made of gall wood. There are even parts of it that are really made of wood from the Ming dynasty. This can easily mislead the appraiser. But a fake is a fake. No matter how real it is still a fake. In fact, this incense cabinet is pieced together. Except for the top and the front, which are made of old wood from the Ming dynasty, the other parts are made of new wood. When Xiao Ruofei said this, Fadian and Wang Xingshui's faces suddenly changed. Xiao Ruofei looked at the two of them meaningfully. It was obvious that he was right. Otherwise, their reactions wouldn't be so big. Xiao Ruofei's heart also calmed down a little. It seemed that Xia Qing's judgment was still reliable. Then, Xiao Ruofei said confidently according to what Xia Qing told him, in fact, the two sides, back and bottom are made of new wood. They are made of fire alkali. It's just that the old wood is made of a more delicate method. In addition, the most obvious part is made of authentic old wood, so it's easy to pass off as genuine. When Xiao Ruofei finished speaking, Zhao Yongjun, Guo Rukan, and Su Chong immediately gathered in front of the cabinet to examine it carefully. Even Song Rue opened his eyes wide and leaned over to take a look. Although the three of them weren't good at appraising wood, they were still experienced and knowledgeable. With Xiao Ruofei's reminder, they more or less found some traces of fraud. Of course, this was because they already had a preconceived judgment and targeted the problem. That was why it was so easy to find out. In the beginning, they didn't find any problems. After all, the counterfeiting method was quite clever. There are indeed traces of old wood. Su Chong murmured. Guo Rukan and Zhao Yongjun also looked at Xiao Ruofei in surprise. They felt that it was a little unbelievable. Especially Zhao Yongjun, he felt that it was even more unbelievable. After all, he knew that Xiao Ruofei didn't have much contact with antiques. How could his judgment be more sophisticated than them, who had been hanging around Panjiayuan and Lolakang all year round? However, what surprised them even more was yet to come. Xiao Ruofei continued with a faint smile on his face, in addition to the problem with the materials used, there are actually a few flaws. You can also see the traces of fraud. What? Guo Rukan cried out involuntarily. Zhao Yongjun also quickly said, Ruofei, tell us quickly. Let us broaden our knowledge. Fadian and Wang Xingshui's faces alternated between red and white. Their eyes were constantly flickering. No one knew what they were thinking. Xiao Ruofei said confidently, everyone knows about hanging ash, right? Of course, there is usually a layer of hanging ash behind old furniture. It can be used to prevent moisture. Zhao Yongjun immediately said. Xiao Ruofei pointed at the cabinet and said, look carefully at the hanging ash at the back and the hanging ash at the bottom. Compare them. Isn't it almost the same? But this is a very obvious flaw. One side is against the wall, while the other side is against the ground. There must be a difference in the degree of dampness and peeling over the course of a few hundred years. There can only be one possibility for the hanging ash to have almost the same effect, and that is, it was done by someone later on. Just as Zhao Yongjun and the others were busy comparing the hanging ash on the two sides, Xiao Ruofei continued, there is also a problem with the copper work on the top. The frame of the Ming dynasty woodwork is hollowed out. After the nails are pierced through, the roots will be separated and set into the wooden groove. This is a necessary process. However, the workmanship on the inside of this cabinet is obviously much rougher. Therefore, it must be fake. Zhao Yongjun and Guo Rukan had just finished looking at the hanging ash. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, they immediately turned to observe the part that Xiao Ruofei mentioned. Sure enough, they also found the flaws. these flaws were actually not very obvious. Unless one had a deep understanding of woodwork and a very careful observation, one would be able to discover them. Zhao Yongjun and the other two people couldn't help but click their tongues in wonder. Fadian and Wang Xingshui's hearts sank to the bottom. In fact, these two people often set up schemes to cheat money. However, every time, they planned it very well. Moreover, their counterfeiting skills were very high. Almost every time, they succeeded smoothly. Many people didn't even realize that they had received counterfeits. Therefore, when Fadian heard that Su Chang had recently become more interested in woodwork, he carefully planned this scheme. He didn't expect that it would be ruined by Xiao Ruofei. Their counterfeiting skills had reached the peak of perfection. Basically, there were several places where there could be subtle flaws, and all of them had been pointed out by Xiao Ruofei. What made them even more puzzled was that Xiao Ruofei didn't even go close to carefully examine the incense cabinet. He only looked at it from a distance. However, it seemed that he had gone closer and carefully examined it inch by inch. He accurately pointed out the flaws of the incense cabinet. This made Fadian and Wang Xingshui feel that the whole thing was full of evil. After Guo Ruken carefully looked at the incense cabinet, he said with emotion, "Admirable, admirable. Heroes come from young. Mr. Zhao, your friend is amazing." When Zhao Yongjun saw that Xiao Ruofei was praised by the vice president of the Beijing Antique Association, he was even happier than when he was praised. He grinned and said, "Haha. Ruofei's ability is great. It seems that there is nothing that he can't do." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "President Guo, you flatter me." Zhao Yongjun was his brother. He could accept any kind of praise. However, Guo Ruken was the vice president of the Beijing Antique Association, and he was also an elder. Xiao Ruofei definitely had to be polite. Su Chang sincerely bowed to Xiao Ruofei and said, "Xia Xiao, thank you so much this time. Otherwise, I would have suffered a loss today." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Changzi, you are brother Zhao's friend. Since I saw the problem, I naturally couldn't stand by and watch. Bossan, I'll remember your kindness." Su Chang stared into Fadian's eyes and said, "It's a small world. Also, I have a lot of friends in the cultural relic circle in Beijing. In the future, when Bossan comes to Beijing to do business." Hee. Fadian's face changed slightly, and he said, "Boss Su, how can you say that? How can you guarantee that you won't attract attention when you're dealing with antiques? You have so many experts, but you can't see the problem. How can my cousin and I see it clearly? We really didn't mean to deceive you." Song Rui sneered and said, "Just now, my buddy said that several sides of the cabinet were made of new materials. Didn't your cousin say that it had been passed down for 7 or 8 generations? That's several hundred years." Fadian was suddenly at a loss for words, but his reaction was still relatively fast. He immediately came up with an idea and said, "I really don't know. It must be my cousin who did this behind my back. I'm actually his distant cousin. We haven't been in contact for many years. This time, he told me that his family was in trouble and wanted to sell a treasure. I never thought that he would cheat me. Isn't this ruining my reputation?" It wasn't the first time that Fadian and Wang Xingshui had done this. In fact, they had a team. Some people were responsible for making fake antiques, and some people played different roles. For example, Wang Xingshui, who looked honest, naturally played the role of a farmer who didn't know the value of antiques and sold them cheaply. Fadian, on the other hand, was an antique dealer who had a wide circle of friends. It wasn't easy for Fadian to build a good reputation and accumulate a lot of connections. He didn't fail in his previous schemes, and no one found out that it was him. This identity would be very helpful for him to continue his schemes in the future. In comparison, Wang Xingshui's role wasn't so important. In this case, Fadian naturally sacrificed Wang Xingshui at the first time and threw him out to take the blame. After Fadian finished speaking, he secretly winked at Wang Xingshui. Of course, this couldn't be hidden from Xiao Ruofei's eyes. Wang Xingshui was only stunned for a moment before he immediately acted like he had a guilty conscience. He sighed and said, "This little brother has sharp eyes, I admit defeat. Cousin N, don't blame me. If it wasn't for the fact that I had no way to make a living, I wouldn't be in this line of work. You. Aren't you cheating people? Fadian acted like he was heartbroken and said, Boss Su is my good friend. I recommended you to him because I trusted you. I didn't expect you to be such an ungrateful boss. Xiao Ruofei and the others were watching coldly from the sidelines. They watched the two of them flirt and did not interrupt them. It was only after Fadian had scolded Wang Xingshui that Zhao Yongjun revealed a mocking expression and said, Fadian, do you really think we're 3 years old? Okay. Take your treasure and leave quickly. Originally, people in the antique circle wouldn't make things clear. Even if they found something wrong with it, they would just say something like I can't say or I can't see it clearly. The seller naturally understood that the other party found a flaw, so they basically took the things and left. But today, Fadian targeted Xiao Ruofei and angered Zhao Yongjun. He didn't give Fadian a chance to get out of the situation. Fadian's face turned red and white. After a moment of silence, he let Wang Xingshui carry the incense cabinet, and then he said, Boss Zhao, Boss Su, this time I really didn't mean it. But you two misunderstood me too much, so I won't explain anything. In a few days, I will hold a banquet to apologize to Boss Su. Zhao Yongjun saw that Fadian didn't recognize the situation, and didn't mention Xiao Ruofei at all. He was even angrier. In fact, Fadian also saw that Zhao Yongjun was protecting Xiao Ruofei, but he couldn't imagine the power that Zhao Yongjun had. In addition, Xiao Ruofei didn't leave any leeway for him, and destroyed his seemingly flawless plan. He always had resentment in his heart, so naturally, he didn't even look at Xiao Ruofei. Zhao Yongjun sneered and said, Forget about holding a banquet. I don't have the habit of drinking with a swindler. This? Fadian smiled bitterly, and made a helpless expression. He shook his head and walked out with Wang Xingshui. Zhao Yongjun raised his voice behind Fadian and said, Fadian, you shouldn't come to Beijing in the future. Don't ask for a snub. Also, I have some friendship with Grandpa son of Jin Gang. I'll tell him about your glorious deeds. You're on your own. Fadian's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Grandpa Sun was an influential figure in Jin Gang's antique circle. A quarter of the antique market in Jin Gang was controlled by Grandpa Sun's antique shop. His connections in Jin Gang's antique circle were unparalleled. If Zhao Yongjun really had a deep friendship with Grandpa Sun, and told Grandpa Sun about Fadian's cheating, then Fadian would definitely be hated by everyone in Jin Gang's antique circle. Originally, Fadian was still regretting that he lost the Beijing market, but he didn't expect the situation to be much worse than he imagined. If Zhao Yongjun wasn't bragging, then his base in Jin Gang had already fallen, and the connections that he had built up over the years would be destroyed. Fadian's heart also sank to the bottom. However, this was Beijing's territory, and Zhao Yongjun seemed to be very powerful, so Fadian didn't dare to act rashly. He just looked back, and then secretly gritted his teeth, and left with Wang Xingshui in a sorry state. Xiao Ruofei saw a trace of hatred in Fadian and Wang Xingshui's eyes just now. However, in Xiao Ruofei's eyes, Fadian was an insignificant character. Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't care about the hatred of this kind of small shrimp. If Fadian admitted that he was unlucky, then it would be fine. If he really dared to have evil intentions towards Xiao Ruofei wouldn't mind teaching him how to be a person. After Fadian and Wang Xingshui left, Su Chang said to Xiao Ruofei very warmly, Xia Xiao, this time it's really all thanks to you. I'll arrange for lunch today, and I want to thank Xia Xiao properly. Zhao Yongjun curled his lips and scolded with a smile, Changzi, you're really a miser. Ruofei helped you so much, and you're just going to give him away with a meal? Su Chang lightly slapped his own mouth and said, It's all my fault for not thinking it through. Brother Jun, Xia Xiao, in order to express my gratitude, Xia Xiao can choose any item in my shop, as a small token of my appreciation. But, that me foo. Okay. Zhao Yongjun said with a look of disgust, I know that it's the treasure of your shop, Ruofei won't want it. After that, Zhao Yongjun said to Xiao Ruofei with a smile, Ruofei, Changzi is sincere. Go down and choose a small item. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, It's okay, I just happened to see it and reminded him. There's no need to thank me. Brother Zhao's friend is my friend. Of course. Su Chang said quickly, Xia Xiao, if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have lost 2 million yuan, but the key is that if word got out, I would have no place to hide my face. So you've saved my reputation. It's just a small token of appreciation, please don't reject it. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, Ruofei, see? If you don't accept it, Xianxia won't be able to live with it. Song Rui also smiled and said, Ruofei, it's just an antique, isn't it? Boss Su has a big business, and it's not like he can't afford it. Why do you have to reject his kind intentions? Even the white-haired Gorukan said, little brother, Boss Su is famous for being stingy. Today, you can pluck a feather from a stingy man. This kind of opportunity is rare, you can't miss it. Su Chang said awkwardly, Old Gua, how am I a stingy man? I'm just little Meng Chong. Go away. Gorukan laughed and scolded, you still have the nerve to say that? I've been thinking about Mi Fu's calligraphy for so many years, and I've given you so many good things to exchange for it, but you. Old Gua, that's another matter. That's the treasure of my shop. Su Chang smiled and said, Brother Jun has also been thinking about it for a long time, but I really can't exchange it. Otherwise, my father will break my legs. Seeing that everyone was trying to persuade him, Xia Ruofei could only nod helplessly and say, okay. Thank you, Boss Su. Su Chang was overjoyed and said, Xia Xiao, let's go downstairs now. Take your time to choose. Except for Mi Fu's calligraphy, you can take whatever you like. After that, I'll arrange a banquet to express my gratitude to you. Su Chang was trying his best to make friends with Xia Ruofei. On one hand, he judged that Xia Ruofei and Song Rui were both rich young masters like Zhao Yongjun, so they were worth making friends with. On the other hand, Xia Ruofei's ability to identify cultural relics was also an eye-opener for him. He was in the antique business, so if Xia Ruofei could help him in the future, he would make a lot of money. However, Su Chang didn't know that Xia Ruofei didn't know how to identify antiques. He merely repeated the few words that Xia Qing had said to him without missing a single word. Su Chang enthusiastically brought Xia Ruofei and the others to the shop downstairs. When the employees saw that their boss had personally brought the guests down, they all cheered up. As soon as they arrived at the shop, Su Chang generously asked Xia Ruofei to pick anything he wanted. Xia Ruofei didn't have the intention to rip them off, but he couldn't refuse their kindness. He just wanted to pick something of a reasonable price and let it go. However, the people in Huaxia were very particular about their reputation, so Xia Ruofei couldn't be too obvious. So, he pretended to walk around. Su Chang's shop was very big. This floor was at least 300 square meters, which was considered a relatively large shop in Panjiayuan. There were all kinds of things in the antique shop, and they were dazzling. Xia Ruofei shuttled between the counters and display shelves, admiring all kinds of exquisite antiques and observing carefully. He was ready to pick something that wasn't very expensive later, so that he could take care of Su Chang's kindness and feel better about himself. However, when Xia Ruofei walked in front of a display shelf, his footsteps paused slightly, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Su Chang and Zhao Yongjun didn't disturb Xia Ruofei. They stood by a counter and chatted, so no one noticed the change in Xia Ruofei's expression. Xia Ruofei thought to himself, I didn't expect this shop to have such good things. When Xia Ruofei turned to this display shelf, he immediately felt a tremor in his palm. It was the vibration of the spiritual map scroll. According to Xia Ruofei's experience, there were only two situations when the spiritual map scroll vibrated. One was when there was jade of good quality nearby, and the other was when the boundary stone was found. However, Xia Ruofei was still wearing a jade talisman, which was specially used by Xia Qing to sense the boundary stone. If there was a boundary stone nearby, Xia Ruofei didn't even need to walk into the shop. As long as he was nearby, the jade talisman on his chest would start to heat up. Today, the jade talisman didn't have any reaction at all. This meant that what caused the spiritual map scroll to tremble should be jade. Moreover, after Xia Ruofei took 2 steps forward, the spiritual map scroll trembled even more violently. One had to know that Xia Ruofei had bought raw jade stones before. When he was choosing, he had to reach out and touch the raw jade before the spiritual map scroll would tremble. It was only when he bought a world stone by chance that the spirit map scroll had a reaction before he even came into contact with the stone. There was obviously no boundary stone here, which meant that the quality of the jade found by the spiritual map scroll was quite high. It might even be the highest quality jade Xiao Ruofei had ever seen. Xiao Ruofei also revealed a puzzled expression, because there wasn't a single jade artifact on the display rack. The items displayed here were all miscellaneous items, such as wooden artifacts, bamboo artifacts, ivory artifacts, ceramic artifacts, Yixing clay teapots, snuff bottles, and so on. Could it be that there was a universe in one of the antiques? Xiao Ruofei was instantly interested. He leisurely walked around the display rack. According to the degree of trembling of the spiritual map scroll, he quickly determined the antique that caused the spiritual map scroll to react. It was a pair of wooden carvings, about 40 to 50 centimeters tall. The carving looked alright, but it was definitely not the best. It was a pair of door gods riding divine beasts, and the divine beasts under the door gods were even painted with gold. Xiao Ruofei called for the nearby employees to come over. He opened the glass door of the display rack and took the pair of wooden carvings into his hands. As expected, this pair of wooden carvings, or more accurately, one of the pair of wooden carvings caused the spiritual map scroll to tremble even more violently. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be secretly happy. It seemed like he had really picked up a treasure. The display rack wasn't very conspicuous, and there were many antiques placed on it. It was obvious that they were all of average value. Then this pair of wooden carvings was definitely underestimated. Although Su Chang said that no matter which one he liked, he would give it to him for free, the feeling of picking up a bargain was completely different. No wonder so many people are dreaming of picking up a bargain. Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart, this feeling is too good. This pair of wooden carvings it is. When Su Chang and the others saw Xiao Ruofei coming over, they stopped chatting and greeted him with a smile. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Xianxia, I've made my choice. This pair of wood carvings is very good. I won't stand on ceremony with you. Su Chang looked at the wood carvings in Xiao Ruofei's hands and couldn't help but be stunned. He still had some impression of this pair of wood carvings. It was sold by an antique dealer in Tongzhou last month. After appraisal, it was basically confirmed that it was from the Wanqing period. Moreover, the carvings were ordinary and not very valuable. At that time, Su Chang had bought it for 3,000 yuan. Their internal price control list had also indicated that if the customer was willing to pay more than 5,000 yuan, the deal could be closed. For a big shop like Boyazhai, this pair of wood carvings was very inconspicuous and worthless. When Su Chang saw that Xiao Ruofei had actually chosen such a pair of wood carvings, he thought that Xiao Ruofei was embarrassed to take the valuable antiques that were worth hundreds of thousands or even millions of yuan. He quickly said, Xiao Xiao, this pair of things is not worth much. You'd better go and look at the jade, calligraphy, and paintings over there. Don't stand on ceremony with me. As Su Chang spoke, he pointed to Xiao Ruofei. The area not far away was filled with more expensive antiques in the shop. The display shelves were of different grades and were equipped with spotlights. Xiao Ruofei shook his head with a smile and said, No, this pair of wood carvings is very good. I'll take them. Su Chang said with a wry smile, Xiao Xiao, aren't you making fun of me? I said that I would thank you properly. Why did you choose this? Xiao Ruofei smiled and waved his hand and said, Xianxia, choosing an antique is also about affinity. I liked this pair of wood carvings when I first saw it. I'm really not trying to save you money. It's settled then. Su Chang also knew that people like Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun were not short of money. Even if the antiques in the shop were worth hundreds of thousands or millions, they might not be interested in them. Since Xiao Ruofei said so, maybe they really liked the wood carvings at first sight. Su Chang looked at Zhao Yongjun and saw that he had no intention of opposing, so he had no choice but to say, okay then. Xiao Xiao, this pair of wood carvings are for you. Thank you, Xianxia. Xiao Ruofei said happily. Seeing Su Chang's reaction, Xiao Ruofei knew that he definitely did not discover the mystery of the wood carvings. Otherwise, according to the reaction of the link to painting scroll, this pair of wood carvings might be the most precious item in the shop. Su Chang gave Xiao Ruofei an antique for free. If Xiao Ruofei directly chose the most expensive one, it would naturally be a bit unkind. However, Su Chang did not discover the value of this pair of wood carvings. Xiao Ruofei's discerning eyes chose them. This could not be blamed on Xiao Ruofei. According to the saying in the antique industry, this was also a type of picking up a bargain. Xiao Xiao, I'll ask someone to wrap up this pair of wood carvings. Su Chong said. Thank you for your trouble. Xiao Ruofei said gently. Soon, Boyajai's staff wrapped up the pair of wood carvings. Originally, Su Chong wanted to ask someone to send the items to the car. However, this pair of wood carvings was not heavy, and the parking lot was not close to this place. Xiao Ruofei politely declined and directly carried it himself. Su Chong had already booked a place for lunch. After Xiao Ruofei had chosen the items, the group of people walked out of the Panjiayuan Old Goods Market. After picking up the car at the parking lot, the group of people drove 3 cars. Su Chong drove with Guo Rukan in front to lead the way. Xiao Ruofei still sat in Song Rui's phaeton, and Zhao Yongjun drove his own Porsche Cayenne. As Song Rui drove, he looked at Xiao Ruofei and said, Ruofei, this pair of wood carvings shouldn't be that simple, right? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, how would I know? It's just that I liked it at first glance, so I chose it. This was given to me by Xianxia for free. It's not nice to choose something too expensive. Stop talking nonsense. Song Rui said, do you think I don't know you? Even if you wanted to save money for Su Chong, you wouldn't do it so obviously. Since you chose such a pair of inconspicuous wood carvings, it means that this pair of wood carvings must have some secret. Oh. Your IQ has improved very quickly. Xiao Ruofei joked. Song Rui curled his lips and said, hanging out with such a cunning person like you, I used to be pure, but now I'm getting more and more cunning, shoo shoo shoo. Xiao Ruofei said in disgust. Song Rui looked up and laughed and said, really? Isn't there a saying, one is marked by the company one keeps? You are that pig. You dare to scold me in a roundabout way? Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui and said, it seems that you don't want to know the secret of this pair of wood carvings. Song Rui said indifferently, if you are willing to tell me, I am willing to listen. But if you don't tell me, it doesn't matter to me. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, N. You have ambition. So. You don't care about the matter that I entrusted to Song Wei? Zhuyi was Song Rui's Achilles heel. When Xiao Ruofei said this, Song Rui immediately panicked. He quickly showed a flattering smile and said, brother, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Seeing Song Rui's flattering look, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, I don't believe that I can't teach you a lesson, yes, yes, yes. Song Rui nodded repeatedly. Okay. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, when I go back, I will help you talk to Song Wei about this matter. Don't look like a traitor, it's terrifying. Only then did Song Rui chuckle and return to his serious appearance. Then, he couldn't suppress the curiosity in his heart and asked, Ruofei, what's so special about this pair of wooden carvings? Tell me about it. Xiao Ruofei said, it's really just intuition. I haven't had time to take a closer look. If you want to know, then come back to the hotel with me at noon. Okay. Song Rui responded happily. The 3 cars made several turns and finally drove into an alley. There was a very good private restaurant hidden in the alley. Song Rui and Zhao Yongjun obviously weren't there for the first time. After the car stopped, Song Rui said to Xiao Ruofei, the palace cuisine here is very special. I was going to bring you here to try it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, it's okay. If it's delicious, we can come again. I will give you a chance to treat us. Song Rui rolled his eyes and said, you are just thinking about eating the rich. Xiao Ruofei laughed and walked towards Su Chong and the others. The private restaurant was in a large courtyard house with 3 entrances. It was very different from the chaotic social environment in Xiao Ruofei's impression. This courtyard house had obviously been restored and the environment was very good. Although the building materials were antique, it didn't give people a feeling of dilapidation. It was probably done by professionals who specialized in restoring old buildings. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such an effect of restoring old buildings. The traditional courtyard house building, stone tables, stone stools, grape trellis, rocking chairs. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be moved when he saw it. If he had such a quiet courtyard house in the bustling capital, it would be a very pleasant thing. However, the price of housing in the capital had broken through the sky. A scarce resource like the courtyard house was even more priceless. Even if it was sold, the price would at least exceed 100 million yuan. Xiao Ruofei didn't live in the capital, so he just thought about it and didn't have any plans to put it into action. However, Zhao Yongjun seemed to see Xiao Ruofei's moved expression. After everyone sat down in the private room, Zhao Yongjun, who was sitting next to Xiao Ruofei, gently touched Xiao Ruofei and asked with a smile, "Ruofei, this courtyard house is good, right? Do you have any plans to buy one in the capital?" When Su Chong and Guo Ruken heard this, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. To be able to buy a courtyard house in the capital, one's economic strength was definitely amazing. Even if they were the natives of the capital and could be considered successful people, this was a high-end property that was more precious than a villa. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, don't scare me. How can I afford such an expensive house?" Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "Ruofei, don't be modest. I heard from Song Rui that your business in the southeast province is very big. Buying a courtyard house in the capital is nothing." Xiao Ruofei said, "I'm really not being modest. My business can only be considered to be just starting. Moreover, all my funds are invested in the company. It's not realistic to take out a few 100 million yuan to buy a courtyard house all at once." Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "The price isn't that exaggerated. It depends on the location." Then Zhao Yongjun hesitated and looked at Su Chong and the others. Finally, he said, "Ruofei, if you really have plans to buy a house in the capital, I know of a good opportunity." "Oh?" When Xiao Ruofei heard this, he was also a little interested. "Brother Zhao, tell me about it." Su Chong and Guo Ruken couldn't help but prick up their ears. Even Song Rui was very interested and looked at Zhao Yongjun without blinking. Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "I have a friend whose whole family emigrated overseas. He has been living in a courtyard house for sale recently. The location is very good. It's located in Luhai Alley on Dean Street. It's a courtyard with 3 entrances. It covers an area of 1,500 square meters, and the building area is more than 600 square meters. The courtyard is very well maintained. My friend said that all the furniture, appliances, and various facilities in the house will be given away. He won't take any of them away. If you buy it, you can basically move in directly." Xiao Ruofei was also a little tempted. He smiled and asked, "Such a good location and such a big courtyard. The price must not be cheap, right? I heard that the courtyard houses in Beijing have a unit price of more than 300,000. If it was really 300,000 per square meter, then the courtyard Zhao Yongjun said would cost 4 or 500 million. Even Xiao Ruofei couldn't take out such a large sum of money to buy a house." Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "That's some of the courtyard houses near scenic spots. My friend's house is not that exaggerated. The courtyard houses nearby have a unit price of around 100,000 to 150,000. That's about 1 or 200 million, right?" Xiao Ruofei quickly calculated in his heart and said, "Hehe, if you want to buy it, my friend will definitely give you the lowest price. I still have this bit of face." Zhao Yongjun said, "I can at least guarantee that the total price will not exceed 150 million. If it was a few tens of millions, Xiao Ruofei could squeeze out some money. However, 150 million was a little too much." However, after he heard Zhao Yongjun's introduction, he was a little tempted and hesitated for a moment. Song Rui encouraged on the side, 130 million is cheap enough. "Ruofei, take it." Su Chong and Guo Ruken weren't familiar with Xiao Ruofei after all, so they just looked at them enviously and didn't express their opinions. However, Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Ruofei, this is a really good opportunity. In such a location, such a big courtyard, and it is well protected. This kind of resource is very scarce. How about, we go and see the house first and then decide?" "Let's see." Song Rui said, "Anyway, you won't lose anything by looking." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "Okay. Then, Brother Zhao, you can contact them. We will go and see the house in 2 days. If it is really good, I will bite the bullet and buy it." "Haha, good." Zhao Yongjun said, "Ruofei, let me tell you, you will definitely be satisfied. If it weren't for my lack of funds recently, I would have bought it. I don't have enough funds either, Xiao Ruofei said with a bitter smile. He certainly couldn't take out so much money at once, but now his connections were relatively strong. He knew a few super-rich people. If he really wanted to borrow some funds, it wouldn't be a problem. Once Australia's Wonderland farm was on the right track, the monthly dividends were estimated to reach tens of millions of dollars. It would be easy for Xiao Ruofei to pay back this money. At this time, the dishes were served. Su Chong quickly invited everyone to drink. The meal lasted more than an hour. During the meal, Su Chong also frequently toasted Xiao Ruofei and the others. Even the vice president of the Beijing Antique Association, Guo Rukan, also toasted Xiao Ruofei a few times. However, he mainly admired Xiao Ruofei's skill in identifying woodwork. He sincerely wanted to befriend Xiao Ruofei. After the guests and the host enjoyed themselves, Xiao Ruofei and the others left the private restaurant. At the door, Su Chong expressed his sincere gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. Then, he watched Xiao Ruofei get in the car and leave. While drinking, Song Ruwei was still thinking about Xiao Ruofei's pair of wooden carvings. He also secretly hinted to Zhao Yongjun. So after the meal, Zhao Yongjun didn't go home. He drove behind Song Ruwei's phaeton and went to the hotel together. Back in the hotel room, Song Ruwei immediately said, "Ruofei, quickly take out the pair of wooden carvings." Zhao Yongjun also showed an expectant look. After all, Xiao Ruofei had already shown his ability to identify woodwork in the morning. The gift he finally chose was a pair of wooden carvings. So, Zhao Yongjun naturally thought that the origin of this pair of wooden carvings was somewhat extraordinary. Not even in his dreams would he have thought that Xiao Ruofei did not know how to appraise wood artifacts at all. It was all because of Xia Qing's cheating, and the reason he chose this pair of wooden carvings was not because of the wood itself, but because of the help of the spirit map scroll. Xiao Ruofei smiled as he opened the box and took out the pair of wooden carvings. The pair of wooden carvings were about 50 centimeters tall and looked simple and dignified. They were painted with vermilion red paint, and the mythical beast under the door god was painted with gold. Whether it was the red paint or the gold paint, it was a little mottled under the erosion of time, revealing the base paint inside. While Xiao Ruofei was inspecting, Zhao Yongjun and Song Ruwei were also staring at the pair of wooden carvings. They wanted to see what was so special about these seemingly unremarkable wooden carvings. Song Ruwei knew nothing about antiques, and Zhao Yongjun was not good at woodwork. Moreover, the mystery of this pair of wooden carvings did not lie in the wooden carvings themselves, so the two of them naturally could not see anything. Some hard materials, such as rocks, ceramics, and the like, could not be completely penetrated by mental power, so the detection of mental power was not omnipotent. For example, it was basically impossible to use mental power to check if there was jade in the raw stone. The more it penetrated, the greater the resistance would be. Of course, if Xiao Ruofei wanted to detect the jade content in the raw stone, he only needed to use the spirit map scroll. He did not need to use his mental power. Even though mental power was not omnipotent, it was still very useful to investigate this wooden carvings. In particular, the mystery of this wooden carvings was actually very simple, but it was hidden very well. Even a person with good eyesight would not be able to see it easily. However, under the scan of Xiao Ruofei's mental power, everything naturally could not be hidden. His mental power was like a CT scan, sweeping over the wooden carvings bit by bit. Xiao Ruofei quickly discovered that there was a mystery at the base of the wooden carvings. He suddenly showed a hint of a smile. Song Ruwei asked impatiently, "Ruofei, did you see anything?" Xiao Ruofei smiled at the two of them, took out a sharp military dagger from his body, and said, "Let me show you a magic trick." Then, Xiao Ruofei picked up one of the wooden carvings and placed it horizontally on the table. Xiao Ruofei gently scraped the base of the wooden sculpture with his military dagger, and a piece of mottled paint was immediately removed. "Hey!" Song Ruwei called out. He wanted to stop Xiao Ruofei. Although this wood carving wasn't very expensive, it was still worth a few $1,000s. This cut had destroyed the mottled paint that had formed naturally under the erosion of time, and the wood carving was basically ruined. However, Xiao Ruofei was so fast that Song Ruwei couldn't stop him in time. However, Zhao Yongjun didn't make a fuss about it. Instead, his eyes lit up slightly, revealing a thoughtful expression. Xiao Ruofei worked very quickly. In the blink of an eye, almost all the paint at the bottom of the wooden carving was scraped off. Then, Xiao Ruofei used the tip of the knife to gently draw on the base. Soon, a small gap appeared. Zhao Yongjin's complexion changed. He cried out involuntarily, "The wood carving is hollow? Could it be that there's something hidden inside?" Xiao Ruofei had already found a circle of gaps on the base. Then, he inserted the tip of the knife into the gap and gently pried it. Soon, a circular piece of wood on the base was pried out, revealing a hole. "There's really a mechanism," Song Rui shouted. "Ruofei, quickly see what's inside." Zhao Yongjin also looked at Xiao Ruofei with an incredulous expression. The wooden plug at the bottom of the wood carving was tightly fitted to the base. Moreover, the gap was filled with plaster and then polished flat. It was difficult to see the flaw with the naked eye. Moreover, there was a layer of primer, or at least 3 layers of paint. Even if it had been worn down over the years, it was impossible to see the gap at the bottom. However, Xiao Ruofei directly found the mechanism in such a short time. This was simply beyond Zhao Yongjin's imagination. Xiao Ruofei smiled and put 2 fingers into the hole. Soon, he took out the thing inside. When Song Rui saw it, he suddenly showed a disappointed expression and said, "So it's this? I thought there would be some treasure." Xiao Ruofei took out a gold ingot. Ordinary people would be overjoyed to see such a big piece of gold. It was worth at least 100,000 yuan. However, Song Rui's expectations were already very high. Now, he naturally felt that there was quite a big difference. After all, Zhao Yongjin was an old player in the antique circle. When he saw the gold ingot, he showed a trace of disappointment at first. However, his heart moved slightly. His brain turned quickly, and then he shouted, "No. It took so much effort to hide it in such a secretive place. It's definitely not just to hide a gold ingot." Xiao Ruofei, who already knew the answer, smiled but didn't say anything. Song Rui couldn't wait to ask, "Is there something else inside?" Zhao Yongjin looked at Song Rui with disdain, and then said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, I think this gold ingot is just a weight. Look at the other wooden carving. Maybe there will be an unexpected gain." "Wait?" Song Rui asked, "What do you mean?" Zhao Yongjin said, "The 2 wooden carvings are made of the same material and size. If there is something hidden in one of them, the weight will change, and it will be easy for people to find the flaw. So, I guess the person who hid the thing made the 2 wooden carvings have the same structure. One of them hid the thing, and the other was stuffed with a gold ingot of the same weight. So, the real secret should be in the other wooden carving." Xiao Ruofei immediately clapped a few times and said, "Brother Zhao is really experienced. You're not like some people who are surprised." Song Rui rolled his eyes and said, "You 2 experts are bullying a layman. Is it fun?" "It's fun. It's fun." Xiao Ruofei laughed. Go, 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 stop talking nonsense. Open the other wooden carving and take a look." Song Rui laughed and scolded. Actually, Xiao Ruofei already knew that the real secret was in the other wooden carving, and he also guessed that the thing inside should be made of jade, because the spirit map scroll would have a very strong reaction when it got close, so this jade must be of very high quality. He picked up the other wooden carving and scraped off the paint on the bottom. As expected, he quickly found a small crack. Xiao Ruofei skillfully pried open the wooden cork at the bottom. "Ruofei, see what's inside." Zhao Yongjin's eyes were full of anticipation as he said. Even the counterweight was a pure gold ingot. Then, the thing hidden here must be even more extraordinary. Xiao Ruofei nodded and reached his hand in. At this moment, he could feel the spirit map scroll in his palm vibrating intensely. Soon, he felt a smooth block. He pinched it and pulled it out of the hole. After this hidden treasure revealed its true appearance, Zhao Yongjin and Song Rui both gasped at the same time. Then, they slowly opened their mouths and their eyes were filled with shock. Even Xiao Ruofei himself couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. What appeared in front of everyone was a square piece of jade. It was about 6 centimeters long, 4 centimeters wide, and nearly 2 centimeters thick. There was also a base made of gold and embedded with a diamond. This size of jade wasn't very big, but this piece of jade had a kind of breathtaking beauty. That vivid green was like a ripple in front of the 3 people, making them feel intoxicated. After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Yongjun shouted, "Oh my god, this is glass-type imperial jade. A square piece of jade, oh my god. Oh my god." Zhao Yongjun's shock at this moment couldn't be any greater. He used the word "oh my god" twice in a row. It seemed that other than these two words, there was no other word that could express the shock in his heart at this moment. Xiao Ruofei only knew a little about jade. However, the violent vibration of the spirit map scroll before had already indicated that the jade in the wooden carving was definitely not simple. So, he was already mentally prepared. Song Ruwei grew up in a rich family. Although he might not be good at appraising antiques, he still had the basic ability to appraise jade. When he saw the imperial jade, he couldn't help but murmur, "Ruofei, this time, you really picked up a big treasure. You're rich, brother Zhao, tell me about it." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "This jade is very valuable?" Zhao Yongjun looked at Xiao Ruofei with a strange expression and said with emotion, "Ruofei, I don't know what to say, you obviously don't know anything about antiques, but you could accurately point out the flaw of the Gallwood incense cabinet. You randomly picked a pair of wooden carvings based on your intuition, and there was an imperial jade inside. Your luck is just too heaven-defying." Xiao Ruofei smiled and scratched his head, saying, "My luck has always been good, tell me about this jade." Zhao Yongjun said, "If this imperial jade is real, then it's worth a lot of money. Let me put it this way, this imperial jade, in exchange for the courtyard house that I told you about this afternoon, there's no problem at all." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at the jade in his hand and said, "Such a small piece of jade, and it's worth more than 100 million? Then, he couldn't help but weigh the imperial jade in his hand. The spirit map scroll had such a strong reaction that he had a feeling that the jade inside was of high quality, but he didn't expect it to be worth more than 100 million. Xiao Ruofei's action almost gave Zhao Yongjun a heart attack. He quickly said, "Hey! You must hold on tight. If this imperial jade were to fall on the ground and break, that would be 1 to 200 million wasted." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Brother Zhao, you're exaggerating, and you haven't taken a closer look. What if it's a fake?" Zhao Yongjun shook his head and said, "If it's a fake, who would spend so much effort to hide it in the wood carving? Isn't that crazy? And this wood carving is from the late Qing dynasty. The level of jade counterfeiting at that time couldn't reach such a level, so even if you don't look, you can roughly confirm that this should be a real imperial jade." Then Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "But this is the first time I've seen such a pure glass-type imperial jade. I can't let go of such a good opportunity. I still have to take a good look." Xiao Ruofei reached out and handed it over, saying, "Here, take a look." Zhao Yongjun quickly waved his hand and said, No, let's go to the sofa. The sofa is soft. If my hand shakes, it won't be damaged." In fact, there were rules in the antique industry. If you wanted to appreciate an object, you definitely couldn't take it directly from someone else's hand. It must be put down by the person in front, and then picked up carefully by the other person. Otherwise, if it fell on the ground and was damaged, it would be hard to say whose responsibility it would be. But Xiao Ruofei wasn't in this industry, so he naturally didn't understand the rules. So Zhao Yongjun was too lazy to remind Xiao Ruofei. The three of them came to the sofa. Zhao Yongjun took out a pair of gloves and carefully took the imperial jade from Xiao Ruofei's hand. He also took out a small strong flashlight and a magnifying glass and carefully observed it. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh at Song Ruwei, saying, "Brother Zhao, why are you like Doraemon? You have so many small things on you." Zhao Yongjun didn't raise his head and said, "I eat this bowl of rice. These are all standard tools." Song Ruwei said with a smile, "Brother Zhao is a big shot in Beijing's antique industry. Today, Su Chong's shop was so big, but compared to Brother Zhao, it was just a small matter." Zhao Yongjun laughed and said, "The key is that I'm interested in this," Zhao Yongjun said, but it didn't delay him from appraising the imperial jade. He looked at it for a long time, and even took the big square from the golden base. He shone the flashlight on it for a long time, and finally put it down reluctantly. Zhao Yongjun's eyes were shining. He said, "Ruofei, this is indeed a glass-type imperial jade. Ignoring its cultural value, this jade is the best jade. Its value is immeasurable. Xiao Ruofei was also very happy after hearing this. He said, "Brother Zhao, tell us about it." "Yes. At most, we can only watch the fun." Song Ruwei also said, "What's so good about this jade?" When Zhao Yongjun talked about jade, he immediately became spirited. He pointed to the imperial jade and said, "Look, this jade is rich and heavy, showing a generous and smooth state. From the jade itself, it can be said that the color, type, and water are all good. It is the best glass-type imperial jade. It has high density, fine crystal, and is quite transparent." Zhao Yongjun paused, and said, "Generally speaking, jade that is too thick will inevitably lose its color and charm, and lose its spiritual aura. But this big square is an exception. It just so happens to be rich and pure. Its shape is simple, thick, but not clumsy. It has a rich and luxurious beauty. The color is bright, rich, but not stagnant. There is a trace of charm in the atmosphere." Zhao Yongjun looked as if he had seen a beautiful woman. He then carefully held the imperial jade that hadn't been put back into the golden base in his hand, and then turned on the strong flashlight. He put the flashlight close to the big square and said, "Look, such a thick jade, but the light transmission is so good. The green inside is extremely rich, and it's not rigid at all. This is a kind of fresh rich jade. It's definitely the best jade." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and asked, "Brother Zhao, you have carefully evaluated it just now. I want to know, if this imperial jade is sold, how much can it be sold for?" The gentle voice in the steel gun said. Zhao Yongjun was stunned for a moment and said in surprise, "Ruofei, glass-type imperial green jade is something that can only be found by chance, and this is at least a jade artifact from the late Qing dynasty, and it has a certain cultural value. Are you really going to sell it for cash?" Song Ruwei, who was at the side, said casually, "If it were me, I would definitely sell it. Didn't Brother Zhao say that it was worth hundreds of millions? A piece of jade can't be eaten or drunk, it's better to exchange it for money." Zhao Yongjun laughed and scolded, "What do you know? This kind of imperial green jade is something that you might not be able to buy even if you have money. What do you need so much money for? When money reaches a certain level, it's just a number, it's meaningless." Then Zhao Yongjun said to Xiao Ruofei seriously, "Ruofei, do you really want to sell it? You have to think carefully." Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, "Let me understand the market first. Besides, I'm still at the stage of entrepreneurship, and I haven't reached the stage where money is just a string of numbers like Brother Zhao said. Money is still very important to me." Actually, Xiao Ruofei had seriously considered it. First of all, this piece of jade was so precious that it was worth hundreds of millions. Whether it was given to Ling Qingshui or kept for himself, it was basically impossible to wear it out. Especially if it was given to Ling Qingshui, then safety would become a problem. Usually, this kind of precious jade product was bought by rich collectors. On the other hand, if this piece of jade was left for the spirit map scroll to devour, it would be a waste. Now that the spirit map scroll had devoured jade, its evolution level was already very low. It needed a large amount of jade material or directly devoured a world stone. Although this imperial green jade was of high quality, if it was devoured by the spirit map scroll, it would probably only evolve a little. It was not worth it. And if it was exchanged for money, whether it was invested in a company or a courtyard house in Beijing, the effect would be immediate. Taking a step back, if Xiao Ruofei really needed a large amount of high-quality jadeite in the future, he could use the detection function of the spirit map scroll to directly go to the distribution center of raw jadeite, such as the Myanmar Public Pan, to buy raw jadeite in large quantities. Because of the existence of the spiritual map scroll, high-end jade was no longer a scarce resource for Xiao Ruofei. Even if it was the rare glass-type imperial green, as long as Xiao Ruofei was willing to spend time, he could still find it in a large number of raw jade stones. Therefore, in the eyes of Zhao Yongjun, the imperial green Dafeng card was very precious, but in the eyes of Xiao Ruofei, it was not as attractive as a large pile of cash. Zhao Yongjun saw that Xiao Ruofei really wanted to sell this big square tile, so he lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he said, "Ruofei, it's very difficult to set a price for this kind of high-end jade, because it's priceless. If you want to maximize the profit, of course you have to sell it through auction. Zhao Yongjun paused, then said, according to my experience, if this big square tile is auctioned, the price will not be lower than 150 million. Song Ruwei sucked in a breath of cold air and shouted, damn. Ruofei is going to be rich. Auction. It must be auctioned. Do you want me to help you contact my friends at the auction house? Zhao Yongjun glanced at Song Ruwei and said lightly, young Master Song, do you know more friends at the auction house than I do? Song Rui's expression froze, then he laughed dryly and said, then. Of course brother Zhao has more friends. Zhao Yongjun said to Xiao Ruofei seriously, Ruofei, if you really want to auction it, I can help you contact a few big auction houses in Beijing. This kind of imperial green jade can be the finale of the auction. Everyone will definitely welcome it. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, thank you, brother Zhao. I'll think about it first. If there's a need, I won't be polite with you. Zhao Yongjun patted Xiao Ruofei's shoulder and said, if it weren't for my tight funds, I would have bought it. This is a glass-type imperial green jade. Such a big square tile full of jade, tsk. As Zhao Yongjun spoke, he revealed an envious look. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, brother Zhao, you should have picked up scraps as well as me. Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Zhao Yongjun smiled bitterly and said, all the scraps I've picked up in my life can't compare to what you've picked up this time. Song Ruwei laughed and said, brother Zhao, I told you that Ruofei is a magical guy. After you've been with him for a long time, you'll find that there are many magical things about him. Song Ruwei's words were from the bottom of his heart. He was even used to Xiao Ruofei creating miracles. Whether it was pulling Master Song back from the edge of death from terminal cancer, or cultivating the best vegetables, fruits, Chinese medicine, or even making magical weapons. In contrast, going to Pan Garden and picking up 1 or 200 million scraps was a very normal thing in Song Rui's eyes. Zhao Yongjun nodded and then said seriously, Ruofei, Xiao Rui, it's better to keep this matter a secret. The value of this jade is too high. It's hard to guarantee that no one will have evil intentions. In addition, if Xianxia knows the whole thing, he will more or less bear a grudge in his heart. It was one's ability to pick up scraps in the antique trade. As long as one had good eyesight, no matter how much one earned, they would only be envious. However, this pair of wood carvings was a gift from Suchong. If he knew that Xiao Ruofei had found a top-grade imperial jade tile, he would regret it. Although it was impossible for him to change his mind, it would definitely leave a shadow in his heart. Therefore, the best way to deal with it was to make a fortune in silence. This was also a good thing for Suchong. Sometimes it was a happy thing to be kept in the dark. Otherwise, he would regret it so much that he couldn't eat or sleep for several days and nights. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui immediately nodded in agreement. Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui were Xiao Ruofei's best friends. Naturally, they wouldn't spread this matter. Xiao Ruofei himself didn't like to show off. He had always been low-key, so he wouldn't publicize it. Then Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, brother Zhao, if you have time, help me contact your friend who sold the Sihiyuan. If it's possible, I want to see the houses in 1 or 2 days. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, are you really going to sell this imperial jade tile to buy the Sihiyuan? My friend is also a collector. I promise that if you use this jade tile to exchange for the Sihiyuan, he will definitely agree without hesitation. Xiao Ruofei said, brother Zhao, I haven't thought about how to deal with this tile yet. Let's go see the houses first. Okay. I'll contact him in a while. Zhao Yongjun said straightforwardly. If there are no accidents, we can go see the houses tomorrow. We drank at noon, so let's rest at the hotel in the afternoon. I'll also get a room. Okay. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Xiao Ruofei didn't stand on ceremony with Zhao Yongjun. He sent Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui to the door of the room, then closed the door and returned to the room. Looking at the intoxicating imperial jade tile on the coffee table, Xiao Ruofei also felt like he was in a dream. He didn't expect to pick up such a big bargain when he went to Panjiayuan with Zhao Yongjun to watch the fun. Xiao Ruofei had a preliminary plan for how to deal with this imperial jade tile. Auction could naturally maximize the profit, but the reason why he asked Zhao Yongjun about the approximate price of this jade tile was because he had other plans. Hengfeng Group's Ma family had a very close relationship with Xiao Ruofei, and Hengfeng Group started out in the jewelry business. Now Hengfeng Jewelry also occupied a very important position in Hengfeng Group's business sector. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei intended to sell this jade tile directly to the Ma family. Hengfeng Group, as a leading enterprise in the jewelry industry, would definitely be interested in this high-end imperial jade tile. Such an imperial jade tile, and it was an item from the late Qing dynasty, could be used as the treasure of Hengfeng Jewelry's main store. After inquiring about the approximate price in advance, Xiao Ruofei didn't mind doing Ma Xiong a favor. He believed that as long as he found Ma Xiong, this old man would definitely be ecstatic to buy this imperial jade tile. Compared to auctioning it and all kinds of preparations, it was faster to sell it directly to make money, and Ma Xiong would definitely not let him suffer a loss in the price. Xiao Ruofei still wanted to sell this jade tile and use it to buy the courtyard house that Zhao Yongjun mentioned. Although he hadn't seen the house yet, after hearing Zhao Yongjun's words today, Xiao Ruofei was very tempted. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and was about to call Ma Xiong. But when he was looking for the number in his phone's address book, the phone vibrated first. The screen showed Feng Jing's number. Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate and immediately answered the phone. He asked calmly, "Manager Feng, what's the matter?" Feng Jing's voice had a trace of panic. "Chairman, Miss Liu had an accident on the set." Xiao Ruofei's brain suddenly buzzed, and he quickly asked, "What happened? Is Liu Yu injured?" Not to mention that Liu Yu was Tian Huilan's daughter and had a special status, Xiao Ruofei faintly knew that this little girl had feelings for him, which made him very concerned about Liu Yu's safety. "Chairman, don't worry. It seems that the problem isn't big," Feng Jing said quickly, but she also had a trace of uncertainty. "We are on the way to the hospital. The specific details still need to be checked thoroughly." Xiao Ruofei also calmed down at this time. He just gave Liu Yu a protective jade talisman. Ordinary danger certainly wouldn't hurt Liu Yu, but he was still a little worried. So he immediately asked, "Which hospital are you going to?" "Daitan Hospital." "I'll come over right away," Xiao Ruofei said without hesitation. "If there is any situation, call me immediately." "Okay," Feng Jing said. Xiao Ruofei didn't care about contacting the Imperial Green Dafeng brand at this time. He directly picked up the phone and called Song Rui. Song Rui didn't have time to lie down and sleep after returning to the room. He quickly asked, "What's the matter? Do you need help?" Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Not for the time being. I will call you if I need help. Just give me the car key." "Okay, wait for me. I will bring it to you," Song Rui said. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei simply cleaned up the room. The most valuable glass-type Imperial Green Square card and the gold ingot were directly put into the space by Xiao Ruofei. It was much safer than any safe in the world. Now Xiao Ruofei's control of the space was far better than before. Without Xiao Ruofei's explicit instructions, the Ring 2 space would not indiscriminately swallow the jade sent into the space. Therefore, it was very safe to put the Imperial Green Square card in the space. Xiao Ruofei took a stack of cash from the space and put it in his carry-on bag. Then he was ready to go out. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Song Rui brought the car key over. Xiao Ruofei picked up his bag and went out. After opening the door, he took the key from Song Rui and said, "Thank you. Ruofei, you drank at noon. Can you drive?" Song Rui shouted behind him, "Do you want me to call a driver for you?" Xiao Ruofei didn't turn his head. He raised his hand with the car key and said, "It's okay. I can drive. Don't worry." Taking the elevator directly to the underground parking lot, Xiao Ruofei found Song Rui's phaeton. He quickly set the navigation route to Daitan Hospital and then drove out of the parking lot. In the afternoon, it wasn't the rush hour in Beijing. Although there were many cars on the way, the road was not congested. Xiao Ruofei drove flexibly through the traffic and drove all the way to Daitan Hospital. After parking the car, he grabbed his bag with one hand and called Feng Jing with the other. He then hurriedly ran towards the clinic building. "Chairman. Manager Feng, I am here." "Where are you all?" Xiao Ruofei asked anxiously. "Fourth floor, video center, I'll be there soon." Xiao Ruofei hung up the phone and quickened his pace. When they took the elevator to the 4th floor, Feng Jing was waiting by the elevator. The moment she saw Xiao Ruofei, Feng Jing cried out in shame, "Chairman, I'm sorry. I didn't take good care of Luyu." Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and said, "Let's not talk about this first. Where is Luyu? How is she?" She kept saying that she was fine, but her head was injured. "We were worried that there was a problem, so we insisted on coming here for a checkup," Feng Jing said. "Now she is doing a CT scan." Xiao Ruofei and Feng Jing talked as they walked towards the door of the CT room. Xiao Ruofei asked, "What's going on? How did she end up injuring her head when she came to the film set for fun?" Feng Jing said embarrassedly, "It's my fault for not taking good care of her. The weather forecast said that there might be rain in the afternoon. We had to finish all the scenes in the morning, so we were a little rushed and the set was a little busy," Feng Jing continued. "Miss Lu had been chatting with Da Fu at the beginning, and I was also busy coordinating the various departments, so I didn't notice. I don't know when she ran to the other side, where the crane was being assembled. In the end, a section of the crane suddenly fell off and hit Miss Lu's head." When Feng Jing said this, she had a look of lingering fear. At that time, the section of the crane that weighed more than 50 kilograms fell from a height of more than 2 meters and landed on Luyu's head. When she saw this scene, she was scared silly. Her first reaction was that she was done for. Something big had happened. With such a height and weight of the crane falling on her head, even if she didn't die, she would definitely be seriously injured. Everyone was stunned by the scene. When everyone rushed over, Luyu stood up as if nothing had happened. Although she was also scared, she didn't seem to be injured at all. However, at least 5 or 6 people had seen the crane fall heavily on Luyu's head, so even if Luyu kept saying that she was fine, Feng Jing didn't dare to let her guard down. She immediately stopped the filming and brought Luyu to the hospital for a checkup. After all, modern medicine was so advanced, but there were still many unknown areas in the brain. Feng Jing was also very worried that Luyu had suffered some kind of injury without her noticing. After Xiao Ruofei heard this, his heart relaxed slightly. From Feng Jing's description, it was most likely that the protective jade talisman had taken effect. Otherwise, even if she had suffered an internal injury, it was impossible for her to not feel any pain at all, as if nothing had happened. Xiao Ruofei looked at Feng Jing and comforted her, "Manager Feng, don't worry too much. You know your own body well, so it shouldn't be a big problem. It's all my fault." Feng Jing said very remorsefully, "Chairman, should we inform Miss Lu's family?" "Tian Shu. Director Tian will." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "It's not that serious. Let's see the results first. If there's no problem, don't disturb Aunt Tian." "Okay," Feng Jing said. The two of them waited at the door for a while, and the door of the CT room opened. Luyu walked out with a coat in her hand. After seeing Xiao Ruofei, Luyu was stunned. "Why are you here?" Luyu asked. "Can I not come?" Xiao Ruofei said angrily, "I heard that you went to the set to be a superwoman." Luyu lowered her head and said, "I didn't know that there would be an accident. Do you think I wanted to?" Feng Jing saw that the two of them were about to quarrel, so she quickly came over and said, "Chairman, I didn't manage the safety of the scene well. It has nothing to do with Miss Lu." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Luyu and saw that she looked like a wronged little wife. His heart softened, and he couldn't bear to blame her anymore. He said, "Come with me for a while." "Why?" Luyu looked up and asked. Xiao Ruofei didn't allow her to explain. He took Luyu's hand and walked to the side. Luyu's face was hot, but she didn't shake off Xiao Ruofei's hand. She followed Xiao Ruofei to the side. Feng Jing saw the scene behind them, and her eyes became a little sad. Xiao Ruofei took Luyu to the stairwell of the safety exit. When Luyu saw Xiao Ruofei take her to this corner where there was no one, her heart was beating wildly. She didn't dare to look at Xiao Ruofei. She lowered her head and asked, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Ruofei didn't speak. He stretched out his hand toward Luyu's chest. Luyu was so embarrassed that her face turned red. She thought that this guy wouldn't be beastly and want to molest her here, right? Luyu was obviously thinking too much. Xiao Ruofei's hand grabbed the necklace on her neck and pulled it out. When Xiao Ruofei saw the jade leaf, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. Since Lu Yu was wearing this jade leaf, the amulet must have worked. Otherwise, Lu Yu wouldn't be in this state now. When Lu Yu saw that Xiao Ruofei was holding the beautiful jade leaf, she knew that she had misunderstood. However, she soon saw Xiao Ruofei reach out and grab the jade leaf that had just been attached to her chest and still had her body temperature. Her pretty face suddenly became hot. She was so embarrassed that she didn't dare to look at Xiao Ruofei. However, Xiao Ruofei did not notice Lu Yu's bashful look. He was concentrating on using his spiritual power to examine the jade leaf. As he expected, some of the energy in the amulet had been consumed. Obviously, the amulet was automatically triggered when the arm hit Lu Yu's head in the morning. However, although some energy was consumed, the amulet could still be used. According to Xiao Ruofei's estimation, this piece of jade leaf could at least block a few bullets at close range. Only 100 kilograms of crane arm smashed down, so it did not consume much energy. Xiao Ruofei was finally relieved. Out of habit, he wanted to stuff the jade leaf into Lu Yu's neckline, but when his hand was halfway there, he realized that it was inappropriate and quickly put his hand down. Xiao Ruofei smiled awkwardly and said, "Put it in yourself." Oh. Lu Yu blushed and quickly stuffed the jade leaf into her clothes. Xiao Ruofei said, "No matter where you are in the future, you have to be careful. Today's situation is very dangerous." Got it. Lu Yu felt sweet in her heart and said softly, "Tell me about the situation when the arm hit you." Xiao Ruofei said. Lu Yu thought about it and said, "I don't remember the specific details. I only remember that I suddenly heard the people next to me shouting for me to dodge. However, I didn't have time to react. The arm hit my head." When Lu Yu said this, she felt a lingering fear. At the same time, she revealed a confused expression and said, "Then I seemed to see a light. After the arm hit my head, it rolled to the ground. However, I didn't feel any pain. Later, I asked Manager Feng and the others. They all said that they didn't see any light. They even said that my head was injured and I was hallucinating." When Lu Yu said this, she asked worriedly, "Xiao Ruofei, do you think my head is really injured? I just didn't notice it?" Xiao Ruofei said with some amusement, "Now you know how to be afraid? Don't worry. You'll be fine this time. However, if you're so careless next time, I can't say for sure." "How can you be so sure? The test results aren't out yet." Lu Yu suddenly stopped halfway. She thought of Xiao Ruofei's action of checking the jade leaf just now. Suddenly, an idea flashed through her mind. She pulled out the jade leaf that she had just stuffed into her clothes and asked dumbfoundedly, could it be that it protected me?" Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded. "It seems that you're not too stupid." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh and said, "Of course not, I'll tell you the truth. If it weren't for this jade leaf, the best result would be a bloody head and a concussion. If it was more serious, you might even lose your life." Lu Yu was shocked. If it weren't for the magical process of dripping blood to recognize her as the owner, she wouldn't have believed Xiao Ruofei's words no matter what. But when she thought of the scene of the drop of blood magically melting, Lu Yu felt that the materialism she had learned for many years seemed to have begun to waver. Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu's dumbfounded look and said with a smile, "In the morning, I was afraid that it would be too shocking and that you wouldn't believe me, so I didn't tell you in detail. I didn't expect this protective jade talisman to work so quickly." "You're really good." Lu Yu smiled a little embarrassedly. Her hand tightly grasped the jade leaf that seemed to be connected to her mind, and her heart was warm. This jade leaf was actually so precious. It could be a life-saving treasure at a critical moment. Xiao Ruofei gave it to her directly. He should be concerned about me. Lu Yu secretly thought in her heart. Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu's stunned look and couldn't help but laugh and say, "What are you thinking about? Don't be in a daze, let's go over. Manager Feng must be worried sick." N. Lu Yu's eyes turned and looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei. Then, she lowered her head and said softly, "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a moment and then said, "I'm really not used to you being so polite to me. Oh right, don't tell anyone about this jade leaf. It's best if you don't tell Auntie Tian and Professor Tian." Lu Yu felt sweet in her heart. She felt that she had a secret to share with Xiao Ruofei. This little girl didn't know that Xiao Ruofei didn't only give the jade leaf to her alone. Xiao Ruofei told everyone the same thing. In fact, Xiao Ruofei wanted to say it in the morning, but he didn't have time to say it. Now that Lu Yu had experienced such a frightening moment, the effect of reminding her should be much better. Sure enough, Lu Yu said seriously, I know, don't worry. Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu walked out of the stairwell together. Feng Jing also walked over in surprise and said from afar, Chairman, Miss Lu, the CT scan didn't reveal any brain damage. I'm finally relieved. In fact, the CT examination report would not come out so quickly. However, the doctor in charge of the examination could see the CT image. It was just that there were many people doing CT examinations, so they usually came out with the report at the same time. Feng Jing had strong communication skills. She ran to the doctor and said a lot of good words. Finally, she knew the situation of Lu Yu's examination. The CT examination did not find any abnormalities in the brain, nor did it find any trauma, blood clots, or other conditions. Feng Jing immediately let out a long sigh of relief and hurriedly ran over to Xiao Ruofei to report the good news. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, That's good. Lu Yu, don't be so reckless in the future. You must pay attention to your safety. Lu Yu said softly, I know. Feng Jing looked at Lu Yu with some surprise and then looked at Xiao Ruofei. Just now, the two of them almost quarreled in public. In such a short time, Lu Yu had become so docile? What magic did Xiao Ruofei use to subdue her? However, Feng Jing, who had been carrying a lot of pressure, was finally relieved now, so she didn't think too much. She smiled and said, Chairman, I was really scared this morning. Manager Feng, I'm sorry. Lu Yu took the initiative to say, I've caused trouble for you and delayed your filming. Feng Jing said generously, It's okay. We'll go again when the weather is better in 2 days. We can film other scenes first. Xiao Ruofei asked, Can we make it in time? No problem. Chairman, don't worry. Feng Jing said casually. It was already fortunate that Lu Yu was fine. As for the filming progress, it was nothing more than working overtime. Feng Jing didn't care too much. Now, all in all, there was definitely enough time unless all kinds of accidents happened at the same time. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Okay, Manager Feng. Go and explain to Dafu and the team. Also tell them that Lu Yu is fine. Tell them not to worry. I'll send Lu Yu back. Chairman, the official report hasn't been taken yet. Feng Jing said. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, No need. I just checked Lu Yu. She's really fine. There's no need to take the report. Feng Jing then remembered that Xiao Ruofei was a brilliant doctor, so she didn't have any more worries in her heart. She said goodbye to the two of them and left the hospital. Xiao Ruofei also brought Lu Yu to the hospital's parking lot to get the car. He first brought Lu Yu back to the hotel and took the Yuji ointment and the box of tea leaves that he had prepared in the morning. Then, he drove Lu Yu home. After Tian Huilan came to Beijing to work, he wasn't in a hurry to buy a house in Beijing. So, he had been living in the public housing provided by the National Development and Reform Commission. However, as the main leader of the National Development and Reform Commission, Tian Huilan's living standards were also very high. Although the central government had been focusing on building up the style of work, a ministerial-level leader still enjoyed the normal treatment. So, Tian Huilan's residence was the largest apartment in the National Development and Reform Commission's old family compound. Although the building looked a little old from the outside, the interior decoration was actually quite good. Xiao Ruofei drove to the old family compound. Lu Yu stuck her head out and greeted the guard. The guard immediately let her in. Although Lu Yu rarely came to Beijing, her mother was the executive deputy director. So, the guard here had already remembered this beautiful director's daughter on the first day she came. Under Lu Yu's guidance, Xiao Ruofei drove Song Rui's phaeton to a 10-story apartment building. I'm here. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, Do you want to go up and sit down? No. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Auntie Tian is so busy. It's not good to disturb her. Lu Yu blurted out, There's no one at home. My mother must be at work at this time. After saying this, Lu Yu's face suddenly became hot. She realized that this sentence was a little too ambiguous. She hurriedly said, I'll go up first. Xiao Ruofei was also a little embarrassed. He hurriedly said, okay, I'll contact you in advance when I go back to Sanshan. By the way, send me your ID card number later. I'll take care of the ticket. You don't have to worry about it. Okay. Lu Yu nodded quickly. Then, she opened the door, got out of the car with a paper bag full of Yuji ointment, and ran into the apartment building as if she was escaping. Xiao Ruofei looked at Lu Yu's graceful back and felt a little confused. After a long silence, he sighed, started the car, turned around, and left the National Development and Reform Commission's old family compound. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon when he returned to the hotel. Xiao Ruofei was not in a hurry to find Song Ruwei to return the car. Instead, he went directly to his room. He took out his phone and pondered for a moment. At first, he was going to call Ma Jiming. Later, he thought about it and decided to call Ma Xiong directly. The phone was picked up after 2 rings. Ma Xiong's hearty laughter came from the receiver. Hello, Xia Sheng. Hello, Mr. Ma. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. I hope I didn't disturb your work. Haha. I'm now in a semi-retired state. Most of the company's affairs have been handed over to Jiming. Ma Xiong said with a smile. Xia Sheng, why are you looking for me? Mr. Ma, I recently got a good jade tile. Xiao Ruofei said, I don't have a hobby of collecting jade. I want to sell it. Originally, my friend suggested that I go through the auction channel. However, I thought that your company has been in the jewelry business for a long time, so I wanted to ask if you were interested in taking over. After listening to Xiao Ruofei's words, Ma Xiong said without hesitation, of course, I'm interested. The things that Xia Sheng sells must be the best. Xiao Ruofei hadn't even explained the situation of this jadeite tile, but Ma Xiong had already expressed his intention to buy it without hiding anything. This kind of unconditional trust, even blind trust, made Xiao Ruofei secretly moved. He said, Mr. Ma, how about this? I'll take a few photos of the jade tile and send them to you. You can decide after you see them. No need to see them. I trust you, Xia Sheng. Ma Xiong joked. Just name a price. I won't bargain. Let's take a look at the thing first. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile. As for how much it's worth, you have to judge it yourself. Okay then. Ma Xiong said. Xia Sheng knows my email address. I'm in the study now. You can send the photos directly after you take them. Okay. Xiao Ruofei said happily. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Ruofei took out his laptop, SLR camera, and the king's green jade tile from the space. He first pressed the power button on the laptop, and then took the jade tile to the balcony where the light was better. There was a bouquet of flowers on the small coffee table on the balcony. Xiao Ruofei put the jade tile on the coffee table, and then used the SLR camera to take a few photos of the jade tile from various angles. Then he picked up the jade tile with one hand and pointed it at the distant sunset, and took a few photos with the SLR camera in the other hand to show the translucency of the jade. This action was a bit awkward, but Xiao Ruofei finished taking the photos easily. If Zhao Yongjun saw Xiao Ruofei doing such a dangerous action, he would be scared to death. There was no carpet on the balcony. As long as his hand slipped, the king's green jade tile, which was worth more than 100 million yuan, would definitely be broken. Xiao Ruofei's spiritual power was very high. Even if the jade tile was suspended in front of him, there would be no problem. Naturally, there wouldn't be an accident like dropping it. Soon he took the photos and put the king's green jade tile into the space. Then he took out the SD card of the SLR camera and went back to the room to insert the card into the computer. Xiao Ruofei skillfully exported the photos without any editing. He directly sent them to Ma Xiong via email. After sending the email, Xiao Ruofei packed up the camera and computer and put them all back into the space. Then he went to the balcony and lit a cigarette, smoking in the bustling capital. Before he finished his cigarette, Ma Xiong's call came in. All of this was naturally within Xiao Ruofei's expectations. No one could resist the intoxicating beauty of the glass-type king's green jade, not to mention Ma Xiong was an industry insider who had been in the jewelry industry for most of his life. Mr. Ma. Xiao Ruofei picked up the phone. Ma Xiong's voice was full of excitement. Xia Sheng, I have seen the photos. This is the best glass-type King's Green Jade tile? No matter how he judged it, this King's Green Jade tile was almost perfect. Although the photos couldn't be completely verified, Ma Xiong knew that Xiao Ruofei would never joke about this kind of thing. So even if he didn't see the real thing with his own eyes, Ma Xiong already had his own judgment. Xiao Ruofei smiled calmly and said, I don't know much about jade, but my friend judged that this jade tile should be the glass-type King's Green Jade, and it was made in the late Qing dynasty. It also has a certain cultural relic value. Ma Xiong's breathing became a little rapid. As a giant in the jewelry industry, he naturally handled a lot of King's Green Jade, but the glass-type King's Green Jade was extremely rare. Even if it was just a small pendant, every time it appeared in an auction, it would cause a fierce competition. Almost every one of them could be sold at a jaw-dropping price. What's more, this King's Green Jade tile was so thick and heavy, and it had a certain cultural relic value, which made Ma Xiong even more excited. Mr. Ma, I don't know if you are interested in this King's Green Jade tile? Xiao Ruofei asked with a smile, do you want to see the real thing? I am interested. I am very interested. Ma Xiong said without hesitation, I will arrange a plane right away and fly to Sanshan tonight. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, no rush, no rush. If you want to see the real thing, you can come over tomorrow morning. I have only contacted you so far. Xia Sheng, thank you so much. Ma Xiong said happily. Oh, by the way, Mr. Ma, I'm not in the Three Mountains right now. I'm in the capital. Xiao Ruofei hurriedly reminded, you can go directly to the Wangfujing Hilton in the capital tomorrow. I am staying in this hotel. Okay. Ma Xiong said, Xia Sheng, you must keep this King's Green Jade tile for me. Don't worry. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Ma Xiong really liked this King's Green Jade tile, but he was still worried. If it wasn't for Xiao Ruofei's promise that he wouldn't contact anyone else about the sale before he arrived in Beijing, he probably wouldn't have been able to resist coming over tonight. The next day, the heavens were kind. After a light drizzle the previous day, the sun shone brightly again. Feng Jing brought DeFu and the film crew to the set in the suburbs again. Zhao Yongjun had contacted his friend. He was going to go over in the morning, but Xiao Ruofei had an appointment with Ma Xiong, so he pushed the matter of looking at the property to the afternoon. Zhao Yongjun heard that Xiao Ruofei had contacted the buyer of the tile. He was a little worried that Xiao Ruofei didn't know the market and would be at a disadvantage. He insisted on staying in the hotel to check on Xiao Ruofei. Song Rui, who liked to join in the fun, naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. He also stayed in the hotel. After having breakfast at the buffet restaurant, the two of them went to Xiao Ruofei's room. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to go to the airport to pick up Ma Xiong, but the old man politely declined. The two of them agreed to meet at the hotel. Ma Xiong took his own private jet from Hong Kong early in the morning. According to the flight information provided by Ma Xiong, he would land in Beijing around 9 o'clock. At 9:30, Xiao Ruofei saw that it was about time. He brought Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui downstairs to the hotel lobby. Ma Xiong was a world-class tycoon after all. It was fine if he didn't pick them up at the airport, but if he didn't even come downstairs and just waited in the room, it would be somewhat rude. The three of them sat in the lobby for a while before they saw a black Mercedes-Benz luxury nanny van drive into the hotel lobby. Ruofei, is that the person you asked to meet? Song Rui reached out and poked Xiao Ruofei's shoulder. Xiao Ruofei looked up. The car's electric door slowly opened with a beeping sound. He just happened to see Ma Xiong walk out of the car. No, Xiao Ruofei didn't tell Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui who the buyer was today. When the two saw Ma Xiong coming down from the car, they couldn't help but rub their eyes, revealing a look of surprise. Ma Xiong is a world-class tycoon. Not to say he's a household name, at least Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui have heard of him like thunder. Am I seeing things? Zhao Yongjun murmured, this is Mr. Ma Xiong from Hong Kong's Hengfeng Group? It shouldn't be wrong. Song Rui knew more about Xiao Ruofei's affairs. Ruofei has a good relationship with Hengfeng Group, but I didn't expect him to be able to invite Mr. Ma. While the two were talking, Xiao Ruofei had already walked out a few steps. They quickly calmed their minds and quickly followed. "Mr. Ma, you've worked hard." Xiao Ruofei showed a warm smile and went forward to greet him. "Haha. When I think of that imperial green card, I'm not tired at all." Ma Xiong laughed heartily and gave Xiao Ruofei a warm hug. After Ma Xiong got out of the car, people behind him got out of the car one after another. Xiao Ruofei was a little surprised. Ma Jiming also came to Beijing, in addition to a white-haired old man wearing a Chinese tunic suit, and several attendants in suits. "This lineup is too big," Xiao Ruofei secretly said in his heart. Ma Jiming warmly greeted Xiao Ruofei as soon as he got out of the car. He was now very grateful to Xiao Ruofei. Previously, Ma Jiming's hidden illness had left even the urologist in Hong Kong helpless. However, after taking the pills that Xiao Ruofei had prescribed for him, he began to improve rapidly. Although he was still in the course of treatment, his physical condition had improved a lot. Ma Xiong briefly introduced Xiao Ruofei to the white-haired old man in the Chinese tunic suit, Liang Zhongshan, the chief appraiser of Hengfeng Group's jewelry and jade, and Qin Jilin, the general manager of Hengfeng Group's Beijing branch. As for the other attendants, Ma Xiong didn't introduce them. Xiao Ruofei smiled and nodded to Qin Jilin, then said to Liang Zhongshan, "Mr. Liang." "Hello." Liang Zhongshan looked serious, glanced at Xiao Ruofei, and said faintly, "This is Mr. Xia? I've seen the photos you sent to Chairman Ma, and with all due respect, I doubt the authenticity of the photos. I don't think there is such a perfect glass-type imperial green jade. Either the photos have been edited, or the authenticity of the things has yet to be verified." Both Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming spoke Mandarin with a strong Hong Kong accent, but Mr. Liang's Mandarin was fluent, but what he said was not very pleasant to the ears. Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming both looked embarrassed. In fact, the reason why they brought Liang Zhongshan back to the mainland this time was that he volunteered, because he didn't believe that there was such a high-quality imperial green jade in the photos. In order to avoid the company's losses, he strongly requested to follow Ma Xiong to Beijing. Liang Zhongshan was a veteran of the company. He fled from the mainland when he was young, and it was said that his hometown was in Beijing. Not long after Liang Zhongshan arrived in Hong Kong, he joined Ma Xiong's company. At that time, Hengfeng Jewelry was still an inconspicuous small jewelry store. He could be said to be a veteran of the company that followed Ma Xiong, so Ma Xiong respected him. On the way, Ma Xiong repeatedly told Liang Zhongshan to pay attention to the way he spoke when he met Xiao Ruofei. He didn't expect that Liang Zhongshan, who had a low EQ, would directly express his own opinion when they met. Ma Xiong felt very embarrassed. Because of this, it seemed that he didn't trust Xiao Ruofei. Not only did he bring the company's chief appraiser with him, but the chief appraiser also spoke without mercy. Ma Xiong cleared his throat, showed an apologetic smile, and explained, "Xia Sheng, Mr. Liang has a temper. He's a bit straightforward, so don't mind him." Yes, Xia Sheng, we have absolute trust in you." Ma Jiming also hurriedly explained. Xiao Ruofei smiled indifferently and said, "It's nothing, I'll let the facts speak for themselves." Xiao Ruofei didn't get as angry as Liang Zhongshan expected. He felt as if he punched cotton, and there was an indescribable discomfort. At this time, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui also came out of the hotel lobby. Xiao Ruofei immediately left Liang Zhongshan and introduced Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui to Ma Xiong very formally. Ma Xiong naturally didn't put on any airs for Xiao Ruofei's friends, not to mention that Xiao Ruofei also slightly hinted at the identity and background of the two people, so Ma Xiong was even more enthusiastic. Although he lived in Hong Kong all year round, Ma Xiong was also very clear that the rich people in the mainland actually had a lot of power. Hengfeng Group's business was in the mainland, and it was the same in Beijing. It was very beneficial to be on good terms with top rich people like Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui. Of course, as a world-class rich man, Ma Xiong wouldn't be servile, but his attitude wasn't reserved, and the smile on his face was more enthusiastic. Even so, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui still felt flattered. After all, the person in front of them was a legendary rich man. Moreover, his base was in Hong Kong, and there was a fundamental difference between him and the businessmen and rich people in the mainland. Ma Xiong's courtesy to them made them feel very comfortable. After a few words of greeting, Xiao Ruofei led Ma Xiong and the others back to the hotel room in the elevator. Xiaxia, I can't wait to see the imperial green card. Ma Xiong said with a smile as soon as he entered the room. Originally, Xiao Ruofei wanted to ask about Ma Jiming's physical condition, but seeing that Ma Xiong couldn't wait, and with so many people here, it wasn't convenient to ask about a secret topic. So he smiled and said, "No problem, please wait a moment." After that, Xiao Ruofei pushed the door and walked into the bedroom. There was a small safe on the wall facing the bedroom door, which was also a standard equipment of a five-star hotel. Xiao Ruofei opened the safe and put his hand into the safe with his back to everyone. In fact, he used his body to block everyone's view, and took out the imperial green card in a small paper box from the ring-2 space. Although he only went downstairs for a short while, Xiao Ruofei was very careful to put the imperial green card in his space. After all, it was a treasure worth 1 to 200 million yuan. When Xiao Ruofei walked out of the bedroom with the paper box, he caught a glimpse of the disapproving look on Liang Zhongshan's face. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly, put the paper box on the coffee table in the living room, and said with a smile, "Mr. Ma, the imperial green card is in this paper box." This was the rule that Zhao Yongjun had taught Xiao Ruofei in the morning. Otherwise, Xiao Ruofei wouldn't have known that he couldn't directly hand it to the other party. Ma Xiong couldn't wait, and he said with a smile, "Okay. Just as Ma Xiong reached out his hand, Liang Zhongshan said first, "Chairman Ma, please wait, let me take a look first." If it was an ordinary person, who would dare to be so presumptuous in front of Ma Xiong? But Liang Zhongshan was a veteran of Hengfeng Group, and even had a small number of company shares given by Ma Xiong. He had a good personal relationship with Ma Xiong, and he dared to do things that others didn't. Ma Xiong's smile froze slightly, but he still nodded and said, "Well, Liang is an expert in jade. Take a look first." Liang Zhongshan nodded, then glanced at Xiao Ruofei and said faintly, "Mr. Xia, I will expose this scam." Xiao Ruofei frowned slightly and said, "Mr. Liang, it doesn't seem good for you to repeatedly make such arbitrary conclusions without any evidence." Even a clay bodhisattva was a little angry. No matter how good Liang Zhongshan's relationship with Ma Xiong was, it had nothing to do with Xiao Ruofei. Originally, Xiao Ruofei was very polite to Liang Zhongshan, but seeing him act like this, Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't have a good expression. Liang Zhongshan sneered and said, "Arbitrary? I've been in this business for decades, and I still have the most basic judgment. As the saying goes, too much is as bad as too little. Your photos are too perfect." Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel amused. He didn't make any changes to those photos at all. He directly sent them to Ma Xiong after extracting them from the SD card. But Liang Zhongshan had always believed that he had made a lot of changes to the photos, because the imperial green cards in those photos were too perfect. He didn't know what kind of logic it was. After all, Liang Zhongshan was Ma Xiong's subordinate. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to completely fall out with him, so he shrugged and said, "Then you can take a look." After that, Xiao Ruofei stepped aside. Xiao Ruofei didn't argue with Liang Zhongshan, but Zhao Yongjun on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Zhao Yongjun respected Ma Xiong, but it didn't mean that he would be polite to Liang Zhongshan. Young Master Zhao was also a famous top playboy in the circle. Liang Zhongshan, this old man, had repeatedly expressed doubts about his brother Xiao Ruofei. How could he tolerate this? Seeing that Xiao Ruofei didn't say anything, Zhao Yongjun snorted and said, "Since you don't trust Ruofei, why did you come all the way from Hong Kong to Beijing?" Liang Zhongshan snorted and said proudly, "Do you think I wanted to come? Our chairman insisted on coming. I was just worried that he would be deceived." Didn't this clearly mean that Ma Xiong had a low IQ and was easily deceived? No one else had such an EQ. If it were other company leaders, they would definitely dislike Liang Zhongshan, but Ma Xiong just shook his head with a wry smile. Ma Xiong quickly explained, "Xiaxing, young Master Zhao, don't mind him. Old Liang is like this. He is more straightforward. In fact, I absolutely trust Ruofei. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed over from Hong Kong." Zhao Yongjun secretly curled his lips, then said lightly, "Mr. Ma, to tell you the truth, I have a lot of friends in the antique circle in Beijing. I am also familiar with several big auction houses. I have always suggested that Ruofei go through the auction channel. Not only can he get more income, but he can also avoid being suspected for no reason." After that, Zhao Yongjun glanced at Liang Zhongshan unhappily. Young Master Zhao, please understand. Ma Xiong said with a wry smile. Liang Zhongshan curled his lips and said, as long as the appraisers of those auction houses have the most basic professional judgment, they won't accept such a ridiculous item. Ma Xiong finally couldn't stand it anymore. He frowned and said in a deep voice, Old Liang. If you don't watch your mouth, go back to Hong Kong immediately. We don't need you here. Liang Zhongshan immediately shut his mouth. Although he had a bad temper, he was very loyal to Ma Xiong and Hengfeng Group. He was really afraid that Ma Xiong would send him back to Hong Kong in anger. In his opinion, if he wasn't there, Ma Xiong would most likely be fooled by this cunning young man. Although Liang Zhongshan didn't speak, Zhao Yongjun was very angry. He took out his mobile phone and said while looking for the number, Ruofei, aren't you looking for trouble? Let's not sell this Imperial Green Dafeng card. I will contact my friends in the auction house for you. I don't believe that without Butcher Liang, we will have to eat pigs with hair. If this Imperial Green Dafeng card is sold for less than 150 million, I will cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Xiao Ruofei looked at the arrogant Liang Zhongshan and couldn't help but shake his head secretly. However, he quickly said, forget it, brother Zhao. Since I have already talked to Mr. Ma, let them see it first. When buying groceries in the supermarket, they have to see if they are fresh or not. Such a valuable item definitely needs to be inspected. Old Mr. Ma, please let whoever you want to inspect the goods. Xiao Ruofei was naturally giving face to Ma Xiong. As for Liang Zhongshan, Xiao Ruofei was also very disgusted with him. You. Zhao Yongjun shook his head and put away his mobile phone. He said, you are too good-tempered. Okay. Let them see it first. Ma Xiong said gratefully, Xia Xing, thank you for your understanding. Xiao Ruofei smiled slightly and didn't speak. He only had a friendship with the Ma family, but he didn't have a good impression of Liang Zhongshan. He didn't know where this old guy had lived for so long. His EQ was basically zero. Ma Xiong glared at Liang Zhongshan and said, Old Liang, if you want to see it, go ahead. Liang Zhongshan snorted softly and walked to the coffee table. He glanced at Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun with a hint of demonstration, and then carefully opened the paper box. Although Liang Zhongshan was sure that there was a fake jade inside, he still didn't dare to take it lightly. If it broke in his hands, he wouldn't be able to explain it clearly. The other party was worried about not being able to cheat money. Wouldn't he be blamed for it? In fact, Liang Zhongshan was gauging the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. Xiao Ruofei also didn't take it lightly. He stood not far from Liang Zhongshan, and his mental power was always in a state of projection. If Liang Zhongshan really failed, he would definitely be able to protect this precious imperial jade immediately. Liang Zhongshan looked at the jade in the paper box with a hint of disdain. The moment he saw the imperial jade, Liang Zhongshan's eyes narrowed slightly, showing a hint of hesitation. In his opinion, the workmanship of this large square card could almost be passed off as genuine, but he still stubbornly believed that it definitely couldn't be genuine, so he still subconsciously wanted to find the flaws of this imperial jade. Liang Zhongshan snorted softly, took out a magnifying glass and a strong flashlight that he carried with him. At the same time, he also put on white gloves very professionally, and then gently picked up the large square card. Xiao Ruofei watched quietly with a calm smile on his face, while Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui crossed their arms and stared at Liang Zhongshan with a sneer. Liang Zhongshan examined it very carefully, almost observing it millimeter by millimeter, and from time to time, he shone the strong flashlight on various parts of the large square card. However, as time passed, Liang Zhongshan's expression became more and more dignified. He also secretly muttered in his heart, feeling that this large square card's fake level was very high, and he couldn't find any flaws at all. Under everyone's gazes, Liang Zhongshan also felt the pressure. A thought grew uncontrollably in his mind. Could this large square card be real? But, how could there be an imperial jade with such perfect color and water? Seeing Liang Zhongshan like this, Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. Song Rui, on the other hand, was enjoying the show. He deliberately said from the side, Mr. Liang, quickly expose us. We can't wait any longer. Liang Zhongshan snorted and ignored Song Rui. Instead, he looked more carefully. Ma Xiong and Ma Jiming looked more and more embarrassed. Ma Xiong couldn't help but urge, "Old Liang, how is it?" Liang Zhongshan raised his hand and wiped the sweat on his forehead with his sleeve. He looked a little embarrassed. In fact, his heart had begun to waver. Facing the big square card in his hand, he had a feeling of palpitations. "Chairman Ma, this..." Liang Zhongshan began to stammer. "What is this?" Ma Xiong was a little impatient. Even if Liang Zhongshan was an old official of Hengfeng and had made great contributions to the group, his performance today was a little too much. Moreover, he repeatedly challenged his authority. Ma Xiong had always been a little unhappy. "Chairman Ma, I can't see it clearly." Liang Zhongshan took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "The flaw is not very obvious," Zhao Yongjin said sarcastically, "Mr. Liang is so experienced. How can you not see it clearly? You've been looking at it for a long time. What exactly did you see? Tell us." "You." Liang Zhongshan was speechless. In fact, after such a long inspection, he had basically confirmed that the imperial jade was genuine. However, he had said too much before and now there was no room for negotiation. "Old Liang, tell us your judgment," Ma Xiong said with a slightly gloomy face. Liang Zhongshan was now in a dilemma, and he was forced into a corner. There was no possibility of escape. In fact, Liang Zhongshan was deeply immersed in the jewelry and jade industry, especially in the study of jade. If it wasn't for the previous farce, he would have loved such a superb imperial jade very much. However, now he looked at the big square card in his hand and wished that it would disappear immediately. Xiao Ruofei looked at the constipated Liang Zhongshan and couldn't help but be a little vigilant. Would this old guy smash the big square card in anger out of humiliation? Xiao Ruofei muttered to himself as he increased the intensity of his mental power release. It turned out that Xiao Ruofei's worries were unnecessary. No matter how unhappy Liang Zhongshan was, he would not do such a crazy thing. Since this imperial jade was real, it was worth at least hundreds of millions. If he really did that, he would not be able to afford it even if he sold himself. Under Ma Xiong's gaze, Liang Zhongshan felt even more pressure, but he had nowhere to retreat. He could only say with difficulty, "Chairman Ma, I can't determine if it's real or fake." Song Rui saw that Liang Zhongshan was still reluctant to admit his mistake under such circumstances. He couldn't help but say sarcastically, "Is it because you can't make a judgment, or you don't want to say it, and you don't dare to say it?" Liang Zhongshan blushed and said nothing. In fact, Ma Xiong already knew the answer. He shook his head helplessly and said, "Okay, Old Liang, you can go out first. Manager Chen, take Old Liang to the company's hotel to rest." Chen Jilin, the general manager of Hengfeng Group's Beijing branch, quickly said, "Yes, Chairman." Liang Zhongshan's face suddenly changed. He quickly said, "Chairman Ma, I can't go. This jade is priceless. I have to help you check it and prevent him from asking for too much." "Fine." In a hurry, Liang Zhongshan said the answer that he had been holding back for a long time. In fact, he had already confirmed the authenticity of this big square card. After feeling everyone's strange gaze, Liang Zhongshan came back to his senses. He blushed and explained, "Chairman, I think, however, at this time anything he said seemed pale and powerless." Ma Xiong shook his head secretly and said, "Old Liang, you go and rest first. It's not like I'm a rookie in the jewelry business for the first time. I know the price well." Ma Xiong's tone was still very gentle, but there was a hint of indisputable meaning. No matter how arrogant and unrestrained Liang Zhongshan was, he was still an employee of Hengfeng Group. His reverence for Ma Xiong was ingrained in his bones. He knew that Ma Xiong was really angry. At this time, he didn't dare to be unlucky. He could only nod helplessly and said, "Okay." After Liang Zhongshan left Xiao Ruofei's room dejectedly, Ma Xiong said with a wry smile, "Xia Xing, young Master Zhao, young Master Song, I'm really sorry." "Old Liang," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Mr. Ma, I can see that Mr. Liang is still loyal to your company. If it weren't for that, I would have fired him." Ma Xiong said helplessly. Ma Jiming also carefully explained, "Xia Xing, Uncle Liang is a veteran of the company. In fact, he is usually a little bit of a loner, But, speaking of this, Ma Jiming hesitated, but continued, Uncle Liang's hometown is in Beijing. When he was young, for some well-known reasons, he went to Hong Kong through some channels. Since then, he has been living in Hong Kong. So, he may have some conflict and prejudice in his heart towards the mainland, especially young Master Zhao and young Master Song. Ma Xiong also nodded and said, in fact, old Liang's past experience was quite rough. I hope the three of you can be magnanimous and not be calculated with him. Xiao Ruofei, Zhao Yongjun, and Song Ruwei looked at each other and showed a hint of understanding. Xiao Ruofei thought about it and said with a smile, forget it. There's no need to be calculated with an old man who is drifting away from home. Thank you. Thank you. Ma Xiong said, let's talk about this imperial green jade. After Liang Zhongshan left, the jade was in Ma Xiong's hands. Ma Xiong was also an expert in jade. His ability to distinguish jade was not much worse than Liang Zhongshan's. Without prejudice in his heart, Ma Xiong naturally could easily distinguish the authenticity of the jade. He loved this glass-type imperial green jade so much that he couldn't put it down. The feeling of looking at a photo and looking at the real thing was completely different. Looking at this imperial green jade Dafeng card from a close distance, he felt the rich and luxurious feeling. The extremely rich green color made Ma Xiong, who was experienced and knowledgeable, intoxicated. Old Mr. Ma, if you are interested in buying it, I am willing to sell it to you first. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Selling it first naturally depended on Ma Xiong's price. In the business world, business is business. You can't sell favors without principles just because you have a good relationship with him. If Ma Xiong offered a price of tens of millions, Xiao Ruofei naturally wouldn't be willing to sell it. Ma Xiong nodded with a smile. He didn't discuss it with Ma Jiming. After thinking for a while, he said directly, Xia Sheng, Hengfeng is willing to buy this imperial green jade Dafeng card with 180 million Huaxia dollars. Hiss, Song Ruwei and Zhao Yongjun both took a deep breath at the same time. They were shocked by this exaggerated price. Zhao Yongjun evaluated this jade for Xiao Ruofei. His conclusion was no less than 150 million. He knew that if the auction house operated properly, this jade could almost certainly be sold for more than 150 million. If the competition was fierce, it could even exceed 200 million. But that was an auction. To be the finale of an auction, it was naturally rare. There were many rich people who participated in large-scale auctions, so it was often sold at a premium. But if it was sold directly, the price would be much more rational. Therefore, Ma Xiong's offer of 180 million could be said to be quite high. It was definitely full of sincerity. Zhao Yongjun knew that if this jade didn't go to the auction, and he helped Xiao Ruofei find a powerful friend to buy it, he was afraid that the price would be 150 million at most. He still needed to exert some influence. If it went to the auction, under normal circumstances, it was estimated to be 180 million. Unless he was lucky, it could exceed 200 million. Ma Xiong's 180 million was Xiao Ruofei's net income. If he wanted to entrust the auction house to handle it, he would have to pay a certain percentage of commission. After Song Ruwei heard Ma Xiong's offer, he almost couldn't help but shout that Xiao Ruofei agreed immediately. The high price was far beyond his expectations. On the other hand, Xiao Ruofei was relatively calm. He had dealt with the Ma family more than once or twice. Naturally, he knew that even if he sold it directly to Ma Xiong would definitely not let him suffer a loss in terms of price. Ma Jiming was also very clear about his father's thoughts, so after hearing the high price, he didn't have a particularly big reaction. There was always a gentle and elegant smile on his face. After Ma Xiong finished his offer, he smiled and looked at Xiao Ruofei, waiting for his reply. Xiao Ruofei quickly weighed in his heart. Almost without hesitation, he reached out with a smile and said, Mr. Ma, it's a deal. Ma Xiong was overjoyed. He held Xiao Ruofei's hand tightly and said, Xia Sheng. Refreshing. Thank you. I'm going to put this imperial jade in the Hengfeng jewelry store in Hong Kong as our store's treasure. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Mr. Ma, you're too polite. This time you're taking care of my business. Ma Xiong laughed and said, It's not the same, it's not the same. This kind of high-quality jade is often priceless. You can leave it to me instead of sending it to the auction house. I won't forget this kindness. Ma Jiming also came over to express his gratitude to Xiao Ruofei. Then, Ma Xiong asked again, Xia Sheng, I heard that you have an offshore company overseas. Do you want to convert the transaction funds directly into US dollars and transfer it to your overseas company's account? Ma Xiong was also thinking about Xiao Ruofei. After all, the reward of 200 million Huaxia dollars wasn't a small amount. Wasn't the purpose of Xiao Ruofei opening an offshore account to make it more convenient for him to send money out to sea? It would take a lot of effort to transfer $180 million of funds overseas. Instead of that, why not directly transact with an offshore company? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, but I need to use this money in China. You can directly settle with me in Huaxia dollars. Okay. Ma Xiong said with a smile. Since Xiao Ruofei didn't need the funds to go out to sea, Ma Xiong was naturally happy to make it convenient. Anyway, it was the same for him. Ma Xiong's assistant quickly used the laptop he carried with him to draft the transaction contract. Then, he borrowed the hotel's printer to print out the contract text. Xiao Ruofei and Ma Xiong quickly signed the contract. After a while, Xiao Ruofei received the 180 million Huaxia dollars from the finance department of Hengfeng Group to his personal account. Such a large transaction was completed in the hotel room just like that. Xiao Ruofei originally wanted to treat Ma Xiong to a meal. After all, he rushed over from Hong Kong early in the morning and sent him a huge sum of 180 million Huaxia dollars. However, after Ma Xiong received the glass-type imperial green Dafeng jade, he was in a hurry to take his treasure back to Hong Kong, so he politely declined. According to Ma Jiming, Ma Xiong was going to invite friends and guests as soon as he returned to Hong Kong. He was going to hold an exhibition at Hengfeng Jewelers' flagship store in Hong Kong. The main character of the exhibition was naturally the highest quality imperial green Dafeng jade. Ma Xiong was in a hurry to go back, so Xiao Ruofei naturally didn't ask him to stay. The bodyguard brought over a well-protected password box. Ma Xiong personally put the imperial green Dafeng jade into it, then handcuffed it directly to his wrist. Surrounded by bodyguards, he said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and left the hotel in a hurry. After Ma Xiong left, the room that was very lively just now suddenly quieted down. Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui both looked at Xiao Ruofei. After a long while, Song Rui shouted, Damn! You're really rich, kid. Zhao Yongjun also said with a smile, Ruofei, I didn't expect that you would be able to pick up $180 million when I took you to Panjiayuan to see the fun. No wonder your business is so big at such a young age. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Hey! When luck comes, even the city walls can't stop it. This time, it's really pure dog shit luck. Song Rui said enviously, Why don't I have such a lucky time? No, I have to take advantage of you today. Okay. I'll treat you at noon. Xiao Ruofei said straightforwardly, but don't drink so much alcohol. I still have to go look at houses in the afternoon. Speaking of houses, Zhao Yongjun immediately asked, Ruofei, just now you asked Mr. Ma to directly transfer the money to your domestic account. It seems like you're ready to buy the courtyard house that I mentioned. Let's take a look first. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, even if you don't like it this time, help me keep an eye out in Beijing. If there's a suitable one, we'll buy it. Okay. Zhao Yongjun agreed straightforwardly. If you buy the courtyard house, you have to leave me a big room. Song Rui shouted. Go. You're everywhere. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, Your house in Beijing is so big, and there are armed sentries outside protecting you. You actually want to stay in my house? Nonsense. Is that my house? Song Rui said, That's my old man's. I feel uncomfortable in the old house, like I'm in jail. Song Rui, you're dead. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, I just recorded it. Later, I'll play your words to your old man, I'm going to fight you. Song Rui rushed up with his teeth bared and claws brandished. Seeing Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui laughing and fighting together, Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. They were simply two children who couldn't grow up, signing the contract and transferring the money took up a lot of time. The three of them chatted in the room for a while, and it was already noon. So they went directly to the hotel's restaurant for lunch. Although he didn't drink, Song Rui didn't hesitate to order according to the price on the iPad. He directly ordered a lot of dishes from the most expensive one. Even if he didn't earn 180 million today, Xia Ruofei wouldn't care about this little bit of money. With his business at this level, how could he be poor? Since Song Rui was willing to play around, Xia Ruofei naturally let him be. Luhai Alley was located near Shikahai in the center of Beijing. It started from Pine Street in the east and ended at Dixing Inner Street in the west. It was about 160 meters long and 4.5 meters wide. Cars could drive directly in. Zhao Yongjin smiled and asked while driving, Xiao Ruofei, do you know why this alley is named Luhai Alley? How would I know? Song Rui said, could it be related to the bangs on the girl's head? Xiao Ruofei also said honestly, I can't think of it. Big brother Zhao, can you introduce it to us? Xiao Ruofei was indeed not familiar with Beijing. Xiao Ruofei would never comment on things that he wasn't familiar with. From this point, you could see the difference in personality between him and Song Rui. Zhao Yongjin looked at Song Rui with a smile and said, I knew you would say that. In fact, this Luhai Alley has nothing to do with the girl's bangs. It is said that it was named after a person named Lu Han. At that time, it was called Lu Han Alley. However, after a long time, no one knew who this Lu Han of the Ming dynasty was. During the reign of Emperor Qianlong, it was changed to Luhai Alley. As for who this Lu Han was, no one would think about it. So that's how it is. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, I think the names of Beijing's alleys are strange. It seems that every alley has a story. Yes. There are even Bastard Alley, Ghost Gate Alley, Coffin Alley, and Dung Beetle Alley. Song Rui said with a laugh, I really can't think of any words that Beijing people can't use in the name of an alley. The three of them couldn't help but laugh. While they were laughing, the car drove to the entrance of a courtyard house. A man in his mid-30s stood at the entrance of the courtyard. This man was wearing a well-made suit. His shoes were shiny. His hair was meticulously parted. If a fly stood on it, it would slide into a split. Coupled with a pair of delicate gold-rimmed glasses, he looked very refined. Standing at the entrance of the courtyard house with a Beijing flavor, he had the demeanor of an intellectual during the Mingguo period. He obviously recognized Zhao Yongjin's car. From afar, he showed a warm smile and waved his hand. Zhao Yongjin's car drove over. He opened the window and smiled and greeted, Brother Wu. Brother Wu also smiled and said, Yongjin is here. Let's park the car first. After that, he turned around and opened the courtyard house's gate. The courtyard house was the entrance. After all, the alley wasn't very spacious. So parking a parked car outside would cause the traffic easily. Zhao Yongjin drove the car to the courtyard. The three of them got out of the car separately. Brother Wu also walked in. He first turned around and closed the gate. Then, he quickly walked over and gave Zhao Yongjin a warm hug. Yongjin, I haven't seen you in a while. You seem to have put on weight again. Brother Wu patted Zhao Yongjin's shoulder and said. Brother Wu is still as elegant as ever. It seems that the land in America is also good. Zhao Yongjin laughed. After the two of them exchanged a few words, Zhao Yongjin said, Brother Wu, let me introduce you to my two brothers. This is Xiao Ruofei. He has a big business in Southeast Province. Today, he came to look at the house. This is Song Rui. He also came to watch the fun. Then, Zhao Yongjin said to Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui, Ruofei, Xiao Rui, this is my good friend, Wu Shuing. He has emigrated overseas. This time, he came back mainly because he needs cash flow for his overseas business. He is preparing to sell this house. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, Hello, Mr. Wu. Song Rui also smiled and nodded at Wu Shuing. Wu Shuing smiled gently at Xiao Ruofei and said, Hello. I'll call you Ruofei. You can call me Brother Wu like Yongjin. Wu Shuing looked gentle and had a straightforward personality. It was no wonder that he could become friends with Zhao Yongjin. Xia. Ruofei naturally followed the good advice and said with a smile, Okay, Brother Wu. Please introduce this house to me. Wu Shuing nodded and said, I bought this house in the 1990s. 5 years ago, I remodeled it again, so it is still quite new. If you buy it, you can move in immediately. Wu Shuheng paused and said, this house used to be Bei Le Mansion of the former Qing dynasty. It is the largest house in the entire alley. There are a total of 3 entrances. There are a total of 16 rooms in the north, 5 in the east, 4 in the west, and 6 in the south. The whole house is very square and located in the center of Beijing. It can be said that it is quiet in the midst of chaos. It is very livable. When Wu Shuheng was introducing, Xiao Ruofei listened and looked at the first courtyard. The place where the car drove in should be a newly remodeled door that was specially opened for vehicles to enter and exit. Standing in the courtyard, he could see the main entrance of the courtyard. The atmosphere was antique. Behind the door, there was a traditional projector wall. It was probably to not remove the projector wall, so a new garage door was opened next to it. Wu Shuheng saw Xiao Ruofei looking at the main entrance and projector wall. He smiled and said, Ruofei, the main entrance and projector wall are restored according to their original appearance. The main entrance is a wide and bright gate, second only to the main entrance of the prince's mansion. There is also a pair of drum-shaped door blocks outside the door. In the former Qing dynasty, only officials of second rank and above were qualified to use them. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said with a smile, this old house is quite particular. Of course. Overstepping the rules is a big crime. There are rules about what kind of house the officials live in. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, there is a lot of knowledge in this. Ruofei, let's go inside. I will introduce it to you as we walk. Wu Shuheng said enthusiastically. Thus, the group of people began to slowly walk inside. In the middle of the first courtyard, there was a grape trellis, forming a green passageway that directly connected to the drooping flower gate of the second courtyard. On the right side of the courtyard, there was a row of Chinese roses and peonies. In the corner, there were 2 pomegranate trees. On the left side, there was a walnut tree. Wu Shuheng brought Xiao Ruofei to the side of the walnut tree. There was a glass-roofed passageway with a row of stairs extending down. Wu Shuheng smiled and said, this used to be the basement of the old house. 5 years ago, the approval process was easier than now. I took the opportunity to directly expand into a 2-story basement. Now, there is a wine cellar, fitness room, movie hall, tea room, storage room, and so on. It has a lot of functions. Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui couldn't help but exclaim. This was really a big deal, this could only be done a few years ago. Now that the control was getting stricter, it was absolutely impossible to go through the procedures to expand the basement. This house was so big, and there was even a 2-story basement below. The usable area was even more incredible. Xiao Ruofei was interested and proposed to go down and take a look. Wu Shuheng nodded and led them down the stairs. After passing through a fingerprint-locked door, the group of people went down to the basement. There was a hall on the first floor of the basement. It was about 200 to 300 square meters, covered with a thick cashmere carpet. There was a huge screen on the wall in front of it, and there were 3 rows of soft and luxurious seats on the opposite side. Xiao Ruofei even suspected that he had entered the VIP hall of a movie theater. Just then, Wu Shuheng smiled and said, I prefer to watch movies, but I was busy with work and didn't have time to go to the theater often. I often missed some big movies, so I built a movie hall at home and installed a full set of professional digital video system. The effect of watching a big movie is no worse than watching it in the theater. Xiao Ruofei was speechless. In addition to the huge movie hall on this floor, there was a fitness room with complete fitness equipment, a recreation room with standard snooker tables and table tennis tables, and a tea room with antique decorations. Although it was a basement, because the courtyard of the courtyard was very big, there were daylight windows next to some of the flower beds. In addition to the simulated natural lighting system, there was still plenty of light. The second floor of the basement was divided into 2. In addition to a large storage room, there was also a huge wine cellar with rows of wine racks that looked spectacular. However, because Wu Shuheng had emigrated overseas, the wine cellar was now empty and didn't store any red wine. Even so, Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui, who were visiting for the first time, couldn't help but be secretly speechless. It was too extravagant to make such a large space into a wine cellar. Xiao Ruofei was also secretly calculating that if he bought this courtyard, the first thing he would renovate would be this wine cellar. Because he already had the best wine storage space, he didn't need such a large space at all. Of course, it was still possible to leave a small part and put some wine in it for show. However, even if he wanted to renovate it, Xiao Ruofei didn't know what to renovate. This courtyard was quite large, and there were also 2 floors of basement. Its functions were already very complete. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity when he thought about how big the place was, and how this house was located in the center of Beijing where every inch of land was worth its weight in gold. However, it wasn't too late to worry about these things when he actually bought this house. Xiao Ruofei didn't have to think too much about it now. After visiting the basement, Wu Shuheng led Xiao Ruofei and the other 2 to continue walking inside. After passing through the drooping flower gate, they arrived at the second courtyard. In the north was the main hall and the master bedroom. In the middle was another spacious courtyard. In the courtyard, there were lotus bats, pomegranate trees, grape trees, and lilacs planted. It was quiet and elegant. The main hall spanned the east and west courtyards. It was very spacious. It looked antique from the outside, but the interior was very comfortable with all kinds of modern equipment. The second courtyard was the master's living space. In addition to the lotus bats and small fish pond, Wu Shuheng also remodeled a small swimming pool. Wu Shuheng smiled and introduced, Ruofei, I put a lot of effort into remodeling this house. Under the premise that the exterior doesn't change, the internal facilities are as modern and intelligent as possible. The whole house has a floor heating system, central air conditioning, and a lot of smart home appliances. I put a lot of money into it. I can see that. Xiao Ruofei said, Brother Wu put a lot of thought into this house. I bought it for myself, so I used the best materials, Wu Shuheng said with a smile. The group continued their tour. The third courtyard was slightly smaller, but it also had 8 or 9 rooms and a small courtyard. It was mainly functional rooms. The kitchen was also set up in this courtyard. There was also a public bathroom, a drying room, a servant's room, and so on. In order to ensure the privacy of the master's living space, a small door was opened in the backyard for the servants to go in and out. At the same time, there was a passage in the west that directly connected to the first courtyard. In this way, the second courtyard could be relatively isolated. At the same time, it was surrounded by 2 courtyards, so it was naturally safer. Wu Shuheng said, Ruofei, the alley outside the backyard is quite wide. If you buy this house, you can open a wider door in the backyard and transform it into 2 garages. It will be very convenient to go in and out. Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, Not bad, not bad. Brother Wu's house is indeed very livable. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, Ruofei, how is it? Are you satisfied after seeing it? If you like it, just say it. You don't have to hide it from Brother Wu. He will definitely give you the best price. Wu Shuheng laughed and said, You are Yongjun's brother. If you really want this house, I will definitely give you the best price. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Wu, I really like this courtyard. You can name a price. Wu Shuheng was secretly happy when he heard this. His company abroad had a cash flow problem. This time, he came back to sell the house for cash. However, a courtyard house located in the center of Beijing was definitely out of reach for ordinary people. With such a large area, the total price was even more shocking. How could it be sold in a short time? In the past few days, there were a few people who came to see the house, but they were all scared by the high price. After they went back, there was no follow-up. These days, Wu Shuheng was secretly anxious. Today, Zhao Yongjun personally brought his friends to see the house. Wu Shuheng was still looking forward to it. After all, people who could call Zhao Yongjun brothers were definitely not poor in economic strength. Seeing that Xiao Ruofei asked about the price, Wu Shuheng quickly said, Ruofei, the unit price of this courtyard house is more than 100,000 yuan. If this house is put up for sale, it will definitely not be less than 160 million yuan. Moreover, my house is different from those dilapidated courtyards. This is Baylor House. In addition, the renovation cost me tens of millions in the past few years. This is something that other houses can't compare with. However, you are Yongjun's brother. If you really want it, just give me 140 million yuan. All the appliances and auxiliary facilities in the house will be free. In fact, what Wu Shuheng didn't say was that if he put the house up for sale, it was possible to sell it for 160 million yuan. However, that would take time. After all, this was a high-end property. The price of the house in Beijing was skyrocketing. It only increased the wealth on paper. However, if one wanted to realize it, it was far inferior to those small houses in the school district with a relatively low price. After Xiao Ruofei heard Wu Shuheng's price, he secretly nodded in his heart. He understood the price of the house yesterday and knew that Wu Shuheng wasn't exaggerating. 140 million yuan was indeed a good price in the current market. Even Song Rui felt that this price was very attractive. He gently touched Xiao Ruofei's arm and whispered, "Ruofei, this price is suitable. Why don't we buy it?" However, before Xiao Ruofei could speak, Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Brother Wu, 4 is unlucky. Don't you care about luck when doing business? Lower it a bit more." Wu Shuheng smiled bitterly and said, "Yongjun, I'm already vomiting blood. You can go out and listen. 140 million yuan really isn't expensive." Zhao Yongjun didn't say anything. He just looked at Wu Shuheng with a smile. After a while, Wu Shuheng said helplessly, "Fine, fine. If I don't lower it a bit today, you won't agree. How about this? Since you said 4 is unlucky, then 138 million yuan it is. Is that okay?" "Don't." Zhao Yongjun said, 38 doesn't sound much better than 4. Lower it a bit more." Wu Shuheng said with a sad face, "Yongjun, I really can't lower it anymore." Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Brother Wu, Ruofei and I are friends who have gone through life and death together. Moreover, he has also helped our family. My father values him very much. Fine, fine, fine. Stop it." Wu Shuheng quickly said, "Yongjun, since you said so, then I'll lower it by another 2 million yuan. 136 million yuan, I really can't lower it anymore. If I don't have enough money, selling the house would be meaningless. It's better to think of other ways to raise funds." Zhao Yongjun's few words lowered the price by another 4 million yuan. This much money was enough to buy a big house in most second-tier cities. Zhao Yongjun nodded with satisfaction. Then he smiled and looked at Xiao Ruofei and asked, "Ruofei, this price. What do you think?" Xiao Ruofei was already tempted by the 140 million yuan price. Now, after Zhao Yongjun's bargaining, Wu Shuheng actually lowered it by another 4 million yuan. This was equivalent to an unexpected surprise. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei didn't hesitate. He nodded and said, "Okay. Brother Wu, Brother Zhao, I'll take this house." Wu Shuheng let out a long sigh of relief. This deal was finally done. Although the price was a bit lower than expected, it was still acceptable overall. Anyway, at least the funds were settled. "That's great." Wu Shuheng said, "Ruofei, you definitely won't lose money by buying this house. Even if you treat it as an investment, as long as you have patience, you can make money by selling it." "Brother Wu, I bought it for myself to live in," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "It's even better if you live in it yourself." Wu Shuheng said with a smile. Then he asked, "Right, how are you going to trade? Do you need to apply for a bank loan?" If Xiao Ruofei were to apply for a mortgage loan, the bank would need time to approve the loan. To Wu Shuheng, time was the most precious thing right now. Therefore, he was still a little worried in his heart. He did not want to be happy for nothing. First, when Wu Shuheng heard this, he felt as if a huge rock had been lifted off his chest. "Thank you," Wu Shuheng said excitedly. Zhao Yongjun smiled and said, "Ruofei, congratulations on buying a house that suits you. Brother Wu, congratulations on successfully raising the funds." Thank you, thank you." Wu Shuheng said, "Yongjun, Ruofei, young Master Song, I'll be the host tonight. I'll treat everyone to a few drinks." Zhao Yongjun said, "Let's do it in this courtyard house. Let Ruofei experience the life of a courtyard house in Beijing in advance." Okay. Wu Shuheng said, "Yongjun, you know a lot of people. Help me invite a good chef over." Song Rui interrupted, "I think it's not bad to have a barbecue next to the pool. Call a few more friends over to join in the fun." Treat it as a celebration for Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui and knew what he was thinking. Call a few more friends. The only person he wanted to call was Shui. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, Brother Zhao, Song Rui, don't make it so grand. Let's sign the contract first. Brother Wu is still waiting for the money. Wu Shuheng quickly said, it's okay, it's okay. There's no rush, Zhao Yongjin also said, the signing of the contract won't be delayed. I'll call my lawyer friend immediately and ask him to come over and help draft the contract. You can sign it. The transfer of ownership will be even easier. Just leave it to me. That's right. What's the conflict between signing the contract and eating? Song Rui was very enthusiastic. Okay. You guys arrange it. Xiao Ruofei said with a wry smile, but don't call so many people. Let's just gather in a small area. Song Rui welcomed Xiao Ruofei's suggestion very much. He wanted to invite Shui over. If all his friends from the rich playboy circle were to come, there would be too many people and he wouldn't be able to do anything. If news of this spread to the elders in his family, he would have to bear the consequences. Song Rui immediately said, agreed. How about this, isn't President Tang's family still in Beijing? You just need to invite them over, as well as that Australian celebrity endorsed by your company's CEO Feng. That should be enough, Hee hee. I will also call a friend. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Rui and asked, do you want me to help you? That would be great. Song Rui blurted out. He was worried that Shui might not agree to his request. Xiao Ruofei laughed and scolded, get lost. Take care of your own business. Zhao Yongjin also laughed and said, Ruofei, I think we should invite Director Tian's daughter too. After all, you guys came from Sanshan and have a good relationship. Song Rui looked at Zhao Yongjin pitifully and shouted in his heart, no. Xiao Ruofei was also happy to see Song Rui suffer. He immediately said, that makes sense. Thanks to Brother Zhao's reminder, otherwise I would have forgotten. Song Rui suddenly felt like 10,000 alpacas were galloping through his brain. Song Rui, then I will call Brother Tang and President Feng. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Rui and said, that friend of yours, do you want to invite him? Song Rui hesitated for a while, then gritted his teeth and said, of course. I have to invite him. Zhao Yongjin and Xiao Ruofei gave Song Rui a thumbs up at the same time. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, you are a real man. We support you. Zhao Yongjin also knew a little about Song Rui. He had a very close relationship with Song Rui, so he would definitely not betray Song Rui. Therefore, when Song Rui talked to Xiao Ruofei about Shui, he did not avoid Zhao Yongjin. Zhao Yongjin said with a smile, don't forget to tell your friend that today is the pool party. Ask her to bring a swimsuit. Song Rui gave Zhao Yongjin the middle finger without hesitation and said, get lost. You dare to go into the water in this weather? Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjin raised their heads and laughed at the same time. It was already a bit cold in Beijing at the end of September, and this was not an indoor pool with a constant temperature. Naturally, no one would go into the water at this time of the year. After everyone finished discussing, they started to make phone calls. Zhao Yongjin first called a lawyer friend and asked him to come over immediately to help settle the purchase contract. Then, he contacted a friend who ran a hotel and asked him to support the two chefs. Xiao Ruofei contacted Tang Yitian and Feng Jing separately. When they heard that Xiao Ruofei was organizing a party at night, they naturally agreed. Xiao Ruofei sent the location to the two of them and also asked Feng Jing to bring Duff along. Then, he called Lu Yu. When Lu Yu found out that Xiao Ruofei invited her to a party, she immediately became very happy and happily agreed. As for Song Rui, he sneaked to the side and called Shui. It's me. After the phone was connected, Song Rui said expectantly. Shui, who had always treated Song Rui as a good brother, said, yeah? I'm at work. Then. Let's have dinner together tonight? Song Rui said. Why do you want to have dinner together all of a sudden? Shui yawned and said, recently, there have been a lot of cultural relics restoration work. I'm so tired. I'm going to go home after work to make up for it. Don't. Song Rui quickly said, I'm telling you, I'm not the one who invited you today. Do you still remember Xiao Ruofei? The guy who helped you catch the car thief with me at the Three Mountains. When Song Ruwei saw that Shui's enthusiasm wasn't very high, he immediately brought up Xiao Ruofei without any moral integrity. He didn't have the shame of betraying a friend. Of course I remember. Isn't Wei Wei? Hee hee. Shui said, why are you bringing him up? Ruofei came to Beijing. And he just bought a courtyard house in Beijing today. Song Ruwei said, he wants to invite you to his new home. He's the one who told me to call you. I see. Shui hesitated a little and said, okay then. I'll come over after work. Send me the location. Okay. Song Ruwei excitedly snapped his fingers and said, go to work. I won't disturb you. After hanging up the phone, Song Ruwei immediately opened WeChat and sent his current location to Shui. Looking at Shui's reply with an OK emoji, Song Ruwei grinned. As he smiled, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He turned around and saw Xiao Ruofei standing behind him with a murderous look on his face. Song Ruwei was so scared that he quickly took a step back and asked, what are you doing? You almost scared me to death. Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, not bad, Xiao Ruwei Song. You actually know how to use my name to pick up girls. Song Ruwei chuckled guiltily and said, who are the two of us? Besides, I didn't say anything wrong. You are the master today. I am the master. I don't object to that. Xiao Ruofei looked at Song Ruwei and said, but when did I say that I wanted to invite Shui? And when did I ask you to call her? Why don't I have any recollection of that at all? Song Ruwei smiled apologetically and said, brother, aren't we out of options? Shui didn't want to come out. But then again, your name is still useful. Really, you have a lot of face. When I said that you were the one who invited her, she agreed without hesitation. Isn't it a little too late to flatter me now? Xiao Ruofei laughed and approached Song Ruwei. You. Don't come over. Song Ruwei quickly retreated and said, I owe you one for this. Name your conditions. How do you want me to compensate you? Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, that's more like it. You have a good attitude. Then he thought for a while and said, how about this? You do me a favor, and this matter will be written off. Tell me. Song Ruwei quickly said. I can't live in Beijing for a long time. I have such a big house, and there are a lot of valuable furniture and appliances. The security in Beijing isn't to the point where people don't pick up lost things on the streets. So, I need a reliable person to look after the house for me. Xiao Ruofei said, help me find someone. It would be best if he is a veteran. That way, I can trust him. Song Ruwei subconsciously said, you should look for Brother Zhao for this. He knows a lot of people in the army. Song Ruwei's voice became softer and softer, because Xiao Ruofei's face became a little unfriendly. He quickly said, okay. Leave this to me. I will definitely help you find the most suitable and reliable person. That's more like it. Xiao Ruofei patted Song Rui's shoulder with satisfaction and said, seeing that you are so understanding, I won't expose you in front of Shui later. Song Rui was relieved and quickly said, thank you. Wu Shuheng had successfully sold the courtyard house and was about to get the funds that he urgently needed. He was in a very good mood and warmly invited Xiao Ruofei and the others to the second courtyard to make tea and chat. Everyone sat and chatted for a while. Then, Zhao Yongjin's lawyer friend came over with a laptop. He was a male lawyer in his 30s with the surname Du. He looked very capable and experienced. Lawyer Du started to get down to business as soon as he arrived. First, he asked about the specific details of the transaction in detail, then he carefully checked Wu Shuheng's real estate certificate and land certificate, and confirmed that there was no mortgage or outstanding mortgage on the property. After these preparations were done, he immediately opened his laptop and began to modify a template of a house purchase contract. After a while, the house purchase contract was drafted. The location of the house, the size of the house, the price agreed upon by both parties, and the furniture and appliances that came with the house, as well as ancillary facilities and so on, were all reflected in the house purchase contract in detail. There were 2 copies of the contract. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Shuheng carefully read every clause from beginning to end. After confirming that there were no problems, both parties signed and confirmed. Zhao Yongjun, as the middleman, also signed the contract. This transaction, which involved more than 100 million yuan, was officially settled. Originally, the real estate lawyer had a lot of follow-up work, but in this transaction, Lawyer Du didn't need to do anything. Because both parties trusted each other, Xiao Ruofei didn't prepare to transfer the money to the joint account, and then transfer it to Wu Shuheng's account after the house was transferred. Since Wu Shuheng was in urgent need of money, Xiao Ruofei took Wu Shuheng to a nearby bank after signing the contract and transferred the 136 million yuan payment directly to him. In fact, until now, even if the transfer procedures hadn't been completed, the courtyard house already belonged to Xiao Ruofei. More than half of the 180 million yuan that he earned from selling the Imperial Green Dafeng card in the morning was spent. Wu Shuheng was naturally very grateful to Xiao Ruofei. After receiving the money, he immediately transferred it to the account of an overseas company to solve the urgent problem. Zhao Yongjun would help with the transfer of the house. Even Wu Shuheng didn't plan to stay in the country for long. He had already made an appointment with a notary to prepare for the notarization, and entrusted the transfer of the house to Zhao Yongjun. Then, he prepared to leave Huaxia the next day. From a legal point of view, Zhao Yongjun could completely represent Wu Shuheng in the transfer of the house. When Xiao Ruofei and Wu Shuheng returned from the bank, the chef that Zhao Yongjun hired had already arrived. There were a total of 3 people, and they knew in advance that there was going to be a barbecue party here, so they brought a lot of ingredients that were suitable for barbecue. Now, the chef was busy setting up the barbecue grill by the pool, and Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui were helping to set up the table, plastic chairs, and so on. Song Rui, who liked to join in the fun, even took out the high-end stereo in the house and connected it to the computer to start playing music. Then, he found some light strips from somewhere and set them up in the courtyard, flashing one after another. Although the sky wasn't dark yet, there was already a party atmosphere by the pool. After confirming that Zhui would come, this guy's enthusiasm was immediately aroused. Xiao Ruofei and Wu Shuheng also joined in to help. While everyone was busy, the sky gradually darkened, and Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui's friends began to arrive. The first to arrive was Tang Etienne's family. When Tang Etienne heard that this was the house that Xiao Ruofei had just bought, he immediately looked around excitedly. After looking around, he couldn't stop praising it. His tone was full of envy, and he repeatedly said that he wanted to buy a house like this in Beijing so that he could come back to China for a vacation. For a tycoon like Tang Etienne, 1 or 200 million was nothing. Xiao Ruofei immediately asked Zhao Yongjun to help find a house, and introduced the two of them to each other so that they could exchange contact information. Then, Feng Jing and Dafu, who had just finished work, came to the courtyard house together. It was Dafu's first time coming to such a Huaxia-style courtyard house in Beijing. She was also amazed. Everything was very new to her, and she mischievously brought Tang Haoren around the front and backyard, having a lot of fun. When Feng Jing found out that this big house was bought by Xiao Ruofei for more than 100 million, she couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei as if she was looking at a prodigal. She pulled Xiao Ruofei aside and complained in a low voice, "Chairman, the funds for our company's headquarters building haven't been settled yet." "You?" Xiao Ruofei laughed awkwardly and said, "That. I really liked this house after seeing it, so I didn't think too much about it and just bought it." Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was really incompetent as a chairman. He actually neglected such a big matter. With this 100 million, he could build a very beautiful headquarters building in the Three Mountains, but he actually bought a courtyard house. Xiao Ruofei quickly said, "But don't worry, leave the funds to me. It definitely won't delay the relocation of the headquarters. After you're done here, go back and look for a house. If you need funds, just let me know." With Xiao Ruofei's guarantee, Feng Jing let him off. Feng Jing also knew that it was too late to say anything now. This prodigal had already paid for the house in full, and the contract was signed in black and white. How could he go back on his word? Furthermore, looking at Xiao Ruofei, he really liked this house. Even if he could go back on his word, he definitely wouldn't do it, right? After a while, Lu Yu also came to the courtyard house. She had obviously dressed up meticulously today. Her elegant black and white striped shirt paired with tight-ripped jeans made her look very capable. She had also chosen pointy marten boots of the same color as her trousers. She was already tall, so she looked even taller. Also, Luyu had delicate light makeup on her face. Her creamy skin was white with a tinge of red, making her look even more delicate and moving. This courtyard is not bad. How much did you buy it for? Luyu asked as soon as she saw Xiao Ruofei. Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, over 100 million. I bought it when the opportunity was right. Luyu's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. 100 million was spent so casually. This guy's business was very big in the past 2 years. She still remembered the first time she met Xiao Ruofei. That was when Xiao Ruofei saved her grandfather, Professor Tian, who had a heart attack on the streets. Then, Professor Tian and Tian Huilan held a banquet to thank Xiao Ruofei. That meeting wasn't very pleasant. Luyu still remembered that Xiao Ruofei's business had just started. There seemed to only be a small amount of Taoyuan vegetables for sale. How long had it been? Xiao Ruofei's company was already so popular. Luyu couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Miss Lu is here. Feng Jing smiled and walked over to greet Luyu. Along with Feng Jing was the spokesperson for the heart-nourishing soup, Da Fu. Hello, Sister Feng. Luyu smiled and greeted. Da Fu also asked with concern, Lu, is your head really okay? During the accident on set, Da Fu also saw the terrifying scene of the entire arm falling down with her own eyes. She was almost scared out of her wits. Later, when she heard Feng Jing say that Luyu wasn't injured, Da Fu couldn't believe it. Today, seeing Luyu appear alive and kicking with no injuries on her forehead, Da Fu finally believed Feng Jing's words. I'm fine. Luyu looked deeply at Xiao Ruofei and smiled. I'm just lucky. Da Fu's eyes were filled with curiosity. Could it be that you know Huaxia Kung Fu? I heard that the monks in Huaxia know a very powerful Kung Fu called Ironhead Kung Fu. Xiao Ruofei laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Miss Da Fu, you guessed right. Luyu is a martial arts master in Huaxia. Not only does she know the Ironhead skill, she also knows the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Skin Shirt. She is invulnerable. People in Jianghu call her Abbess Miju. Luyu was ashamed and embarrassed. She pinched Xiao Ruofei and said, Do you want to die? What Miju shirt I? Xiao Ruofei threw his head back and laughed as he ran away. Feng Jing didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she looked at Xiao Ruofei who had run to the side. She thought to herself that this guy was really. She was obviously a delicate beauty, but he had to call her Abbess Miju. She went forward to hold Luyu's arm and said to Da Fu, don't listen to our chairman's nonsense. He's just joking with you. Then Feng Jing said to Luyu, Miss Lu, ignore him. Let's go and barbecue something to eat. Luyu pouted and turned to look at Xiao Ruofei. Seeing the unconcealable smile on Xiao Ruofei's face, she couldn't help but glare at him coquettishly. Then, she followed Feng Jing and Da Fu over to the barbecue. Wu Shuheng was supposed to be the host today, but other than being in charge of paying the bill for the chef and the hotel, he was very low-key. He just sat at the side and chatted with Zhao Yongjun. Because the real protagonist was Xiao Ruofei, and the people who came today were all Xiao Ruofei's friends. When Xiao Ruofei took out his phone and took pictures of his friends in the courtyard, Song Ruwei walked over and said, Ruofei, why isn't he here yet? Xiao Ruofei put away his phone and said with a smile, How would I know? Could it be that she can't find the place? Song Ruwei said. This girl has no sense of direction, don't we have a GPS? Xiao Ruofei said nonchalantly. She can get lost even with a GPS. Song Ruwei said. No, I have to go out and take a look. I have to go to the entrance of the alley to welcome her. Calm down, calm down. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Isn't it still early? As long as it involved Shui, Song Ruwei seemed to become uneasy. Song Ruwei said, I'd better go out and take a look. Just then, a girl in a trench coat came out from behind the projector wall. She looked at her phone in confusion, as if to confirm that she had found the right place. Song Ruwei suddenly showed a look of joy. He waved and shouted, over here. The person who came was Shui, who Song Ruwei was infatuated with. She looked up when she heard Song Ruwei's voice. She finally breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him. She reached out and patted her chest, saying, I didn't find the wrong place this time. The 2 courtyards I just found were other people's houses. One of them even had a big wolf dog. I was scared to death. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. Song Ruwei wasn't overly concerned. Shui really had no sense of direction. Song Ruwei had already walked up quickly to greet her. As the host, Xiao Ruofei naturally had to go up to greet her. Xiao Ruofei, I heard that you bought a courtyard house. You're really rich. Shui said casually. At least you still have a conscience. You still thought of me. Xiao Ruofei glanced at Song Ruwei with a faint smile and said, Today, Song Ruwei specially. Song Ruwei's face tightened when he heard this. He quickly gave Xiao Ruofei a look. Xiao Ruofei then smiled and said, Song Ruwei specially reminded me that you also work in Beijing. He told me not to forget to invite you. Song Ruwei secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Xiao Ruofei was deliberately speaking to tease him, but there was nothing he could do. Shui casually put her arm around Song Rui's shoulder and said, You're really something. Xiao Ruofei almost couldn't hold back his laughter. He also led Shui into the second courtyard. Xiao Ruofei introduced her to his friends. The invited guests had all arrived, and the party officially began. It wasn't a formal party. Everyone gathered in the open space next to the pool to barbecue and chat. Zhao Yongjun arranged for the chef to prepare a lot of ingredients. At the same time, Wu Shuheng drove back with a lot of beer. The chefs kept barbecuing all kinds of ingredients on the barbecue grills. At the same time, Xiao Ruofei's friends could also help themselves. Everyone ate barbecue and chatted. From time to time, they would hold large beer glasses and drink. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Xiao Ruofei also secretly observed and found that the relationship between Shui and Song Ruwei was indeed good. However, it was obvious that Shui regarded him as a male best friend. She talked to him casually and sometimes even touched him. However, there was no romantic relationship between them. Xiao Ruofei could not help but secretly laugh. Song Ruwei, this guy, was known to have picked up countless girls. Who would have thought that when he finally fell in love with a girl, the girl he picked up turned out to be his good brother? Lu Yu obviously also noticed the strange combination of Song Ruwei and Shui. When Shui just came in, Lu Yu saw another beauty and thought that it was also Xiao Ruofei's confidant. However, after paying a little attention, she could see that Xiao Ruofei wasn't very familiar with her. However, Song Ruwei was very attentive. Xiao Ruofei sat on a deck chair under the pomegranate tree, holding a large glass of beer in his hand. There was a plate of grilled chicken wings on the stone table next to him. He drank and ate skewers while looking across the pool at Song Ruwei and Shui. There was a smile on his face that couldn't be hidden. Lu Yu had also slipped over with a glass of beer. She sat on the stone bench next to Xiao Ruofei and pouted at Song Ruwei and Shui. She asked, What's the situation with those two? Xiao Ruofei turned to look at Lu Yu and said with a smile, Can't you see? They are in love with each other. Then Xiao Ruofei deliberately made a look of realization and said, Oh. I almost forgot. Song Ruwei is your fiancé, right? You're not jealous, are you? Lu Yu's face suddenly turned red. She put the beer glass on the stone table and twisted Xiao Ruofei's arm fiercely. She said coquettishly, Fiancé my ass. If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Xiao Ruofei quickly begged for mercy. Let go, let go. The beer is going to spill. He deliberately shook his hand a few times, and the beer spilled on his clothes and pants. Only then did Lu Yu let go of Xiao Ruofei. She laughed and said, You deserve it. Let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again. Xiao Ruofei wiped the beer on his body and muttered, He is your fiancé. Speaking of this, Xiao Ruofei saw Lu Yu's eyebrows raised again. He quickly stopped and said, Let's not talk about it, let's not talk about it. Lu Yu glared at Xiao Ruofei and took a sip of beer. Then, she said softly, Yesterday, my mother talked to me. She said, If I really don't like Song Ruwei, she won't force me. Oh. Xiao Ruofei responded subconsciously. Then, he came back to his senses and said with his eyes wide open, What? Auntie Tian really said that? Liu glared at Xiao Ruofei and said, "What do you mean? It's as if you don't want me to get rid of this problem." Xiao Ruofei quickly smiled and said, "No, no. It's mainly because I'm too surprised. Lu Yu, congratulations. You finally don't have to marry someone you don't like." Lu Yu nodded and said lightly, "Thank you." Xiao Ruofei glanced at Lu Yu and asked curiously, "Shouldn't you be very happy? Why do I feel that you?" Lu Yu couldn't help but look at Xiao Ruofei bitterly. Then, she lowered her head and thought to herself, "It's all because of you, you idiot." After a while, Lu Yu said lightly, "It's nothing. I'm very happy. It's just that I don't show my emotions." "That's true," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Lu Yu said, "Tell me about Song Rue and Shui Yi." "I didn't expect Miss Lu to be so gossipy," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. "Forget it if you don't want to talk about it." Lu Yu was a little embarrassed. No, I'll talk," Xiao Ruofei said quickly, "their story. It's simply a legend." Then, Xiao Ruofei told Lu Yu about the first time Song Rue and Shui Yi met each other, and about the two of them. Lu Yu listened attentively. Soon, Xiao Ruofei told her about how Shui Yi had successfully entered the Yanjing Museum with Song Rue's help. Then, Song Rue had made a move on her, but he had unexpectedly become Shui Yi's best friend. Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but laugh. However, Lu Yu did not smile. Instead, she revealed a thoughtful expression. In fact, Lu Yu's thoughts were very intense at the moment. She was very clear about Shui Yi's situation. If Song Rue really got together with Shui Yi, he would face unprecedented resistance. Moreover, according to Xiao Ruofei's description, Song Rue was very serious this time and was not just playing around. If that was the case, Song Rue had clearly thought it through and understood that he would face the wrath of his family. But he still did it. Lu Yu said in her heart, "Even Song Rue, a playboy who is usually not serious, can do anything for love. Why don't I dare to face my heart and always be overcautious?" Lu Yu's beautiful eyes moved. Her teeth gently bit her lower lip, and her mind was racing. After Xiao Ruofei finished talking about Song Rue and Shui Yi, he turned to look at Lu Yu and couldn't help but ask, "Lu Yu, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?" "I'm fine," Lu Yu answered subconsciously, but then she immediately looked up at Xiao Ruofei and said, "No, I'm not." Xiao Ruofei was confused by Lu Yu's words. He said with a wry smile, "Miss Lu, are you possessed? Why are you talking so incoherently? Brother Wu's house is not clean, is it? I spent more than 100 million. Lu Yu glared at Xiao Ruofei angrily and said, "You're the one who's possessed." Then Lu Yu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and then quickly returned to normal. She stared at Xiao Ruofei's eyes seriously and said word by word, "Xiao Ruofei, I like you." Xiao Ruofei suddenly seemed to be petrified. Although Lu Yu's voice was very soft, Xiao Ruofei heard it like a big bell, which made his heart tremble. At the same time, he subconsciously looked at the crowd across the pool. When he found that they were not paying attention to this side, he was slightly relieved. Then Xiao Ruofei immediately felt a headache. He stammered, "Lu Yu, listen to me." Lu Yu said very calmly, "I've never dared to face my heart, but today I don't want to escape. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was you who cultivated Mullen for us, maybe it was you who risked your life to protect me on the plane, or maybe it was you who saved me from the bar. Anyway, I know that I've fallen in love with you, but I've been unwilling to face it." Xiao Ruofei sat in a daze, keeping his mouth slightly open. Lu Yu continued to say in one breath, "I've always had such scruples because you already have a girlfriend, and my best friend, Jiang Yu, is also obsessed with you." Speaking of this, Lu Yu showed a self-deprecating smile and said, "I've always said that Yu is timid. In fact, I'm not even as good as her. At least she never hid her love for you in front of me, but I always pretended to be disdainful of you." Then, Lu Yu's expression became much firmer. She looked bravely into Xiao Ruofei's eyes and said, "Today, after listening to Song Rue's story, it touched me a lot. I decided not to escape anymore. I must tell you what's in my heart." Xiao Ruofei was stunned for a long time before he said with a wry smile, "Lu Yu, I'm really honored. But you know, I already have a girlfriend, so what?" Lu Yu shrugged and said, "That's your business." As long as you're not married, I have a chance to compete with Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei's expression at the moment was very interesting. He felt that it was a bit ridiculous. He had just told the story of Song Rui and Shui Yi. How could it have stimulated Lu Yu so much? Was it retribution for talking about others behind their backs? But how could it be retribution to be liked by such a beautiful woman with an excellent family background, a hot figure, and a beautiful appearance? Lu Yu took a deep breath and said, Xiao Ruofei, don't feel pressured. It's my business that I like you. Although I will compete with Ling Qingxue, I'm not the kind of woman who will pester you. I won't deliberately affect your life. Phew. I feel much better after saying it out loud. Xiao Ruofei smiled bitterly. You feel much better, but now I'm in a dilemma. Originally, although Xiao Ruofei had noticed it, as long as they didn't say it out loud, he could at least pretend that he didn't know. But now, there was no room for escape. Xiao Ruofei sighed softly and said, Lu Yu, in fact, you don't have to. Lu Yu smiled easily and interrupted Xiao Ruofei. She said, well, take your time. I'm going to drink with Sister Feng and the others. Lu Yu got up and walked 2 steps, then turned back and said with a smile, by the way, in fact, I think you don't have to worry at all, because even if I didn't say this, your love life doesn't seem to be so calm. After that, Lu Yu looked at Feng Jing, who was not far away, and said, for example, Manager Feng, and I heard that Uncle Song's daughter, Wei Wei, seems to be. Speaking of this, Lu Yu pursed her lips and smiled. She said, anyway, there's no need to worry about it, right? After that, Lu Yu smiled at Xiao Ruofei and walked briskly to Feng Jing and the others. It seemed that after saying all the things in her heart, she was relaxed all over. Lu Yu was relaxed, but Xiao Ruofei felt a lot of pressure. He sat on the chair and stared at the water in the pool in a daze. He had mixed feelings in his heart. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. There were worries, helplessness, and of course, a little pride. In short, it was a very complicated feeling. 1. Xiao Ruofei spent the rest of the party in a daze. The scene of Lu Yu confessing to him by the pool kept appearing in his mind, especially Lu Yu's bright eyes that seemed to be able to see through his soul. Lu Yu didn't ask Xiao Ruofei about his feelings from beginning to end, but Xiao Ruofei kept asking himself. To be fair, he would be deceiving himself if he said that he didn't have any feelings for Lu Yu. Although they met for the first time, Lu Yu didn't leave a good impression on him. He felt that this girl was a little unruly and even unreasonable. In addition, Lu Yu's mother was the secretary of the municipal committee, which made Xiao Ruofei feel that she had a princess's temper. However, with further contact, Xiao Ruofei saw a more real and three-dimensional Lu Yu. She had her own emotions and a kind heart. Of course, appearance was also very important. Few men wouldn't be moved by a hot and charming beauty. What's more, Lu Yu was the kind of cold person who didn't care about men. However, she looked at him differently. That kind of sense of achievement was unparalleled. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved. However, Xiao Ruofei already had Ling Qingxue, which made him most confused. Perhaps every man had a beautiful dream, but it was just a dream after all. It was unlikely to happen in reality. Not to mention that Ling Qingxue couldn't accept it, even Lu Yu just didn't care that Xiao Ruofei had a girlfriend. She hoped that it could be a fair competition. If Xiao Ruofei really wanted to be greedy, Lu Yu would probably be the first to disagree. Of course, Xiao Ruofei didn't dare to have such an extravagant hope now. He was just confused about how to face Lu Yu. At the same time, he also felt a little guilty about Ling Qingxue. Xiao Ruofei looked a little uneasy. On the other hand, Lu Yu was relieved. She finally said what she had been holding in her heart for a long time. She seemed to be a lot more cheerful. During the party, she even took the initiative to drink with Song Rui and Shui Yi. The barbecue party by the pool was generally very successful. Except for Xiao Ruofei, who was half the host, who was a little absent-minded, his friends all had a great time. Little Hao Ran ate until his mouth was covered in grease. De Fu even took out her phone to take pictures everywhere. Every corner of this Chinese courtyard house was very new to her. Zhao Yongjin and Tang Yitian also chatted happily. Song Rui accompanied Shui Yi the whole time. However, in Xiao Ruofei's opinion, Shui Yi was a slow-witted girl. She probably didn't see Song Rui as a man at all. Instead, she saw him as her best friend. Looking at Song Rui's appearance, Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but want to laugh. However, he couldn't bring himself to laugh. He was already a mess when it came to relationships. How could he have the right to laugh at Song Rui, other than occasionally glancing at Xiao Ruofei with her beautiful eyes? Lu Yu spent most of her time chatting with Feng Jing. Xiao Ruofei purposely stayed away from them. He didn't know what they were talking about. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening, when everyone was almost done drinking and the prepared ingredients were basically wiped out, that Zhao Yongjun proposed to end the party. "Ruofei, everyone is almost done eating," Zhao Yongjun said with a smile. "Why don't we leave?" Xiao Ruofei was a little distracted. After being stunned for a moment, he said, "Oh. Okay. It's not early anymore." Then, Wu Shuheng said with a smile, "Ruofei, why don't we all stay here tonight? You can also experience your new home." Okay. Song Rui was the first to raise his hands in agreement. He was looking forward to such an opportunity. If Shui Yi could stay here, it might be possible to go further. Xiao Ruofei subconsciously glanced at Lu Yu, who had a faint smile on her face, and quickly said, No, Brother Wu, you don't have so much betting. Besides, we've already disturbed you tonight. Aren't you going back tomorrow? Rest early tonight. We won't disturb you anymore." Although Xiao Ruofei had paid the full amount, it hadn't been transferred yet. This was still Wu Shuheng's home. He didn't want to give Wu Shuheng the impression that he couldn't wait to hand over the house. Anyway, Wu Shuheng would deal with the notarization during the day tomorrow and fly back to the United States in the evening. Why should he be in a hurry tonight? Of course, Xiao Ruofei was very clear about the more important reason. His mentality was the opposite of Song Rui's. He didn't know how to face Lu Yu now. If everyone stayed, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Wu Shuheng didn't force him. He smiled and said, "Okay. But don't forget to come back tomorrow morning to hand over the house." "Okay. Brother Wu, you rest early. We'll go back to the hotel first." Xiao Ruofei got up and said. At the door, Song Rui couldn't wait and said, "Brother Zhao, lend me your car. I'll send Yi back. It's not safe for a girl to be alone at night." Zhao Yongjun was stunned. The three of them only drove one car today. If Song Rui drove the car away, what would happen to the rest of them? Xiao Ruofei couldn't help but think, does this kid want to be alone with Shui Yi so much? He doesn't even ask who can send him back. Before Zhao Yongjun could speak, Feng Jing immediately said, "We brought a business car today. It's parked at the entrance of the alley. We can go back to the hotel together." Tang Yitian also smiled and said, "We have our own cars. You don't have to worry about it." Wu Shuheng also smiled and said, "Yongjun, my car is also here. Why don't you drive my car away? This car will definitely be enough." Song Rui said happily, "That's settled. Let's go first." After that, he took the car key from Zhao Yongjun's hand. After Song Rui took the car key, he took Shui Yi to Zhao Yongjun's car in the yard. Shui Yi was a little slow. She didn't see the subtle relationship between these people, and she didn't feel that Song Rui's concern for her had long gone beyond the scope of friends. She said goodbye to Xiao Ruofei and the rest, then got in the car and left. After Song Rui's car drove out of the yard, Zhao Yongjun thought for a while and said with a smile, "Ruofei, I will also stay at the Hilton Hotel for one more night. Tomorrow, I still need to go with you to do the handover and transfer of ownership." He paused for a moment and continued, "How about, you send Lu Yu back? I will follow Manager Feng's car back to the hotel. What do you think of this arrangement?" Xiao Ruofei's expression suddenly froze. Zhao Yongjun's arrangement should be reasonable. After all, Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu were the most familiar with each other. However, Zhao Yongjun also attended Master Song's birthday banquet. He naturally knew about the ambiguous relationship between Xiao Ruofei and Lu Yu, so his arrangement was more or less with the intention of stirring up trouble. Of course, if it was before tonight, sending Lu Yu back was not a big deal. However, Lu Yu had just formally confessed to Xiao Ruofei. If he let Xiao Ruofei be alone with her, Xiao Ruofei felt quite conflicted. Because Xiao Ruofei couldn't face his heart so far, and there was no way to make a choice. Lu Yu seemed to have noticed Xiao Ruofei's dilemma. She glanced at Xiao Ruofei with a faint smile. Xiao Ruofei looked at her for help. Lu Yu sighed secretly in her heart. She knew that this kind of thing couldn't be rushed. However, when she saw Xiao Ruofei's reluctant look, she was a little embarrassed in her heart. She simply looked at Xiao Ruofei with a smile and didn't say anything to help him out. Xiao Ruofei closed his eyes and made up his mind. He thought to himself, fine, I'll send her. Will she eat me up? Just when Xiao Ruofei was about to agree, Lu Yu said slowly, Brother Zhao, it's on the way back to the hotel. I'll take Sister Feng's car. Let Xiao Ruofei ride with you. He drank a lot. It's not safe to drive. Xiao Ruofei suddenly let out a long sigh of relief. He couldn't help but cast a grateful look at Lu Yu. Lu Yu glanced at Xiao Ruofei with some resentment. Then, she walked out of the courtyard house with Feng Jing, De Fu, and the others. Tang Yitian and Feng Jing's cars were parked at the entrance of the alley. Zhao Yongjun and Xiao Ruofei also said goodbye to Wu Shuheng. Then, they drove Wu Shuheng's Mercedes-Benz and left the courtyard house. On the way, Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, Ruofei, you're too pretentious. Brother created such a good opportunity for you, but you didn't take it. Xiao Ruofei cursed in his heart. Opportunity my ass. I was almost played to death, however, he definitely couldn't say that Lu Yu confessed to him. How much courage did it take for a girl to take the initiative to confess? If he casually talked about this kind of thing, would he still be human? So, Xiao Ruofei could only pretend to be tired and said, Brother Zhao, I drank a little too much tonight. I'm really tired. Zhao Yongjun didn't doubt him. He shook his head and said, You. Rest for a while. We'll reach the hotel soon. Drive slowly. Xiao Ruofei lowered the seat a little. He leaned on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. When he thought about taking the plane with Lu Yu back to the Three Mountains, Xiao Ruofei felt a headache. He didn't hate Lu Yu. It wasn't that he didn't have any feelings for her. However, in this situation, he was really afraid to be alone with Lu Yu. No one was wrong in this matter. Maybe it was just the timing that was wrong. Xiao Ruofei sighed in his heart. After returning to the hotel, Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun went back to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Xiao Ruofei woke up on time. After washing up, he sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to cultivate. At this moment, his phone vibrated and the screen lit up. Xiao Ruofei waved his hand and the phone on the bedside table floated into his hand. He opened it and saw a new WeChat message from Lu Yu. Xiao Ruofei, I know you're a little afraid to see me now, so I've decided to go back to the Three Mountains alone. I'm at the airport now. However, I won't give up. Let's meet at the Three Mountains. At the end of the message, Lu Yu added a naughty smile emoji. Xiao Ruofei held the phone in a daze. He felt a little relieved, but more than that, he was confused. Even though he was very capable, he didn't know how to deal with this kind of thing. After that, Xiao Ruofei was a little absent-minded. He simply stopped cultivating and leaned on the bed. He held his head with both hands and stared blankly at the ceiling. After a long time, Xiao Ruofei turned over and got out of bed. He said to himself, I don't care so much. I'll just take one step at a time and follow my heart. He exhaled heavily, as if he wanted to spit out all the frustration in his heart. It was already past 5 o'clock. Xiao Ruofei naturally couldn't cultivate. He rested for a while and went downstairs for breakfast. In the morning, Zhao Yongjun took Xiao Ruofei to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. Wu Shuheng had already found a notary and entrusted the transfer of the courtyard house to Zhao Yongjun. After getting the notary certificate, Zhao Yongjun and Xiao Ruofei officially accepted the courtyard house that used to be Wanqing Bell Mansion. Wu Shuheng gave all the appliances, furniture, and various facilities in the house to Xiao Ruofei. He only took some of his personal collection of decorations and some clothes left in the courtyard. In total, it only filled half of the pickup truck. Then, Wu Shuheng officially said goodbye to Zhao Yongjun and Xiao Ruofei. He still had 2 houses in the capital, but they were both small houses. Although the area was also very large, the total price was estimated to be a fraction of the size of this courtyard house. So this time, he didn't sell the 2 houses because the sale of the houses was a drop in the bucket compared to the shortage of funds of his overseas company. It wouldn't be of any help at all. Wu Shuheng moved these personal belongings to his other house to store and then prepared to return to the United States directly. His company in the United States was in urgent need of funds to revive, so he was anxious to return home. After Wu Shuheng left, Xiao Ruofei didn't have time to take a good look at the courtyard house. Zhao Yongjun took him directly to the Housing Management Center to complete the transfer procedures. Zhao Yongjun had already asked a friend in advance, and he had the notarized letter of authorization signed by Wu Shuheng himself, as well as Xiao Ruofei's purchase contract, transfer receipt, Wu Shuheng's real estate certificate, land certificate, and other documents. So, it was very easy to complete the transfer. Of course, if it was according to the normal procedures, it was impossible to complete all the procedures on the same day even if they didn't apply for a mortgage. But Zhao Yongjun naturally took special care of things. The two of them only spent half a day and the entire transfer procedures were completed. Xiao Ruofei also got the new real estate certificate and land certificate with his name. From this moment on, this super mansion worth more than 100 million truly belonged to Xiao Ruofei in a legal sense. Xiao Ruofei also became a family that owned a house in Beijing, and it was a large 3-part courtyard house. Zhao Yongjun was very careful. After completing the transfer, he took Xiao Ruofei to transfer all the water, electricity, heating, gas, and other accounts to Xiao Ruofei's name. The first floor of the Housing Management Center had people from the power company, gas company, broadcasting company, and other units. It was very convenient as long as they went through the counters one by one. After everything was done, the two of them casually ate lunch outside before returning to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. Ruofei, take a good look and see if there is anything that you don't like that needs to be changed. Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, I'll arrange for a friend to come over and help you change it. He specializes in ancient building restoration. I guarantee that he'll do a beautiful job for you. Xiao Ruofei had already thought of a few places that needed to be changed. He immediately said with a smile, that's great. I was worried that I couldn't find a professional to do this. As for the places that need to be changed, I already thought about it last night. If your friend studied ancient building restoration, it shouldn't be difficult for him. This courtyard house had been completely remodeled by Wu Shuheng 4 to 5 years ago. It had a complete set of facilities, such as central air conditioning, floor heating, and so on. It was still very advanced today. Therefore, Xiao Ruofei only suggested some changes to the details according to his preferences. For example, he could open a door in the third courtyard and change the 2 unused rooms into a garage. This way, when driving, he could enter and exit from the back road and not have to go through the crowded Luhai Lane. Also, Xiao Ruofei came from the southeast province. He liked osmanthus trees, especially when the osmanthus flowers bloomed in autumn. The fragrance of the osmanthus flowers filled the courtyard and made people feel relaxed and happy. Therefore, he planned to plant a few osmanthus trees in the 3 courtyards. As for whether or not they could survive in the cold north, Xiao Ruofei didn't consider it. As long as he was willing to use the solution of the spirit heart flower petals, how could they not survive? Now, Xiao Ruofei had accumulated a lot of spirit heart flower petals. Other than regularly injecting some into the farm's water tower and the shad breeding workshop's water tower, he didn't need to use much of it. Therefore, his storage had been steadily increasing. There were also some other small changes. It was nothing more than feeling that some places were damaged, so he needed to find similar old wood to replace them. Xiao Ruofei didn't want to change the huge wine cellar in the basement for now. This was because he didn't know what to change. The courtyard house's functions were already very complete. Therefore, he might as well just leave it there. The changes that Xiao Ruofei proposed weren't too difficult. After Zhao Yongjun wrote them down, he smiled and said, no problem. My friend can definitely do it. He has done much more complicated work before. Xiao Ruofei grinned and said, Brother Zhao, then I'll leave the remodeling here to you. I definitely can't keep waiting in Beijing. I'll have to trouble you to help me keep an eye on it. All right. Don't worry about it. Zhao Yongjun said. The two of them walked around the courtyard house. After Xiao Ruofei finished looking, he confirmed that there was nothing that needed to be changed. The two of them sat in the courtyard and chatted for a while before preparing to close the door and leave. Originally, Xiao Ruofei was going to cook a meal for Zhao Yongjun in the Sihiyuan, but he changed his mind. Those super ingredients were all stored in the Ring 2 space, so he couldn't use them. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. As for buying ordinary ingredients to cook, Xiao Ruofei had no interest in that at all. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Song Rui called. "Ruofei, are you in the Sihiyuan?" Song Rui asked as soon as the call was connected. "Yes." Open the door, open the door." Song Rui shouted. "I'm at the door." With that, he hung up the phone. As Xiao Ruofei put away his phone, he smiled and said to Zhao Yongjun. Song Rui came over. "I don't know what's going on, let's go and have a look," Zhao Yongjun said. The two of them passed through the Chuehua gate and came to the first courtyard. As soon as Xiao Ruofei opened the door, he saw Song Rui standing at the door. Beside him stood a man with a square face who was about 30 years old. He was very strong and had a faint imposing manner. "Why are you so slow?" Song Rui complained. "You came to me in a hurry. What's the matter?" Xiao Ruofei glanced at the strong man beside Song Rui and asked with a smile. "Didn't you want to find someone to look after the courtyard for you?" Song Rui pointed to the strong man beside him and said, "I went to do this for you early in the morning. Here, I brought the person for you." At this time, Zhao Yongjun, who was behind Xiao Ruofei, noticed the person beside Song Rui. He froze for a moment and then said in surprise, "Wu Chang?" The strong man beside Song Rui also raised his head. After looking at Zhao Yongjun for a few seconds, he cried out in surprise, "Platoon leader. Why are you here?" Zhao Yongjun said with some excitement, "I wanted to ask you. Why are you in Beijing? And why did Song Rui find you?" "I've been in Beijing all these years." "Then why didn't you come find me?" Zhao Yongjun said with some dissatisfaction, "You don't treat me as a brother, right?" Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui were both dumbfounded. Wasn't Song Rui going to introduce a guard to Xiao Ruofei today? How did it become Zhao Yongjun's and Wu Chang's reunion? "Stop, stop, stop." Song Rui shouted, "Brother Zhao, you know Wu Chang? More than just know him?" Zhao Yongjun laughed, "He's a soldier I've led before." Xiao Ruofei also felt that it was a bit strange. Was the world really so small? He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Everyone, don't stand at the door. Let's talk inside." "Yes, yes, yes, let's talk inside," Zhao Yongjun also quickly said. He was also a bit excited to meet a soldier he had led before here. The group of people came to the second courtyard. The early autumn weather in Beijing wasn't too cold, and the afternoon sun was warm, so everyone sat down at the stone table in the courtyard. Xiao Ruofei went into the room and brewed a pot of tea. Naturally, he used the top-grade Dahong Pao tea from his space. The tea didn't take up much space and could be placed in his bag, so it wouldn't arouse any suspicion. Originally, Dahong Pao tea was used to brew Kung Fu tea, but there weren't many people in the north who drank Kung Fu tea. Wu Shuing's house didn't have any decent tea sets, so he could only use a large teapot to brew a pot. This way, the taste would be a bit worse, but the tea leaves were good enough, so the tea would be fragrant after being brewed. Xiao Ruofei poured a cup of tea for everyone, then said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, first tell us about your relationship with Brother Wu Chang." Zhao Yongjun drank a mouthful of tea and said with a smile, "This kid was the first batch of recruits I led when I was a platoon leader." With Zhao Yongjun's explanation, Xiao Ruofei and Song Rui found out that after Zhao Yongjun was thrown into the army by General Zhaoqing, he was promoted in the third year. After half a year of training, he was awarded the rank of second lieutenant. His first job in the army was as a platoon leader of recruits, and he was responsible for training the recruits that had just been recruited. Wu Chang was one of the recruits. Because his military qualities were good, he was valued by Zhao Yongjun. After the recruit training, the recruits were assigned to various companies. Zhao Yongjun even specifically asked him to be in his company. Wu Chang didn't disappoint Zhao Yongjun's expectations. His performance was quite good, and in the second year, he was promoted to vice squad leader. Later, he was promoted to sergeant. However, Zhao Yongjun didn't have the heart to work in the army. When he was a company leader, he applied for a transfer and left the army. At that time, Wu Chang was still serving in the army. He had already become the backbone of his company. He was the squad leader for several years, and when there was a platoon leader vacancy, he acted as the platoon leader. After Zhao Yongjun transferred, he was arranged to work in a public institution. However, he was also a restless person. Not long after, he resigned and went into the business of selling antiques. At that time, General Zhao Chun was quite angry. After Zhao Yongjun went to other places for a few years, he lost contact with some of his comrades in the army. He only heard that Wu Chang retired after the end of his second-class sergeant term. He didn't expect Wu Chang to come to Beijing. At that time, they were serving in the army in Jizhou province. After Zhao Yongjun finished speaking, he looked at Wu Chang and said, "You brat, you've been in Beijing for several years, and you didn't contact your old platoon leader. Do you not see me as a brother?" Wu Chang quickly said, "Platoon leader, I didn't know you were in Beijing. Besides, the contact method from back then is no longer valid. Beijing is so big, I couldn't find you even if I wanted to." Wu Chang was telling the truth. Zhao Yongjun changed his number a few times in the past few years. Those comrades that he hadn't seen for many years basically lost contact with. If Zhao Yongjun wanted to find Wu Chang in Beijing, it would definitely not be difficult at all. However, Wu Chang was just a child of an ordinary family. He didn't have any connections in Beijing. Even if he wanted to find Zhao Yongjun, it would be impossible to find him. Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but be speechless. After a pause, he said, "What you said makes sense." Then Zhao Yongjun looked at Song Rue and asked, "Xiao Rue, how do you know Wu Chang?" and even introduced him to work for Ruofei. Song Rue said with a smile, "Of course it was someone else who introduced him. Ruofei said that he wanted to find someone reliable. It would be best if it was a retired soldier, so I found Guo Ruchao. He knows a lot of soldiers. So I introduced Wu Chang. Wu Chang just happened to be in Beijing, so I brought him over." Zhao Yongjun said in surprise, "Guo Ruchao? Wu Chang, how do you know Guo Ruchao?" Guo Ruchao was also a member of their circle. It was just that he was older than Song Rue and his father's position wasn't as prominent as Zhao Cheng's. However, Guo Ruchao had always been developing in the army. Now, he was the deputy chief of staff of a division stationed in Beijing. At the age of 35 or 36, he had reached the regimental level. Wu Chang said honestly, "He was my former regimental chief of staff." It turned out that after Zhao Yongjun transferred, Wu Chang performed outstandingly in a group army competition and was transferred to the main regiment where Guo Ruchao was the chief of staff. Guo Ruchao also thought highly of Wu Chang, who had excellent military qualities. When Wu Chang retired from the army, Guo Ruchao asked him to stay many times. He even specifically asked for a rank 3 non-commissioned officer. However, the reason why Wu Chang chose to retire was that other than the high-ranking non-commissioned officer quota, the more important reason was that his family's elderly were sick and his younger brother and sister's school expenses were too high. The salary of a non-commissioned officer was simply not enough, so he wanted to leave the army to work elsewhere to earn more money. After Guo Ruchao found out the reason, he was also very regretful. However, he still allowed Wu Chang to leave the army. Not only that, Guo Ruchao also used his connections in Beijing to help Wu Chang find a job. Because Wu Chang had a rural household registration, he didn't get a job after retiring from the army. Originally, Guo Ruchao wanted to help him arrange a white-collar office job. However, Wu Chang said that his education was low and declined. In the end, he chose a job as a security guard captain. In the past few years that Wu Chang was in Beijing, Guo Ruchao had always taken care of him. This time, when Guo Ruchao heard that Song Rue wanted to find a private guard job for a friend, he immediately recommended Wu Chang. After listening to Wu Chang's reason, Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but sigh. "I didn't expect Guo Ruchao to be so loyal." Then he said with a bit of guilt, "Wu Chang, I didn't know that you were in Beijing for the past few years." "However, Guo Ruchao took care of you quite well," Wu Chang hurriedly said, "Old platoon leader, it's me who didn't take the initiative to contact you." Zhao Yongjun waved his hand and said, "Today we've contacted each other. If you have any difficulties in the future, you must tell me. If I can help you, I will definitely help you." Zhao Yongjun's personality was rather forthright. He was also a very nostalgic person. Although he didn't like the life in the army, after seeing Wu Chang, he couldn't help but think of his time in the army. "I understand, old platoon leader," Wu Chang said with a touched expression. Then Zhao Yongjun said to Xiao Ruofei, "Ruofei, Wu Chang is a soldier that I brought up. His character is absolutely reliable. Moreover, his military qualities are very good. He is definitely qualified for this job." Xiao Ruofei naturally understood what Zhao Yongjun meant. He said with a smile, "Of course I trust Brother Zhao's soldiers." Then he smiled gently at Wu Chang and asked, "Brother Wu." Wu Chang hurriedly said, "Boss, I don't dare." "You can just call me Wu Chang." Xiao Ruofei smiled, nodded, and asked, "Wu Chang, how's your treatment as the security captain?" Wu Chang said honestly, "The monthly salary is about 6,000 yuan. There's insurance and housing. The company provides accommodation and lunch. However, I live in a group dormitory." Xiao Ruofei nodded and said, "If you come to help me, the work is relatively simple. You're mainly responsible for the safety and daily maintenance of this house. You can hire hourly workers to clean the house. Oh, by the way, when I'm in Beijing, I need you to be my driver. You should be able to do it, right?" When Wu Chang heard this, he felt that the work was simply too easy. To put it bluntly, he would live here and patrol every day. He didn't even need to clean the house himself. As for being a driver, it wasn't hard work. Moreover, according to Xiao Ruofei, he wouldn't be in Beijing for a long time. He didn't have to do any work every day, and he had such a good house to live in. Where could he find such an easy job? Wu Chang immediately nodded and said loudly, "Yes." Zhao Yongjun said, "Ruofei, Wu Chang has been the security captain for 6,000 yuan a month. You can't treat him badly." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Brother Zhao, do I look like a stingy person?" Xiao Ruofei wasn't short of money now. Moreover, he had always taken care of his employees, especially the veterans who had retired from the army. Xiao Ruofei pondered for a moment and said, "Wu Chang, how about this? Come and help me. The monthly salary is 8,000 yuan. The kitchen and electrical appliances here are all ready-made. You can buy your own food and cook. I'll give you 1,500 yuan a month as food allowance. As for the insurance..." Xiao Ruofei thought for a moment and said, "My company is in Southeast Province. If you want to pay the insurance and housing in Beijing, why don't you find a company to affiliate with first? I'll pay for it." Zhao Yongjun immediately said, "Why do you still need to find a company? Just put it under my company's name." Zhao Yongjun was very satisfied with Xiao Ruofei's offer. Although it wasn't a particularly high income in Beijing, it was definitely above average. Wu Chang only had a high school education. Other than being good at fighting, he didn't have any other skills. It was already quite good for him to be able to find such a job. Xiao Ruofei said with a smile, "Then it's settled. Send me the payment bill when the time comes." Zhao Yongjun said casually, "No need. How much can the insurance and housing be paid in a year? Just consider it as a token of my appreciation as the platoon leader." "Okay. Let's do as Brother Zhao says," Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. The insurance and housing wasn't much. Xiao Ruofei didn't hold back with Zhao Yongjun on such a small matter. He also understood that Zhao Yongjun wanted to do something for Wu Chang. The two of them settled the matter in a few words. Xiao Ruofei then turned to look at Wu Chang. He asked with a smile, "Wu Chang, are you satisfied with this offer? If you have any other requests, you can mention it." Wu Chang was already stunned. Not only was this job extremely easy, but the benefits given by Xiao Ruofei were also so good. Not only was the salary directly increased by 2,000, but he was also given a food allowance of 1,500 per month. Even the insurance and housing funds were all covered by the platoon leader. Moreover, as the security captain, he often had to be transferred to various banks and buildings. He also often had to do night shifts. His life wasn't regular and his work was so hard. If he worked for Xiao Ruofei, he would get a salary of nearly 10,000 and live in a large courtyard house in the center of Beijing. He didn't have much to do every day. It was like heaven and earth. "Wu Chang, Ruofei is asking you." Zhao Yongjun saw Wu Chang in a daze and couldn't help but remind him with a smile. Only then did Wu Chang come back to his senses. He quickly said, "Satisfied." Satisfied. Boss, you are giving me too much. Xiao Ruofei smiled faintly and said, this salary isn't very high. Our company's old employees can basically get this amount. As long as you work hard, your salary will be higher in the future. Also, I won't let you do this job forever. When the time comes, you can work in the company. Song Rui laughed and said, all right. Ruofei, the task you gave me has been successfully completed. Shouldn't you treat everyone to a meal today to express your sincerity? Xiao Ruofei smiled and said, no problem. Let's eat here today. I'll cook. Then Xiao Ruofei said to Zhao Yongjun, Brother Zhao, what do you think of this arrangement? You take Wu Chang to hand over his resignation, take his things, and buy some personal items, bed sheets, quilts, and so on. I'll go buy some ingredients and cook. Let's eat here tonight. No problem. Zhao Yongjun said, Xiao Rui, you come with us. Okay. Song Rui responded. After the division of labor, everyone left the courtyard and went separately. Wu Chang's job was originally arranged by Guo Ruchao. Song Rui told Guo Ruchao that the resignation of the security company was naturally very smooth. Xiao Ruofei didn't have to worry about it. After he walked out of the alley, he used his mobile phone to search the nearby supermarket and found that Walmart's Sam's Club was not far from here. So he took a taxi at the entrance of the alley and went straight to Sam's Club. In the supermarket, Xiao Ruofei was surprised to find vegetables and fruits produced by the Taoyuan company on the boutique shelves in the vegetable area. After the Taoyuan company expanded its production capacity, it also cooperated with some large super business channels. Among them, Walmart was an important partner of the Taoyuan company. Sam's Club was a high-end supermarket under Walmart. Naturally, it was the first to get the supply of Taoyuan vegetables. The position of the Taoyuan vegetables was naturally very conspicuous. Of course, the price was also quite touching. It was more than 10 times more expensive than the average vegetables. Even so, the near-perfect appearance of the Taoyuan vegetables still attracted a lot of people to stop and watch. Sam's supermarket had a membership system. Every year, they had to pay more than 200 yuan to enjoy the membership treatment. The shopping environment here was better than the average supermarket. The consumer's purchasing power was also relatively stronger. So, although the price of the Taoyuan vegetables was extremely high, there were still people coming to buy from time to time. Xiao Ruofei watched with interest for a while, and his heart skipped a beat. Since the Shanmu shop in Beijing had Taoyuan vegetables for sale, then the stock in his space could be said to have been purchased from there. Thinking of this, Xiao Ruofei revealed a smile. He had an idea about the dinner tonight. He left the vegetable section and bought some organic black pork, beef, lamb, and so on. He also bought some seasonings, cooking oil, and so on. Then, he went to the alcohol section. As he expected, there was also drunken Ada Mortal's wine for sale here. Compared to the daunting price of Taoyuan vegetables, the price of Zui Ba Xian was more approachable. Of course, this was also compared to Maotai Wu Liangye and other white spirits. Perhaps it was because the distribution channels had just been established in the north, but the sales of Zui Ba Xian were not as hot as in the southeastern province. At least there were still stocks on the shelves, unlike in Sanshan City, where the new stocks were sold out not long after they were put on the shelves. Since the Shamu members' shop also had drunken Ada Mortal's wine for sale, then Xiao Ruofei could justifiably take out the wine from his space. He also stored a few boxes of drunken Ada Mortal's wine that Ling Xiaotian had asked the winery to send to him. Of course, these wines had been stored in the space for so long, so the taste was naturally much better than the drunken Ada Mortal's wine that was sold outside. Carrying some meat and braised food that he bought from the supermarket, Xiao Ruofei took a taxi back to the courtyard house in Luhai Lane. Zhao Yongjun and the others had not returned yet, so Xiao Ruofei went to the kitchen in the third section. When Wu Shuheng renovated the house, he did spend a lot of money. The facilities in the kitchen were very complete. The refrigerator, electric oven, microwave oven, range hood, and so on were all first-tier big brands. Even the knives and chopping boards were from German big brands. Xiao Ruofei put down the things and took out the Taoyuan vegetables, a big carp, and a few bottles of drunken Ada Mortal's wine from the space. Then Xiao Ruofei put on an apron and got busy in the kitchen. the sky gradually darkened. Xiao Ruofei finished the last carp soup. The rice in the rice cooker was just cooked, so it jumped to the heating mode. At this time, the LCD screen on the kitchen wall lit up. Someone was outside ringing the doorbell. Xiao Ruofei wiped his hands on the apron and walked over to look at the screen. He saw Song Rui waving at the camera. Xiao Ruofei smiled and pressed his finger on the fingerprint scanner. When handing over the house, Wu Shuheng had already handed over the entire smart home system to Xiao Ruofei. After the system confirmed the authorization, Xiao Ruofei pressed one of the buttons. The side door of the front yard for cars to enter and exit opened with a click. Xiao Ruofei took off the intercom and said with a smile, "You guys go directly to the backyard. It's time to eat." "Okay." Xiao Ruofei brought the dishes to the dining room one by one. After a few trips, he heard footsteps. Zhao Yongjun and the other two walked into the backyard. Xiao Ruofei put the soup bowl in his hand on the table and asked with a smile, "Brother Zhao, did everything go well?" "It's all done." Zhao Yongjun said with a smile, "I also bought some personal items for Wu Chang." Xiao Ruofei saw Wu Chang carrying a lot of things, so he said to Song Rui, "Song Rui, there are a few more dishes in the kitchen. Help me bring them over." Then he said to Wu Chang, "You will live in this courtyard from now on. Go pick a room and put your things down." "Yes, boss." Wu Chang respectfully replied. Although the third courtyard wasn't big, it still had 5 or 6 bedrooms. Wu Chang wasn't picky about where to live. He randomly picked a room and put his things in. Then he ran over to help bring the dishes. Zhao Yongjun asked with a smile, "Ruofei, what dishes did you make that smell so good?" Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "You guys are lucky. I saw our company's Taoyuan vegetables in Sam's Club, so I bought some for you guys to try." "Is that so? I've been hearing Xiao Rui say how delicious your company's vegetables are these 2 days. My heart is itching to go to Sanshan to have a good meal." Zhao Yongjun said happily, "I didn't expect your products to be sold in Beijing. This is a cooperation with Super Commerce. The initial production capacity is limited. Later on, it should be distributed throughout the country." Xiao Ruofei said with a smile. Song Rui saw the Zue Ba Xian wine on the table and couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! You even have Zue Ba Xian. Today's meal is very sumptuous. I also bought it from Sam's Club." Xiao Ruofei said without changing his expression. "Zue Ba Xian?" Zhao Yongjun showed a puzzled expression. Song Rui said with a grin, "Zhao Dage, you only know that Ruofei's company produces high-end vegetables. You don't know that he also invested in a wine factory. Let me tell you, this wine is selling like crazy in Southeast Province. The price isn't expensive, but the taste is not worse than Maotai Wuliangye." "Is that so? Then I'll have to drink a few more cups today." Zhao Yongjun said happily. He was also a person who loved wine. Today, he unexpectedly reunited with the soldiers that he had previously trained, so his mood was quite good. Everyone quickly went to the table to eat. Without any suspense, the Zue Ba Xian and the table full of Taoyuan vegetables conquered Zhao Yongjun and Wu Chang. Wu Chang was still a little reserved, but Zhao Yongjun couldn't help but praise loudly. It wasn't the first time that Song Rui tasted Taoyuan vegetables, so he didn't speak at all at the beginning. He just kept his head down and ate. Today, they were all men, so there was no need to pay attention to any manners when eating. After a while, everyone was like a whirlwind that swept away the clouds, and the dishes on the table were all eaten up. They also drank 2 bottles of Zue Ba Xian wine. Zhao Yongjun wiped his mouth and said with a little unsatisfied, "Satisfying. Today's meal is really satisfying. Those clubs and private restaurants aren't as good as Ruofei's dishes. Ruofei, if you open a restaurant, I guarantee that you can make a lot of money." Xiao Ruofei laughed and said, "The main thing is that the ingredients are good. My cooking skills can only be considered average." After the meal, everyone returned to the main courtyard and sat around the stone table under the grape trellis, making tea and chatting. Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui both decided to stay there for the night, so the 3 of them went out again and bought a few sets of bedding. As for Wu Chang, he stayed at home to tidy up. Driving to a nearby store, Xiao Ruofei thought about it and simply bought a few sets of bed sheets, pillows, and blankets. He was thinking that if guests came to his house in the future, they would be useful, so these were also things that he always had at home. After returning to the courtyard, Zhao Yongjun and Song Rui each picked a guest room and brought a set of bedding to the room. They did it themselves, so that they had enough food and clothing. Xiao Ruofei also kept a set, and then let Wu Chang put the rest of the sets in the empty guest room cabinets. Xiao Ruofei naturally stayed in the largest master bedroom in the second courtyard. The huge master bedroom was also equipped with a separate bathroom, a huge jacuzzi tub, and a separate cloakroom. In addition, there was also a study and a living room. The entire large room spanned across 2 courtyards, and the interior decoration was very luxurious. After Xiao Ruofei took a hot bath, he took out a set of clean home clothes from the space and changed into them. He laid on the bed and looked at his phone for a while before falling asleep. The night was quiet. The next day, Xiao Ruofei gave Wu Chang the second-level access to the smart home control system. This way, even if he was not at home, Wu Chang could still go in and out normally. Zhao Yongjun's friend, who was in the restoration of ancient buildings, also came over. After checking the site, he quickly came up with a preliminary restoration plan and budget. Xiao Ruofei constantly made changes, so the total was about 500,000 yuan. For the restoration of ancient buildings, such a small project couldn't be any smaller. If it weren't for Zhao Yongjun's relationship, his friend probably wouldn't be willing to take on such a small project. Xiao Ruofei trusted the person Zhao Yongjun found, so he nodded and agreed after looking at it for a while. However, he couldn't stay in Beijing forever. Fortunately, Wu Chang was officially on duty, so he could keep an eye on the reconstruction of the courtyard house. In addition, Zhao Yongjun was also in Beijing, so there shouldn't be any problems with him looking after it. Xiao Ruofei and Zhao Yongjun's friend went out together and went to the bank to transfer the project advance payment to him. Wu Chang stayed in the courtyard house alone. After he tidied up inside and out, he picked up a broom and began to sweep the fallen leaves in the courtyard. It was early autumn, and some trees in the north had already begun to shed their leaves. After cleaning the 3 large courtyards, Wu Chang found a leather pipe from the tool room, connected it to the faucet in the courtyard, and began to wash the bluestone slabs. In the past 2 days, people came and went, bringing in a lot of dust. The military camp was generally spotless, so Wu Chang wasn't used to seeing a little dirty, so he had to clean it up. Although Xiao Ruofei said that he could hire hourly workers to clean the courtyard house, Wu Chang felt a little apologetic because he was paid so much a month and didn't have any work to do every day. Therefore, he decided that he didn't need to hire hourly workers to clean the courtyard house. He would clean it himself every day, since it didn't take much effort anyway. Just as Wu Chang was cleaning the courtyard, the side door of the front yard opened. Wu Chang put the leather pipe that was still running into the flower bed, and then straightened up. He saw a brand new Land Rover slowly drive in from outside the door. After Wu Chang saw that it was Xiao Ruofei sitting in the car, he quickly turned off the faucet, then quickly walked forward and respectfully said, "Boss, you're back." Xiao Ruofei opened the door and jumped out of the car, nodding with a smile. Then he said, "Why are you cleaning up by yourself? Didn't I say that you could hire someone to do it?" Wu Chang smiled honestly and said, "Boss, I can do this kind of work. Don't waste any more money." Wu Chang's parents had to take medicine for a long time in the countryside. His younger brother and sister were more hardworking, and all 3 of them were admitted to university. The whole family relied on his salary every month to live. In the past, when he was a security captain, although he had a monthly salary of 6,000 yuan, he tried his best to eat until he was full. The remaining 2 meals were basically just for the sake of making do. He spent as little as possible and sent the money he saved to his parents and siblings. Now that he had changed to work for Xiao Ruofei, his salary suddenly increased by a lot, and food and accommodation were also included. He suddenly had a lot of money in his hands. Yesterday, Xiao Ruofei gave him a month's salary in advance, and also asked for his bank card number. He also signed a formal employment contract with the Taoyuan company. In the future, he would be an official employee of the Taoyuan company, and his salary would be credited to his card every month. Wu Chang's gratitude to Xiao Ruofei was from the bottom of his heart, and cleaning was naturally completely voluntary. Xiao Ruofei could feel Wu Chang's sincerity, And he also knew that he couldn't dampen Wu Chang's enthusiasm at this time, so he nodded with a smile and said, "Well, if you do a good job, I'll give you a raise at the end of the year, boss, the salary is already very high." Wu Chang said quickly. Xia Ruofei smiled and said, "Our company's employees are regularly increased, and we're not giving you a special treatment." After that, he threw the car key to Wu Chang. End of chapter 721. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.